My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 635 to Chapter 689. Without waiting for Xianxia to say anything, Li Dun launched another attack. This time, Li Dun attacked with all his might and speed. The entire arena was filled with his afterimages. And Li Dun's power went from the original muffled sound of the air to the sound of an explosion. Bam 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 bam. Countless Li Dun were like the special effects in a sci-fi movie, mixed with burning true qi, attacking Xianxia from all directions. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't met Li Dun would probably be the number 1 in 8-stage cultivator in Xianxia. Among the younger generation, Li Dun should be the strongest. Yang Lai may have improved rapidly, but it was all thanks to medicine and Kunlun techniques. His real combat ability might not even be half of Li Dun's. But the gap was still a gap, and Xianxia didn't have the habit of deliberately losing a match. Since Li Dun had used all his strength, it was time to end the fight. At that moment, Li Dun's heavy punch came down from the sky. If the ground were to withstand the force of this punch, it would be enough to create a crater several meters deep. Xianxia looked up and his hand suddenly sped up, grabbing Li Dun's wrist. The people below the arena couldn't see these rapid movements. All they saw was Li Dun's body being dragged from the sky to the ground and placed in front of Xianxia. Li Dun was shocked. He had used all his strength in his punch, but Xianxia picked it like a fruit and placed it in front of him. But even though his right hand was grabbed, his left hand was still there. Li Dun's internal true qi was extremely domineering. His left fist was like red-hot steel, and it went straight for Xianxia's chest. Although it was a friendly match, Li Dun also knew that even if Xianxia was hit, he wouldn't die. In fact, he had underestimated Xianxia. Bam! The punch hit Li Dun's vitals. Xianxia took the punch with his chest. However, after the punch was over, all of his true energy and strength disappeared without a trace. Xianxia grinned, grabbed Li Dun's right hand, and did a seemingly slow shoulder throw. Like a fish caught by the tail, Li Dun leaped over Xianxia's head and landed on the ground. Tisk, with a dull thud, Li Dun's body was embedded into the marble floor of the arena. The entire practice room shook violently, stone chips flew everywhere, and a crater was formed. If Li Dun was a normal person, he would have been smashed into meat paste by now. But Xianxia knew that Li Dun's bones would only ache. His body was protected by the innate qi, and it would not be hurt by such a fall. The entire place was silent. If there was any sound, it would be the sound of the soldiers swallowing their saliva. Li Dun lay in the crater, staring blankly at Xianxia, speechless. This was the first time in his life that he lost after taking off his blindfold, and he didn't even feel the slightest bit angry. Xianxia didn't know if smoking was allowed here, but he hadn't had the chance to smoke since he came to Yanjin. Now that he was free, he couldn't help but light up one, and puff out a smoke ring. Looking down, Xianxia smiled and said, "I don't know if I'm right, but I think the reason why your team is called Blunt Blade is not because of that expert. As the saying goes, a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Although a sharp treasured sword could cut through gold and jade, a thick and blunt sword could shatter anything as long as it had unparalleled absolute strength. You're right, I allows you to use dazzling techniques, but the difference in strength between us is too great. No matter how you hit me, I just need to use my absolute strength to overwhelm you, and all your efforts will be in vain." That expert is probably trying to tell you not to try to be opportunistic, and not to belittle yourself. Keep improving yourself. Absolute strength is the key to becoming the strongest special forces. Li Dun listened and stared blankly at Xianxia for a long time before he smiled bitterly. "I admit defeat." Xianxia said, "You don't have to think that you're weak. I've put in a lot of effort to get to where I am today. You should be proud of yourself for having such strength at such a young age." Xianxia didn't want to give Li Dun too much of a blow. In fact, the gap between him and Li Dun was immeasurable, but he had to give the young man some hope, right? But when Li Dun heard this, he rolled his eyes. "As far as I know, you're younger than me." Xianxia immediately blushed. Oh no, he kept forgetting that he was still a young man. TSK, he could only blame the women around him for worrying him so much that his hair was about to turn white. He didn't even have the chance to enjoy his youth. In any case, at least Li Dun didn't have any other thoughts. He saw the difference in strength and decided to just be friends from now on. After Yangqing pulled Li Dun out of the pit, the two left the training room together. The soldiers all stepped back, but this time, no one thought of saluting Li Dun. Everyone looked at Yangqing as if he was a monster. There was respect in their eyes, but no fear. No matter how strong Yangqing was, they were not afraid of him. Sky Dragon and Yizi went to hide somewhere and didn't come to watch the fight. They probably knew the result and weren't interested. Although Li Dun's bones hurt, he wasn't really hurt. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Now that he had acknowledged Yangqing's character and strength, they were more familiar with each other. Since it was noon, Li Dun smiled. It's rare for me to come to Yanjing. I'll do my best as a host and treat you as a friend. Let's find a restaurant and have a meal. I wonder if Brother Pluto would do us the honor. Yangqing arrived in Yanjing early in the morning and went straight to the hospital to treat Tang Wan. Now that he came here to fight, his stomach was indeed empty. Although he wasn't hungry, it was a good habit to eat on time. He asked, I heard there's a good restaurant called Celestial World in Yanjing. Can you take me there? Li Dun hesitated for a while before he solemnly patted Yang Chen's shoulder. A while ago, Premier Ning gave a speech at the National People's Congress, asking us to cut down on expenses. The cost of non-dining in Tavern Heaven on Earth is too high. We're only allowed to eat but not enter. Let's go to another restaurant. I personally prefer the dishes from the Northwest. They have a strong taste, and spicy dishes make eating better. I know a restaurant that is especially authentic. Yangqing was just saying it casually. He couldn't go overboard with his treat. Northwest-style food? So he asked, what do you want to eat? Big plate chicken or something like that? Li Dun said proudly, chicken is nothing. It's rare to make a friend. Of course I have to eat meat. It's beef and mutton. Yangqing felt that little Li was too reliable. He was an honest person. However, after 10 minutes or so, when they arrived at the Northwest-style restaurant, Yangqing wanted to tear the restaurant down. Are you talking about this restaurant? Yangqing's fingers trembled as he pointed at the banner on the door. There were cows and sheep everywhere with a green grassland in the background. Halal Lancao Ramen Restaurant. Yangqing didn't expect that the eldest grandson of the Li clan, one of the 4 major clans, would treat someone to a meal of ramen. What he said about eating beef and mutton was indeed a big mouthful, but only one mouthful. But seeing that it was Li Dun who paid for the meal, Yangqing tolerated it. Besides, the young master was enjoying his meal. He was just an unlucky kid who grew up eating dead people's meat. What was there to be picky about? After 2 bowls of ramen, Yangqing felt that it was about time. He thought about it and realized that he still had some time in the afternoon. Tang Wan would probably be resting after she got home. He could visit her tomorrow or the day after. He could take this opportunity to go to Yulei International's branch in Beijing and check on Huilin. Huilin had recently released a new album and was about to hold her first solo concert. She should be very busy, and there was no one to accompany her. This time, he happened to be in Beijing. If he didn't visit her, it would be too unfair to this poor child. Li Dun, send me somewhere, Yangqing said directly to Li Dun. Li Dun was drinking the last bit of soup in his ramen. He asked with a muffled voice, sure, where are you going? I'm going to Yulei International's branch in Beijing, Yangqing said. Li Dun took out his phone and searched for something. After a while, he said, Yulei International's branch is at the easternmost part of the 5th Ring Road. It's at least an hour and a half away from here. If I were to drive my car there, it would consume a lot of gas. I'll have to drive home again. I think you should take a taxi. The corner of Yangqing's mouth twitched. Is everyone in the Li family so thrifty? Damn it. If you don't use the Hummer, can't you get someone to drive a Shali? Li Dun patted Yangqing's shoulder. I don't care if others can solve it. I'll start saving the Earth's energy from now on. I'm a soldier and I don't watch much TV. I'm sure you understand. Yangqing realized something. The word friend was perfect when you weren't familiar with it. But once you got closer, you would realize that it was full of holes. Yangqing couldn't be bothered to talk to Li Dun anymore. He went out and hailed a taxi. As for Sky Dragon and Yizi, he naturally couldn't ask them to babysit forever. If they were willing, Yangqing would feel uncomfortable. But Li Dun ran out and greeted Yangqing, who was about to get into the taxi. Watch carefully, don't get into an illegal taxi. Remember to ask the driver to check the meter. The regretful Yangqing waited for an hour and a half until they arrived at the branch of Yulei International. Only then did he calm down. Along the way, he wanted to jump out of the car and beat Li Dun up again, but he held back in the end. It was a bad decision to make friends. Fortunately, they had only known each other for half a day. It would be best if they didn't meet each other in the future. That was how men were. They would act cool when they didn't know each other, but they would be flirtatious when they got to know each other. The branch of Yulei International was located in the upper half of a standalone office building. It had a total of more than 10 floors. In a place like Beijing, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, such wealth was quite terrifying. Yangqing had already called Hui Lin when he was in the car. However, although Hui Lin's phone was connected, she didn't pick up. This made Yangqing a little uncertain if she was in the company. He decided to come and take a look first. They took the elevator to the floor where the front desk of Yulei International was located. Yangqing ran to the two beautiful female employees at the front desk and asked with a smile, "May I know if Miss Hui Lin is in the company?" One of the female employees smiled and asked, "Sir, are you talking about Miss Hui Lin?" Only then did Yangqing remember that Hui Lin was her Taoist name. Now that she was a celebrity, she had changed it to Lin Hui. "Yes, I'm her family member." "I would like to meet her," said Yangqing. The female employee shook her head apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir. You can't meet Miss Hui Lin without an appointment. Also, you haven't proved that you are her family member." Yangqing was a little depressed. Speaking of which, he was the director of Yulei Entertainment. He was in charge of this branch of Yulei International. He wanted to meet someone in his own company, but he was rejected. Yangqing had no choice but to say, "I'm your director. I'm Yangqing. I'm not an outsider." The two female employees suddenly giggled. They looked at Yangqing up and down playfully. "Sir, do you have a name card?" Yangqing was stunned. Name card? Zhao Ting did give him a box in the past, but he had never used it. He didn't have the habit of carrying it with him either. What a mistake. Seeing that Yangqing couldn't take out anything, the receptionist was even more convinced. She despised Yangqing several times in her heart. Although Yangqing's clothes were branded, he was too simple, and he wasn't handsome. The female receptionist thought that the branded clothes on this man were probably all fake. They didn't believe that such a person was the director of the company, Yangqing. Yangqing scratched his head and had an idea. He said to the receptionist, "How about this? Don't you have a computer? Check the company's information. There should be a photo of me, right? You can confirm it after taking a look." The receptionist was helpless, but seeing that Yangqing seemed to be very serious, she could only casually search the company's internal archives. When they found director Yangqing's photo, the two female receptionists revealed puzzled expressions. They raised their heads and compared the man in front of them. It felt like it really was the same person. "Beautiful ladies, do you believe me now? I'm just not wearing a suit and tie," Yangqing smiled bitterly. The receptionist smiled awkwardly, "See? Oh no, Director Yang, I didn't expect it to be you. We just started working in the company not long ago, so we're not familiar with each other. I'm sorry." It's fine, it's fine. You're just doing your job." Yangqing was generous. After all, the company had just been established and everyone was new. He then asked again, "Is Hui Lin in the company now?" The receptionist replied, "Yes, Miss Hui Lin is in the studio one floor above. Deputy Director Zhuang is in a meeting." Due to the company's location in Beijing, it was impossible to manage too many things remotely. Therefore, the daily administration of the company was managed by a deputy director named Shuang Feng. Yangqing had only heard of this person, but he had never seen him before. After finally finding out where Hui Lin was, Yangqing immediately turned around and walked towards the elevator. At the same time, he sighed. It was so hard to get things done in an unfamiliar place. Actually, Yangqing could only blame himself for not having any travel experience. He didn't ask the company to send someone to get things done in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. The two female receptionists looked at Xianxia's back with a strange expression on their faces. It was obvious that their company's director looked like this in real life. It was a blow to their hearts. Ding dong. The elevator went up another floor. After Xianxia came out, he looked around and walked towards the conference room. When he arrived at the black-red door of the conference room, Xianxia noticed that there were two men in short-sleeved military uniforms guarding the door. Xianxia could easily tell that these two were skilled special forces soldiers. Even if you lay international hired security guards, they wouldn't wear military uniforms, let alone special forces soldiers. The only explanation was that there were outsiders here. Xianxia frowned. He didn't think too much about it and walked up to knock on the door. But the two soldiers directly blocked in front of Xianxia and said coldly, "Unrelated people are not allowed in for now. Go." Xianxia ignored them and shouted towards the door of the conference room, "Hui Lin. Your brother Yang is here to find you. Open the door." If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be embarrassed to shout in the company. But Xianxia didn't care. Although he could knock down the two soldiers in the blink of an eye, it was better to be obedient if he could solve it with his mouth. Before he left, Sister Lin had told him to be lenient when possible. This shout was mixed with some inner strength, so the people inside could definitely hear it. As expected, there was a commotion from inside. Hui Lin's familiar voice called out in surprise, "Brother Yang." Then, she ran towards the door. When the door opened, Xianxia finally saw Hui Lin, who he had not seen for a long time. Now that she had become a superstar, her makeup was carefully selected by a professional makeup artist and a stylist. She was no longer the young and immature girl she used to be. Her jet black hair was cut with a slanted fringe. She was wearing a light blue checkered top and a bright yellow pleated skirt. She had light eyeshadow and lip gloss on her. Huilin, who was originally just a pretty girl, after dressing up, the ethereal and quiet beauty that she had cultivated since she was a child on Mount Amei was vividly displayed. She also had the charm of a little woman, which really made people's eyes light up. Huilin's bright eyes were filled with joy. She almost pounced on Xianxia and hugged him. "Brother Yang, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Xianxia shrugged and said gloomily, "I don't know how many times I called you, but you didn't pick up." Huilin was stunned. A trace of resentment appeared in her eyes. She turned around and asked a middle-aged woman in a black uniform, "Sister Mei Feng, why didn't you tell me that Brother Yang called?" Xianxia looked into the conference room and saw that there were a few other people sitting in the conference room with different expressions on their faces. At the head of the conference table was a bespectacled middle-aged man in a beige suit. There were a few other men and women who seemed to be the company's management. The woman in the black uniform whom Hui Lin had questioned was also among them. "Yang Lai? He's here too?" When Yang Chen's gaze came into contact with a terrifyingly gloomy young man in military uniform sitting at the innermost area, Yang Chen pursed his lips. No wonder there were soldiers guarding outside. If it was Yang Lai, then it made sense. Would the Yang family need soldiers to order them around? The two soldiers did not stop Xianxia from shouting. They wanted to drag Xianxia out of the room, but Yang Lai said, "You don't have to stand guard. You can leave now." Although the two soldiers were confused, they immediately obeyed and left. They did not know that Yang Lai did not want to have a conflict with Xianxia. At that moment, the woman in the black uniform responded coldly to Hui Lin's question, "Miss Hui Lin, as your manager, I have to be responsible for your work and life. Interacting with strangers will negatively affect your reputation. So, of course, I don't need to tell you about some unnecessary phone calls." Xianxia frowned. Since when did Hui Lin have such an overbearing manager? Brother Yang is not a stranger. Hui Lin stomped her feet and pouted angrily. "Humph, then who is he to you?" Yang Lai, who was sitting inside, sneered and asked. Hui Lin was speechless. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Lai. She was innocent and would not lie. After all, her relationship with Xianxia was mostly because of Lin Ruoxi. She did not know who she was to Xianxia. Xianxia walked forward and patted Hui Lin's shoulder. He said to the crowd, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. I'm Yangqing, the director of Yulei Entertainment. Hui Lin is my wife's younger sister, which means she's my sister-in-law. She's my family. I'm here to visit her. It should be okay, right? Get your filthy hands off me. The manager in black suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Yangqing. She smiled disdainfully and said, "Do you think Hui Lin is so naive and easy to fool? Do you think we will be fooled by you? You're like a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I advise you to get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for sending you to the police station." The smile on Yangqing's face disappeared. He looked at her indifferently. If he had known about the relationship between this woman and Hui Lin, he would have slapped her. "Hui Lin, who is this woman with menopausal mania?" Yangqing asked in a deep voice. When the black-clothed woman heard this, she flew into a rage and snapped, "Watch your dog mouth. Do you want to go to jail?" When Hui Lin heard what the woman in black said about Yangqing, she was also angry. She said angrily, "She's the woman that Yang Lai forced into the company to be my manager. Everyone calls her Sister Mei Feng. They say she's a very capable manager and has many A-list artists under her management. Does that mean it has nothing to do with you?" Yangqing asked. Hui Lin nodded. "Yes, she taught me some things. The rest is nothing. I'm sorry, Brother Yang. Sister Mei Feng said that I'm an artist now and I can't answer any phone calls. That's why I left my phone with her. I didn't know you were calling me. So it's AB*TCH that someone forced to be by Hui Lin's side." Yangqing grinned. Mei Feng's face was livid. She looked as if she wanted to swallow Yangqing alive. She said in a displeased tone, "Miss Hui Lin, you're my artist and you've signed a contract with me. Don't blame me for not taking responsibility for your career when the time comes." It was you who went overboard first, Sister Mei Feng." Hui Lin was also angry and her face was red. The atmosphere was tense. The man in the beige suit could no longer hold back. He stood up with a smile and tried to smooth things over. "So it's Director Yang. I'm so sorry I didn't receive any notice. Otherwise, I would have welcomed you. I'm Zhuang Feng, the deputy director here. It's our first time meeting each other. Please don't take offense, Director Yang." Zhuang Feng had obviously been in the workplace for many years. He stepped forward warmly and stood between Yangqing and Mei Feng. He shook Yangqing's hand regardless of whether he was willing or not. He said, "Director Yang, we were just discussing the details of Miss Hui Lin's first concert. It's great that you're here. Let's discuss it together. What I want to know is, why is that person in my company?" Yangqing pointed at Yang Lai, who was standing behind him. Zhuang Feng hurriedly explained that Major General Yang is the new general of the Beijing Garrison Army. He's Miss Hui Lin's old friend and he's here to help Miss Hui Lin. He then whispered into Yangqing's ear, "Director Yang, it's better to avoid trouble. Miss Mei Feng's status in the entertainment industry and the upper class of society is very high. The artists under her are all big shots that no one can afford to offend. And that Major General Yang is the eldest grandson of the Yang family in Beijing. Businessmen like us can't afford to offend either of them. Even if General Lin were here personally, he would have to endure it." Yangqing had not expected Yang Lai to become a major general in Beijing after not seeing him for so long. It seemed like the status of the Yang family had not dropped much because of Yang Pejuan's defeat. Otherwise, it would be too much of a stretch to become a general at such a young age without any military achievements. At this moment, Yang Lai stood up with a cold smile and said, "I'm the exclusive sponsor of this concert and I'm also responsible for Hui Er's safety. Of course I should be here. On the other hand, you're just a son of a bitch who lives off a woman. How dare you barge into a meeting like this? You really have no upbringing. TSK, that's right, it's your fault for not having parents to look after you since you were young." Yangqing glanced at Yang Lai calmly. He did not show any anger, as if he could not be bothered with him. Instead, he walked straight towards Mei Feng. "What, now that you know who I am, you want to kneel down?" Mei Feng sneered. Mei Feng had been in the entertainment industry for many years, and many of the artists under her management were superstars and queens. She was one of the most unreachable managers in the Asian entertainment industry. She was also the vice president of an entertainment company. If it wasn't for Yang Lai's powerful background, she wouldn't have signed a newcomer like Hui Lin in such a short time. Even though Hui Lin had Kristen's approval, Mei Feng didn't think much of it. Hence, she had the right to be arrogant, and with the support of the Yang family, Mei Feng took over the reins of power. She didn't take Yulei Entertainment, a newly established entertainment company, seriously. Yulei International was indeed at its peak, but in the entertainment industry, Mei Feng was the one who could call the shots. In her opinion, as long as Hui Lin wanted to stay in the entertainment industry, no one would dare to go against her. In fact, if it wasn't for Yang Lai's forceful interference, Yulei Entertainment would have been in charge of Hui Lin's debut. This was because Lin Ruashi wanted to give Hui Lin a good platform to develop her singing career. Naturally, she wouldn't have hired a manager from outside. But Yulei International was just a company, and it was too easy for a young master like Yang Lai, who had a military background and a government background, to interfere. Although Hui Lin hated Yang Lai, she was a gentle person with little social experience. Abbess Yun Miao, who could protect her in Beijing, couldn't possibly control her too much. Forcefully stopping Yang Lai from getting close to Hui Lin wasn't in line with the Lin family's position. The moment Mei Feng took over as Hui Lin's manager, she cut off most of Hui Lin's contact with the people around her. This was why Yangqing and the others didn't know that Hui Lin had changed managers. Yangqing smiled brightly at the arrogant female manager. "You just said, you want me to go to jail, so I want to give you a chance." Mei Feng stared coldly at Yangqing, not understanding what Yangqing was trying to say. But the next second, Mei Feng had no time to think. Without warning, Yangqing raised his left hand and grabbed Mei Feng's neck like a pair of steel pincers. Mei Feng's eyes widened, and in her panic, her body felt light as she was lifted into the air. Mei Feng held dryly, unable to speak. She kicked and kicked, but to no avail. Her face began to turn red and she began to gasp for air. "Director Yang. Please don't do it. Big Brother Yang." Zhuang Feng and Hui Lin were a little anxious. Although Mei Feng wasn't a good person, she was a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. If something were to happen to her in Yulei Entertainment, it would definitely cause an uproar. On the other hand, Yang Lai looked at Yangqing mockingly, as if to say, "Let's see if you have the guts to do it." Yangqing ignored the warnings of the people around him and walked over to the window of the conference room. He looked out of the window expressionlessly. They were on the 40th floor of the building. Looking down, the cars looked like matchboxes, and the bottom of the building was an empty street. Mei Feng was almost out of breath. Her eyes rolled back and her body went limp. Without hesitation, Yangqing flung Mei Feng towards the window like a hammer. Bang! The glass and the surrounding alloy couldn't withstand Yang Chen's powerful swing and shattered into pieces. Mei Feng's body fell to the ground along with the sharp shards of metal. "Ah! Murder!" The other female executives in the conference room screamed, their faces pale as they rushed out of the door, not daring to stay a second longer. Zhuang Feng was also stunned. He had thought that Yangqing was only going to scare Mei Feng, he didn't expect him to kill her. And, it was such a terrifying killing technique. On the 40th floor, her body smashed through the reinforced glass and bumper, then fell to the concrete floor. She would have been smashed into a meat patty. Sky Dragon and Yezi happened to be having afternoon snacks in an Infinity SUV in a parking lot downstairs of the building. They had followed Yangqing all the way here, but did not follow him. After all, they were only keeping an eye on Yangqing's movements, not watching him closely. That would incur Yangqing's displeasure, and that was not what they wanted to see. Come to think of it, in Yulei's company, Yangchen would just meet Huilin in Beijing, there wouldn't be any problem. However, before they could finish their desserts, they saw a woman dressed in black descending from the sky. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and blood splattered everywhere. The two of them were stunned for a long time before Yi Zi said in a trembling voice, "Brother. Brother Sky Dragon. How did this happen?" Sky Dragon seemed to have realized something as he sighed in pain. "It's over. General Kai told us to keep an eye on Yang Chen and not let him cause any trouble in Beijing. Now, we're really too embarrassed to face anyone." In the conference room, Zhuang Feng was about to pee his pants. He regretted coming to work at Ulay Entertainment. What kind of company was this? How could there be such a person as his superior? After all, Huilin wasn't an ordinary girl. Although she was greatly shocked, she didn't feel too sad for Mei Feng's death. From her point of view, Mei Feng had angered Yang Chen, so it wasn't strange for her to die. However, Yang Chen's actions would definitely cause some trouble, which made her eyes filled with worry. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Lai suddenly clapped his hands with a smile and stood up. Good courage, good kill. Mei Feng had been killed, but as the employer, he did not show any dissatisfaction. In fact, he was very happy, as if he had expected this. Yang Qing said calmly, did you think that by doing this, you could lure the people from Hongmeng to start a war with me and defeat me? Perhaps your stupid plan worked, but if you want to die, I don't mind sending you off now. It was obvious that Mei Feng was just a stupid pawn. She was unknowingly used by Yang Lai to provoke Yang Qing and cause Yang Qing to start a massacre in Yanjing. And this time, Yang Lai had indeed found Yang Qing's weakness. He had started with Huilin and publicly humiliated Yang Qing. Yang Qing would not tolerate such a method. Yang Lai laughed maniacally, his face contorted. You want me to die? Fine. Bring it on. You're right, I want you to be killed by the people from Hongmeng. Do you really think that you're invincible? Do you? Think that with the old man protecting you, you can sit back and relax? I won't let you have a good life. Come and kill me, kill me. Kill the grandson of the Yang family. Let's see if Hongmeng will still sit back and watch. As you wish. As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, his body flashed and appeared in front of Yang Lai. Even though Yang Lai had the help of Kunlun's elixirs and was talented, he was still young. He had not entered the Xiantian realm yet. As soon as Yang Chen got close, Yang Lai immediately felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. Mustering up his cultivation, Yang Lai tried to stand up straight in front of Yang Qing. But no matter how hard he tried to resist, he found that the space around him was starting to shrink like a plastic bottle, wrapping around his entire body. His arms and legs were constricted and could not be extended. Gradually, the veins on Yang Lai's body bulged and his blood boiled. In the end, he knelt down on the ground. Just the true core force that Yang Qing casually emitted was not something that Yang Lai could withstand. Even though Yang Lai was unwilling, he was shocked. This man has become stronger again? What kind of monster is he? Huilin also had a certain level of martial arts cultivation base, and naturally saw some things, and opened her small mouth in surprise. She realized that Yang Chen's cultivation base had exceeded the scope of martial arts she could imagine. In my eyes, you are no different from trash. Yang Qing looked down at Yang Lai, who was kneeling on the ground, and said slowly, I don't believe that with your intelligence, you can come up with such a way to lure me to attack Hongmeng. Because you are not good enough to understand Hongmeng. Besides, the Yang family would not give you money to invest in Huilin's concert. So, someone must have instructed you to do all this. Yang Lai raised his head with difficulty, and said with his teeth trembling, Humph, so what? I am not the only one who wants you dead. I will not tell you. Yang Chen sneered. I didn't ask you to tell me either. There have always been people who wanted me dead, but I'm still alive and well. Those people might not even be standing in front of me. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. I will send you off. Seeing that Yang Qing was about to take Yang Lai away, Huilin could not help but shout, Brother Yang. Don't. Huilin's words were effective. Yang Qing paused and looked at the girl. Brother Yang, if you kill Yang Lai, Aunt Xuehua will be very sad. You are brothers after all. Huilin was very afraid, but she felt that if she did not stop Yang Qing, Xuehua would be too sad in the end. No one in the family would be happy, and she would regret it. I don't have such a bastard brother. If you want to kill me, do it quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. Hearing Huilin's plea, Yang Lai's eyes were filled with rage. His eyes were bloodshot and he said viciously. The look in Yang Qing's eyes changed rapidly. It was not that he did not consider Xuehua. Without Xuehua, Yang Lai would have died a long time ago. However, if he kept Yang Lai alive, he would definitely not give up. He was definitely a hidden danger. After a long time, Yangqing let out a sigh and said, I once crippled you, but I also saved you. Now it seems that it was not a good thing to save you. Based on your nature, you should just be an ordinary person from now on. Yang Lai seemed to realize something. He shouted hoarsely, son of AB******. If you have the guts, give me a quick death. It was useless for him to beg for death. One of Yang Cheng's hands was placed on Yang Lai's head. A stream of scorching true core went straight into Yang Lai's limbs and bones. Yang Lai let out a painful scream. Several white gaseous wisps spread out from the top of his head, and then he fainted. Huilin, who was next to her, covered her small mouth. Of course, she knew that Yang Chen had destroyed Yang Lai's dantian and 8 extraordinary meridians with his much stronger cultivation base, and abolished Yang Lai's cultivation base. When Yang Lai woke up, he was no different from an ordinary person. In fact, he was even weaker than an ordinary person. He was completely crippled. He would never have the chance to cultivate his inner force again. For an expert, to suddenly vanish into the crowd was worse than killing him. Such a punishment was no less than killing him. However, Huilin knew that this was Yang Cheng's biggest concession. What Yang Lai had done was challenging Yang Cheng's bottom line. After Yang Chen was done, he said to the dumbfounded Zhuang Feng, Deputy Director Zhuang, clean up this place, and send this person to a random hospital. Zhuang Feng suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Yang Chen with fear in his eyes. Although he was confused, he realized that Director Yang was not an ordinary person. He did not dare to ask any more questions and quickly followed Yang Cheng's instructions. However, he was already staggering when he walked, which was quite difficult for him. It took nearly an hour for the disturbance to calm down. Zhuang Feng gathered the executives who witnessed Yang Chen's murder and asked them to keep their mouths shut. It wasn't a difficult task, as these people had long been frightened by Yang Chen. How would they dare to gossip? Sky Dragon and Yizi also secretly used the police to arrange for Meifeng's death to be an accident. This way, it would only be a matter of the entertainment industry and would not affect society. Zhuang Feng didn't expect that the most troublesome issue of Meifeng's death could be covered up by someone else. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Director Yang's background was unfathomable, so he was especially cautious and didn't dare to be careless with Yang Chen. After the matter was settled, it was back to work. In Zhuang Feng's office, Zhuang Feng made a cup of tea for Yang Qing. He asked respectfully, Director Yang, although Sister Mei Feng deserves to die, Miss Hui Lin's new album release and concert are about to start. It will be difficult without a manager. What do you suggest, Director Yang? Hui Lin sat beside Yang Qing, blinking her eyes in anticipation. What happened just now did not affect her much. Instead, Yang Qing listened to her advice at the last minute and did not kill Yang Lai. This made her very happy. She felt that it was wonderful that Yang Qing listened to her. Vice President Shuang, I'll tell you the truth. Yang Qing knew that he had scared Zhuang Feng, so he tried to speak gently. Actually, Yulei Entertainment was founded by our General Lin for his sister, Lin Hui. He wanted to give her a clean environment, sing the songs she likes, and do the work she likes. So, from now on, if anyone wants to interfere with Lin Hui's business, let us know first. Don't let your guard down just because of some privileged people. Zhuang Feng was stunned. He realized that both Lin Ruoshi and Lin Hui's surname were Lin. So, the CEO was Lin Hui's sister? As for Yang Cheng's use of the word "our," Zhuang Feng was confused, but he did not dare to ask. He smiled and said, so it's the CEO's sister. Miss Hui Lin, why didn't you tell me earlier? I almost made a big mistake. If the CEO fired me, it would be so embarrassing. I've only been in office for less than half a year. Hui Lin bit her lip and lowered her head shyly. She did not know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable when Yang Qing called her sister. As for the manager, I'll send someone to invite a team over. Vice President Shuang, you don't have to worry about this. From today onwards, as long as you take good care of Lin Hui, Yu Lei will treat you well, Yang Chen said. Yang Chen wasn't at ease to find someone he didn't know to be Huilin's manager. Instead of letting others take advantage of him, he might as well call some of his own people whom he could trust. As for who to hire, it could be Kristen. After all, she specialized in the entertainment industry. She should have quite a few professional teams. At the same time, he could also hire his butler, Ron, from Europe. That old man was also in the fashion industry. He would have no shortage of managers. He would just have to ask around and choose whoever was suitable. Zhuang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if Yangqing could solve the problem. He smiled and said, "Of course, I'll do my best to protect Miss Hui Lin. However, I hope that Director Yang can arrange for her manager and team to come to the company as soon as possible. We don't have much time left. It will take some time to hand over the work at hand." Yangqing was about to say that it was no problem when his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was Tang Wan. He quickly picked it up and asked, "Why aren't you resting? You need some time to recover." On the other end of the line, Tang Wan seemed to be in a good mood. She said gently, "You're such a busy man. Why did you leave in such a hurry? Which lover did you go to see this time?" "If I have a lover in Beijing, it would be you," Yangqing said helplessly. Tang Wan giggled. "Am I already your lover?" Yangqing noticed that Hui Lin was staring at him with a gossipy gaze. He was afraid that Hui Lin would tell on him to Lin Ruoshi. He coughed and said, "Let's not talk about this." "What's the matter?" "I'm in the company dealing with some business. It's like this. Grandpa and I think that we should invite you to our house for dinner to thank you. May I know if Uncle Yang would do us the honor?" Yangqing smiled. "Of course. I'll eat and drink for free and save money for a meal. Text me the address, I'll go after I'm done with my business." After the meal was settled, Yangqing hung up the phone and said to Zhuang Feng, "You don't have to worry about the manager team. They'll arrive in a day at most. As for the specific details, I'll give you my contact number. You can discuss it with the team." Yangqing didn't have any professional knowledge. He could only bridge the gap. After talking about the company's recent situation, he followed Hui Lin to visit the Beijing branch office. In the end, they went to the recording studio to listen to a few songs from Hui Lin's new album. Even though Yangqing didn't know much about music, he was stunned for a long time when he heard the songs that Hui Lin sang. Perhaps it was because she grew up on Mount Amei, Hui Lin's voice exuded a purity that seemed to be out of the secular world. Her natural singing made the songs that were a fusion of various genres of music full of classical charm, and could capture a special feeling in an instant. Zhuang Feng accompanied her the whole time. He praised, "There are a lot of singers nowadays. But those who can become the future heavenly king and queen all have the ability to differentiate themselves. Miss Hui Lin's voice can make anyone forget all their worries. I believe that after her official debut, she will soon become popular in Asia and even the world." Yangqing nodded. He wasn't flattering her. At least, he felt that way. However, Hui Lin had to stay in Beijing to continue with her work. It was also time for Yangqing to attend the Tang family's banquet. As night fell, Hui Lin and Zhuang Feng sent them off reluctantly. They left the branch office reluctantly. This time, Yangqing didn't take a taxi. Instead, he looked around and found the car that Sky Dragon and Yizi were in. Sky Dragon and Yizi seemed to have guessed that Yangqing would come looking for them. They opened the car door early. Yangqing sat in the comfortable infinity compartment and stretched. Looking at Sky Dragon and Yizi's depressed faces, he said happily, "I'm going to the Tang family for dinner. I think it's better for you to send me there. Otherwise, I won't be able to get a taxi." Sky Dragon sighed. "Yangchen, you're too careless. Although Mei Feng isn't a big shot, it's easy to cause a chain reaction if you kill her. Also, what about Yan Lai? Do you really think that crippling his cultivation will make him behave?" Yangqing scratched his ear and smiled. "What will come sooner or later. Since so many people want to use Hongming to deal with me, there's no point in hiding. If I back down because of my hesitation, those people will only go overboard. But I still have to thank you for your help. Don't worry, I won't drag you down at this critical moment." Sky Dragon wanted to say something but Yizi tugged at her husband and shook her head. Just as Yangqing had said, there were some things that couldn't be avoided. Not long after, the car passed through the brightly lit streets and headed towards the Tang family's residence. In the high-end single ward of the First People's Hospital of Yanjing, a young man sat on the bed in the dim light. His face was ashen and his eyes were dim, as if he was a walking corpse. The nurse who was changing the man's for didn't even dare to look at the man. After changing a bag of glucose, she immediately slipped out. The man in the hospital gown was Yang Lai, whose cultivation had been destroyed by Yanqing. When Yang Lai woke up, he found himself lying in the hospital without any strength in his body. When he realized that his dantian was empty, he wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide. After returning to Yanjing from Kunlun, Yang Pijun arranged for him to become a major general of the garrison army. He was supposed to have a great future, but now he had become a cripple. Yang Lai didn't know how to face Yang Pijun, and he didn't know how to face Yang Gongming. So, he was glad that the news hadn't spread, but when he thought that he would see them sooner or later, he wanted to disappear. But, the deep resentment towards Yanqing made him unwilling to die like this. At this time, the door of the ward opened again. A man in a white coat, unkempt, walked to the side of the bed with an evil smile. TSK, it seems like you, who don't have any internal energy cultivation, are really weak. Why do you need to inject glucose? The person who came was Yan Buwen. Yang Lai looked at him coldly and said gloomily, Yan Buwen. You still have the face to come see me. Young Master Yang, what do you mean by this? You are my comrade. Your martial arts were destroyed, of course I have to come and see you. Yan Buwen said with a smile. Humph, comrade? If it wasn't for your sour idea to get me involved in Yulei Entertainment's business and arrange for that stupid woman to be Huiyer's manager, saying something to provoke that son of a bitch, would I be where I am today? Yang Lai said emotionally. Yan Buwen shook his finger, there is no problem with my plan. From the blood on Yanqing's hands, it can be seen that my plan is successful. You have to think carefully. In my plan, the goal was to let Yanqing kill someone in the end to attract the attention of the outside world and get closer to the people from Hongmeng. I didn't ask you to provoke Yangchen and get him to destroy your cultivation base. You're the one who brought this upon yourself. What did you say? Yang Lai was infuriated. He wanted to stand up and punch Yan Buwen, but he had already lost his cultivation and was now just an ordinary person. He barely managed to stand up and punch Yan Buwen, but his fist was caught by Yan Buwen. Don't touch me. You're not worthy. Yan Buwen smirked and flung Yang Lai's soft fist away. Yang Lai was thrown onto the bed. His shoulders twitched and he lowered his head. He actually cried in pain. Yan Buwen watched silently. He didn't make a sound. There was no emotion in his eyes. After a long time, when Yang Lai was about to cry, Yan Buwen said, Young Master Yang, you. Do you want to become Yanqing? Yang Lai raised his head in a daze and asked in a daze, WH. What? Let me ask you, do you want to become Yanqing? Do you want to have the same power as Yanqing, or even stronger than Yanqing? Yan Buwen's lips curled into a strange smile. Yang Lai was stunned. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. Yan Buwen bent down and his face was right in front of Yang Lai. He said in a hoarse voice and his eyes flickered with a strange light. He smiled evilly and said, if you give everything to me, I will make you a god. In the dim ward, the man's rough voice was like the summoning of a devil from hell. At the same time, Yanqing, who had come to the Tang family for dinner, had no idea that someone was digging more and more obstacles for his future. On the way to the Tang family, Yanqing also called Kristen in the United States and Ron in Europe. Finally, they decided to let Ron send a world-class manager and artist packaging team to Beijing to be Hui Lin's personal team. After chatting for a while, Ron missed his master Yanqing very much. He kept asking Yanqing when he would go back, which made Yanqing feel ashamed. It took a long time to comfort him. Finally, they arrived at the Tang family's residence. It was not as antique as Yanqing had imagined. Instead, it was a collection of modern and elegant villas. Sky Dragon and Yizi did not follow him in after sending him there. Tang Tang had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. When she saw Yang Chen, she immediately dragged Yang Chen inside. As she walked, she grumbled, Uncle, when do you plan to give birth to a little Tang Tang with my mother? You saved my mother's life this time. I think she can't wait to repay you with her body. Yang Chen was speechless. What little Tang Tang? This kind of girl was enough to torment people. He waved his hand and said, "No wonder your mother always said that you are unlucky. Can't you be more normal? How can you talk about your mother like that?" "I'm telling the truth. My biggest strength is honesty," Tang Tang said with a smile, "unlike you, uncle. You are so lustful, but you always pretend to be noble. If it were me, I would have climbed into bed long ago." Climb into bed? Yangqing had some fantasies in his mind. With Tang Wan's hot, mature body, if she really did some bed exercises, she should be comparable to Catherine's beautiful woman. One must know that according to Tang Wan's experience, she actually had no experience in this area. The taste would be more and more unusual. Thinking about it, Yangqing almost blushed. He didn't know if Tang Tang really thought this or if she was joking. Could it be that she really hoped that something would happen between him and Tang Wan? Yangqing didn't think too much about it. To Tang Tang, other men might not be able to get close to her mother, but Yangqing was different. This was because Yangqing had first obtained Tong Tong's approval, and only then did he have an emotional entanglement with Tang Wan. And this time, if it wasn't for Yangqing, Tang Wan might have left Tang Tang. Therefore, Tang Tang didn't reject this life-saving benefactor as her father. As for Fang Zhongping as her father, although Tang Tang acknowledged him, she didn't have deep feelings for him. After passing by a few villas with unique designs, he realized that the Tang family's area was indeed quite large. However, it was a large family after all. After they started to spread their branches, it was understandable that each family would have their own villa. However, the Tang family members were usually scattered all over Xianxia, and even overseas. Not many of them stayed at home, so most of the houses were empty. They went all the way to the most central three-story villa. In the courtyard, there was a round pavilion with a slightly ancient-looking charm. It was brightly lit. A table of banquets was placed in the pavilion, and a few servants were busying about. During the banquet, Old Master Tang, Tang Wan, and the others were chatting happily. Seeing that Tang Tang had arrived with Yangqing, Old Master Tang was the first to stand up. A group of people followed suit and stood up to welcome Yangqing. Among them, other than Old Master Tang, Tang Wan, and Tang Xian, Yangqing was acquainted with Don Huang. There were a few other men and women. They were probably direct relatives of the Tang family, but Yangqing had never seen them before. Tang Tang secretly whispered to Yangqing, "Uncle, everyone who came today is close to my mother, except for Uncle Don Huang." Yangqing smiled. Although Tang Tang was still young, she knew the situation of the two factions fighting in the Tang family. Thinking about it, everyone present, except for Don Huang, were core members of the Tang family who stood on Tang Wan's side. As for Don Huang, although he was competing with Tang Wan, he still had to keep up appearances. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to attend this banquet. "Yangqing, today is a family banquet. I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable, so I didn't invite anyone else. You are a distinguished guest of the Tang family. Sit beside me." Old Master Tang smiled and pointed to the seat next to him. It was between him and Tang Wan. Yangqing greeted the few members of the Tang family. When he shook hands with Don Huang said sincerely, "Thank you for saving my sister. Let's drink more today." Although he was competing with Tang Wan, Don Huang was magnanimous. Yangqing could feel that he was sincerely happy for Tang Wan's return. Perhaps it was this kind of magnanimity that allowed him to compete with Don Huang until now, even though Old Master Tang obviously took special care of Tang Wan. After everyone sat down, Tang Wan's uncles and aunts began to toast Yangqing. Yangqing could not tell who was the eldest. Although Old Master Tang's youngest son was Tang Xian's father, he was the third son. But Old Master Tang's siblings also had children. In this case, Yangqing did not find it strange that there were 7th uncle and 9th uncle. Yangqing drank a few glasses in a row. Before he even had a bite, he looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table. Just as he was about to dig in, he suddenly noticed a headache-inducing figure walking towards him. A hearty laughter spread through the courtyard. A young man carrying a large bag of guava walked over with his head held high. At the same time, he shouted to everyone from the Tang family, "I have brought you fruits." Who else could it be but Li Dun? Not to mention Yangqing, even Tang Zhichen, who had been through so much, could not help but twitch his eyes. Li Dun did not treat himself as an outsider at all. He placed the bag of guava that was sold by the kilogram on the ground and laughed, "Everyone is starting so soon? I bought some fruits on the way here, that's why I'm late. But there should still be seats, right?" Although Li Dun rarely appeared in Beijing, it did not mean that people did not know him. He was the grandson of the Li family, one of the two kings of Beijing. But this guy came here with a bag of guava that was only worth 3 to 4 RMB. Wasn't it a little too degrading? More importantly, everyone knew that no one had invited him. The first to react was old Master Tang. He smiled warmly and said, "Since the Li family's kid wants to join in the fun, then we welcome him with open arms. Gifts are too formal. Come, quickly take a seat. Everyone move a little, there are still seats. Housekeeper, get us another set of utensils." Old Master Tang was indeed thick-skinned. It was just a bag of guava and he still said gifts are too formal. Li Dun did not stand on ceremony. He gestured to the servant and said, Put the chair next to Miss Tang Xian. I know her very well." Tang Xian almost fell to the ground. She looked up angrily and glared at Li Dun. "What's wrong with this guy? He always picked on me at the hospital, and now he wants to sit next to me? Do I have a grudge against him?" Seeing this, the other Tang family members were puzzled. Tang Xian had always been by Tang Zhichen's side. When did she become so close to the young genius of the Li family? This was something that would greatly increase Tang Xian's status in the family. It was very important to build a good relationship with the Li family. If they could really build a relationship with the Li family through Tang Xian, they would be able to maintain a good relationship with the Li family even after old Master Tang passed away. Among the 4 major families, the Ning family, the most powerful one, had the fastest and smoothest change in the family leader. Ning Guangyao was sitting on Huaxia's throne, so he naturally became the head of the Ning family. Yang Gongming of the Yang family was much healthier than old Master Tang. Although he was not young, he had never been sick or injured. Li Mo's head of the Li family was much younger, but it was not time for him to be relieved of his responsibilities. Tang Zhichen was the only one who was nearing the end of his life, be it in terms of age or health. Therefore, the core members of the family had always been worried about how to stabilize the position of the Tang family after the death of old Master Tang. It was Li Dun's first time in the Tang family, so he was not familiar with the people present. However, he did not seem to be a stranger at all. As soon as he sat down, he poured a full glass of Mao Tai and toasted a few members of the Tang family who approached him. "Come, it's rare for me to have a meal with all of you. Thank you for not looking down on me, I'll drink first. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses. Li Dun raised his head in a righteous manner and poured a small cup of strong liquor into his mouth. It was at least 2 ounces. Everyone was puzzled, they did not say that he was going to drink as a punishment. "Nephew Li, you must be joking. We wouldn't dare to belittle the young master of the Li family. Moreover, he's one of the twin kings of the younger generation. Since we can have dinner together, it's only right for us to propose a toast." Don Juan acted like the future successor of the Tang family. He stood up and clinked glasses with Li Dun. Li Dun gulped down another mouthful of liquor and grinned. "What do you mean by 2 kings? It's not even as good as a salted duck egg." Suddenly, Li Dun turned to Tang Xian, who had been sitting quietly all this time. "Miss Tang Xian, would you mind pouring me a cup of wine?" Tang Xian was still annoyed, but when she heard Li Dun asking her to pour wine with a smile, she couldn't help but complain, "Can't you pour if you don't have hands?" As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xian's face stiffened. Sure enough, all the members of the Tang family glared at Tang Xian. Did she eat gunpowder? Didn't they know that this was a rare opportunity to curry favor with the Li family? Usually, Li Dun, the young master of the Li family, was fighting wars all over the world. How could they meet? Even in Beijing, with his eccentric personality, he rarely attended social events. Now that he was here, if Tang Xian messed it up, she would be the sinner of the Tang family. Unexpectedly, Li Dun was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, yes, I was being rude. I have hands. Everyone watched as Li Dun took the wine bottle and poured himself a cup. "Miss Tang Xian, a toast to you. After I finish, you can drink as much as you want." Li Dun raised his cup to Tang Xian. Everyone in the Tang family could tell that Li Dun seemed to have some special feelings for Tang Xian. Logically speaking, Tang Xichen should have been the first to propose a toast, but Li Dun was completely focused on Tang Xian. It was as if he was here for Tang Xian as well. Although Tang Xian was unwilling, she still stood up and clinked her cup with Li Dun. Then, she took a small sip. But because she was distracted, Tang Xian choked on the strong moutai she drank. Cough, cough. Tang Xian coughed softly. Tears welled up in her round eyes. Li Dun was shocked. He quickly put down his cup and patted Tang Xian's back a few times. He said awkwardly, Miss Tang Xian, I didn't know you weren't good at drinking. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so rude. I didn't mean to make you choke. Let go of me. Tang Xian suddenly realized that Li Dun was holding her back. Her face burned and she struggled out of Li Dun's grasp. Li Dun chuckled awkwardly, then turned to the stunned Tang clan members and said, I'm sorry, I'm actually a very serious person. I didn't mean to tease Miss Tang Xian. It's purely out of concern. Yangqing, who had been sitting there eating silently, glanced at Li Dun and shook his head with a smile. If anyone couldn't tell that Li Dun was interested in Tang Xian, then that person's EQ was really low. Tang Wan smiled and whispered into Yangqing's ear, I didn't expect Li Dun to like Xian heir. I used to worry that Xian heir would have a hard time getting married because she was always with grandpa. It seems like there's no need to worry anymore. That Li Dun is a bit of a lunatic. Why are you so relaxed? Yangqing smiled wickedly. Tang Wan looked at Yangqing with disdain. Even a man like you has a woman willing to follow him. Why would I be afraid of someone like Li Dun? Yangqing asked for a snub, so he pretended not to hear anything and continued to eat and drink. He was here for dinner, and wasn't interested in socializing with others. Tang Xichen watched the scene for a while with a kind smile on his face. When the crowd finally quieted down, he turned to Li Dun and said, Hey, Li Dun, we were supposed to thank Yangqing for saving my granddaughter, Tang Wan. But now that you're here, it's like we invited you. You have to apologize to Yangqing. Li Dun waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, Elder Tang. I know what Yangqing is thinking. He only wants to eat and drink, nothing else matters to him. He winked at Yangqing. Yangqing, who was eating a chicken drumstick, wanted to throw it at Li Dun's face. It seems like you used the excuse of having to drink as a penalty, and drank half a bottle of moutai, right? Yangqing rolled his eyes, unwilling to be outdone. Li Dun didn't blush. He patted his chest and said, I'm an honest man. Why would I measure a gentleman's heart with your mean measure? You treat people to a noodle shop, and you're worried about gas consumption after dropping off your friend's car. You're more like a mini-human. You're not even close to a villain. Alright. Tang Wan couldn't stand it anymore. You two aren't kids anymore. Why are you still bickering? Do you think the Tang family is a kindergarten? Tang Wan couldn't stop them anymore. Everyone in the room was trying their best to hold back their laughter when they heard that Li Dun was treating them to a noodle shop. A few servants even looked at Li Dun strangely, as if wondering why the young master of the Li family was so stingy. Did his family not give him any pocket money? Only Tang Xian sat next to Li Dun. Her head was lowered, but her eyes were full of disdain and sneer. After the boring quarrel between the two men came to an end, Don Juan picked a topic at the right time. He smiled at Yangqing and said, Mr. Yang, I heard that you have a close relationship with the Yang family in Yanjing. However, I've only heard some unorthodox news. I wonder if you can tell us tonight. The Tang family is also very curious. The relationship between Yangqing and the Yang family had been rumored in Yanjing before Yang Pejuan lost the election. After all, Yang Gongming's trip to the south and Guoshuahua's movements couldn't be hidden from people with ulterior motives. Don Juan asked this question at this time because he wanted to see the relationship between Yangqing and the Yang family. He wanted to see the situation clearly before communicating with Yangqing. After all, if the Yang family recognized Yangqing, then Yangqing would be the real first-in-line successor of the Yang family. If the Yang family didn't recognize him, then Yangqing would still be a shady character who couldn't be shown in public. Although the people in the room were not interested in Don Juan, they were still waiting for Yang Qing's reply with a face full of doubt. Yang Qing chewed on the meat and said, "A few days ago, I found my long-lost mother. As for the rest, I have nothing to say." After hearing this answer, the Tang family had a rough idea. It seemed that Yang Qing and Guo were living together. In that case, there was no clear boundary between him and the Yang family. If Yang Gongming didn't want to recognize Yang Qing, he wouldn't have gone to Zhonghai, and he wouldn't have allowed his daughter-in-law to stay with Yang Qing. At the thought of this, the Tang family became excited again. Yang Qing had saved Tang Wan time and time again, so he must have a close relationship with Tang Wan. Perhaps the Tang family could rely on Yang Qing and form a connection with the Yang family. As for the fact that Yang Qing was already married, these big families could directly filter it out. Tang Wan's daughter was already so big, she couldn't really get married in a big way. Therefore, even if there was a secret relationship, the Tang family didn't think much of it. Some even thought of Tang Tang and Yuan Yi from the Yuan family of Zhonghai. If they could get married in the future, they would be connected to the Yang family, which would be even happier. Many people were overjoyed. This was really an auspicious day. It seemed that the Yang family and the Li family would have a special relationship with the Tang family. However, no one knew that if Tang Wan really established a relationship with Yang Qing's value would be much greater than the Yang family. Li Dun was not surprised to hear that Yang Qing was related to the Yang family. The Li family was the one in charge of the security bureau. Li Dun always had first-hand information. However, he didn't care that Yang Qing was a descendant of the Yang family. Nothing too ridiculous happened during the rest of the meal. Li Dun tried to talk to Tang Xian from time to time, but Tang Xian only answered him mechanically and politely. She didn't seem to want to talk at all, which made some of the Tang clan members unhappy. Fortunately, Li Dun didn't mind at all. Instead, he became more and more interested in Tang Xian. He kept looking at Tang Xian with sparkling eyes, which made the Tang family members decide to carry out Tang Xian's work and try their best to unite the Li family with the Tang family through marriage. On the other hand, Yang Qing, who was supposed to thank Tang Xian, didn't get distracted. He only chatted with Tang Wan and Tang Xian and finished the meal quietly. When the banquet was about to end, Li Dun suddenly said to Tang Xian, who was about to stand up and serve Tang Zhichen, "Miss Tang Xian, can we find a quiet place for a moment? I have something to talk to you about." Li Dun didn't hide anything and made his request in front of everyone. Even if Tang Xian hated this man, she could guess that Li Dun was interested in her. Although it was strange, she still blushed. Just as she was about to reject him, she realized that the Tang family members were all giving her looks. Even Tang Zhichen and Tang Wan had expectant looks on their faces. Tang Xian knew that she couldn't reject him forcefully. She just wanted to listen to what he had to say and ignore it. She nodded and said, "Let's go to the garden then." "Hee, anywhere is fine. Miss Tang Xian, please lead the way." Li Dun was overjoyed and followed her. After Tang Xian left with Li Dun, everyone wanted to follow them and listen to what Li Dun had to say. However, the Tang family members weren't stupid. They knew that Li Dun was one of the top martial artists in Beijing. If they eavesdropped on him, they would lose more than they could gain. So, they could only arrange for the servants to stay away from the garden for a while. Yang Qing rubbed his slightly round belly and burped. He stood up and said to Tang Zhichen, "Grandpa Tang, I'll be leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality." After eating, Yang Qing suddenly remembered that he hadn't decided on a place to stay yet. He would definitely have to wait for a while before he could return to Zhonghai. Not only did he have to wait for Kai Yan to return to the Kai clan, he also had to solve Kai Ning's problem. Of course, after the incident with Yang Lai and Mei Feng, Yang Qing felt that he should stay at Hui Lin's place longer. At least until Hui Lin's album was released and the concert was completed. Although he was worried about Mo Qianni in Zhonghai, Yang Qing couldn't spare any time. He could only hope that Ma Guifeng would be more flexible to him. Right now, he had to find a place to stay. He was to ask Shuang Feng to stay at the branch office. Tang Zhichen did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked at Tang Wan. "Wan, you have just recovered. Don't rush back to Zhonghai. Stay at home for a few more days." Tang Zhichen said to Yang Qing, I think you haven't found a place to stay yet. Why don't you stay at home for a few more days? Tang Xichen said to Yangqing, I think you haven't found a place to stay yet. Why don't you let Wan Er accompany you and show you around while she's in Beijing? Otherwise, it's not a good idea for Wan Er to stay by my side every day. Tang Tang smiled ambiguously and said, Great-grandpa is really good at arranging things. I also think Mom should bring Uncle around. Tang Xichen pinched his great-granddaughter's nose affectionately and couldn't stop smiling. All the members of the Tang family were on Tang Wan's side, so they were happy to see that Tang Xichen cherished Tang Wan so much. It would be great if Yangqing could spend more time with Tang Wan. If Yangqing was just a married man, they would definitely oppose it. After all, no matter how complicated Tang Wan's situation was, she was still one of the heirs of the Tang family. However, Yang Chen was a descendant of the Yang clan. In the eyes of others, it was already confirmed that Yang Chen was a descendant of the Yang clan. It wasn't a big deal for Tang Wan to sacrifice her reputation. The relationship between large clans was a little messy, but if it really succeeded, others would be envious. I'll bring you to the villa that Tang Tang and I live in. It's big enough. I'll arrange a room for you. Tang Wan wasn't a shy woman. She quickly composed herself and walked up to him. Yangqing felt goosebumps all over his body when he felt the ambiguous gazes around him. It seemed that he was still relatively pure. He nodded and said, lead the way. He couldn't wait to get rid of these people. At the same time, in the backyard of the Tang family's house, the streetlights emitted a dim metallic luster. They looked like classical Western art. They shone with a faint white light, illuminating the garden at night. The path was paved with cobblestones. Flowers bloomed on the ground, creating a tranquil and gentle atmosphere under the night sky. Tang Xian, who was dressed in a light yellow dress, pouted. Her oval-shaped face, which was somewhat similar to Tang Wan's, was filled with annoyance. She walked all the way to the center of a quiet, wooden pavilion. Turning around, Tang Xian looked at Li Dun, who had been following her. She sized up the young master of the Li family, one of the two kings of Beijing. He wore a simple short-sleeved shirt and trousers that were similar to that of a working-class kid. His body was well-built, but he didn't look fit at all. Instead, he looked like a laborer who carried bricks all year round. Coupled with the silly smile on his face and one eye covered by a blindfold, he looked like a one-eyed stupid bear. How could someone like this be on the same level as the man she loved? Tang Xian wanted to shoot Li Dun. Speak. What do you want? Tang Xian said coldly. She shifted her gaze away from Li Dun and looked at the flowers. Li Dun smiled awkwardly, but when he spoke, he wasn't shy at all. Miss Tang Xian, I like you. Li Dun confessed. He said it without any warning. Tang Xian turned around. Even though she knew that this guy was interested in her, wasn't this a little too direct? Are you messing with me? Tang Xian said through gritted teeth. Li Dun swallowed and shook his head. Miss Tang Xian, this was the first time I saw you at the hospital. But ever since I got back, I've been thinking about you. Before I came to the Tang family for dinner, I realized that I like you. That's why I came here to tell you. Tang Xian thought to herself. But I can't wait to kill you. She smiled coldly and asked, like me? Just one look, and you like me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old who believes in love at first sight? Li Dun said sincerely, Miss Tang Xian, what if I told you that I really did fall in love at first sight? Are you a pig? I don't have time to joke with you. Tang Xian furrowed her brows. Li Dun was unmoved. Instead, he smiled and said, Miss Tang Xian, I'm sure you know that I'm Li Dun, the grandson of the Li family. In other words, the Li family that controls the Huaxia Security Bureau and half of Huaxia's special forces will be mine in the future. Yes, you're young Master Li, and I'm just a little concubine from the Tang family. Nobody cares about me. Please don't make fun of me, Tang Xian said sarcastically. Li Dun continued smiling. You see, Miss Tang Xian, you know the difference in status between us. But this is also the reason why I like you. What? Tang Xian was confused. Miss Tang Xian, do you know that all the girls around me, unless they don't know who I am, will do everything in their power to win my heart? They all want to become the mistress of the Li clan. But our Li clan, because of our special background, can only have one mistress. It's dangerous to have more than one mistress. As the head of the security bureau, the mistress of the Li family would naturally have access to some secrets, so it wasn't hard to understand Li Dun's words. But Miss Tang Xian, you're very special. This is the first time I've seen a girl who knows who I am. Not to mention that I'm from a noble family, but I can tell that you hate me from the bottom of your heart. You even want me dead. Li Dun's tone suddenly changed, and he continued, but Miss Tang Xian, you're special. Tang Xian was stunned. She didn't expect Li Dun to see through her so clearly. So what? Do I need a reason not to like you? I just want you to die. Do you think you'll like me just because of that? Tang Xian snorted. Li Dun smiled bitterly. This was the first time he showed such a helpless expression. Feelings are vague when they don't come. But once they come, you can't reject them. It's so clear that it's scary. Li Dun shook his head and smiled. Miss Tang Xian, I won't ask you why you hate me so much. I believe you'll tell me if you want to. But please believe me. It's because you're special that I'm interested in you. That's why I fell in love with you at first sight. I like you. This was the second time, the second confession. Tang Xian didn't know how to respond. She couldn't tell Li Dun that she hated him because she had Yan Buwen in her heart. That was why she hated this man who was as famous as Yan Buwen. She could only frown and mumble, "You're a madman." Madman, huh? Maybe. Miss Tang Xian, will you marry me? Li Dun laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, his eyes lit up and he said seriously, Miss Tang Xian, will you marry me? This time, Tang Xian was stunned speechless. Li Dun suddenly took out a small red jewelry box from his pocket. He knelt down on one knee and opened the box in front of Tang Xian. Inside the box was a big shiny diamond ring. It was at least 3 carats. It was priceless. He actually proposed to her directly. Time seemed to freeze. Tang Xian stared at the diamond ring in a daze. Li Dun had a rare look of sincerity on his face. Miss Tang Xian, I'm a soldier. Or rather, I'm a man who can die at any moment. At least, before I take over the position of the Li family head, I'll be at the front line to carry out the most difficult missions. I don't have much time to stay in the peaceful Beijing city. I can't be like the other young masters. I love this country, and this country needs the protection of soldiers. I've never gotten drunk because I'm afraid that I'll be assassinated if I'm too slow. I've never slept in. I'm afraid that I'm not hardworking enough and that my skills are inferior to others on the battlefield. I have never been to a nightclub, because I know that when I am having fun, my men will die at any time in the front line. Miss Tang Xian, I've never told a girl that I like her, because if I did, it would mean that I would definitely marry her. Maybe you think I'm very abrupt and rash, but I want to say that I'm a man who doesn't know when he'll die, so I don't want to die without a chance to confess everything to my beloved. So please forgive my directness. Miss Tang, I have to admit, if you marry me, I won't be able to accompany you every day, nor will I be able to take care of you all the time. But, I swear with everything I have that I can. If I'm alive, I'll let you die in my arms for the rest of your life. If I'm dead, I'll watch over you from down there until the next life with you. Tang Xian, marry me. The earth-shattering words caused the air in the pavilion to tremble. Under the faint white light, a gentle breeze blew through the swaying flowers, exuding a delicate fragrance. After a long time, the hair in front of Tang Xian's forehead fluttered gently. Her eyes were sparkling. Was it happiness? Was it sadness? The only thing he could be sure of was that the anger on his face from before had completely disappeared. Li Dun's posture was still the same, his eyes determined and determined. Suddenly, Tang Xian let out a sad smile. At that moment, the young girl revealed the vicissitudes of life that were rare among her peers. It was as if this was the real her. Young Master Li, Tang Xian smiled. Her tone was much gentler, but she shook her head. I refuse. A hint of disappointment flashed across Li Dun's eyes. He said in a low voice, You still can't accept it? That's right, I was too impatient. You're a good girl, it's normal that you can't accept it. I'm sorry, I might have been too mean to you in the past. Tang Xian bit her lips, her eyes were red. I'm really grateful to you. Ever since I was young, I've never met a man who said such words to me. There's never been a man who was willing to cherish me so much. Li Dun Xianxia said, but you still don't want to marry me, right? That's because. Tang Xian shook her head. I'm not good enough for you. I'm just the most insignificant girl in the Tang clan. Ever since I was young, I've been mediocre in everything. When it comes to academics, I'm not as good as Sister Tang Wan. When it comes to business, I'm not as good as Don Huang. I don't have any talent, I'm not smart, and I'm not a good girl either. Because I'm useless, I can only do my best to take care of Grandpa. Actually, everyone knows that I can't take care of Grandpa. It's just that Grandpa wants me to do something. Li Dun frowned, his eyes filled with pity. Miss Tang Xian, you might say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but to me, you're not as bad as you think. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, no one is perfect. You're just not confident enough. To be honest, after I met you, I've looked through your information. Please forgive me, I just want to know more about you. I don't care if you're ordinary or not. To me, it's admirable that a young girl like you could accompany an old man for so many years, no matter the reason. You're not a useless girl. Your perseverance are much better than most girls. Tang Xian lifted her head and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She smiled. Young Master Li, you don't have to praise me. I know my place very well. Go back, I'm not the person you should be looking for. I'm very happy today that you've given me such a pleasant surprise. But, the diamond ring on your finger, it's destined not to be mine. If it's possible, maybe in the next life. If you don't mind. I might say yes. If there really is a next life. Tang Xian said in a daze, her face full of sorrow. Li Dun suddenly laughed heartily. Miss Tang Xian, you're looking down on me. Once I've made up my mind, even 100 bulls can't change it. Today, you rejected my proposal, so I'll go back first. But I'll come find you again, and I'll propose to you again. Even if it's in front of everyone, I won't mind. Tang Xian was stunned. You. Why do you have to do this? I won't say yes. It doesn't matter. Whether you say yes or not, I'll do my best. Besides, you've at least changed your attitude towards me, so of course I won't give up. Believe me, I don't just want you in the next life, I want you in this life. Li Dun sighed. It's a pity that I can't stay in Beijing for long. Otherwise, I'd be willing to propose to you every day. Hee, Miss Tang Xian, don't worry. I'll use my own strength to pursue you. I won't force you to marry me. As for whether or not that day will come, it's up to you. I'll continue doing what I'm supposed to do. Having said that, Li Dun stood up and put the ring away. He stretched his back, and the sincerity on his face disappeared without a trace. He returned to his normal self and turned around to leave. Tang Xian looked at Li Dun's back as he walked away. She sighed and the corner of her mouth twitched. She mumbled to herself, if only you were the one who proposed to me just now. Buin. Yangqing, who followed Tang Wan and Tang Tang to their house, had no idea what was going on in the quiet garden. But Yangqing wasn't interested in why Li Dun liked Tang Xian. Yangqing thought that staying in the Tang clan was not bad. He was still thinking about how he could help Tang Wan find the culprit behind the poisoning, but now it was convenient. Tang Wan and Tang Tang had a high status in the family. The villa they lived in was close to the heart of the city. It was about 400 square meters, and it even had a swimming pool. There was nothing wrong with Tang Wan's body. Under Yangqing's care, Tang Wan looked even younger and prettier than before. She looked like she was in her 20s again. Along the way, Tang Tang held on to her mother's hand. Mother and daughter looked like sisters no matter how one looked at them. They chattered non-stop, leaving Yangchen to the side. When they entered the villa and walked up to the second floor, Tang Wan pointed to a room in the west and said, Yangqing, you can stay in that room. The servants cleaned up the guest room, so you can stay there anytime. If you need clothes, just let the servants downstairs know. Before Yangqing could nod, Tang Tang giggled and said, Mom, there's no one else here. I won't tell anyone. You guys can sleep together if you want. You don't have to worry about me. Tang Wan blushed. She reached out and slapped her daughter's butt. Stupid girl. How dare you make fun of me? Who said I wanted to sleep together? You're so young, but you don't learn anything good. You're full of crooked ideas. Let me tell you, don't think you're an adult. You're not allowed to think about these things. You're not allowed to sleep with your brother Xianxia before you get married. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue. I'm talking about you guys. Why are you talking about me and brother Xianxia? With brother Xianxia's character, even if I'm willing, he'll still be afraid. He doesn't have the guts to do it. Tang Wan rolled her eyes. She really couldn't do anything about her daughter. I think I've really spoiled you. Stop nagging. Go back to your room and sleep. Tang Tang made a face and muttered, You're afraid of people talking about what you think. Seeing that Tang Wan was about to hit her butt again, she quickly ran back to her room and slammed the door. Only then did Tang Wan let out a sigh of relief. She put her hands on her hips and turned to look at Yangqing. However, she saw that Yangqing was actually looking at her with a strange expression. You. What's wrong with you? Tang Wan felt a little weak all over. Yangqing's gaze seemed to be able to see through her. Yangqing didn't think too much about it at first. However, with Tong Tong's reminder, the flame that had been suppressed for a long time was ignited. Actually, he had wanted to do something with Tang Wan a long time ago. However, things kept happening one after another. Now, the whole house was really his and Tang Wan's little world. Tang Tang wasn't a problem at all. He also hadn't been able to vent his anger for a long time. The Tang Wan in front of him had the complexion of a young girl, but her figure was well developed and graceful. She also had the charm of a mature and beautiful woman. She wore a simple black lace dress that wrapped around her beautiful upper body, revealing an alluring ravine in the middle of her plump chest. The round and fair thighs under the short skirt looked incomparably tight. Yangqing clicked his tongue and pretended to be serious as he said, Wan, we weren't able to settle the serious matter at the hotel. Why don't we continue that matter tonight? In the hotel? Tang Wan immediately understood. Yangqing was referring to the past when they had booked a room at the Maple Forest Hotel but had been interrupted midway. Tang Wan's face instantly turned as red as a peach. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yangqing. Back then, she had already liked the man in her heart. Now that things had progressed to this point, of course she would only love him more and more. Moreover, her grandfather's life, her own life, and even her family were all saved by him. Tang Wan couldn't think of any reason to reject a man, or rather, she was very willing. Aren't you afraid that your wife will be jealous? Tang Wan noticed that Yangqing was approaching her and finally muttered softly. At this moment, Yangqing's nose and mouth were filled with the pleasant smell of Tang Wan's body fragrance mixed with the fragrance of milk. Hearing such a sensitive question, he couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention and said, You already fell into the pit back then, and you still want to pretend that nothing happened? What's the use of saying that now? Be good, tell me which room you are in. Tang Wan carefully pointed to the east, the innermost room. Without saying a word, Yangqing carried Tang Wan's soft body horizontally and strode towards the woman's room. Tang Wan simply closed her eyes. Speaking of which, although she had been a mother for so many years, it was her first time doing that kind of thing with a man. It would be nonsense if she said she wasn't nervous. Late at night, in the study room of the Li family's mansion in Beijing, the light illuminated a small area, and 3 figures leisurely surrounded the desk. There was a pot of steaming white tea on the table, the rich aroma of the tea wafting in the air, calming and intoxicating. Li Mozhen sat in his chair, holding the evening paper in one hand and his own purple clay tea set in the other, taking small sips from time to time without saying a word. Li Yunpeng sat in his chair, staring at his son, Li Dun, his face troubled, his eyes filled with reproach. Li Dun pretended not to know anything, he crossed his legs and closed his eyes as if he was taking a nap. Finally, Li Yunpeng couldn't hold it in any longer, he asked, You really like that girl from the Tang family? Li Dun opened his eyes and nodded, Didn't I just say it? You two didn't hear me wrong. You. Li Yunpeng looked conflicted, he shook his head and sighed, You. I introduced you to so many good young ladies, but you just had to choose that Xianxia. You don't know, she's not as simple as she looks. Li Dun shrugged, I know, I don't think that a woman who treated me with disdain and hatred the first time we met is just a young girl who's taken care of by an old man. I also know that she might be hiding something that cannot be brought to light. Then why do you still want to pursue her? Li Yunpeng frowned. Because I can feel it. I can feel that I like her. Li Dun smiled proudly. Don't joke like that. Li Yunpeng couldn't help but raise his voice. Alright. Li Mozhen finally put down the newspaper and said helplessly, I asked you two to stay with me for a while. Why do you have to talk about this? Li Yunpeng was no longer calm, he said anxiously, Father, how can I not be anxious about this stupid kid's marriage? I was anxious when you married your wife, but you still married her and gave birth to this stupid kid, didn't you? Li Mozhen joked. Li Yunpeng was embarrassed, he quickly said, that's not the same. Back then, our families just didn't match, but Xianxia is. Li Yunpeng wanted to say it, but when he remembered that it was still a secret, he swallowed it back down. Li Mozhen shook his head and said, what's the difference? The men of our Li family either don't like someone, or once they do, they won't change their mind. It doesn't matter why Dano likes Xianxia. Since it's already happened, why should we lock him up and not let him find Xian? Li Dun chuckled. Old man, you're a reasonable man. Besides, you can't lock me up even if you want to. Don't get too full of yourself. Li Mozhen snorted. Xian's background isn't simple, and she's not easy to deal with either. Even though it's still a secret, if you want to know why she hates you, I can tell you. Don't. Please don't. Li Dun said don't 3 times and waved his hand. I don't want to hear the reason, and I don't want to hear any secrets. Anyways, I don't care why she hates me. If I want to know, I want to find out myself, or she will tell me herself. Besides, since you didn't tell me in a hurry, it must have nothing to do with the Li family. So, I don't care. Don't blame us for not telling you when you get the short end of the stick. Li Yunpeng was clearly unhappy. Dad, no matter what, she's the first woman your son has ever liked. She's going to be your daughter-in-law in the future. Do you really have to curse her like this? Li Dun pouted. Daughter-in-law? If you can really make Xian our daughter-in-law one day, no matter what she did in the past, I'll accept it. I'm just afraid you don't have what it takes, Li Yunpeng said disdainfully. Just you wait and see. I don't believe that she won't agree if I go to her door every day and propose to her. Li Mozhen rubbed his eyebrows as he listened to his 2 grandchildren bickering. He interrupted, all right, it's not a big deal. Dunner isn't a kid anymore, he can't do everything every day. Li Yunpeng didn't say anything else. He picked up his teacup and drank his tea with a frown. Li Mozhen turned to Li Dun and asked, did you spar with Xianxia today? Li Dun immediately became excited again. He raised his eyebrows and asked, old man, guess who won? Li Mozhen sighed helplessly. Nonsense, of course you lost. Even if I didn't hear the reports from my subordinates, I would have guessed it. TSK, boring. Li Dun said dejectedly. To be honest, it wasn't really a spar. He basically didn't move a single step from the beginning to the end. In front of him, I was like a 3-year-old fighting a 30-year-old man. Of course. Li Mozhen smiled mysteriously. Right now, there's only one force in the world that can stop Yongqing. No one else can do anything to him. If you have the time, try to build a good relationship with him. Whether it's for your own cultivation or for the relationship between the Li family and the Yang family, it'll be very beneficial. Li Dun yawned. Whether he returns to the Yang family or not is a problem. I don't really care about that. But he's a good person. He doesn't have as many tricks as other people. I'll treat him to a bowl of ramen next time. The money saved can be used to buy a gift for Xian. This? Old man, I've been chasing after a girl recently. Why don't you give me more pocket money? Scram. Even though it was the season of spring, the temperature in Beijing was still rather cold in the morning. Early in the morning, a thin curtain of light shone through the brown frame of the floor-to-ceiling window and onto the oak floor, reflecting the light. On the spacious double bed, a voluptuous woman's body was tightly wrapped around a strong man. Two perfectly round, white, slender jade legs without the slightest bit of fat were staggered over the man's abdomen. A coffee-colored silk was barely covering the white area between her chest and abdomen. A head of black hair was scattered beside the pillow, covering half of her pretty face. The part of her face that was exposed was faintly blushing. The man opened his eyes when he felt the sunlight becoming more dazzling. He clicked his tongue and almost drooled as a smug smile appeared on his face. Lowering his head, he looked at the beautiful person who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Xianxia's gaze couldn't help but follow the lines of Tang Wan's chest. The unfathomably deep ravine was formed by two plump and delicate mounds. At this moment, her naked upper body was tightly pressed against him. Xianxia could clearly feel the smooth sensation brought by the chopsticks. Last night, Xianxia had been in bed all the way until the wee hours of the morning before he reluctantly went to sleep. When he thought of the ecstasy, he wished he could immediately wake up Tang Wan and do it a few more times. However, it was Tang Wan's first experience in this area. If it wasn't for the treatment of his endless resolve restoration scripture, which restored her body functions to the level of her youth, it would have been impossible for her to last until midnight. Tang Wan's skin was much more delicate and smooth than many young women. Her figure had reached the peak of a woman's beauty. Everything was in perfect proportions. The moment she took off her clothes, Xianxia could only think of Catherine, the Queen of Wales, who was comparable to her. However, Tang Wan's classical Oriental beauty was completely different from Catherine's wild Western beauty. The desire to reject yet welcome that emanated from her made Xianxia sigh. Even if he was worse than a beast, he couldn't let go of such a beauty. Men were often creatures with the lower half of their bodies. No matter how guilty they felt after the matter, they couldn't think of anything else when they really wanted to do it. At this moment, Tang Wan seemed to have a beautiful dream. She suddenly raised her head and revealed a pure and sweet smile. On this face without any makeup, the charm of a mature woman and the delicateness of a young woman blended together, highlighting an exceptionally dazzling charm. Xianxia stared at those pink lips and couldn't help but lower his head to peck them. Tisk. In her sleep, Tang Wan felt as if she had been bitten on her lips. She woke up immediately and opened her eyes in a daze. Only then did she realize where she was and what had happened. Blinking her eyes, Tang Wan didn't reveal the slightest shyness. After all, she wasn't at the age to be shy. After a period of adaptation last night, Tang Wan also became exceptionally confident. Especially when she realized that her body was far more energetic than she had imagined, Tang Wan wasn't worried about letting her young lover down. After being kissed by Xianxia, Tang Wan wrinkled her nose and raised her head to kiss the corner of Xianxia's lips. Did you sleep well? Xianxia hugged Tang Wan's body and asked warmly. I don't know when I fell asleep. When I woke up, it felt like a dream. Tang Wan closed her eyes and said slowly. Xianxia smiled. Why is it a dream? Because I feel that everything is too perfect. This doesn't seem like something I should get, Tang Wan said. Xianxia was silent. He didn't quite understand what Tang Wan meant. Perhaps Tang Wan's requirements were too low, and he, as a man, was taking advantage of her. Xianxia. Tang Wan opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were a little hazy. I miss you. Xianxia was stunned. I'm right by your side. What do you want me to do? Even if you're in front of me, I still miss you. I really, really miss you. Tang Wan opened her arms and hugged Xianxia's waist. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me if I say it out loud. Actually, after I gave birth to Tang Tang, I've always been looking forward to meeting a man I like one day. When I woke up in the morning, I was lying in his arms. Although I told my grandfather that it didn't matter if I didn't get married, as long as I had a daughter and a brother. But, I'm just being stubborn. Xianxia lightly patted Tang Wan's shoulder with one hand, and didn't say anything. Do you know, I really want to melt you into my body right now, because as long as I think about getting up, I can't bear to part with it. Tang Wan said bitterly. Xianxia grinned and said, why are you making it sound so scary? What do you mean by melting? How about this, let me eat you. That way, it'll be faster. Tang Wan looked at Xianxia's evil smile and immediately realized something. She hurriedly shook her head. No, it's already dawn. What if Tang Tang comes looking for me? That girl is very sensible. She knows that her mother needs a man and not a daughter at this time. Come, come, come. If you're tired, you don't have to move. I'll do it. Yangqing chuckled. He pulled off the blanket and pressed Tang Wan under his body. He didn't care about Tang Wan's coy struggle and planned to mount his horse with his spear. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to attack Tang Wan's mysterious position, he heard Tong Tong's delicate voice from outside the door, "Uncle. Mom. Get up." Yangqing, who was about to start, was discouraged and said gloomily, "How did you know that the girl would come and shout?" Tang Wan chuckled and blushed. "This is called the mother-daughter bond." Yangqing rolled his eyes at her. "Save it, I think that girl is clearly not going to let me have a good time. Come out quickly, I'm hungry, I want to eat breakfast." Tang Tang shouted again in a sweet voice. Yangqing wanted to bang his head on the wall, turned around and shouted at the door, "Can't you eat first?" "No, no. Get up quickly, or I'll open the door myself." "Shameless. Shameful." This time, the voice came through the door. Obviously Tang Tang was ready to barge in at any time. Tang Wan was anxious and said, "Tang Tang, mommy will get up soon, you go downstairs and wait." If Tang Tang, that girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, rushed in, and the two of them were naked, Tang Wan really wanted to die. This time, Yangqing had no choice. Tang Wan still had to be dignified in front of her daughter, so he had to slowly get up with Tang Wan. When he left the room and went downstairs, the Tang family's servants had already filled the dining table with exquisite dishes. Tang Tang was sitting at the head of the table, chewing on a vegetable bun in one hand and drinking soy milk with a spoon in the other. Seeing Tang Wan and Yangqing coming downstairs, Tang Tang smiled ambiguously and said, "Mom, I just found out last night that you can make such a loud sound, is it comfortable?" Tang Wan was about to sit down. Hearing this, her face suddenly turned bright red, and she angrily reached out to pinch Tong Tong's cheek. "Unlucky child. You're eavesdropping." Tang Tang was pinched and slapped. She said with some ambiguity, "No, who asked you to shout so loudly? I didn't sleep well last night, don't you see I have dark circles under my eyes?" "You're still talking." Okay. I won't say it." Tang Tang pouted, feeling wronged. Yangqing felt that this mother and daughter were very boring. One always said that she had grown up, but still talked nonsense about the relationship between men and women. The other wanted to show the dignity of a mother, but suddenly quarreled with her daughter. Breakfast was relatively leisurely. Tang Wan and her daughter had nothing to do, and Yangqing was also waiting for the Cui Yun to come to Beijing, so he didn't have to go to work after eating like in the past. Tang Tang nibbled on an unknown number of steamed buns, and suddenly said, "It's a pity that uncle is too young, and is not suitable to be a father. Otherwise, it would really be like a family." Tang Wan's face was dyed red again, and she glared at Tang Tang. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "That's right, what's there to be shy about?" Tang Tang said disdainfully. Yangqing directly hit Tong Tong's head with a chestnut, rolled his eyes, and said, "I haven't even said that I want such a troublesome girl like you to be my daughter, and you're already despising me." Tang Tang covered the place where she was hit and pouted, "Mom, uncle hit me." Tang Wan simply turned her head and didn't look at this girl. Feeling aggrieved, Tang Tang pointed at Yangqing and gritted her teeth, "Seeing that you saved this bad mother who values her lover more than her daughter, I, Tang Tang, will let you off today." Yangqing directly ignored her harsh words and asked, "Why aren't you back to Zhonghai for so long? Don't you need to go to class and revise? Our Xianxia is very hard-working, and when the time comes, she might not even be able to go to university." Tang Tang said in a sweet voice, "Humph, can those high school things stump me? I can enter the best university anytime I want." Tang Wan sighed and said, "Don't be arrogant, at most in a week, Mom will bring you back to Zhonghai." "Don't, class is too boring," Tang Tang said coquettishly. Suddenly, Tang Wan's eyes widened and she raised her voice, "Are you trying to freeze your bank account?" Hearing that her account was going to be frozen, Tang Tang instantly lost all resistance and looked at Tang Wan before she obediently went back to eat her breakfast. Yangqing was dumbfounded. So this was how rich families taught their daughters. Instead of using force, they used economic sanctions. All of a sudden, he felt that this was a pretty good move. If he had a child in the future, would Lin Ruoshi also use this move? Thinking about it, there was no need for any discipline. The child would probably be scared to the point that he wouldn't even dare to fart when he sees his mother. But thinking about children, Xianxia sighed again. He had no idea what was going on with his body. Could it be that it was really because of the divine light that he couldn't get women pregnant? In the past, he had never thought about children. But now that he had a family, he couldn't help feeling hopeful when he saw the heartwarming scene of Tang Wan and her mother. Xianxia was even considering if he should go to the Yang family to ask Yan Sanyang while he was in Beijing. The only person that he could find who might be able to give him some useful advice was that mysterious woman. At this moment, Xianxia noticed that his phone was vibrating. He picked it up and saw that it was Lu Qingshan's number. Ever since he fell out with Lu Qingshan because of Gao Yu's matter, his cheap father-in-law had never spoken to him again. Xianxia pondered briefly before he picked it up. After all, he was Lu Mingyu's father, and he couldn't possibly ignore him all the time. "Father-in-law, why are you calling me so early in the morning?" Xianxia asked politely. Lu Qingshan snorted, "Don't play games with me. I know that you don't take me seriously. But for Yuer's sake, I won't argue with you. I know that you're in Beijing, and Yuer should have told you that I'm here too. Find some time, I'll bring you to meet someone." Xianxia knew that Lu Mingyu must have informed Lu Qingshan, hoping that they could make use of this opportunity to get along. She must have put in a lot of effort. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to ask who he was meeting. He said directly, "I'm free these few days. Father-in-law, can you send a car to pick me up? I'll give you the address." "How useless. You don't even have a car when you come to Beijing." Lu Qingshan was like a child who was trying to get back at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. He didn't want to argue with him too much. He told him the address and hung up. Tang Wan looked at Xianxia with a strange gaze and asked sourly, "Which beauty's father is that?" "As far as I know, Lin Ruoshi doesn't have a father anymore." Xianxia thought to himself, it's not that she doesn't have one, but Premier Ning doesn't dare to admit it. He said directly, "It's Mingyu's father, Lu Qingshan." Tang Wan nodded in realization, "I only found out a while ago that Lu Mingyu's father is Lu Qingshan. He's a local tyrant in Beijing. You're really close to the underworld in both Shanghai and Beijing." "I didn't think about it." "That's how it is." Xianxia spread his hands and said, "I'll go meet a few people later, then you." Tang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, "Go ahead. I'll bring Tang Tang to meet a few uncles. I haven't been back to Beijing for a long time and I was poisoned not long after I came back. I haven't brought this child to visit many people yet." Tang Tang pouted and drew on her face with her fingers. She said, "Uncle, you're the most shameless pervert I've ever seen." "Shame on you." Xianxia picked up a bun and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. Tang Tang choked and couldn't say a word. When it was almost time to meet Lu Qingshan, Xianxia walked out of the Tang family's residence and came to a street nearby. After all, the Tang family was one of the 4 wealthiest families in Beijing. It wouldn't look good if they got involved with the Azure Dragon Society. Xianxia didn't want to cause any trouble. Not long after, a shiny black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove to the side of the road and stopped, attracting a series of envious gazes. After the car window rolled down, Lu Qingshan, who was wearing a black suit and had an arrogant smile on his face, waved at Xianxia with a cigar in his mouth. And next to him, there was a middle-aged woman. Xianxia casually sat in the car like a passerby, causing the passers-by to be taken aback. After Xianxia sat in the spacious and comfortable leather seat, he stretched his back and moved his butt. Only then did he carefully size up the other woman in the back seat who had been sitting for a long time. This woman seemed to be around 40 years old and had maintained herself quite well. Her skin was like that of a woman in her early 30s. She had short hair that reached her ears and dyed it a drunken red. Her eyebrows were gorgeous and her figure was plump. She wore a yellow uniform, revealing a sense of beauty that was a combination of flirtatiousness and steadiness. At the same time, this woman also looked at Xianxia with a curious smile. "If I'm not wrong, this is my little mother-in-law?" Xianxia asked with a grin. Lu Qingshan had 2 women. One was Lu Mingyu's birth mother's first wife, and the other was the woman he met in Beijing who helped him build his empire. She was Lu Mingho's birth mother. Yangchen thought about it for a while and decided that this woman should be her. The woman in yellow smiled sweetly. I've heard from Xianxia that your son-in-law is not someone to be trifled with. Just as I expected, he calls me little mother-in-law the moment he sees me. Mingyu's mother and I have never been separated in seniority. Why are you separating us? Yangchen rubbed his nose. How would I know that you two are on equal footing? One is a wife and the other is a concubine. Lu Qingshan snorted. Don't lower yourself to this brat's level. He says one thing but does another. No matter how nice he calls me, he doesn't care about others' feelings. Yangchen rolled his eyes. I only beat up one of your subordinates. Do you have to be so stubborn? Let me introduce you. Lu Qingshan held a cigar in one hand and held the woman's shoulder with the other. He smiled. This is Su Ying, Mingho's mother. Yuer has seen her before and calls her mother too. You can just call her mother-in-law. Yangchen quickly flattered. Mother-in-law, it's such a waste for you to marry this man. He's like an old cow eating young grass. As soon as he said that, Su Ying burst into laughter. Lu Qingshan wanted to retort, but if he did, it would be equivalent to saying that Su Ying was old. After some small talk, Lu Qingshan said, Do you know why I called you out today? Yangchen rolled his eyes. You're the one who called me out. Why are you asking me? Lu Qingshan's mouth twitched. He couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with Yangchen. You know that Mingho is my only son. I need a successor after all these years. But Mingho is still young and inexperienced. Even if he is talented, it won't be easy for him to take charge. I'm not young anymore. When I returned to Zhonghai, I wanted to form an alliance with the Red Thorns Society and expand. However, I realized that it's not easy to suppress the local tyrant. I plan to leave these matters in Minghao's hands and let him complete them. Yangchen understood what Lu Qingshan was trying to say. It seemed that he also knew that the chances of him dominating the whole of Huaxia were not high. Not to mention that there were hidden forces in other provinces, the country would not allow the Green Dragon Society to be the sole leader. Moreover, there was also the Red Thorns Society in Zhonghai that had always taken the initiative in the south. Therefore, Lu Qingshan wanted to pave the way for Lu Mingho. Although you're not from our underworld, I know that you're not an ordinary person. At the very least, Xiangwei listens to you. In the future, Mingho will still need your help. I believe that you won't be too stingy even if my daughter is occupied by you. It just so happens that the Azure Dragon Society is holding a council of patriarchs today, and all the important people in charge will be present. I plan to take you to meet the important people in the Azure Dragon Society while you're in Beijing. We'll get to know each other. In the future, I'll step down from behind the scenes, and you can help Mingho. Yangchen was in a dilemma. So, he wanted him to protect his brother-in-law. Not to mention that Lu Mingho had caused Xianxia to be bullied by those delinquents. The Azure Dragon Society was a force in Beijing. Did he have to go there every now and then? However, Lu Qingshan did not do this for him. Perhaps he felt that he was the true leader of the Red Thorns Society, so he should have a lot of weight and could help Lu Mingho to intimidate the powerful people in the Azure Dragon Society. Su Ying sighed sorrowfully. Qingshan, Mingho is still young. Are you so cruel to let him work in the society at such a young age? He is my son. Since he doesn't want to go to school, he can only walk this path. Lu Qingshan did not care that Yangchen was present. He squeezed Su Ying's hand and said, When I retire, you can take off your burden. All these years, you've followed me everywhere, and I know it's been hard on you. For the rest of your life, I'll bring you out more and spend more time with you. Su Ying smiled bitterly and did not try to persuade him anymore. Yangchen listened on the side. He felt that although Lu Qingshan's character was not very good, he was quite sincere to his daughter and children. However, he asked curiously, Mother-in-law, do you also hold a position in the society? Su Ying smiled and said, At first, I opened a bar in Yanjing. After I met Qingshan, I walked this path. The foundation of the Azure Dragon Society was laid by me and your father-in-law. Later on, I was in charge of some internal affairs. Now, I'm in charge of some logistics. I can be considered a hall leader. Yangchen nodded. No wonder Lu Mingho was so restless. His mother was not easy to deal with. After driving for nearly an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a holiday hotel with a garden-style design. One look at the name and it was obvious who owned it. Azure Dragon International Holiday Hotel. They drove all the way to the man-made lake in the center of the holiday hotel. A white 3-story Baroque bungalow stood by the lake. Under the welcome of a few waiters, Yangqing followed behind Lu Qingshan and Suing and walked slowly into the building's hall. Upon entering, he realized that it was a building that was a combination of a banquet hall and a great hall. In the banquet hall, there were already many men in suits and some women in gorgeous clothes. Rather than calling it a triad, it would be better to call it a big company that did the underworld business. When everyone saw Lu Qingshan and Suing, they all came up to greet them. Most of them looked at Lu Qingshan with awe. After all, he was the one who built the Azure Dragon Society. He definitely had enough prestige. When everyone's eyes fell on Yangqing, they were a little confused, but no one went up to ask. As soon as Lu Qingshan arrived, the meeting of the elders of the Azure Dragon Society could officially start. The meeting was prepared to last for an entire day, so it started in the morning. The crowd entered the great hall one after another. Around a huge oval table, Lu Qingshan sat upright at the head of the table. As the president's wife and one of the hall leaders, Suing sat on his left. Obviously, she was the second in command in the society. Her position was much higher than what Yangqing had imagined. Just as Yangqing was hesitating about where to sit, he saw a man walk over and say in an indifferent tone, "You can sit behind the president." The voice sounded familiar to Yangqing. He raised his head and was slightly stunned. Wasn't the fair-skinned man in front of him Gao Yu, whom he had beaten up and sent to the police station? Logically speaking, Gao Yu should be in jail. Why was he here in Beijing? Knowing Choi Yun's character, she would never let off a criminal that she had arrested easily. At this moment, Lu Qingshan turned his head around and said to Yangchen in a deep voice, "Gao Yu was released from prison by my men. No matter what conflicts you had with him in the past, he's still my trusted assistant. Since you've already taught him a lesson, don't hold it against him anymore. Sit down, the meeting is about to start." Yangqing frowned. He didn't expect Lu Qingshan to find a way to release Gao Yu. He really didn't care about someone like Gao Yu. It was just that Gao Yu's strange tone and demeanor clearly showed that he was full of hostility toward him. Suing looked at Gao Yu, and then at Yangqing. There was a complicated look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. After a while, Lu Qingshan signaled for everyone to quiet down. With a solemn expression, he said slowly, "I have a few important things to announce in today's meeting of the patriarchs. I believe everyone has heard about them before coming here. But before I talk about the important things, I would like to introduce a young man to everyone." Lu Qingshan turned around and pointed at Yangqing, gesturing for Yangqing to stand up. He said, "This is Yangqing, my son-in-law. Many of you should have heard of this name." That's right, Zhonghai's Red Thorns Society can be said to have a close relationship with him. At this moment, the hall masters and leaders of the Green Dragon Society started whispering to each other. They looked at Yangqing with strange expressions. They were all people who had access to some secret information. Clearly, they didn't expect that the person behind the Red Thorns Society would be such an ordinary young man. Yangqing was rather embarrassed. He felt like he was being watched like an animal for a while. After standing for a while, he immediately sat back down. After Lu Qingshan finished his introduction, he continued, "The reason why I invited Yangqing to attend this meeting today is because Yangqing will be participating in the matters that I want to announce." At this point, Lu Qingshan deliberately paused and scanned everyone in the hall. After making sure that everyone was listening attentively, he said, "After going to Zhonghai and expanding the territory in the south, I realized that I'd been on this path for almost 30 years. I'm no longer young. Many young people are more resilient than I thought. So, I've decided that after this meeting of the patriarchs, I will officially hand over the power to my son, Lu Mingho." As soon as these words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar. A few hall masters who were closer to Lu Qingshan hurriedly said, "President, we watched Mingho grow up. He's indeed made for this path. But he's still young. He's still a child. How can he be the president?" Lu Qingshan waved his hand and said, "Of course, I won't let Mingho be the president immediately. I will try my best to guide him. Moreover, with the support of good brothers like you, he will grow very quickly. As for the safety of the gang after I retire, I plan to let our ally, the Red Thorns Society, help us. This is also the reason why I invited Yangqing to attend this meeting today. Yangqing is my son-in-law and Mingho's brother-in-law. He's one of us. This means that the Red Thorns Society will definitely be on our side. Even if I retire, I don't think any other gang will dare to challenge the Green Dragon Society and the Red Thorns Society at the same time." Sitting at the back, Yangqing pursed his lips. This father-in-law was really good at talking. He hadn't even made any promises, and he was already chasing him into the car. Moreover, what era was this? There was no democracy at all. He was saying that his son would be the next president? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. As expected, after a moment of commotion, an old man with gray hair raised his hand and said, "President, I think it's inappropriate to let Mingho be the president." Lu Qingshan did not seem to expect that someone would oppose him so openly. His eyes turned cold as he glanced over and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, you are also my senior. If there's anything you want to say, feel free to say it." The old man called Uncle Zhang took a deep breath and said, "I think that only someone who looks convincing can be elected. Although Mingho is a good material, he hasn't been cut yet. Who can guarantee that he'll be of great use? Do we really have to wait for a few years to confirm it? We old guys don't have that much time to support a newcomer. Therefore, I think it's inappropriate. Uncle Zhang, when I first came to Beijing, I was just a kid. But I single-handedly made the Green Dragon Society rule Beijing. Some people grow much faster than normal people. I believe that Uncle Zhang should have some knowledge about this," Lu Qingshan said expressionlessly. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Qingshan finished speaking, a younger woman in a red dress giggled and said, "President, of course we know that you're the hero of the Green Dragon Society. But that kid, Mingho, I heard that in Zhonghai, he only leads a small group of gangsters to fight. Compared to you, he's a far cry." "That's right, President." Another middle-aged man with a boss's hairstyle laughed sinisterly. "All of us hall masters here are much more capable than a young brat. Why don't you consider us?" Lu Qingshan's face darkened. He also realized that there was a trap waiting for him. He thought that with his prestige, everyone would agree on the surface even if they weren't convinced. If that was the case, even if they did something behind his back, he would only need to help Lu Mingho kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and he would be able to stand firm. But he didn't expect that so many people were going to fall out with him. Yangqing yawned. It wasn't that he didn't know the tense atmosphere in the conference room. But other than feeling bored, he didn't think much of it. To put it bluntly, whoever wanted to be the president could be it. He was only here to give face to Lu Mingyu. At this moment, Lu Qingshan was so angry that he laughed. He laughed loudly and slammed the table. "Good, good. Looks like you guys are well prepared. We've worked together for so many years, and we know each other's capabilities. Then, let me hear it. Who do you think is more suitable to replace me as the president?" Lu Qingshan was no fool. There were plenty of experienced people in the gang. If everyone were to fight for the position, the gang would definitely fall apart. The gains would not make up for the losses. That was why he called for his son to take over. It was not uncommon for a son to take over his father's position in the underworld. The biggest advantage of this was that it would prevent the conflicts within the gang from intensifying. That was why most of the time, even if the elders within the gang were dissatisfied, they would not stand out to oppose it. Seeing that everyone was coming to deal with him, Lu Qingshan simply let them tear each other apart so that he could reap the benefits. After whispering to each other for a while, Uncle Zhang, the oldest of the group, spoke up. "Actually, other than the president, I think there's only one person in the Azure Dragon Society who has the most authority and ability." "That's right," Bai Xiaqun said. As he spoke, Old Man Zhang's gaze landed on Lu Qingshan's side, Su Ying. President's wife. Oh no, Hall Master Su is no less a woman than a man. She is the biggest contributor to the foundation of the Green Dragon Gang. I, Old Man Zhang, will definitely respect her and support Hall Master Su to be the next president. As soon as he said that, Lu Qingshan's face turned pale. His whole body was petrified. Su Ying's expression was calm. She smiled at old man Zhang. Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. I, Su Ying, am not worthy. Su Ying's reaction made Lu Qingshan's eyes turn cold. Following that, the lady in red, the man with the boss's hairstyle, and some other important people who were close to them also chimed in. He, we're all women. Of course I support Sister Su Ying to be the president. Hall Master Su has been working hard for the Green Dragon Gang all these years. She's healthy too. She's definitely the best candidate. I, old pig, have always admired Madame Su. I have nothing to say. Hall Master Su's words are convincing. Moreover, Mingho is Hall Master Su's son. It's not a bad choice to pave the way for Mingho's future. Everyone began to praise Su Ying, thinking that she was the best candidate to take over the president's position. In the beginning, Su Ying had a faint smile on her face. In the end, she did not bother to hide it anymore. A proud expression of victory appeared on her face. She looked at Lu Qingshan, who was beside her, with a teasing gaze. Her voice was gentle, but there was a tinge of coldness in it. Qingshan, what should we do? Everyone wants me to take over your position. Lu Qingshan took a deep breath. There was an indescribably complicated expression on his face as he looked at the woman beside him with a faint smile. You are really, my good wife, Mingho's good mother. Su Ying looked at Lu Qingshan gently and said, Qingshan, you said it on the way here. You're not young anymore and you're tired. So, isn't it good that I'm here to share your burden? What if I say no? Lu Qingshan's eyebrows twitched, and the veins on his arms bulged. It was clear that he was suppressing his rage. He had never imagined that everything he had planned would fail because the person he trusted and loved the most had betrayed him. Moreover, the betrayal was so blatant. He was merciless. Su Ying shook her head regretfully and sighed. Qingshan, you know me. Ever since I accompanied you to build your empire, I've been very meticulous in my thinking. I've always arranged all the steps in order so that you don't have to worry about anything. Sure, I'll be the vanguard. Lu Qingshan seemed to be immersed in the memories of the past for a short period of time. His eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Su Ying's gaze suddenly turned cold. She smiled coldly and said, since I've made up my mind, I naturally won't let anything slip. As she said that, Su Ying clapped her hands. Suddenly, all the doors of the entire venue were pushed open with a loud clang. A large group of burly men in black uniforms, armed with submachine guns, surrounded the entire venue. In an instant, the entire venue was in a state of panic. Everyone was in a state of panic. Lu Qingshan's eyes widened and he clenched his fists tightly. He did not expect Su Ying to have arranged so many ambushes. It seemed that she had made up her mind. Su Ying. This is not within the scope of what we agreed upon. Suddenly, Uncle Zhang shouted, didn't you say that it would be fine as long as we support you as the president? Why are there still so many people lying in ambush? Why are you pointing your gun at us? Obviously, everyone present had received the benefits that Su Ying had promised, but Su Ying had deceived them all. Su Ying sneered. Uncle Zhang, it doesn't matter who the gun is pointed at. What's important is that you're alive, isn't it? It's true that I said that if I become the president, I would increase your shares, but I didn't say that I wouldn't arrange for people to ambush you. You despicable B***tch. Isn't it enough for us to follow you and change sides? Old man Zhang was obviously furious. He felt that he had been tricked as well, and he was incomparably furious. Su Ying's gaze turned cold. Leisurely, she snapped her fingers. Da. 2222. After the snap, the submachine gun closest to Old Man Zhang suddenly spat out a snake of fire. Old Man Zhang was standing and scolding her when his head was split open. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked at the dead old hall master in disbelief. Uncle Zhang. Lu Qingshan roared angrily, his eyes red with grief. After all, that was an elder who had supported him and fought alongside him. Even if there was a conflict, he still cared about his relationship with him. Su Ying snorted coldly. You're already so old, yet you still don't take it easy. Look, the quality of the guns these days isn't good. It's very easy to misfire. Lu Qingshan turned around abruptly, pointing at Su Ying and scolding her loudly, "Vicious woman. How could you do such a thing?" Su Ying stared back at him without the slightest bit of fear. She said darkly, "Qingshan, you know best what kind of woman I am, don't you? Back then, every time my men succeeded in ambushing people and blood flowed like a river, you would always praise me for being able to handle things well. Why are you scolding me now? Indeed, you still don't see me as your woman, do you? You. I." Lu Qingshan looked as if he was about to collapse. He said dejectedly, "Su Ying, don't be like this. Get these people to leave, and I'll pretend that nothing has happened." Haha. Su Ying laughed out loud, as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world. She trembled for a long time before she managed to hold back her tears of laughter. "Lu Qingshan, it looks like you're really getting old. Do you really think that I would care whether you truly love me or not?" Lu Qingshan's eyes were filled with despair. He could tell that Su Ying really did not care. "You're doing this. Why exactly?" Lu Qingshan asked weakly and bitterly. "I wholeheartedly want Mingho to take over. Isn't Mingho our flesh and blood? Isn't that enough? Do you really want to end our relationship as husband and wife for so many years?" Su Ying swept her gaze across the entire venue. After Uncle Zhang was executed, everyone kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. Su Ying smiled proudly before replying, "Mingho is indeed my son, but he doesn't need a toothless tiger as his father." "What?" Lu Qingshan was momentarily stunned. Su Ying looked at Lu Qingshan with some pity. She said, "Lu Qingshan, you're no longer the you of the past. When I first met you at the bar, you were so brave, so fearless, so ruthless, so decisive. Whatever you do, you only think about power and wealth. You don't care about any messy feelings at all. Retire? Spend the rest of your life. Haha. I, Su Ying, painstakingly stayed by your side for almost 20 years and gave birth to a son for you. Could it be that in the end, it was to accompany a foolish old man in his twilight years?" Lu Qingshan's entire body went limp. He was dumbfounded. If not for the chair he was sitting on, his body would have already collapsed to the ground. "What I like is only that ambitious and ruthless Lu Qingshan from back then, who would do anything to achieve his goals, and not this coward who only thinks about helping his son to take over the throne. Are you satisfied after unifying Yanjing? Since you don't have the ability to unify all of Xianxia, and you don't have the ability to cross borders, then I'll do it for you." Su Ying's eyes were filled with fanaticism. She was so excited that she could not suppress her smile. Lu Qingshan raised his head with difficulty. He sneered and shook his head. "Unify all of Xianxia? How dare you say that? Su Ying, you're just a woman. Do you really think you're that capable? You're wrong. There's still me." Suddenly, Gao Yu, who had been sitting silently at the back, stood up and blurted out with a gloomy expression. Lu Qingshan once again turned his head in disbelief. He stared blankly at Gao Yu, who was completely different from before. You betrayed me too." "Why not?" Gao Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. He actually slowly wrapped his arm around Su Ying's voluptuous waist. Su Ying did not mind at all. Instead, she obediently leaned on Gao Yu's chest and ate. Her expression was one of intoxication, and her body was like a water snake. Lu Qingshan suddenly understood something. He lost control of his emotions and started laughing maniacally. Haha. Haha. Good. Good. What a pair of adulterous husband and wife. It turns out that the two people I trust the most are so kind to me. Lu Qingshan laughed and cried at the same time. No wonder Su Ying was so anxious to get me to drag Gao Yu out the moment he entered the prison. So they're already in the same nest. Gao Yu caressed Su Ying's waist with one hand and wagged his finger with the other. TSK, Lu Qingshan, you can't do it anymore. What Su Ying needs is a man who can continuously expand the territory of Green Dragon society with her, not a sick cat who has lost all his teeth and claws. Many of the other elders present were clearly shocked that Su Ying had actually teamed up with Lu Qingshan's deputy, Gao Yu. But to them, survival was the most important thing. No one dared to say anything. Moreover, as long as Suing was in power, the dividends they received from Green Dragon Society would only increase. They did not mind who became the president. After all, Lu Qingshan had been through a lot. Even though he had suffered such a blow, he quickly sorted out some of his thoughts. He said in a low voice, "Suing, since you've already come this far, then I have nothing else to say. I've lost. However, I hope that you won't do anything to Yangqing, and don't do anything to Mingyu and her daughter." Yangqing, who was standing at the side, was also a little shocked when he saw how things had developed to this stage. He did not expect that his little mother-in-law, whom he had just met not too long ago, would become a little poisonous woman. Life was unpredictable. However, seeing that Lu Qingshan was still thinking about himself and Lu Mingyu in such a situation, Yangqing was quite pleased. It was clear that Lu Qingshan was a responsible and compassionate man. "Don't worry, I've already thought about it," Suing smiled smugly and said, "When I send you to heaven, I'll say that you were murdered. After that, I'll take good care of Mingho. As for the mother and daughter, I'll just get someone to watch over them. They won't be able to cause any trouble. As for your precious son-in-law, Yangqing, hee." Suing looked at Yangqing with a strange expression and said, "Actually, I have to thank you, Lu Qingshan. Even when you're at death's door, you still gave me such a huge gift. As long as Yangqing is in my hands, it'll be much easier to deal with Zhonghai's Red Thorns Society." "You? How could you?" Lu Qingshan pointed at Suing, but he did not know how to retaliate. He could only look at Yangqing painfully. "Yangqing, I've let you down." "Humph, why don't you say that you've let me down?" At this moment, Gao Yu laughed coldly and said, "You father-in-law and son-in-law, one did nothing to save me while the other sent me to jail. I, Gao Yu, am not a gentleman. Lu Qingshan, I'll let your son-in-law have a good death." Lu Qingshan stared at the man and woman in front of him, who had completely changed. He lowered his head and shook his head sadly. Then, he turned to the dozen or so core founding members of the Azure Dragon Society and said, "All of you have gone through ups and downs with me. I've never forgotten the contributions you've made to the society. I also know that you must be dissatisfied with me in your heart. But I never thought that you would really end up like this. Are all these years of friendship so worthless that you can cut it off just like that?" All the hall masters kept their mouths shut. At most, a few of them looked at Lu Qingshan with a slightly sentimental gaze. Lu Qingshan saw this and revealed a helpless smile. "It seems that all of you have really decided for me to die. Boss Lu, as the saying goes, success or failure determines a hero. You can no longer give us any more benefits, but President Su can. Of course, we have to support her to become the president. However, Boss Lu, you don't have to worry too much on your way to the Yellow Springs. At least that kid Mingho will become the president in the future. At least you have incense to burn," the man with the boss haircut said indifferently. It was unknown whether he was comforting or mocking. Lu Qingshan suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was rather strange. "Incense? Yes, I still have incense." Lu Qingshan couldn't stop laughing. His body was twitching. Gao Yu hugged Suing. The two of them looked at each other. They felt that Lu Qingshan was a little strange, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. They couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Gao Yu smiled disdainfully. "Lu Qingshan, don't you have any last words before you die? If not, I'll send you on your way." Lu Qingshan ignored them. Instead, he turned to Yangqing, who was sitting quietly at the side. "Son-in-law, what do you think about this matter?" Yangqing sensed something strange from Lu Qingshan's words. At this moment, when he saw Lu Qingshan's expression, he couldn't help but have a flash of understanding. "Yes, no wonder I felt that something was wrong. I must have missed some details." Immediately, Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. "I was a little touched when I pleaded on your behalf just now. Now, it seems that ginger is still spicier with age." "You're wrong," Lu Qingshan said, "regardless of whether you believe me or not, what I said is true." Yangqing was silent for a while. "This doesn't mean much to me. Since you've already come to a conclusion, just do as you see fit." Gao Yu, Suing, and the rest of the crowd frowned as they listened to the strange conversation between Lu Qingshan and Yangqing. But looking at the situation before them, could Lu Qingshan have some sort of celestial art to escape? Humph, you're just putting up a brave front before your death. A hint of viciousness appeared on Su Ying's charming face. Lu Qingshan, I've seen many of your tricks. Don't think that you can scare me like this. Since you have no last words, I'll personally end our relationship as husband and wife of over 10 years and send you to the next world. As she spoke, Su Ying extended her hand to a man in black who was standing close to her and said, "Give me the gun." After he finished speaking, he didn't see the man move. Su Ying frowned and turned around impatiently. Did you hear that? Are you deaf? The man was still like a block of wood. He raised his submachine gun and didn't move at all. A hint of surprise flashed across Su Ying's eyes. She turned to another man in black and said, "You, come over and give me the gun." The result was the same. The man stood there expressionlessly, not listening to Su Ying's orders at all. At this moment, many of the people present finally felt that something was amiss. Su Ying and Gao Yu looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be? Let me do it. Lu Qingshan's voice became extremely gloomy and cryptic at this moment. Lu Qingshan straightened the collar of his suit and pulled himself together. He stood up from his seat, hands behind his back, and swept his gaze across the entire hall arrogantly. "Everyone, in position," Lu Qingshan said slowly. With that order, all the men in black pointed their submachine guns at the Green Dragon Society's elders who were closest to them. At the same time, the men behind Su Ying and Gao Yu pointed their cold gun barrels at the back of the man and woman's heads. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. Su Ying and Gao Yu weren't the only ones who turned pale in disbelief. All the Green Dragon Society's elders felt like they were in a dream and forgot to breathe. Yangqing clicked his tongue and sighed. He didn't say a word. He only felt that this was an eye-opener. He had underestimated this cheap father-in-law of his. He had built up the Green Dragon Society from scratch. He was the king of the underground world in Beijing. How could he be so easily betrayed? Lu Qingshan was lucky that he was the head of the underground world in Beijing. If he was in Zhonghai, Sitamingza would have been killed a long time ago. If that was the case, his own Chengwei wouldn't have had the chance to grow up. Yangqing had also noticed some clues just now. What made him feel that something was amiss earlier was that Lu Qingshan didn't have any bodyguards around him. For a big boss of the underground world, this didn't seem right. Even if he was hiding in the dark, there was no reason that Yangqing wouldn't be able to sense it. After that, he saw that the other hall masters didn't have any bodyguards. Yangqing thought that this was a convention and didn't think too much about it. But after that, old man Zhang was shot dead in the conference room. The sound of a submachine gun wasn't soft. This wasn't a sealed room, so the sound must have traveled far. It didn't make sense that there wasn't any commotion outside after such a loud gunshot. This was, after all, an important territory of the Green Dragon Society. It was also a holiday hotel with many people. Even if Su Ying and Gao Yu had bribed a large number of people to usurp the position, it was impossible for all the members of the Green Dragon Society to listen to them. At such a time of the elders' meeting, after the gunshot, not a single person approached to check on the situation. It was obvious that this had been arranged beforehand. If Su Ying and Gao Yu had bribed everyone here, or replaced them with their own people, that would be too much of a fanfare. Usurping the position and making it known to everyone? It was almost impossible. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that this was all part of Lu Qingshan's plan. Everyone in the surroundings had already received the order to not make a move. Lu Qingshan had been probing the entire time. He was using such a scene to test the loyalty of everyone present. How could it be like this? Su Ying mumbled. Her knees gave way, and she knelt on the ground in a daze. Gao Yu's whole body was trembling. As he knelt down with a thud, he kowtowed to Lu Qingshan. President, please spare me. On account that I, Gao Yu, have followed you for so many years. Even if I don't have any merits, at least I have worked hard. Please don't kill me. It's all this woman's fault. I was blinded for a moment. President, it's all her fault. Hearing Gao Yu's cries for mercy, Suing turned her head stiffly and spat a mouthful of saliva on Gao Yu's pretty face. Gao Yu, a loss is a loss. You really aren't a man. Suing looked at Gao Yu in disdain. Deep in her eyes, however, was regret and despair. Lu Qingshan calmly glanced at the two of them and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the group of seated doyens and said, "Perhaps all of you are very surprised that I, who was supposed to be the one being plotted against, ended up plotting against you instead." As he spoke, Lu Qingshan paused, as if he was enjoying everyone's horrified expressions. Then, he said indifferently, "Of course you won't understand. Because you don't understand, I am the president, and all of you will die today." President? Spare old Deng. It's Suing and Gao Yu who instigated us. It's not our fault. The boss, old Deng, was already sweating profusely. He knelt on the ground, trembling like a pug wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Lu Qingshan rubbed his fingers and said casually, "Old Deng, you still like to talk about useless things. Just now, I asked all of you if you wanted to break all ties with me. None of you chose to stand on my side. Since you can't live and die with me, then there's no need for me to keep you. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." All the members of the meeting wore expressions of regret and indignation. They had never imagined that Lu Qingshan was the one in control from the beginning to the end. Suing had tricked them, but wasn't Suing being tricked by Lu Qingshan as well? Over the years, Lu Qingshan didn't seem to be as brave as he used to be. Hence, everyone's fear of him gradually diminished. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Lu Qingshan didn't do anything, but once he did, it was like a thunderbolt that wiped out everyone. Everyone present knew very well that in the underworld, the crime of rebellion and disloyalty, if they didn't succeed, they would die for a righteous cause. Lu Qingshan didn't hesitate. He had already said what he wanted to say. This man who single-handedly unified the Yanjing underworld seemed to have returned to his prime. His gaze was like a dragon as he shouted, "Kill." Wait a minute. Almost at the same time, old Deng, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up abruptly and tore off his suit. "You can't kill me, or else we'll all die together." Old Deng seemed to have a crazed and ferocious expression on his face as he shouted. On his abdomen, there was a row of shiny bombs. Obviously, if a bullet were to hit him, or if he were to activate some kind of suicide mechanism, the row of bombs would explode instantly. Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted. He was not a god. He did not expect old Deng to tie himself up with a bomb. He set up this trap after he found out that his woman, Suing and Gao Yu, was in cahoots with each other. He purposely sent the bodyguards around him away to make Suing and the rest think that he was caught off guard. Then, he secretly swapped the people arranged by Suing and Gao Yu with his own people. Finally, he informed the surrounding area of the venue in advance. Everything was going according to plan. Lu Qingshan's arrangements were very thorough. He used this incident to test everyone's loyalty. If anyone could support him in such a situation, then he could use that person without worry. In the future, when Lu Mingho took over, he would not have to worry about a rebellion. If these people did not care about their friendship with him at such a critical moment, then Lu Qingshan would not be lenient. He would kill all these old people to pave the way for his son to take over. It had to be said that Lu Qingshan was a ruthless and ambitious person, but he was also a man of honor. Those who obeyed him would be highly regarded by him, and those who defied him would not have the slightest chance of survival. It all depended on whether or not they could seize the opportunity. Originally, things were already at the final stage. As long as they followed the original plan and killed everyone present, the Azure Dragon Society would undergo a metamorphosis and receive a new master. But, this cunning old Deng had actually been prepared for this. Thinking about it, old Deng did not trust anyone. Hence, he prepared a self-defense bomb before he came, just in case. Who knew? He was right. Be it Suing or Lu Qingshan, they could not be trusted. Old Deng, don't be rash. This bomb is not a joke, Lu Qingshan said calmly. He was thinking about how to deal with it. Old Deng felt that he had a chance. He laughed and said, "Why, are you afraid? Let us go if you are. We are only trying to survive. We will go our separate ways in the future." Old Deng was also smart. He said we, not me. Only by tying everyone up would they be able to get more reinforcements and escape. In an instant, the others pandered and asked Lu Qingshan to let them go. But at this moment, Yangqing, who had been sitting quietly on the chair, suddenly stood up, calmly walked to the side of a man in a black uniform, and snatched the submachine gun from his hand. The man didn't want to give it to Yangqing, but Yangqing's speed and strength weren't something he could react to at all. If he wasn't careful, he would find that his gun was taken away. Lu Qingshan noticed this and frowned. The main reason why he brought Yangqing here today was to gain Yangqing's trust and respect. He wanted to let Yangqing see how honest he was in front of him. He also wanted to let Yangqing know that he was not a pushover. In that case, he would be able to work more stably with the Red Thorns Society in the future, and as his son-in-law, Yangqing would not offend him too much. But looking at the current situation, Lu Qingshan was a little regretful. If something really happened to Yangqing, how was he going to explain it to Lu Mingyu and the rest? Yangqing, don't move around. What are you doing? Lu Qingshan said. Yangqing held the submachine gun as easily as holding a chicken feather. He fiddled with it in his hand and grinned. This brother is really willing to spend money to save his life. The US military's C4 explosive. There are so many tubes. If they all explode, let alone the people here, the entire venue will be blown to the ground. What? This is C4? Lu Qingshan's face darkened. He didn't expect the situation to be so bad. This kind of high explosive commonly used by the US military couldn't be obtained through ordinary channels. This old dang had indeed spent a lot of money to get his hands on something that could save his life. Yangqing didn't care about these people's shocked expressions. He raised the submachine gun in his hand and aimed at old Dang's abdomen, the explosive. What are you doing? Lu Qingshan finally panicked. It was as if he could see himself being annihilated by the monstrous fire. Yangqing shrugged and said, no matter what, you are still my baby Mingyu's father. Don't worry, I won't let you die just like that. After saying that, he didn't care about the others' terrified expressions and pulled the trigger. Are you crazy? Stop. Two. A stream of bullets suddenly shot toward the explosive in old Dang's abdomen. Kaboom. In an instant, before anyone could react, their ears were already filled with the terrifying sound of the explosive. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. As there was no time to escape, even the armed men in black uniforms could only choose to lie down. Only Lu Qingshan's eyes were wide open in anger. He knew that it was useless to dodge. At such a short distance, if the explosive exploded, no one would survive. So, he would rather open his eyes wide and see what this young man was going to do. It had to be said that at this critical moment, Lu Qingshan's fearless spirit had already proved his courage. And it was precisely because of this courage that Lu Qingshan was lucky enough to become the only person to witness a miracle. When the bullets ignited the entire row of C4 explosives, a blazing and dazzling light suddenly began to flash violently in old Dang's abdomen. And old Dang's body was instantly engulfed by the fireball. The red, black, and purple flames suddenly spread out and corroded everything around it. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, those violent and blazing wild beasts seemed to have encountered an insurmountable barrier. All the flames were strangely compressed into a small area, which was a foot around the detonation point of old Dang, forming a light ball. In this miraculous ball of light, the terrifying power of the explosives was completely restrained. All the shock waves and high temperatures did not affect anyone else in the slightest. Finally, after a dozen dreamlike seconds, the light ball was extinguished. Lu Qingshan swallowed his saliva. He saw with his own eyes that old Dang had disappeared from his original spot, and the place where he originally stood was only a pile of black residue. Carbonization. A living person had been forcibly compressed in a small area of super high temperature and turned into carbonization. At this time, Yangqing casually threw the submachine gun back to the side of the man who was originally holding the gun, and then walked to Lu Qingshan's side. He patted Lu Qingshan's shoulder and said with an evil smile, I know that you called me here to make me feel that father-in-law is also a man, but father-in-law, you have to know that it's actually meaningless to prove this to your son-in-law. Well, things are considered done. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm not interested in watching the massacre. I'll go out and wait for you. Under everyone's almost lifeless gaze, Yangqing slowly walked out of the venue and closed the door on his way out. Lu Qingshan was stunned on the spot. He suddenly realized something: everything he had done was like performing a boring beheading act in front of the Grim Reaper. Beside the artificial lake in the center of the Green Dragon International Resort, there was a rattan bench for guests to rest on. Yangqing leaned back lazily with his legs crossed, looking at the sparkling surface of the lake and humming a tune. This tune was sung by Hui Lin when he went to the branch of Yulei Entertainment yesterday. He didn't expect that he would remember quite a lot of the melody after listening to it once. It was clear that Hui Lin's songs were quite attractive. Just 10 minutes ago, the sound of submachine guns firing like firecrackers came from the white building behind him. Yangchen didn't even need to think to know that Lu Qingshan had killed everyone after he regained his senses, including his little mother-in-law, Su Ying, and her adulterer, Gao Yu, whom he had only met for less than half a day. During this time, Yangqing also thought of something that he hadn't considered before. During the meeting, Lu Qingshan made it clear that he wanted Lu Mingho to take over, but he didn't call Lu Mingho back from Zhonghai. He didn't even show up. Obviously, this didn't make sense. If he had thought of this contradiction earlier, it wouldn't be hard to tell that Lu Qingshan had ulterior motives today. It was precisely because he knew that Lu Mingho's mother, Su Ying, might be killed by his man on the spot today that Lu Qingshan didn't want Lu Mingho to see everything. As for how he was going to explain this to Lu Mingho, Lu Qingshan must have already thought of a countermeasure. After some time, Lu Qingshan's figure came to the side of the rattan bench. He paused for a moment, then sat down beside Yangqing. Lu Qingshan's body emitted a faint smell of blood. Without looking, he knew that most of the people in the venue were dead. Blood flowed like a river. It was probably a frenzied purge. "They're all dead, not a single one left," Lu Qingshan said calmly, as if his dead wife and his subordinates who had followed him for many years were all strangers. Yangqing nodded. "Not bad." Lu Qingshan was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed bitterly. "I didn't expect you to be so strong that you don't seem like a human." Yangqing turned his head away. "Who told you that I don't seem like a human?" Lu Qingshan said, "Before I decided to form an alliance with Red Thorn's society, I naturally did my best to investigate everyone's information. Naturally, you were the main target of my investigation. My subordinates told me that you once single-handedly dealt with dozens of West Union Society's armed men and slaughtered them all. However, there was no concrete evidence. I didn't believe it at first, but today, I believe it." Yangqing suddenly understood. Lu Qingshan must be talking about the last banquet where he dealt with Situ Mingzi. "However, it's good that you don't seem like a human," Lu Qingshan suddenly revealed a gentle expression. "This way, even if something happens to me one day, you will be safe with you." Yangqing was stunned. He hesitated for a while, then asked curiously, "Father-in-law, do you love her?" Lu Qingshan was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "If I didn't love her, I wouldn't have waited until today to do all this, and I wouldn't have tested her so much." The person he was talking about was naturally Su Ying, the woman who had been with Lu Qingshan for almost 20 years. Yangqing was silent. He didn't know whether Lu Qingshan was speaking the truth or not, because he really couldn't see through love. Lu Qingshan seemed to have seen through Yangqing's confusion. He chuckled and said, "You are also a man, and you are also a man who has more than one woman. Which do you think is true love, your official wife or are you her?" Yangqing said without hesitation, Both are true love." Lu Qingshan said, "Me too. I love Yuer's mother, my first wife. I also love Su Ying, the woman who accompanied me in Beijing for 20 years. However, just because I love her, it doesn't mean that I don't have a reason to kill her. If I really have to give a reason." Lu Qingshan sighed and said, "Maybe it's because Su Ying is smarter than Yuer's mother." Yangqing didn't say anything. He waited quietly for Lu Qingshan to continue. "In comparison, Yuer's mother is not as young as Su Ying, not as smart as Su Ying, and not as cultured. All day long, apart from the trivial matters of the family, she is thinking about how to save money, when to get discounts in the supermarket, to nourish Yuer's body, to make food for me, to cut fruits for me, to make tea. Su Ying is different. Su Ying's brain helped me a lot in the process of building the Green Dragon Society. She can manage both internally and externally. She knows her limits and is very decisive. She can always come up with some schemes, which makes me admire her. She is a very attractive woman, and always has been. Xianxia said, but it seems like you like my mother-in-law more. Oh. Mingyu's mother. Hee hee. Lu Qingshan laughed and said, that's right, that is indeed the case. Perhaps many people won't believe it, but deep down in my heart, I really like yours mother more. She's a silly woman all day long. She's a woman who might only nag about trivial family matters in her entire life. She's a woman who occasionally causes me trouble and gives me headaches. However, she makes me feel more at ease and makes me want to protect her and our daughter. So, you would rather take the risk of Lu Mingho hating you for the rest of his life and choose to kill Suing, Xianxia said. That's right. Lu Qingshan said calmly, but I still have another consideration, which is if that child Mingho can't overcome the fact that I killed his mother, then he's not worthy of inheriting my position. Maybe one day in the future, he will kill you, Xianxia said bluntly. Lu Qingshan laughed and said, maybe. Don't worry, if he really can kill me one day, I will definitely walk on the bridge of helplessness with a smile. Let's see how capable he is. However, since Mayur is with you, you better keep your eyes open. If my daughter is wronged in the slightest, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are strong. Xianxia grinned and chuckled, father-in-law, I suddenly like you a little. You are quite likable, although you are a little stupid sometimes. Lu Qingshan's face twitched. He could not tell if this was a compliment or a belittling. As it was almost noon, Xianxia saw that the matter was more or less settled, so he did not stand on ceremony with Lu Qingshan and dragged him to the restaurant to eat. The facilities of the Azure Dragon Resort Hotel were all 5-star standard. As the chairman, Lu Qingshan was personally receiving guests, so of course, he would receive the highest standard of treatment. However, when it was time to eat, Lu Qingshan's face darkened. This was because, unsure if Xianxia was doing it on purpose, he didn't order anything else but 2 large pieces of beef meat that were 20 ounces each, and he even wanted it to be medium rare. As he had just seen a lot of bloody scenes in the meeting room, Lu Qingshan did not have much of an appetite. Yet, Xianxia was still gorging on the bloody steak in front of him. Fortunately, Lu Qingshan was not an ordinary person who had never seen blood before. He endured the urge to vomit and held it in, as if he was purposely not letting Xianxia have his way, and finished his lunch with a dark face. Of course, Xianxia was purposely making Lu Qingshan feel disgusted. Who told him to think he was smart and bring him here to admire his prestige? After eating and wiping his mouth, Xianxia felt his phone vibrating. He took it out and saw that it was Choi Yun calling. Xianxia understood a little. He picked up the phone and asked, Bureau Chief Kai, are you going to the north? Choi Yun giggled, what do you mean by going to the north? I'm just telling you that I'll be in Beijing at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You have to pick me up at the airport on time. So fast? Xianxia was stunned. What do you mean? I'm going to see you soon, are you not willing? Choi Yun said unhappily. Xianxia immediately realized his slip of the tongue. He originally thought that Choi Yun would come in 3 or 4 days, so he could take advantage of this time to spend a few days with the beautiful Choi Yun. However, he did not expect that Choi Yun would be coming tomorrow. He would be too embarrassed to sleep with Tang Wan again. Xianxia felt that it was a pity. If Choi Yun's relationship with Tang Wan was as close as Mo Qianni and Xiangwei, he would be able to enjoy life in another city. However, there would be opportunities in the future. Xianxia felt that it was better to settle Choi Yun's worries first. How could that be? I was just pleasantly surprised. Yonyan darling, remember to bring a coat on the plane. The air conditioner is quite cold, don't catch a cold, Xianxia said with a serious look of concern. Although Choi Yun knew that Xianxia was purposely making a fool out of her, she was still quite happy. She purposely said, what a hypocrite. He must have gotten together with another woman and forgotten about us. If I didn't call you, he would have forgotten about us. Xianxia almost said, how did you know, but he immediately stopped himself and said sternly, Sir, I have been wrongly accused. I have been burning with anxiety every day and wanted to bring up the marriage in front of my in-laws. Lu Qingshan, who was sitting opposite Xianxia, had an ashen and helpless expression on his face. He could already tell that the other party was Yanqing's other lover, but he did not expect this brat to be so shameless. He did not even try to avoid saying these words and said it in front of his father-in-law. Lu Qingshan even began to doubt whether it was right or wrong to send Lu Mingyu into the mouth of this tiger. After talking a lot, Yanqing finally ended the conversation with Choi Yun. A woman who had just tasted love always had endless things to say. Although Yanqing was not impatient, he was really quite tired. After thinking about it, he had to pick up Choi Yun tomorrow, and it would not be convenient for someone else to pick her up. Yanqing raised his head and smiled at Lu Qingshan. Father-in-law, you see, your son-in-law is so lonely in Beijing. There is no one to take care of me, and it's not convenient for me to go out. Why don't you lend me a means of transportation? Lu Qingshan snorted and said, you can't even get a car? Yanqing sighed and said, isn't this because we are close? Why are you talking about family? Lu Qingshan was speechless. Now he was talking about family again. Why did he purposely disgust me before? However, Lu Qingshan was not a narrow-minded person. He knew that this son-in-law could be said to be his biggest support in the future. Therefore, he called one of his subordinates to get a car for Yanqing from the garage. Hotels often needed to pick up some important guests, so there were many luxury cars. Yanqing did not choose those particularly grand cars. He chose a new deep blue BMW Z4. This car was only about 800,000 to 900,000 in Xianxia. It was not too rare, and it would not attract too much attention. Lu Qingshan had just killed a large number of elders in the society, so there must be a lot of things to do. Yanqing simply said goodbye and drove away from the resort alone. Perhaps it was because he was used to driving the M3 in Shanghai, Yanqing naturally chose to continue driving the BMW. Although this configuration made the acceleration of 100 km per hour slower than the M3 by 3 seconds, there was no need for a high-performance car to walk in the city. Since the car was already installed with a GPS system, Yanqing easily found the Tang family's location. Back at the Tang family's mansion, some of the Tang family servants looked curiously at Yanqing driving in. He clearly walked when he left. Why did he drive back? Could it be that this distinguished guest went out to buy a car? After Yanqing parked the car, he was about to return to Tang Wan's mansion. However, after walking for a while, he saw a large group of men and women standing outside a mansion that belonged to an unknown Tang family member. It seemed that most of them were servants of the Tang family, and they seemed to be watching a show. Yanqing was worried that he had nothing to do in the afternoon. Suddenly, his interest was piqued. He squeezed into the middle of the group and saw the happy scene inside. It was Li Dun again. This mansion was where the third son of the Tang family and his daughter, Tang Xian, lived. Li Dun was dressed in a white suit and trousers. He was really dressed like a dog. In his hand was a large bouquet of white roses, and he was kneeling on one knee in front of the front door of the mansion. On the steps of the door, Tang Xian, who was wearing a plain dress, was frowning. Her hands were intertwined with the hem of her dress, and she looked at the kneeling Li Dun helplessly. As for the third son of the Tang family, Tang Xian's father, who was also Tang Xian's father, he looked anxious and a little annoyed as he muttered something behind Tang Xian. Yanqing grabbed a male servant beside him and asked, "What's going on?" The male servant replied respectfully, "Mr. Yang, young Master Li just came over to propose to Miss Tang Xian, but she refused. Now young Master Li Dun is kneeling and refusing to get up. Third Master Tang is very anxious." Yanqing almost laughed out loud. Propose? Li Dun was really eager to eat hot tofu. Yanqing did not expect Li Dun to be so infatuated. He shamelessly thought that Li Dun was a little like himself. He walked up to Li Dun with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. "Old Li, other people propose with red roses. Why did you buy a bouquet of white roses?" Li Dun had seen Yanqing long ago, but he was still in the position of proposing and did not pay attention to him. At this moment, he glanced at Yanqing and said softly, "Damn, do you think I want to? I don't know what happened to red roses recently, but the price has increased by several times. It's not even Valentine's Day, I'm confused. I have no choice, I don't have enough money, so I have to buy white roses." Yangqing was once again convinced that this guy was definitely a miser. He felt a little better about the ramen incident last time. You can't just kneel like this. You should say something more touching. Li Dan pulled a long face. I've said everything I need to say. If I had anything to say, would I still be kneeling like this? At this moment, Tang Xian, who was on the stairs, bit her lip. She seemed to have made up her mind. She shook her head and said, Young Master Li, please go back. I really can't agree to this. Li Dan pretended not to hear her and replied indifferently, Miss Tang Xian. Marry me. The servants around them were trying hard not to laugh. Li Dan's shamelessness was quite amusing to them. Third brother Tang was so anxious that he was pacing around in circles. How could his daughter not see the big picture? It was a blessing that the young master of the Li family wanted to marry her. If Li Dan did not fall in love with her for no reason, how could an insignificant woman like her have the chance to marry into the Li family? Xian heir. Don't talk nonsense. Are you trying to get your father killed? If you marry into the Li family, it will be of great benefit to the Tang family. Tang San hurriedly said to Tang Xian. Tears welled up in Tang Xian's eyes. She whispered, Father, is my marriage only for the benefit of the family? Tang San choked. He did not know what to say. He ran down the stairs and tried to pull Li Dan up. He smiled and said, Young Master Li, it's Tang Xian's fault. I've spoiled her too much. Don't kneel. If you kneel, people will think that the Tang family is not a good host. Let's get up and talk about this. Young Master Li likes Tang Xian heir, that's her good fortune. We will definitely support young Master Li in marrying Xian heir. Li Dan's body was not something an ordinary person could control. No matter how Tang San tried to pull him up, Li Dan refused to get up. Father-in-law. You don't have to pull me up. I will not get up. I must kneel and wait for Miss Tang Xian to agree. The crowd burst into an uproar. Father-in-law? Even Tang San was stunned. This Li Dan was too much. Tang Xian did not even have the slightest intention of agreeing, and this brat had already called him father-in-law? Tang San did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Yangqing beside him, he remembered that Li Dan and Yangqing were friends. He quickly begged, Young Master Yang, please persuade young Master Li. What is this? Are you trying to shorten my lifespan? Before Yangqing could say anything, Li Dan shouted, Father-in-law, your fortune is as boundless as the East Sea, and you will live as long as the South Mountain. This time all the servants around burst into laughter. Tang San was on the verge of breaking down. Yangqing touched his forehead. It was a little embarrassing to know this guy. He was too thick-skinned. At this moment, a certain someone had selectively forgotten how thick his skin was. At this moment, Tang Xian seemed to have hardened her heart. She said in a clear voice, Young Master Li, I will tell you the truth. The reason I cannot accept you is because I already have someone in my heart. I can't accept you, so don't waste your efforts. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Tang Xian in surprise. Not only was Tang Xian quite bold, but since when did this unknown third daughter of the family have someone in her heart? And for that person, she was willing to reject someone like Li Dan? Li Dan's face froze. The passion in his eyes subsided a little, as if trying to determine if Tang Xian was speaking the truth. Tang San frowned and walked up to her. Xian heir, is it true? Which family's young master is he? Tang Xian kept her mouth shut and lowered her head, as if she did not want to say anything. Tang San wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by Li Dan. Father-in-law. Don't ask any more. To me, it doesn't matter who Miss Tang Xian likes. Because I have confidence that I can defeat any rival in love. The cadence of these words almost made it sound like an oath of loyalty to the country. Tang Xian raised her head and looked at Li Dan. The two looked at each other. The girl's face was full of bitterness and helplessness, while Li Dan was full of confidence. But this time, Li Dan took the initiative to stand up. Miss Tang Xian, thank you for telling me the truth. I will take my leave now, but that doesn't mean I've given up. I will come often in the future, and use all my sincerity to pursue you. I know Miss Tang Xian needs time to think things through. I still have some matters to attend to in the army, so I will take my leave first. With that, Li Dun tore off his white suit in front of everyone, revealing the short-sleeved military uniform underneath. His expression turned solemn. Li Dun gave Yangqing a look of greeting, then took the bouquet of white roses that he did not get to give away and walked out of the villa proudly. Since Li Dun had left, the surrounding servants also hurriedly dispersed. Yangqing looked at Tang Xian, who was standing on the stairs absent-mindedly, and Tang San, who was chattering non-stop beside her. Yangqing revealed a playful smile. After a while, he walked back to Tang Wan's villa. Yangqing found that there was not a single servant in the living room, but a graceful figure was busy in the kitchen. Tang Wan's hair was tied up, and she was wearing a beige lace dress with a gray pattern. Below her was a short, pleated skirt. Her fair, slender legs were like a meticulously sculpted work of art. Just looking at her back made Yangqing's heart beat faster. Sensing that Yangqing had entered the house, Tang Wan turned around and smiled. She then continued to process the fresh beans in her hands, removing the inedible stems. "Why are you home so early? Didn't you say that you were bringing Tang Tang to visit friends and family?" Yangqing walked behind the beauty and hugged Tang Wan from the waist. His body pressed tightly against hers, and his hand naturally caressed Tang Wan's delicate abdomen through her clothes. He felt the warmth and softness of Tang Wan's beautiful body, and enjoyed inhaling the woman's rich fragrance. Tang Wan pursed her lips shyly and said, "Don't be so touchy as soon as you come back. I was supposed to come back later, but that girl said she was tired and wanted to take an afternoon nap, so I had to give up. Go watch TV for a while, I'll make dinner, I'm preparing it now." Yangqing spread out his divine sense and checked the situation of the entire villa. After confirming that there was no one else other than Tang Tang who was sleeping soundly upstairs, he stopped what he was doing and gradually moved one hand up and the other down on Tang Wan's sensitive abdomen. Tang Wan immediately realized Yangqing's evil thoughts, but before she could resist, one of Yangqing's hands had already covered the snowy peak on her left. Tang Wan felt that the sensitive areas on her abdomen and chest were covered by a blazing heat, making her feel as if electricity was running through her body. Especially a certain part of her body, it was as if a stream was about to start flowing. She had just tasted the feeling of a man and a woman making love not too long ago. Last night, there was still some pain, but today, after being teased, a raging flame was ignited. For so many years, she had kept her chastity as a jade, and suddenly had that kind of ecstasy baptism. It was not an exaggeration to say that Tang Wan was more eager than ordinary women of this age. When Yangqing's hot breath invaded the back of Tang Wan's ear, Tang Wan finally couldn't help letting out a moan. Don't do it here." Tang Wan's whole body seemed to have become melted chocolate, sweet and tempting. She slumped on Yangqing's body, and the beans in her hand also fell. Hearing this seductive voice, Yangqing's bones almost went limp. He smiled evilly and said, "If we go upstairs, we will wake that girl up. I think the kitchen is good." "Be good, lie on the counter, I'll do it." Tang Wan looked at the empty white plastic counter that Yangqing pointed at, and thought of lying on it. Just the image that vaguely appeared in her mind made her so shy that she wanted to die. "I don't want." "Even if you don't want it, you have to." Yangqing didn't care about the woman's duplicity. He simply picked up Tang Wan and sent her to the spacious counter just like that. Tang Wan clearly realized that her plump butt was facing Yangqing. She didn't dare to open her eyes at all. She buried her head and trembled all over, not knowing whether it was out of fear or excitement. Following that, Tang Wan felt a chill behind her. The scenery under her skirt was exposed to the air. Realizing what was going to happen next, Tang Wan was filled with desire again. But Yangqing wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he admired Tang Wan's perfect inverted triangular back and buttocks for a while, as well as Tang Wan's beautiful white legs that were rubbing and twisting in excitement, before pouncing on her. In the end, when a ball of fiery heat broke through, Tang Wan instantly felt as if she had fallen into a ball of clouds that had forgotten everything. She tumbled about in the clouds and rain like a lonely boat, swaying uncontrollably and falling deeply into it. After being ridiculous for an entire afternoon, Tang Wan, who was going to cook herself, had to ask the servants to fetch the food from the kitchen. When Tang Tang went downstairs to eat, she found that the food was suddenly cooked in the kitchen of the Tang family again. She blinked her eyes and looked at Tang Wan in a daze, but she did not think too much about it. In Tong Tong's mind, she did not think that her mother was so unrestrained. Tang Wan pretended that nothing had happened and maintained the dignity of a mother, which made Yangqing feel quite amused. However, he did not forget to mention that Choi Yun was coming to Yanjing. When Tang Wan and her mother heard that Yangqing was going to accompany Choi Yun to the Kai family to confess their relationship, Tang Wan showed a helpless look of jealousy, while Tang Tang strongly looked at Yangqing with disdain. "Uncle, if you confess, how many lovers do you have?" Tang Tang asked with dissatisfaction and arrogance. Yangqing rolled his eyes. How could he say that out loud? He pretended that he heard nothing. Tang Wan patted her daughter's thigh from under the table. "Don't ask so many questions. After eating, go back upstairs to study." Tang Tang pouted and said, "Mom, you are so easy to bully. Uncle will have more and more lovers in the future." Tang Wan snorted and glanced at Yangqing. If he has more, then so be it. This is something that his wife should worry about. Anyway, we just care about ourselves, and it has nothing to do with him. He can do whatever he wants. Yangqing almost choked on the food in his mouth. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was not that Tang Wan was ignoring him, but that she had drawn a clear line between them. Regardless of whether Yangqing would have a good life in the future, she would only maintain this kind of distance. She had absolutely no intention of relying on him. Perhaps it was because she was used to being a strong woman. Even if she fell in love with him, Tang Wan did not lose her backbone. The next day, Yangqing arrived at the domestic arrival area of the airport as scheduled. After waiting for a while, he saw a beautiful figure coming towards him from the exit. She had smooth, shoulder-length hair and wore a pair of white-framed sunglasses. She wore a white silk dress, a cherry red round-neck suit jacket, a pair of tight-fitting white riveted pencil pants, and a pair of white leather high-heeled sandals. Kai Yan, who rarely wore her own clothes in the past, looked much more impactful now that she was dressed like this. She dragged her black suitcase along the way, causing many passers-by in the airport to turn their heads. This made Yang Chen, who was waiting, feel rather satisfied. At the same time, he lamented why he didn't notice that the policewoman actually had a feminine side to her. The two bumped into each other. Choi Yun took off her sunglasses, let go of the suitcase, and opened her arms to hug Yangqing tightly, as if she wanted to hang her body on Yangqing. She even crossed her legs. Yangqing smelled the faint scent of the woman's body that resembled sunlight. Smiling, he reached out his hand and patted the beauty's back. "Why are you so clingy the moment you got off the plane? It's not like you. Anyway, this is not Zhonghai, and I'm not a police officer. If you want, why don't you carry me out of the airport?" Choi Yun smiled playfully. Yangqing raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you really think I don't dare?" Seeing the smirk in Yangqing's eyes, Choi Yun immediately let go and curled her lips. "Pretend I didn't say anything." The two teased for a while, and Yangqing naturally took the suitcase, held Choi Yun's hand, and walked out of the airport. Speaking of which, he never thought that he would go this far with Choi Yun, but now that things have gone smoothly, Yangqing also enjoyed the violent police beauty's gentle side at this moment. After putting the suitcase down, they sat in the Z4 car. Yangqing started the car and asked, "What's the itinerary? Where are we going first?" Choi Yun said directly, "Of course to my house. The sooner we get it done, the better." Yangqing smiled and said, "From what you said, why do you sound like you're worried that I won't go to your house to propose?" Choi Yun pouted and said, "If I don't get it done, I won't feel at ease. If everything is done, I won't feel the slightest bit nervous." Yangqing smiled knowingly and said, "Tell me the address, I'll use the GPS to navigate." In the western suburbs of Beijing, after leaving the city, along the way, there were all kinds of hilly landforms. After crossing over a few small hills, a large area was surrounded by barbed wire in a secluded forest. On the outskirts of the area, there were many soldiers armed with live ammunition. There was a metal sign with the words 3rd Artillery Barracks Training Base written in red on it. No one had ever come close to this area, and even the old people in Beijing didn't know that it looked like a military base, but it was actually a huge underground weapons research base. At this very moment, in an underground base built of alloy steel plates, in a long corridor, bright lights illuminated everything down to the finest detail. A man in a white coat led a gloomy man in a white vest to a sealed laboratory. Prepare yourself. I'll let you see something that will make you excited, the man with a beard and shoulder-length hair said with a strange grin. The young soldier behind him snorted and said, Yan Buwen, you brought me here for so long, either to check my body or to test my stamina, and now you're even showing me around. If you don't show me the way to become stronger that you mentioned, then I'll leave immediately. Yan Buwen said without turning his head, Major General Yang Lai, I have to say, you're really impatient. Testing your body and stamina is to confirm whether or not you can successfully transform. If you don't make those preparations, then it'll be irresponsible to you. I'm a scientist, I'm very strict, don't doubt my scientific attitude. Yang Lai couldn't deny it, but he didn't continue to ask. When the two of them walked to the sealed steel door, Yan Buwen aimed one of his eyeballs at the iris detector on the door. After a few beeps, the door opened in 6 directions in the form of a hexagon. Yang Lai frowned because he smelled an inexplicable stench drifting out of the secret room. Please come in, Yan Buwen made an inviting gesture. Yang Lai narrowed his eyes and carefully walked into the dimly lit secret room. Just as he took a few steps into the secret room, Yang Lai vigilantly dodged to the left. Roar! With a hoarse roar, a black shadow suddenly shot out from a corner like a cannonball, almost knocking Yang Lai to the ground. Yang Lai cursed bastard in his heart. He didn't know what kind of monster Yan Buwen had locked in here, so he could only immediately listen attentively. Although Yangqing had crippled his internal force, his physical fitness and acuity were still there, carefully sensing the movements of the monster. Yan Buwen calmly walked to a position on the wall, turned on the lights in the room, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and calmly watched Yang Lai's fight. After a few dodges, Yang Lai finally saw clearly what kind of monster was attacking him. To be precise, it wasn't a monster, but a movement similar to that of an animal, a human. It was a muscular man who was completely naked. His veins were bulging all over his body, and his muscles were as sturdy as rocks. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and saliva was dripping from the gaps between his teeth. The stench that he had smelled earlier was caused by this creature that was neither human nor ghost, who was defecating and urinating at will. What is this? Yang Lai was shocked, not because of this guy's appearance, but because he realized that this monster's physical fitness actually made him, a master who was once close to the Xianxia realm, feel a sense of oppression. Yan Buwen didn't answer, and the monster man madly pounced at Yang Lai again. This time, the monster man's speed was exceptionally fast, and Yang Lai's face was almost scratched, but even so, there was still a scratch on his arm. Yang Lai angrily snorted, and with a roundhouse kick, he hit the monster's ribs. Roar! The monster roared, but there was no reaction, as if the kick that could shatter tens of centimeters of marble was as ineffective as hitting a cotton ball. How is this possible? Yang Lai's eyes widened, and he shouted in his heart, but he didn't have the chance to think too much. Because the monster had inconceivably twisted its body, withdrawing its powerful inertia, and was stunned to punch at Yang Lai's head. Yang Lai instantly exploded with all his strength, causing a violent explosion in the narrow space. Bang bang! The meteor-like fist did not blow up Yang Lai's head, but Yang Lai's counterattack had sent his body flying a few meters, crashing into an iron wall, as if his bones were about to fall apart. The monster suffered a heavy blow, but it didn't look too bad. After rolling on the ground a few times, it got up again, staring at Yang Lai, but didn't rashly attack again. Yan Buwen laughed. How is it? This surprise is not bad, right? Bastard! What the hell is it? Yang Lai cursed. Just as Yan Buwen was about to explain, the monster turned its head to Yan Buwen, as if it felt that Yang Lai was a difficult bone to chew, and Yan Buwen might be a good target. Of course, Yan Buwen also noticed it, and a trace of a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he hooked his finger at the monster. The monster seemed to be instinctively stimulated, and with a roar, it pounced at Yan Buwen. Yan Buwen stood in the same place, and with one hand, he grabbed at the monster. It seemed to be slow, but it was actually fast, and it magically broke the laws of physics, and grabbed the monster's head first. Ka-ka! Bang! There were a few crisp sounds of bones, and then there was a violent sound. The monster's head was crushed into pieces by Yan Buwen's hand. Yang Lai looked at Yan Buwen, dumbfounded. The man in the white coat finished all of this easily, and only helplessly shook off the red and white things in his hand. Yang Lai really didn't want to believe what he had just seen. He had to use all of his strength to send the monster flying, but Yan Buwen, this seemingly weak scholar, had actually killed it with one move. In fact, he didn't even understand how Yan Buwen had done it. Yan Buwen realized that the blood on his hands didn't seem to be able to be wiped clean. He sighed and stuck out his tongue to lick the fingers on his left hand, sucking some of the blood into his mouth. He didn't feel the slightest bit dirty. Yang Lai frowned, came back to his senses, and said, "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Yan Buwen glanced at him and said, "Do you know what the predecessor of this finished product was?" "Predecessor?" Yang Lai shook his head. Yan Buwen said, "He's just an ordinary artillery soldier. He can't even be considered a special forces soldier. At most, he's just a little stronger." "How is this possible?" Yang Lai looked at the headless corpse in a daze. This monster was just an ordinary person before. Yan Buwen turned his back and took a deep breath of the smell of blood and urine in the air, as if he was enjoying it very much. He said, "The biggest reason you are willing to come here with me is because you want to defeat Yongqing. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Ask yourself, how much do you know about Yongqing? Do you know why he is stronger than you?" Yang Lai was silent. He couldn't answer, because in his eyes, that despicable man had inexplicably appeared in his originally beautiful world. Then, he shattered everything that was originally beautiful to pieces. "Take it away." Yan Buwen continued, "When Yongqing was young, he was once taken to do some biochemical experiments by the first generation of the Zero Organization, which is also the world's #1 assassin organization. There were thousands of children who were brought to that kind of experiment, and they were all children with relatively good physiques. Among these children, only Yongqing survived. From then on, his strength grew much faster than the others. Furthermore, his physical fitness has also increased exponentially with his age and his strength." Yang Lai's eyes lit up. Yongqing had actually relied on scientific experiments to achieve such results. If that was the case, Yan Buwen might not have lied to him. Yan Buwen turned around and pointed at the headless corpse on the ground. "I made this experiment yesterday. It can be said to be the most basic experiment. I replicated Yongqing's genes and allowed this soldier's body to have Yongqing's genetic code. Then, through the divine light experiment that Yongqing had undergone back then, I gave him the most basic modifications. The results are very good. Sure enough, as long as you have Yongqing's genes as a foundation, even ordinary humans can be incomparably strengthened under the illumination of the divine light." Yang Lai heard a trace of abnormality and frowned. "Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a fool? Even if I'm not a scientist, I know that if you want to get that bastard's genes, you need to take a sample from him. Would he be careless enough to let you take a sample and not feel it? Even if your hidden strength is indeed shocking, you can't compare to him." Yan Buwen tilted his head and said with an evil smile, "That's right, I really can't take Yongqing's genes. However, I naturally have my ways. You don't have to doubt this." Seeing that Yang Lai didn't ask any more questions, Yan Buwen continued, "You also felt it just now. As long as ordinary people are exposed to the divine light, they can also become incomparably powerful monsters. Take a guess, this monster's physical fitness. How does it compare to Yongqing's?" Yang Lai pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know." Yan Buwen stopped smiling and said seriously, "I can tell you, based on the approximate data I deduced from Yongqing's genes. Yongqing's physical fitness, conservatively estimated, is more than 10 times stronger than this monster." Yang Lai's face turned ashen. Although he knew that Yongqing's body was definitely more terrifying than this monster's, he didn't think that there would be such a big gap. Yan Buwen said, "In other words, even if you didn't have your internal energy crippled, even if you used all your strength, you might not be able to hurt 1/10 of Yongqing. And this is Yongqing only using his body, without any skills. Yang Lai clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. "Child Yang, if you want to get rid of Yongqing, fully cooperate with my experiment. This is your only way out. Otherwise, there will be no chance in this lifetime." Yan Buwen smiled temptingly. Yang Lai's heart skipped a beat, but when he noticed the headless corpse on the ground, his heart turned cold. If you turn me into the guy on the ground, then what's the point of me killing him? Tsk tisk. No, no. Yan Buwen shook his finger and said, I said it before, this guy was just an ordinary person before. Furthermore, his body didn't have any of Yang Cheng's genes as a foundation, so he couldn't resist the fatal side effects of the divine light. That's why he became an idiot who only knew the instincts of a monster. Major General Yang Lai is different. I think highly of you because in your body flows the same blood as Yang Cheng. Although you are unwilling to admit it. Yang Lai was startled. Looking at Yan Buwen's devil-like smile, he subconsciously understood the reason why Yan Buwen had taken the initiative to find him, hoping to cooperate with his experiment. Blood relationship. He and Yang Cheng had the same blood relationship. Yan Buwen said loudly, Yang Cheng's genes have already been strengthened countless times. Compared to the first time Yang Cheng received the divine light, they are much stronger. Therefore, as long as there is the most suitable carrier and perfectly fused with Yang Cheng's genes, then the divine light's illumination will only bring about pure strengthening, without the slightest side effect. Yang Lai asked, but, according to your theory, even if the experiment succeeds, he can only have that kind of body like Yang Cheng's. But that bastard doesn't only have one body. He has already stepped into the Xiantian full circle, and is even getting stronger. He also has the means of the Lord God. Do you want me to fight him head-on? Yan Buwen sighed, young General Yang Lai, I can only say that you are unable to understand many scientific theories. I can only tell you the most superficial ones. Speak, Yang Lai said coldly. Have you heard of Dawkins's survival mechanism? Oh no, you definitely haven't heard of it. Yan Buwen patted his head and continued, in short, the human body is just a tool to carry genes. What really dominates everything is our genes. No matter how powerful Yang Cheng's abilities are, it's just the effect of his genes constantly strengthening. As long as our genes are modified to be stronger than Yang Cheng's, we won't need to make any other efforts and we will naturally surpass Yang Cheng. Don't talk to me about realm and divine power. Those things are just gifts brought about by genes. Genes are not only the human body, but a higher level is all the abilities of humans. After the call, Yang Lai's heartbeat sped up. He swallowed his saliva and asked, what evidence do you have? Evidence? Yan Buwen seemed to find it particularly funny and laughed, I am the evidence. You? Yang Lai was stunned and said, you mean, you also carried out genetic modification on yourself? Otherwise, do you think I would have time to train like you guys when I'm doing scientific experiments and researching weapons all day? Yan Buwen said proudly, I only need to modify my genes and I will be able to surpass your 20 years of martial arts training. How about it, the truth is right in front of you. If you still don't believe me, then I'll send you out. You can continue to be a pitiful worm in front of Yang Cheng. You're trying to provoke me, Yang Lai said unhappily. So what if I am, you can't beat me, Yan Buwen said disdainfully. Yang Lai was furious but he had nowhere to vent it. He knew that from what Yan Buwen did just now, he was qualified to say that he was no match for him. I think the title of Beijing King Duo doesn't suit you anymore, Yang Lai said softly, you should be much more terrifying than that Li Dun. I never admitted it in the first place, Yan Buwen shrugged. Yang Lai looked confused and said, I really want to know why you are helping me go against Yang Cheng. What is your real goal? I'm definitely doing it for myself, you don't have to think too much about it. You won't understand it anyway, Yan Buwen didn't intend to explain at all. Yang Lai stood up straight and said proudly, I don't know what you want to do, but there's nothing in this world that can scare me. But Yan Buwen, listen carefully, I can cooperate with you even if I know you're using me as a guinea pig. But, if you turn me into a monster, I won't let you go even if I die. Don't say that, Yan Buwen laughed and said, welcome to my God creation project, my dear young General Yang Lai. For Yang Cheng, who drove to the Kai family's compound in Beijing, there were some things that he didn't know. Before they happened, he parked the car outside the wall that was covered in vines. As soon as Yang Cheng got out of the car, he slapped his forehead and said, I miscalculated. Yonyan, it's my first time at your house, should I have brought some gifts? Choi Yan blinked her long eyelashes and said, I think you should have brought some gifts. I've seen other people's sons-in-law do the same thing. Yangqing was speechless. If it was women like Mo Qianni or Lu Mingyu, they would have thought of this a long time ago. But Choi Yun had always been short-tempered. No matter how delicate she looked, she couldn't help but be careless. She couldn't remember such etiquettes. Unfortunately, he had a free and easy personality. Now, he came to ask for his daughter empty-handed. Yangqing touched his forehead and clicked his tongue. Forget it, go ahead. Your father entrusted you to me long ago. It should be fine. Choi Yun asked doubtfully, what do you mean entrusted? What did my father say to you? Yangqing laughed casually. He felt that it was better not to tell her about how Kai Yunqing asked him to take special care of Choi Yun. Otherwise, Choi Yun's stubborn temper would make him unhappy again. Just like that, the two of them walked shoulder to shoulder. Just as they were about to enter the courtyard, they saw a graceful and elegant figure walk out from the door. She was wearing a black chiffon dress and a white open-collar dress jacket. It was Kai Ning, who was dressed for home. Her cold face, as usual, had a friendly smile on it. Seeing that her only sister had returned home, the woman seemed happy but didn't know how to express it. She glanced at Yangqing and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in. The Kai residence was quieter than Yangqing had imagined. It wasn't a big place, and there were only 2 or 3 sisters-in-law to help with the daily chores. There weren't any soldiers guarding the place either. Considering Kai Yunqing's military rank, this kind of extravagance was rather low-key. Kai Yan was also extremely excited to see her sister. She grabbed Kai Ning's arm and walked in front of her to the living room. She kept talking about who she had interrogated in Zhonghai over the past few days and what cases she had closed. It was obvious that she wanted to take credit for it. Kai Ning just smiled as she listened to her sister's chatter. She responded with a few indifferent words, but it seemed very acceptable. In the living room, Kai Yunqing was sitting on a mahogany chair and reading the military newspaper. When he saw Kai Ning and Yangqing arrive, he slowly got up and smiled. You guys are really punctual. We were about to have dinner when you guys arrived. Dad. I missed you so much. Choi Yun let go of her sister and jumped into Kai Yunqing's embrace. She hugged him tightly like a little girl. Kai Yunqing seemed a little helpless as he was hugged by his daughter like a wooden block. He smiled bitterly at Yangqing. The two of them weren't strangers, and this meeting was more of a formality. Yangqing was a little dumbfounded. He had never seen Choi Yun act like a spoiled child. For a moment, he even forgot to greet Kai Yunqing. Kai Ning seemed to have noticed the change in Yangqing's expression. She said in a clear voice, You didn't expect it, did you? Yangyan has always been like a child who can't grow up. Yangqing's mind quivered. He looked at the girl beside him and was a little lost in thought. In fact, from the moment they met, he felt a little suffocated when he thought about how she had to take the blame for his crime and marry Yongyi. Are you all right? Yangchen hesitated for a while before asking in a reserved manner. Kai Ning paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled relaxedly. What are you referring to? I heard from Yongyan that you don't like Yongyi. Actually, you don't have to go to that extent. I can bear everything. They can't do anything to me, Yangqing said seriously. Kai Ning shook her head. Why did you have to make a big deal out of it? It's just a marriage. That way, everyone will be fine. Even if I do get married, I'll still be doing my job in the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. It doesn't matter to me whether I like it or not. Yangqing was a little speechless. He didn't expect Kai Ning to take it so lightly, but he still felt uncomfortable. He didn't know why he felt so conflicted and uncomfortable. Can you tell me, why did you help me? Yangqing finally asked. Kai Ning smiled nonchalantly. Didn't I say it before? You saved my life, so of course I have to repay you. Also, since Yonyan has decided to be with you, you're also our family. Moreover, she's my only sister and I haven't really taken care of her since she was young. To be able to help the person she likes and also save my life, I feel that it's worth it. It's nothing. Yangqing felt a little sour in his heart. He was thinking about how to convince Kai Ning to give up on the idea. He didn't believe that a young and beautiful woman would be willing to marry a man she didn't like or even hated. Suddenly, he heard a few footsteps from inside the room. "You've been chattering nonstop ever since you came back. Come and eat." The one who spoke was a middle-aged woman. She wore simple yet elegant clothes and had bright eyes. She looked quite similar to the Kai sisters. With one look, it was obvious that she was the matriarch of the Kai family. She was also the one Choi Yun had mentioned before, their mother, Xianxia. Xianxia brought 2 helpers with her and brought the prepared dishes to the dining table in the living room. Only then did she walk up to her daughter, Choi Yun, with a smile. Full of heartache, she said, "You must be tired from the flight. Sit down and eat." Choi Yun shook her head. "How could that be? Mom, it's not like you don't know that I've been through special forces training." "Oh right, this is the boyfriend I said I'd bring home to meet you, Yongqing." Choi Yun finally remembered the important matter and quickly introduced him to her mother. Just as Yongqing was about to go up and greet them, he saw Jiangshan turn her head and glare at him unwelcoming. Instead, she rushed to ask, "You're Yongqing?" Yongqing stiffened and smiled awkwardly. That's me. Why does Auntie seem to have some misunderstanding about me?" "Misunderstanding?" Jiangshan sneered. "If it wasn't for you, why would my Ning heir be grounded in Beijing? Why would she have to go around begging for mercy? Now, our eldest daughter is going to be sent away like she's throwing herself at someone else. Are you happy now?" I say, when did you say something like that?" "It's all in the past." Kai Yunqing didn't seem to dare to stop his wife, so he could only try to comfort her. Jiangshan was unwilling. "What do you mean by it's all in the past? A guy who popped out of nowhere suddenly seduced my youngest daughter. He's not even legally married to her. This is enough to make me angry. He even ruined my eldest daughter's happiness. How can I not be angry?" Yongqing rubbed his nose. It seemed that he had indeed gone a little overboard. If it wasn't for Choi Yun running away from home to participate in special training because of him, causing Jiangshan to be heartbroken, she probably wouldn't have reluctantly agreed to let Choi Yun be with him. Originally, even if she couldn't manage her youngest daughter for the rest of her life, she still had her eldest daughter to rely on. She didn't expect her eldest daughter's marriage to be set in such a situation. How could her mother not be angry? Yongqing didn't say anything. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned. Despite Jiangshan's murderous glare, he sat down at the dining table and chuckled. "This food is quite sumptuous. I'm a little hungry. Everyone, hurry up and eat. It'll be bad if the food gets cold." Choi Yun was worried that Yongqing would be embarrassed. She was anxious for him, but when she saw Yongqing so calm as if nothing had happened, she was both angry and amused. She sat down as well. Jiangshan was like a newly ignited flame that had been sucked away by the air. Without oxygen, she couldn't burn up no matter what. She could only sit down and sulk. Kai Yunqing looked like he was having a headache. He got someone to bring a bottle of Maotai and poured a cup for Yongqing. "Yongqing, we both know what's going on in our meeting today. Don't blame your auntie for not being nice to you. No parent would feel unseen when they see their 2 children's lives deviate from their original path because of one person." Yongqing said self-deprecatingly, "I've already taken advantage of her. It's only right that I get scolded." "Humph, it's good that you know," Jiangshan said disdainfully. "I really don't know what Yonyan sees in you. She almost lost her life because of you. If it wasn't for this girl being so stubborn, I would definitely object to the relationship between you two. It's not something to be proud of. If my daughter is wronged in the future, I'll be the first to come after you." Yongqing's face twitched as he looked at the ferocious Jiangshan. He hurriedly nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Kai Yunqing mediated and the lunch ended smoothly. Although Jiangshan didn't like Yongqing, she didn't want to keep it up. She gave Yongqing a few looks of disdain and let it go. After lunch, Kai Yunqing gestured for Yongqing to follow him to the study. Kai Ning and Choi Yun hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they naturally went to the garden to chat. When they arrived at Kai Yunqing's study, Yongqing casually pulled a chair and sat down. He crossed his legs and stretched. He yawned and asked, "Why are you still being so secretive?" Auntie might think that I'm not only stealing her daughter, but also her husband. Kai Yunqing only chuckled. He didn't take Yangqing's joke seriously. He sat down and said, "You've been in Beijing for a few days. You've stirred up the water in Beijing. It's a little unstable now." Yangqing asked doubtfully, "Did I do anything to make things difficult for you? The Green Dragon Society's matter should be over by now, right?" Kai Yunqing asked directly. Yangqing narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, everything about him was still under the surveillance of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. He smiled and said, "Could it be that General Kai thinks that I'll help the Green Dragon Society expand?" Kai Yunqing didn't deny it. He said, "Although you wouldn't do that, she's still Lu Qingshan's daughter and one of your lovers. You're not as straightforward with women as you are with men. I'm just confirming that Lu Qingshan is an ambitious person. I think you already know that. I hope you don't interfere with the affairs of Beijing. You should know that you're a sensitive person now. If you do something out of line and attract the attention of someone, no one can help you. From a personal point of view, I don't want anything to happen to my daughter's man." Yangqing shrugged. "I have to thank you for your honesty. But I think, some things can't be avoided. I don't provoke certain people, but certain things will find me. I can only do my best not to implicate the people around me." Kai Yunqing sighed. What a worrisome answer. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the current situation. Yangqing chuckled. That. Uncle Kai, what's going on with your wife? It's not a good idea to keep picking on me. Since we're going to be a family in the future, shouldn't we be more harmonious? Kai Yunqing smiled. That's your aunt's temper. She always wants her two daughters to marry into good families. Now you're forcing Yonyan to be your secret lover. As a mother, she can't reject it. Of course, it's hard for her to be nice to you. Actually, her attitude towards Yongyi is much better. After all, Yongyi is a descendant of the Li family. His parents, Li Xian and Gui Yali, are both from big families and high officials. So, although Ning Er was forced to marry him, your aunt is quite satisfied with this marriage. What are you trying to say? Yangqing frowned. Kai Yunqing smiled. It's simple. The reason why she doesn't treat you well is that you're just a scoundrel in her eyes. Because of my identity, I won't tell her your real background. If you want your aunt to stop picking on you, the most direct way is to confirm your identity as the eldest grandson of the Yang family. That way, your aunt will like you more than Yongyi. Even if you're just a lover, being the future successor of the Yang family is also a good choice. Yangqing waved his hand decisively. Forget it. This suggestion is completely meaningless. Anyway, I won't be embarrassed. Let's just leave it at that. Kai Yunqing shook his head helplessly. He still hoped that Yangqing would return to the Yang family. After all, Yangqing would become a core member of Huaxia's family. In that case, Hong Meng would trust Yangqing more, and Yangqing and the people around him would be safe. Unfortunately, this young man's stubbornness was far beyond Kai Yunqing's expectation. Kai Yunqing had to change the topic. Do you have any information on the Tang family's poisoning incident? Yangqing looked up in confusion. You're the head of an organization that specializes in intelligence. Why are you asking me? Kai Yunqing said with a bitter smile, although we have our own intelligence network, not everyone can investigate the four major families' inner circle. If we knew that the Tang family poisoned Tang Zhichen and Tang Wan, we would have caught the culprit a long time ago. If the Tang family falls into chaos, many of Huaxia's important industries will suffer a great loss. Then you guys should have a suspect, Yangchen said with a smile. Kai Yunqing knocked on the table. We have no evidence, so we can only suspect. Me too. I'm also waiting for evidence, or I need a real background. Yangqing said. Just when Kai Yunqing was about to ask something, a servant came in from outside the study. General Kai, young Master Yongyi of the Li family is here. He said that he's going to take Miss Tang's wedding photos. He's already in the hall. In the back garden among the lush boxwood shrubs, there were clusters of purple flowers. In the center of the garden, Choi Yan and Kai Ning were sitting at a green stone table. On the table was a fragrant chrysanthemum tea, emitting waves of warmth. The two sisters didn't speak much, as if they were enjoying the quiet time together. Choi Yun held the bamboo teacup with both hands, as if thinking about something. Finally, she turned her head and asked, "Sister, you won't marry Yongyi, right?" Kaining lowered her head and smiled lightly. "We've already agreed, how can I not marry him?" "But you don't like him at all." "If you were willing, you would have married him a few years ago," Choi Yun frowned. "Many people don't necessarily get married because they like someone. For someone like me, even if I don't get married, it doesn't make a difference," Kaining said. Choi Yun bit her thin lips and suddenly said, "When we were in Zhonghai, I asked Yangqing a question about you." Kaining was stunned. Kaining was stunned. She raised her head and looked at her sister in confusion. There was a strange look in her eyes. "I asked him if he liked my sister." Kaining was stunned, as if she didn't know her biological sister. She wanted to say something but stopped and averted her gaze in a panic. Choi Yun smiled. "Sister really likes Yangqing." "I didn't." Kaining rejected anxiously and shook her head. "Yen, don't talk nonsense. I was only supervising Yangqing back then. I'm just an ordinary friend with him. If he didn't save me, I wouldn't have helped him." "Sister, you're anxious and starting to panic." "This isn't like you," Choi Yun smiled bitterly. "Although we've been separated since young and rarely see each other, we're still biological sisters. I know you better than you think, you can't lie to me." Kaining frowned and said seriously, "Yonyan, don't let your imagination run wild. I know that you have sacrificed a lot to get to where you are today. I only hope that you can live happily in the future." Sister's matter had actually happened in the blink of an eye. Although I didn't like Yongya that much, at least he wouldn't mistreat me. Also, Mom has already put a lot of effort into this marriage. I don't want to bring any more trouble to the family. Let's not talk about this anymore, okay? Kaining looked helplessly at Choi Yun with a pleading look. "If I don't bring it up now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life," Choi Yun said earnestly. She stood up and walked over to Kaining. She grabbed both of Kaining's hands and said, "Sister, you're always like this. You always think of others first. Ever since you were young, if you weren't doing this for the Kai family, then you were doing it for your parents. You learned this and that, and you did everything to the best of your ability. Back then, if it wasn't to help his father get promoted, he wouldn't have accepted the Tang sect's request to go to Sichuan to learn martial arts. He wouldn't have been away for so many years. When are you going to think about your own life? Sister, are you going to live for someone else for the rest of your life?" Kaining looked at her unfamiliar sister in a daze. She couldn't say a word. "Live for someone else for the rest of my life?" Kaining was stunned for a long time. She smiled bitterly and said, "Silly girl, you're not someone else. You're my family." "Then what about Yangqing? You clearly like him. Are you going to give up just because he has other women by his side and because I like him too? Are you not even willing to try and say it? It's not like you don't know that bad guy has more than one woman by his side." "Humph. To be honest, I don't mind at all if you get involved. Anyway, I've already let Ruashi down. Let's just fight it out." Choi Yun pouted and said dejectedly. Kaining blushed slightly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I really don't have that kind of relationship with Yangqing. I'm helping him because if he continues to make a big deal out of this, it will cause a lot of chain reactions. Also, he's the man you like. I hope that both of you will be fine." "Sister, you're lying." Choi Yun was very anxious. She couldn't hold her fiery temper any longer. But at this moment, a servant walked into the garden and interrupted Choi Yun. "Eldest miss, second miss, young Master Yongya from the Li family is here. He said he wants to invite you to take wedding photos." Kaining's eyes dimmed. She stood up and said, "Let's go. Don't let him wait too long." Choi Yun said unhappily, "What wedding photos? The wedding date hasn't been set yet, right? Why is he in such a hurry?" "Yonyan, if you don't want to see Yongya, you can stay here. We can talk about other things later, okay?" Kaining said weakly and turned around to leave. Choi Yun clenched her teeth and stomped her feet angrily. "Sister, don't you want to know what Yang Cheng's answer was?" Kaining stopped in her tracks. But it was only for a short while before she walked out of the garden on her own. Watching her leave, Choi Yun closed her eyes in pain. Her eyelashes were slightly wet. In the living room of the Kai family, Yong Yi, who was dressed in an Armani suit, couldn't help but pace back and forth. Just the thought of the woman he had pursued for so many years was finally going to become his personal woman made his blood boil. Originally, he had pursued her countless times, but he was always coldly rejected. But heaven never bars one's way. Because of that fellow named Yangqing, and coincidentally, Kai Ning took the blame, things took a turn for the worse. In the end, Kai Ning fell in front of him. Yong Yi had already dreamed countless times about how he would humiliate the woman who had rejected him so many times and treated him so coldly. However, he also knew that Kai Yunqing was not a kind person. Before he officially got married, he had to pretend to be a good son-in-law and do his best to get things done. After a while, someone finally walked out from the back. Yongye thought it was Kai Ning, but when he looked up, it was an unprepared old acquaintance. Yangqing followed Kai Yunqing from the study to the living room. Although Kai Yunqing didn't specifically mention it, Yangqing didn't know why, but he wanted to come out and take a look. Thinking about Kai Ning going to take wedding photos with this guy, Yangqing couldn't deny that he felt uncomfortable. "Uncle Kai, this is..." Yongye looked at Yangqing carefully. As the captain of Team 2 of the Dragon Group, although he knew that Yangqing was in Beijing, he didn't expect him to appear in the Kai family's house. Kai Yunqing smiled and said, "Surprised? It's nothing. My second daughter, Yongyan, came home today, and Yangqing came with her." Yongyan nodded and smiled awkwardly at Yangqing, but it looked worse than crying. Yangqing was expressionless. In his heart, he was thinking if he should just kill Yongya so that he wouldn't bother Kai Ning and annoy him. But Yongya was involved with too many people. It wouldn't be easy to explain to the Li family, especially Li Dun, who was a friend of his. It wouldn't be right for him to kill his cousin. At that moment, Jiang Shan came in with Kai Ning. Jiang Shan smiled and said, "Yongya, why are you so impatient? We haven't even talked about the wedding date and you're already thinking about taking wedding photos?" Although she said she was impatient, Jiang Shan's expression was full of joy. Yongya was very relaxed in front of his mother-in-law. He smiled warmly and said, "I want to give Ning Er a perfect wedding. Of course, the earlier the better." As he spoke, Yongyi looked at the silent Kai Ning. Looking at Kai Ning's demure temperament in her dress, his eyes burned with passion. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Ning Er, I've already made an appointment with all the stylists and photographers. They're all professionals from overseas, and they've even worked with the Swedish royal family before. They'll definitely be able to make you the most beautiful bride in the photo. Do you want to get ready first? Or do you want to leave now?" Kai Ning didn't answer. She had been looking at where Yangqing was standing since a while ago. She seemed to be in a daze and turned a deaf ear to him. Jiang Shan was a little anxious and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Ning Er, tell me if it's okay or not. Look at how considerate Yongye is and how willing he is to do things for you. It's rare to see a good man like him. Don't delay and make him wait." Kai Ning still didn't answer. She walked to a place not far from Yangqing and suddenly said, "Do you think I should go?" Everyone was stunned. Kai Yunqing and Jiang Shan were stunned, while Yongyi was stunned for a moment. Then, his face darkened and his eyes were filled with suppressed anger. Yangqing had also noticed Kai Ning's gaze. When he heard the woman's question, his heart skipped a beat. It was as if a heavy stone had been released. Kai Ning's eyes were abnormally clear, but there was a strange sense of certainty in them. This made Yangqing subconsciously recall that night in the forest when he saved Kai Ning from the hands of the vampire Lilith. At that time, this woman also looked at him with such a clear gaze. If I told you not to go, would you agree?" Yangqing blurted out. Kai Ning's lips twitched slightly. "If you have a reason." "I have a reason." Yangqing grinned. "The reason is that I don't like it." Kai Ning's eyes were slightly red, but she revealed a faint smile. Jiang Shan, who was watching the conversation between the two of them, noticed that Yongyi was about to spit fire from his eyes. She immediately felt that the situation was not good. She wanted to chase Yangqing out of the door. She hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Kai Ning's arm. "Ninger, what's wrong with you? Why are you asking him about your marriage? Kaining looked at her mother apologetically. I'm sorry, Mom. It seems that I can't go today. Why? Yongyi finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted, just because this guy shamelessly said that he doesn't like it, you can't take wedding photos with your fiancé. Kaining. You have to give me a reasonable explanation. Xianxia was also angry. What nonsense are you talking about? You have to go. Kaining was silent. She bit her lips and didn't say a word. Since she said she doesn't want to go, then she doesn't have to go. Yangqing walked forward and pulled Kaining behind him. He smiled innocently and said, Auntie, we can't force this matter. I think, other than the wedding photos, this engagement is a little unreasonable. Since the parties involved don't like it, why do we have to force this melon? Jiangshan was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She pointed a trembling finger at Yangqing. You. Are you going to ruin our entire family before you're willing to give up? I just don't want to regret it later. Yangqing stopped smiling and said seriously, although I don't know why, I am against Kaining marrying this guy. I was the one who started it. Back then, I didn't think it through and caused Kaining to suffer a lot in Beijing. But I haven't lived to the point where I need a woman to protect me from the elements. Just do as I said and cancel this engagement. After saying that, Yangqing suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. It was like a rock that was hanging in the air was finally put down. Kaining stood behind Yangqing. She seemed to be struggling, but in the end, she closed her eyes, as if she was going to leave everything to fate. You? How are you going to bear it? If you're so capable, why did you have to let our Ning suffer? If it wasn't for Yonyan, I would have kicked you out right now. Jiangshan was furious and her face was red. Yangqing shrugged and said nonchalantly, no problem. Don't mention kicking me out, I can even crawl if my mother-in-law wants me to. But if I go out, he has to go too. Yangqing pointed at where Yongya was standing. Yongya is the son-in-law I found. Who do you think you are? Jiangshan snorted. Kaiyanqing finally became anxious. His wife was so aggressive. If Yangqing really got angry, no one would be able to stop him. Thus, he went up to help Jiangshan up and frowned. Alright, don't make it sound so bad. Our daughter is here. Jiangshan broke free from her husband's hand and frowned. What's wrong? You're useless. I've been running around thinking of ways to protect Ning Er. Now, this shameless guy wants to ruin everything. Why can't I scold him? Yongya was delighted to see Yangqing being scolded by Jiangshan. He suddenly remembered that this was Beijing and he was a member of the Li family. Although Yangqing was powerful, he wouldn't dare to go against the Li family, right? Also, Kaining was still in a lawsuit. If it wasn't for the Li family's protection, she would have been in jail long ago. Thus, Yongya walked up and smiled evilly. That's right, Uncle Kai. The marriage has already been decided. How can it be changed just like that? Moreover, we can't let an outsider mess things up. If you help Yangqing, it'll be hard for our family to accept. Unexpectedly, before Yongya could finish, Yangqing had already appeared behind him in a flash. He swung his arm around Yongya's neck and strangled it from behind. Ugh. Yongya didn't even have time to react. His entire airway was strangled. His face turned red and he couldn't speak. The situation changed from a conversation to a violent one. Ah! Jiangshan screamed. She didn't expect Yangqing to be so fast and fierce. He actually dared to make a move right in front of her. Under Yangqing's pressure, Yongya couldn't use any of his martial arts. He felt a chill in his heart. He felt a biting cold murderous aura emanating from Yangqing's body. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Yangqing moved Yongya's body like he was a puppet. He turned around and said to Jiangshan, Auntie, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm listening to you not because I'm afraid of you, but because I care about you. It's because you're the mother of my woman. When I said that I wanted to end the marriage, I wasn't asking for your consent. I didn't use a question mark. Whatever I say, it's what it is. I don't need anyone's consent. Because you're Yonyan's mother, I won't kill you. But this guy has nothing to do with me. It'll be much easier for me to kill him than it was for Xingmao. Xianxia felt a chill run down her spine. When she saw the sharp gaze in Yang Cheng's eyes, she subconsciously believed Yang Cheng's words. He would really kill Xianxia on the spot. Kai Yinqing also became nervous. He said solemnly, Yang Cheng, don't be rash. Killing Xianxia won't do you any good. General Kai, it's up to him whether to kill him or not. Yang Cheng sneered. He looked at Xianxia and asked, hey, let me ask you one more time. Do you still want to take wedding photos and marry Kai Ning? Xianxia felt like his neck was going to snap if he continued to be strangled. He forced himself to take a few breaths. He didn't care about marriage anymore. His life was more important. He answered in a hoarse voice, no, no. I'm not getting married. Jiangshan's face turned pale. She didn't expect Xianxia to not even have the courage to resist. He directly pushed everything away. Although she knew Xianxia wasn't a man of steel, she didn't expect a young man with the blood of the Li family to be this timid. Actually, she couldn't be too soft on Xianxia. Everyone knew that the person who was strangling them was a demon with countless lives in his hands. Although Xianxia stubbornly wanted Kai Ning, he didn't have much true love. If he could live, he could enjoy a lot of beautiful women. Why would he throw his life away? He wasn't stupid. Yang Qing smiled in satisfaction. Aya, you should have cooperated from the start. Why did you have to make such a fuss? He then let go of Xianxia. Xianxia was as quiet as a cicada in winter now that he was free. He didn't dare to say anything else and ran out in a panic. He didn't even dare to look back. Jiangshan wanted to ask Xianxia to stop, but he didn't dare to stop no matter how much she shouted. Kai Yinqing sighed. Forget it. This marriage isn't reliable to begin with. Since Xianxia said he doesn't want to get married, let's pretend it never happened. What do you mean it's not reliable? Jiangshan screamed. What do you know? If Xianxia doesn't marry Ming Er, do you think you can save Ming Er when the military court finds out? Kai Yinqing didn't say anything. He looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing spread his hands. At most, I'll go strangle the judge next time and ask him to find Kai Ning innocent. It's not the first time I've done something like this. Do you think Beijing is your home? You should just wait for the Li family's revenge. If Xianxia's cousin, Li Dun, comes, let's see how he'll deal with you. I heard that Li Dun has returned to Beijing. Jiangshan was so angry that she clenched her teeth. Yang Qing, don't blame us for being ruthless. You're just looking for trouble. Don't drag us down with you. Shut up. Kai Yinqing reprimanded. Since when did a woman like you have the right to make decisions for the Kai family? Do I have to rely on a weakling like you? Jiangshan didn't budge an inch. Kai Ning saw that her parents were about to quarrel, but there was nothing she could do. She turned around and silently left the living room. Yang Qing couldn't help but feel sorry for Kai Ning. It was no wonder that Kai Ning grew up in such a family. Her father was a conservative, and her mother didn't know the truth. She could only take care of herself while sacrificing a lot, whether it was to help her father or to take care of her younger sister. Yang Qing hesitated for a moment. He couldn't be bothered with the arguing couple in the living room anymore. He ran in the direction Kai Ning had left. He followed the corridor behind the living room and came to a small stone patio in the side courtyard. Kai Ning was standing under a parasol tree, looking up at the sky in a daze. Sunlight shone through the uneven branches and leaves, shining on Kai Ning's expressionless face. She looked like a white jade statue bathed in sunlight. An indescribable feeling filled Yang Cheng's heart. He stood behind the woman for a long time before asking, "Are you all right?" Kai Ning turned around and smiled in surprise. "Why? Why didn't you let me go?" Kai Ning tilted her head and asked again. Yang Qing blushed and stuttered, didn't I just say that? I don't like it." "Why don't you like it?" Kai Ning probed. Yang Qing didn't dare to look at Kai Ning's penetrating gaze. He rubbed his hands and said, "I don't feel well." Kai Ning suddenly revealed a bright smile and turned around. Her shoulders were slightly shaking, and it was obvious that she was still secretly laughing. Yang Qing couldn't take it anymore and said gloomily, "What are you laughing at? Don't tell me you like it?" I used to think that you were fearless and thick-skinned, but it turns out that you can be shy too, Kaining said leisurely. Now that I look at you, you look like a young man in his 20s. Young man? Yang Cheng's mouth twitched. Kaining turned around and looked at Yang Cheng's twisted expression. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. You should be around the same age as Yonyan, so you're younger than me. Can't I call you that? Yang Cheng was quite distressed. It seemed that he was born too late. If he was in his 30s, he wouldn't be laughed at by older women. The two of them stood opposite each other quietly for a while. Kaining's gaze was gentle as she said, actually. I felt uncomfortable too. I mean, I don't know when it started, but I also felt uncomfortable when I saw you with different women. Kaining's face couldn't help but turn red after she said this. Yang Chen gulped. He didn't know what to say. Worried? Distress? Fear? No, I'm clearly excited and happy. Kaining stroked the hair on her temples and continued, do you remember that night when I was looking at the stars on the bridge in Zhonghai? Yangqing thought for a while and nodded, I remember. I was going home with Mingyu's family after dinner and bumped into you when I was driving across the bridge. I remember very clearly that you were thinking about something and were very focused. I called out to you and you actually fell off the bridge. Fortunately, your Qinggong allowed you to fly back up. After that, I accompanied you to watch the stars for a while. Also, you didn't circulate your energy to resist the cold at that time. I'm still very curious even now. Kaining pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you for remembering it so clearly. By the way, I got it. You were so engrossed in looking at the stars that day because you knew that you would be summoned back to Beijing and punished because of me, right? Yangqing suddenly came to a realization. After that, there was no news of Kaining. His reaction was really slow. Kaining shook her head. It doesn't matter anymore. It's already in the past. I always feel like I owe you something, but you're right, the matter is over. If anyone comes to harass you again, I don't mind making a big deal out of it. Yangqing said seriously. Kaining chuckled and said, actually, during that period of time, I would often go out alone at night to look at the stars. I would also go in the winter. Yangqing was stunned. Then, you also don't circulate your energy to resist? In the winter in the south, it was inevitable that the temperature would be below zero at night. Moreover, they were on the bridge, which was filled with water vapor and the temperature was exceptionally low. Yangqing looked at Kaining in confusion. Did this woman really like the feeling of being frozen? Kaining lowered her eyebrows and said faintly, I don't know why either. Ever since you saved me at the back mountain of the Lu family, I would often think of your shadow. Although I could monitor you at any time and see you, I still couldn't control myself from thinking about you. But I knew that it wasn't right, but I couldn't control myself. Until one day, when I was walking alone at night, I raised my head and looked at the stars. Only then did I realize that when I looked at the night sky, I could calm down and think about other things. I didn't circulate my energy to resist the cold on the surface of the river because I hoped that in that kind of place, my body would become ice cold and the cold wind would cool my heart. Time became abnormally slow at this moment. Yangqing didn't know what kind of feelings he had, but the needle-like pain in his heart made him not dare to easily open his mouth and say half a word. In his mind, the woman in front of him stood alone on the surface of the river, shivering in the cold wind, looking up at the back view of the starry sky. Yangqing knew that things like feelings weren't something that could be forgotten or abandoned just because you wanted to. It was the most difficult human instinct to understand. Perhaps you could restrain it, but you couldn't erase the pain it brought. Yangqing thought of the disgust and heartache he felt when he heard that Kaining was going to marry Yongyi. He finally realized that he didn't know when it started, but this woman who was originally sent to monitor him actually made him care a lot about her. Seeing that Yangqing didn't speak, Kaining didn't have any intention of stopping. She laughed self-deprecatingly and said, every time I see you with another woman, I'll warn myself again and again that you're a terrible man. It's better not to be silly. Especially that time, you actually caused Yonyan to be so disheartened that she had to participate in the Wild Dragon Reserve team selection. I really hate you to death. Why can you be so tolerant towards Mo Qianni, Qiangwei, and those other girls, but not accept Yonyan? You have to know, she's my only sister. Luckily, nothing happened to Yonyan and she ended up with you in the end. When Yonyan told me about it excitedly, I was very happy, but also a little uncomfortable. It's true. Actually, Yangqing wanted to explain what happened with Choi Yun back then. Don't speak, Kaining interrupted him, let me finish. Yangqing was silent and nodded. Actually, I also know that you're not the kind of person who will fall in love as long as it's a beauty. I also know that the women around you have all had unusual experiences with you. It's just that there's always a knot in my heart. But even so, I'm just an outsider, so I hid it in my heart and never said it out loud. This time, my parents were very worried. In the end, my mother begged the Li family to let me marry Yongyi. At that time, I thought, if I get married, then so be it. Although Yongyi isn't much, he won't be able to bully me. In the future, we'll all be busy with our own things, and it'll just be one more certificate. At least that way, I won't let my imagination run wild about you, and I can also let Mom and Dad on Sheen. Kaining took a deep breath, and her eyes were slightly red. She smiled sadly and said, but now, I realize that things aren't like that at all. Today, when I saw you and Yonyan coming home, I felt like my heart was being torn apart. Although I feel very happy for Yonyan, I really can't control myself. Do you know, Yangqing? Kaining's eyes were sparkling as she said, our family only has the two of us. The other uncles all want to replace my father's position. Since I was young, I knew that Dad was actually under a lot of pressure. So, not only did I want to be an elder sister, I also wanted to help Dad share his worries. So, I wanted to do everything to the best of my ability, whether it was in my studies or anything else. Later on, when I was in my teens, I quickly agreed to go to the Tang sect in Sichuan to learn martial arts. Although I knew that if I did that, I wouldn't have the chance to go home for almost 10 years, and I would need to live alone. But I never regretted it. Because only when I fought and suffered, could our family have a stable foothold. Then, Yonyan could do the work that she likes, and could be like the other young ladies, falling in love and getting married. Kaining bit her lips and said, I always thought that I would live like that for the rest of my life. But just now, Yonyan suddenly asked me, I've always lived for others. Can't I live for myself for once in this lifetime? Yangqing stood stiffly on the spot, unable to extricate himself from looking at Kaining, who had never been so weak before. Kaining wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and smiled brightly, so, I was willful for once. So, I want to try living for myself for once. Do you think there will be a good ending? Yangqing didn't say anything. He strode to Kaining, opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace. This is not a question, because other than a happy ending, there won't be any other options, Yangqing whispered into the woman's ear. Kaining's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly softened. She awkwardly wrapped her arms around Yangqing's waist, trembling as she hugged him. Feeling the warm breath beside her ear, her tears uncontrollably soaked Yangqing's chest. Clang. The sound of pottery colliding broke the silence at this moment. Yangqing and Kaining quickly turned their heads. Because the two of them were so focused on each other that they didn't notice someone approaching. At this moment, they happened to see a flustered and bewildered Choi Yun looking at the two of them, not knowing whether to leave or stay. And under Choi Yun's feet was a small flower pot because she wasn't paying attention just now. Yonyan. Kaining's pretty face turned pale, and she immediately let go of Yangqing's hand. She struggled free, her eyes wandering uneasily. Choi Yun forced a smile, looked at her sister, and then looked at Yangqing affectionately, and said, actually. It's nothing, you two like each other, I can tell. Yangqing felt very bitter in his mouth. He had always thought that if he could have a pair of beautiful sisters, it would be a very enjoyable thing. But now that it seemed to be right in front of him, he realized that when you invested your true feelings, even if the two women were biological sisters, it wasn't an easy thing. Sorry, Yangqing felt that he was at a loss for words. Although it wasn't the first time he was fickle, it made him very embarrassed every time. Choi Yun had tears in her eyes. It was unknown whether she was happy or sad, but she smiled and shook her head, saying, you don't need to say sorry, because love doesn't need to say sorry. People often say that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Although Yangqing didn't think his situation was bad enough, fortune was inevitable. After he stood with the two sisters for a long time and couldn't speak, Choi Yun suddenly wiped her tears and forcefully pushed herself out of the house. In the end, Choi Yun rolled her eyes at him with shame and said, "You got lucky. I have something to say to my sister. You better stay away from me, I don't want to see you." Yangqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? That was it? However, Yangqing felt that this was a good idea. It was better for him to slip away. Since the matter had been exposed and he was already hugging Kai Ning, it wasn't appropriate for him to run away. No matter what the two sisters were talking about, he just needed to ensure Kai Ning's safety. Therefore, not long after, in the living room of the Kai family, Yangqing was lying on the sofa and watching the afternoon news with Kai Yunqing while drinking Maofeng tea. But obviously, compared to Yangqing's happy mood, Kai Yunqing had a lot on his mind. The TV was broadcasting the hottest topic in the South China Sea. The conflict between Country F and Xianxia continued to escalate. As an important military figure, Kai Yunqing should be paying more attention. But at this moment, Kai Yunqing's mind was completely elsewhere. He didn't even drink half a sip from the teacup in his hand. Not long after, the news finished and the commercial began. Kai Yunqing suddenly let out a sigh and said, "I really don't know if I should say hello or curse at you." Yangqing rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Although I'm not a good son-in-law, I'm still useful compared to Yongyi. What do you think, Lao Kai?" Kai Yunqing looked at this guy's shameless expression as if he was saying, "Your daughters belong to me." He couldn't help but smile bitterly. As long as Kai Ning and Choi Yun could be happy, it was fine. Born in such a big family and had the identity of the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, Kai Yunqing didn't expect his daughters to live a normal life. At the very least, Yangqing's strength and identity were enough to handle the situation, so Kai Yunqing didn't have much to complain about. But thinking about his wife, Jiang Shan, who was still in a state of anger, he couldn't relax. Just then, a servant suddenly rushed into the living room and said anxiously, "Master, not good. Li Xian and Guiyali are here." Kai Yunqing's expression tightened. He stood up and frowned. So fast. Yangqing found the name Li Xian rather familiar. He asked, "Are they Yongye's parents?" "Yes." Kai Yunqing said helplessly, "You've humiliated Yongyi and he's not a generous person. To him, it's like you stole his wife. Plus, he can't hide it from his parents, so he'll definitely go back and complain. Let's do it. Let's see what else they can do." Yangqing waved his hand. Kai Yunqing gritted his teeth. "Easy for you. Li Xian and Guiyali are the direct descendants of the Liangua clans, and they're both ministers. They're not easy to deal with. You." Sigh. Kai Yunqing suddenly paused, as if he remembered something. He hesitated and pondered. Yangqing saw that Kai Yunqing was mumbling, but he didn't care. A middle-aged man wearing a striped shirt and a middle-aged woman wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses walked in together. Both of them looked gloomy. When they saw Kai Yunqing and Yangqing, their eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "General Kai, your Kai clan is so arrogant." Li Xian said angrily, "What do you think my son is? You think he can come and go at your beck and call?" Kai Yunqing smiled bitterly, "Brotherly, calm down. It's not that simple. My clan doesn't mean to look down on Yongyi." "Humph. My son told me everything. Our Li clan doesn't dare to accept a daughter who hooks up with another man." "But Kai Yunqing, you've crossed the line. We were kind enough to help your daughter and that's why we proposed a marriage alliance. But you're biting the hand that fed you. You even let this bastard hurt my son. I, Guiyali, will not let this go. Your daughter will be sentenced in the military court." Guiyali cursed and almost spat on Kai Yunqing's face. Kai Yunqing quickly comforted her, "Sister-in-law, calm down. It's not as simple as you think. We really didn't mean to offend you. Besides, we're all on the same side. There's no need to fight over such a small matter." "On the same side?" Guiyali sneered, "How dare you say that? I think your Kai clan is treating this kid who came out of nowhere as one of your own. Let's settle this matter today. Not only will your daughter's appeal continue, but we'll also sue this kid for beating up our son." Yangqing looked at the aggressive couple and couldn't be bothered to say anything. He yawned and sat back on the sofa. This action made Li Xian and his wife even more furious. Fine. What a bastard. Does he really think he's some big shot? Do you think you'll be fine with the Kai clan protecting you? The Kai clan can't even protect themselves. Guiyali laughed and said to her husband, let's go back. We'll leave the Kai clan alone. Let's see how long they can last. Kai Yunqing hurriedly blocked their way inside. Sister-in-law, I'll just call you Minister Gua. Do you know what the name of this brat you keep calling a bastard is? What does his name have to do with us? Li Xian said disdainfully. Kai Yunqing clicked his tongue, his surname is Yangqing. Li Xian was fine with this, but Guiyali was dumbfounded. She stood there with her eyes wide open, as if she couldn't believe it. Li Xian sensed that something was wrong and turned to his wife, Yali, what's wrong? Guiyali's eyes showed a trace of panic. She turned her head again and carefully looked at Yangqing's face. Finally, she recognized something. You. Your sister Xuehua's son? Guiyali asked tentatively. Yangqing finally thought of something and looked at Guiyali in confusion. Sister Xuehua? Is she calling me mother? Right, isn't this woman's surname Gua? Could it be? Yangqing understood something, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up and said to the door, you're here just in time. If you didn't come to me, I would have gone to you to ask some questions. The three of them looked out in confusion. There was no one outside the front door of the living room. Just when the three of them thought that Yangqing had gone crazy, an elderly figure appeared at the door in a blink of an eye. She wore a plain cotton robe and her gray hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was wrinkled but she had a warm smile on her face. This old lady was Yang Gongmin's servant, Yan Sanyang. Yan Sanyang's appearance was very strange. The helper outside did not come to report to them. It was obvious that she didn't enter from the main door. She managed to fool everyone except for Yangqing. Kai Yunqing furrowed his brows. He seemed to have seen this old lady before. Li Xian and Guiyali obviously recognized her. They walked up to her and greeted her awkwardly. Aunt Yan, why are you here? Guiyali asked warmly with a fawning smile. Yan Sanyang smiled at Kai Yunqing politely as a form of greeting to the host. She then said, Miss Yali, you're right. Yangqing is the eldest grandson of the Yang family who was accidentally lost. He's also your cousin's biological son. Although Guiyali had already guessed what Kai Yunqing meant, she was still dumbfounded when she heard it for herself. Li Xian suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Yangqing in disbelief. His eyes were filled with regret. Yangqing touched his forehead gloomily. Alright, so this Guiyali is my mother's cousin. But thinking about it carefully, it's easy to understand. His mother went to school with Premier Ning Guanyao and married into the Yang family. The Gua family must have a high social status. Although his cousin Guiyali wasn't as good, she was married to a direct descendant of the Li family. However, wouldn't this mean that he was Yongye's cousin? Not only did Yuan Yi appear out of nowhere, but now there's Yong Yi. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Guiyali sorted out her thoughts and came back to her senses. She said to Yangqing with a flattering tone, seriously, so we're really a family. Since you're sister Xuehua's son, I'm your aunt. Why didn't you say so earlier? Since that's the case, there's nothing else. Aunt? Yangqing didn't want to reject this woman's request. After all, she was Gua Xuehua's sister. He smiled. Yes, I heard that the Yang family found you, but I didn't have the chance to meet you. It's really fate. Since you're our nephew, then it's like a flood against the temple of the Dragon King. Hee hee. Miss Kaining has good taste. Yangqing, you're much more dependable than our Yongyi. Li Xian praised him, but his smile was as stiff as a rock. Li Xian also realized the seriousness of the problem. Although the Li family wasn't afraid of the Yang family, he was just a direct descendant of the Li family. If he got into a conflict with the eldest grandson of the Yang family because of him, the Li family wouldn't fall out with the Yang family because of him. Moreover, the couple had heard that Yang Gongming from the Yang family had gone to Jiangnan to meet his long-lost grandson, and Gua Xuehua had moved to Zhonghai. With that, Yang Cheng's status had risen to a level that they didn't dare to provoke. Because the couple were only in politics, they didn't know much about Yang Cheng's background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to their son's aid just because of Xianxia's simple complaint. "If you're done, can you leave now?" Yang Cheng couldn't take it anymore when he saw the couple's ugly smiles. Li Xian and his wife were embarrassed, but they knew they couldn't stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Cai Yunqing, they bid farewell to Yan Sanyang. They knew that Yan Sanyang, who was always by Yang Gongmin's side, had a higher status than Yang Pejuan in the Yang family, so they didn't dare to slight her. After the couple left, Cai Yunqing looked at Yan Sanyang. Ever since he took over the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, he had learned a lot about all kinds of strange people. He was sure that the old man in front of him wasn't just an ordinary expert. He asked hesitantly, "Elder, are you from the Yang family?" Yan Sanyang chuckled, "I'm from the Yang family. I hope Lord Kai won't blame me for my sudden arrival. My master has something he wanted to say to young Master Chen earlier, but he couldn't find the right time to do so. Now that Miss Yali and her husband are here, it's inevitable that there will be some misunderstandings. I'm here as a mediator to clarify our relationship and save us some trouble." Cai Yunqing revealed a smile of understanding on his face, but his heart was filled with shock. There was a hidden expert by Yang Gongming's side. Furthermore, the Yang family was clearly aware of the happenings in the Cai family, or rather, the happenings around Yang Cheng like the back of their hands. Even though Cai Yunqing knew that the four major clans wouldn't resort to such underhanded methods, he, as the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, couldn't believe that the low-profile Yang Gongming had such a terrifying information network. At the end of the day, even the security bureau was only half of the Li family's private property. The Yang family, which was on par with the Li family, couldn't possibly be any weaker. Cai Yunqing was indeed a little too naive. He recalled that Guiyali was from the Gua family, which meant that Yang Cheng's mother, Gua Shuihua, was probably her sister. Based on this relationship, they should be able to identify Yang Cheng's true identity. However, he didn't expect the Yang family to send an unknown expert over. Cai Yunqing quickly sorted out his thoughts and said, "Since Elder Yang wants to say something to Yang Cheng, it's not a big deal. It's the Cai family's honor to have Elder Yang here. Please do as you please. I'll get someone to serve you some tea. I'll take my leave first. There's no need to trouble yourself." Yan Sanyang stopped Cai Yunqing from leaving. She turned to Yang Cheng and smiled, "Young Master Chen, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. I didn't expect young Master Chen to actually take that step. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's talk outside," Yang Cheng said. "Of course." Yan Sanyang disappeared from the living room as soon as she finished speaking. Cai Yunqing was dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost. When he was about to ask Yang Cheng where she had gone, he was shocked to find that Yang Cheng had also disappeared. Located in the center of Yanjing City, at the side of a pavilion on a small hill about 10 kilometers away, there was not a single shadow of a person. Suddenly, 2 figures, one old and one young, appeared in the middle of the pavilion. It was Yang Cheng and Yan Sanyang, who had disappeared from the Cai residence. Yan Sanyang's squinted eyes were filled with admiration and gratification. "As far as I know, very few geniuses have managed to break through the Khanate full-cycle stage at young Master Chen's age. Even this old woman is envious of young Master Chen's cultivation talent and comprehension." Yang Cheng scratched the back of his head and smiled. "I don't know what realm I've reached. In short, there are many things that I didn't know before, but I've learned them naturally. When I saw how you arrived at the Cai residence, I understood a lot of things, and naturally, I did the same thing. It's just like what you said, Granny Yen. These things can only be understood, not explained." Yan Sanyang nodded. "That's right. That's why young Master Chen's achievements are so precious. I've only given you some pointers that aren't really pointers. The biggest reason why young Master Chen was able to break through was because of his comprehension of the heavenly Tao." Yang Cheng asked curiously, "Now, can Granny Yen see through my cultivation?" Yan Sanyang shook her head and smiled. "At this realm, everyone has entered the same realm. It's not just me, but everyone in Hongmeng can no longer see through young Master Chen's cultivation. Everyone has the same level of strength, and no one can do anything to the other. If you want to see through each other's realm, you have to break through to the legendary realm. Xianxia nodded thoughtfully and asked, I still don't know what my current realm is called, and what is the legendary realm? Xianxia looked at the horizon for a while and said softly, in fact, the realm that we and the people of Hongmeng are in is a realm that transcends the limits of mortals. In this realm, it can be said that it's beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. Young Master Chen should have experienced this before. When one reaches the Xiantian full cycle, one's vital qi can already break through the restraints of space, and cannot be affected by the laws of space. That's because the vital qi at the Xiantian full cycle already has some characteristics that are on the verge of breaking through. This characteristic has already surpassed the laws of parallel space, and is a higher level of power that is closer to the origin of the universe. When the cultivators of Huaxia break through to the Xiantian full cycle, they are no longer in the realm of mortals. There was no standard name for this stage because everyone comprehended different Tao. Therefore, some people would think that this was the cocoon-breaking stage of metamorphosis into a butterfly. Some people would think that it was the tribulation stage of transcending the tribulation and ascending. Some people would think that this was the process of continuously strengthening one's 3 souls and 7 spirits, and it was an inevitable process of breaking through to a higher level. All in all, these are just names for the sake of convenience, and there is no definite conclusion. Since ancient times, when one breaks through to this realm, he would be an immortal who ascends to the 9 heavens, and those predecessors have already disappeared from earth. Xianxia was stunned. Disappeared? Where did they go? That's not something I can figure out, Xianxia sighed. I've been stuck in this realm for more than 10 years, but I've never been able to touch the door of the legendary Tao. It's no wonder. It's said that after the ancient times, there were only a few experts who reached that realm, and in the past few hundred years, no one has succeeded. My aptitude isn't outstanding, and I don't think there's any hope for me in this life. Xianxia thought for a while, then said, Granny Yan, you mentioned that the people of Hongmeng are also at this realm. Does that mean that it's similar to the situation between the main gods, where everyone uses the laws of space, and no one can do anything to the other? Xianxia shook her head. Not all of them. The reason why the Western main gods can't really kill each other is because they can use the parallel space to be reborn. As for the people of Hongmeng, or should I say, all the cultivators of our realm, although it's difficult to determine the winner in a one-on-one fight, if they gang up on one person, they can definitely turn that person into dust. After all, we don't have the ability to reincarnate like the main gods. However, young Master Chen is an exception. Not only have you learned the skills of the main gods, but you've also reached this realm. I believe that young Master Chen is stronger than most of the people in Hongmeng now. Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. Granny Yan, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Xianxia smiled helplessly. Young Master Chen, if it's about cultivation, then forget it. Sanyang really has nothing to say to young Master Chen, because young Master Chen's realm is also Sanyang's realm. Everything Sanyang knows, young Master Chen knows. Aya, who has nothing better to do than to think about cultivation all day. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, a little nervous. I want to ask about childbirth. Even though Yan Sanyang had experienced all kinds of vicissitudes of life, she almost fell to the ground. Childbirth? Xianxia said embarrassedly. Granny Yan, in the past, I planned to stay single for the rest of my life. But now, I have a wife, a lot of lovers, and a family. Even if I can accept it, women will always want children. But I'm not sure if it's because I've been shown on by the divine light in the past. Why haven't any of my women become pregnant? There was a woman who was pregnant with my child, but I didn't cherish her. But now, I really want to know why. Do you have any experience in this area? Yan Sanyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her wrinkled face said helplessly, Young Master Chen, actually, this is something that I've always been worried about. Xianxia cried, could it be that Granny Yan has noticed that I have a chronic illness? Yan Sanyang quickly shook her head, it's not a chronic illness, it's just too strong. Too strong? Xianxia frowned. That's right. Yan Sanyang sighed, Young Master Chen, to be honest, you should know how strong your body is now. Not to mention you, young Master Chen, the physical strength of every cultivator who has reached this stage is already beyond the imagination of mortals. Even if Mount Tai falls on us, or if the sky falls and the earth shatters, we might not be able to suffer any real harm. In that case, according to what people call science now, our genes have already far surpassed that of ordinary humans. If young Master Chen had a child with an ordinary woman, then the child would have at least half of young Master Chen's genes. Young Master Chen, can you imagine that a newborn child's body would be half as strong as yours? Yangqing suddenly came to a realization. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "So, this is also a law of nature." "That's right, you can think of it that way," Yan Sanyang said seriously. "It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a law of nature. The stronger young Master Chen's genes are, the lower the chances of him successfully mating with an ordinary woman. This is because even though young Master Chen is human, he has already surpassed the limits of a human. Think about it, how could it be so easy for a non-human to mate with a human and give birth to a child? So, when young Master Chen wasn't as strong as he is now, it's understandable for him to get a woman pregnant." Yangqing scratched his head in pain. "If I had known this would happen, I would have delayed the thought of raising my cultivation. What should I do?" Yan Sanyang smiled. "Actually, it's not completely hopeless. As long as young Master Chen improves the physical qualities of those women as much as possible in the days to come, and works hard at farming, then even if the chances are small, you can still have children. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the legendary story of those gods and mortals giving birth to children." "Works hard at farming?" Yangqing laughed mischievously. Grandma Yan was a clever person, she could even come up with such words. Other things were troublesome, but the more troublesome this was, the better. However, this also reminded Yangqing of a problem. He had indeed surpassed the limits of a human. Taking his lifespan as an example, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live up to a few hundred years. He really had to think of a way to extend the lives of those he treasured, or help them cultivate. However, these things had to be carefully thought through and could not be rushed. Yan Sanyang looked at the strange smile on Yangqing's face from time to time and seemed to be at her wit's end. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Young Master Chen, if there are no other questions, I still have something that old master has instructed me to give to you." Yangqing's thoughts returned to the present. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What is it?" "It's a scroll of brush and ink." Yan Sanyang took out a long scroll of calligraphy from her sleeve and handed it to Yangqing. She smiled warmly. "Young Master Chen, I'm sure you've experienced the benefits of being the eldest grandson of the Yang family. I feel that since young Master Chen is no longer a person of the secular world, there's no need for you to be too hung up on the shadows of the past. It's more important to let yourself and the people around you live comfortably." Seeing that Yangqing was standing there without any intention to speak, Yan Sanyang didn't force him. She bowed and disappeared once again. Yangqing stood there for a long time. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the scroll in his hand. On the snow-white scroll, there were a few vigorous calligraphy strokes. 2 lines of easy-to-understand poetry were written on it. "The flower path is never swept by a fated guest, the door opens for you today." These 2 lines came from Du Fu's poem, The Arrival of a Guest. Although Yangqing had never been to school, he had a photographic memory, which allowed him to easily remember all the information he had collected over the years. The gist of it was that the owner had never swept the flower path for a guest, but today he did it for you. The wooden door had never been opened for a guest, but today he opened it for you. The implication was self-evident. Yang Gongming was expressing his sincerity and hoped that he would return to his roots. It wasn't that Yangqing didn't think of the benefits of returning to the Yang family, but he would have to face Yang Pejuan and Yang Lai once he returned to the Yang family. Yangqing wasn't so shameless as to build a good relationship with them. If it wasn't for Guo Shuihua and Yang Gongming stopping him, or if it was Yan Sanyang, Yangqing couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't have killed them. Yangqing suddenly missed Lin Ruoshi, who was far away in Zhonghai. Little sister Lin was always there to remind him about family matters. Unfortunately, she wasn't by his side. Alone in the pavilion, Yangqing stared at the 2 lines of the poem for a long time. Yangqing put away the scroll in his hand, and slowly descended the mountain. He found a bus to enter the city, and then called a taxi to return to the Kai residence. Although he could return to the Kai family in the blink of an eye if he used his cultivation, Yangqing didn't want to do so. He wasn't in a hurry, and he didn't want to keep appearing like a ghost. He believed that if Yan Sanyang didn't have to hurry to the Kai family to prove Yan Cheng's identity, she would have taken the normal route. Living in a society of ordinary people, Yang Cheng didn't think teleportation was something worth bragging about. Instead, it would cause him to lose the taste of life. Just like a super-rich man, he wouldn't be satisfied until his clothes were worth hundreds of millions. That was just something a nouveau riche would do. By the time he returned to the Kai family, it was already evening. Under the setting sun, the Kai family's courtyard was dyed red. When Yang Cheng walked into the living room, he saw his mother-in-law, Jiang Shan, and Kai Yinqing discussing something on the sofa. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Just being with Choi Yun was enough to make her fly into a rage. Now that Kai Ning was with him, his mother wouldn't chase after him with a kitchen knife, would she? "Ayo, Yang Cheng, what took you so long? I was worried about where you went." Jiang Shan suddenly stood up with a radiant smile on her face and cheerfully walked up to Yang Cheng. She looked at Yang Cheng with a face full of joy and said, "Don't tell me you're still angry at Auntie? At most, Auntie will make you some delicious food to accompany you. We're a family, and you're a man, so don't be too petty." Yang Cheng was dumbfounded. It was as if he had swallowed a fly. After a long time, he slapped his face to confirm that he wasn't dreaming. Then, he smiled and said, "Auntie, what's wrong?" Jiang Shan suddenly rolled her eyes at him. "What's wrong? Who asked you to treat yourself as an outsider and not explain the situation? I was just complaining that you didn't treat us as a family." "Ah?" Yang Cheng was even more confused. Jiang Shan ignored his confusion and said with a smile, "Look at your silly face. You look quite honest. Although you're a bit fickle, you're still an honest child. As the mother of Ning Er and Yonyan, I agree. But you have to treat them well. Don't mistreat my daughters, understand?" Yang Cheng's jaw dropped. To be honest, even if Aries, the animal that only knew how to fight, came to him and said that he wanted to turn over a new leaf, Yang Cheng wouldn't be so surprised. Jiang Shan seemed to like Yang Cheng more and more. In the end, she even patted Yang Cheng's shoulder like an elder and said, "I'll go make dinner. I'll make something delicious for you guys. You can accompany your uncle for a while, haha." Watching Jiang Shan leave, Yang Cheng's legs nearly gave way. Kai Yunqing helplessly watched his wife walk to the kitchen and shook his head. Then, he saw Yang Cheng's blank face and sighed. "Are you so happy that you've turned silly, or are you scared silly?" Yang Cheng swallowed his saliva. "Both. Don't be surprised. When you went out just now, Li Xian and his wife came back and bumped into your auntie. They said that the engagement was cancelled and that the military court would be settled. They wouldn't let Ning Er feel the slightest burden. They also said that the relationship between the two families should be closer in the future. Your auntie became like this because she knew about your identity in the Yan family. Sigh. I couldn't tell when I was young. Now, I can only regret marrying such a woman." Kai Yunqing's face was filled with regret. Yang Cheng rolled his eyes. Is the identity of the Yan family really that useful? Of course. Kai Yunqing seemed to have found an opportunity and added fuel to the fire. You left Huaxia when you were young, so you don't know the influence of the four major families. In Beijing, anyone who is related to the four major families is not someone that ordinary people can afford to offend. Just look at the standing committee of the Politburo. Apart from the General Secretary, who has always been impartial and won't let anyone from the four major families take the position, all of them are affiliated with one of the major families. It can be said that most of the major decisions in Huaxia are made by the four major families. Although your auntie is a woman, she was born and raised in Beijing. She knows that if you are the eldest grandson of the Yan family and inherit the Yan family in the future, you will have a lot of power. Furthermore, it's not a secret for someone standing at the top of the pyramid to have a few wives and concubines. After all, the Yang family has the smallest number of people, so they have always hoped to expand their family. Yang Cheng rubbed his nose. He had to admit that just the benefits of being able to relax his love life made him very tempted. It seemed that he really had to find an opportunity to return to the Yang family. As for how Kai Ning's matter was resolved so easily, he was also surprised. However, it was still a good thing that he didn't have to do anything. Just when Yang Cheng was about to sit down and chat with Kai Yunqing, he saw Kai Ning and Choi Yun walking out from the back. Looking at how close the two sisters were, Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief. Choi Yun didn't restrain herself because of her father's presence. When she saw Yangqing, she immediately sat on Yangqing's lap and hooked her arms around Yangqing's neck. She smiled coquettishly. "Pervert, let's go out for dinner." Yangqing looked awkwardly at Kai Yunqing, who was frowning, and then at Kai Ning, who was standing by the side with a smile. "Can't you be more reserved? I'm getting shy if you keep acting like this. Also, your mom is going to cook, why are we going out? It's such a joyous day today, of course we have to go and celebrate. Don't tell me that you're so pitiful that you don't even have money in your wallet for dinner? It's fine, I'll pay for it." Choi Yun stood up unwillingly and dragged Yangqing out of the door. Yangqing couldn't dissuade this devil queen, so he turned around and asked Kai Ning, "You're going too?" Kai Ning nodded. "Yeah, Yongyan said that she's going to celebrate me getting over the crisis." Yangqing suddenly understood. "That's a good reason." Kai Yunqing coughed and said to Choi Yun sternly, "Just go out for dinner, don't cause trouble the moment you return to Beijing." Choi Yun made a face at her father. "Humph, it's rare for me to return to Beijing, what trouble can I cause?" Kai Yunqing looked like he was powerless to discipline his daughter, so he waved his hand dejectedly, not stopping them. The three of them went out and got into Yangqing's car. Choi Yun scrambled to sit in the front passenger seat and said before buckling her seatbelt, "Search on the GPS, go to Sky Tower." "Sky Tower? What kind of place is that?" Yangqing asked in confusion, "A place to eat? What kind of dishes?" Choi Yun smiled innocently, "It's a place where you can eat and drink, sing and dance." Yangqing suddenly understood and rolled his eyes, "A nightclub?" "Yeah, it should be a high-class club, but you can't enter without a membership card," Choi Yun said proudly. Yangqing said gloomily, "Then why did you lie to me that you're going to eat? Are you stupid? I can't be bothered to lie to you. If I said we're going to a nightclub, my dad definitely wouldn't let us. And my dad doesn't like girls to drink," Choi Yun said bashfully. Yangqing felt that maybe Choi Yun shouldn't be Kai Ning's sister, but Tang Tang. But thinking about it carefully, he didn't have anything special to deal with the Tang family's Tang Wan, and Kai Ning's matter had been resolved perfectly. Hui Lin had also visited him, so it was about time for him to return to Zhonghai. Before leaving Beijing, he might as well take it as a break. On the way there, Yangqing asked curiously, "What did you two talk about the whole afternoon?" Choi Yun smiled, "Do you want to know?" Yangqing nodded vigorously. "I'm not telling you," Choi Yun wrinkled her nose. Yangqing was embarrassed, so he turned around and signaled Kai Ning with his eyes, "If the younger sister doesn't want to tell, the older sister will." Unexpectedly, Kai Ning looked out of the car window and didn't even look at Yangqing. Yangqing suddenly became worried. Were these two sisters plotting against him in the future? It seemed like he had to make the first move and find a chance to drag them to bed together. Just like that, the three of them followed the GPS and arrived at the spacious parking lot in front of the Sky Tower. It was impossible to open a nightclub in Beijing without a strong relationship with the higher-ups. Just the parking lot alone was expensive, so one could imagine how luxurious it would be. The car drove directly to the entrance of the nightclub, and a waiter opened the door and helped them park the car. Choi Yun seemed to be a frequent visitor, so she casually gave the waiter a 100 yuan tip. Yangqing chuckled, "Tell me the truth, Director Kai has been embezzling a lot of money, right?" Choi Yun went up to hold Yangqing's arm and said innocently, "Dear, won't you reimburse me for all the money I spend? I'm already yours, so it's not too much, right?" Yangqing's facial muscles twitched. He looked at Kai Ning, who seemed to be trying to hold back her laughter, and said, "Ning why don't you hold my other arm? It's the same money anyway." Kai Ning couldn't bring herself to do such an intimate gesture, so she pursed her lips and walked through the door. Unexpectedly, before she could take 2 steps, a man's voice came from behind. Wait. Wait. Let me follow you in." Hearing this familiar voice, Yangqing felt a headache coming on. He turned around and said, "Why are you so persistent?" The man was Li Dun, dressed in a casual shirt. He didn't look like a high-class guy, but he was as energetic as ever. He smiled foolishly and said, "I just went to the Kai residence to look for you." I wanted to drink with you tonight, but you just happened to come out, so I chased after you. Hee hee, this Sky Cloud restaurant is so high class that I have to save my pocket money to chase after Xianxia. Since someone is treating me, of course I have to follow. Yangqing had seen through Li Dun's miserly ways, so he ignored him. Choi Yun, however, recognized Li Dun. She snorted, "Young Master Li, if you want to eat, drink, and have fun, you can sign up for free. Why do you have to freeload off our Yangqing's hard-earned money?" Yangqing almost fell to the ground. Great, now my money has become hard-earned money. Li Dun was thick-skinned and didn't react at all. I heard that Sister Kaining managed to get rid of my good-for-nothing cousin and got married again. Of course, I have to come to celebrate the wedding. Looking at him, he seemed to be on Kaining's side instead of her cousin. Kaining was embarrassed by his words, and her calm face blushed. After entering the building, they followed Choi Yun's instructions and went straight to the largest dance hall downstairs. They wanted to find a place to enjoy the music and dance. Kaining obviously wouldn't go down to dance, but she would often go to such places when she was on a mission, so she didn't feel uncomfortable. When the four of them walked around the dance floor and arrived at a moon-white sofa, many men and women looked at them strangely. The biggest reason was naturally because of the Kai sisters' good looks. Even in a high-class clubhouse full of beautiful women, they still seemed to stand out. But when some of the higher-ups realized that the man behind them was Li Dun, who rarely appeared in Yanjin, they stopped paying attention to the beauties. There were many people from the four major families, but they didn't have many chances to meet the young master. Many of them even started rubbing their palms, trying to find a chance to get close to him without making him unhappy. As for Yangqing, everyone was unfamiliar with him, so they guessed that he might be a friend of the Li family from another province. As soon as the four of them sat down, Kai Yan ordered a large amount of food and drinks. Then, she impatiently ran to the dance floor and moved her body along with some young men and women. She seemed extremely excited. Seeing that Yangqing was in a daze, Kaining smiled and said, "You should know that Yonyan is very active, but when she was in Zhonghai, she was the police chief, so she couldn't go to nightclubs. She was afraid that people would say bad things about her, so she endured it. Every time she came back to Yanjin, she would find time to go to nightclubs." Yangqing was stunned for a moment, then he let Choi Yun do as she pleased. Looking at the table full of drinks, desserts, and fruits, Yangqing rubbed his empty stomach and started eating. He poured himself a full glass of whiskey and even asked the waiter for a steak. The revelry in his ears didn't affect his mood at all. Kaining quietly ate the grapes, not saying a word or going down to play. Kaining silently ate the grapes in small bites. She didn't say anything, nor did she go down to play. It was as if she was in another world. Yangqing chewed on the cake, looked at the woman for a while, and said, "Ning Er, go down and play with your sister. What's the point of watching us eat here?" "I don't know how to," Kaining said, shaking her head. "What's there to know? She's just randomly twisting her buttocks. Look at Yanyan's movements, she's just like a stupid bear. At least you're well-versed in Qigong. Even a few random movements would look better than hers," Yangqing said with a smile. Kaining still shook her head, looking calm and relaxed. Yangqing sighed, "Actually, I've been wanting to say that I'm already a prematurely aging person, but why do you look older than me? You're like an old granny. If you continue like this, you'll be completely outshone by your sister." Kaining asked doubtfully, "Why would I be outshone by Yonyan?" "Tsk tisk," Yangqing said with a smile, "speaking of this, you're quite confident. Isn't that so? Am I uglier than Yonyan and not as good-looking as her?" Kaining looked a little unhappy. Obviously, she wasn't happy that Yangqing said she wasn't as good as Choi Yun, even if it was her own sister. Yangqing said, "At least there's one thing that Yonyan is good at, but you don't know it at all." "What is it?" Kaining asked, blinking. Evenly Dun, who was chewing on his steak, looked up curiously, licked his lips and looked at Yangqing, wanting to listen. Yangqing put down the thing in his hand, moved closer to Kaining's ear, and said softly, "Baby, do you know how to act coquettishly?" "Coquettish?" Kaining's eyes widened and she forgot to breathe. She swore that ever since she was young, she had never thought that this word had anything to do with her. "You're doing this on purpose, shameless." Kaining gritted her teeth and glared at Yangqing. Yangqing chuckled. How is this shameless? Look at how fierce Yonian is when she's a policewoman. But she still holds my hand, pouts, and asks me for money. Li Dun, who was chewing on his steak, laughed and clapped his hands. No wonder I heard that you have a lot of women. I didn't expect you to be so romantic. Let Miss Kaining coquettish? Haha. I'd like to see it too. Miss Kaining can't lose to your sister. Come on. Kaining was humiliated and annoyed. Seeing Li Dun gloating at her misfortune, she took out 3 willow leaf blades out of nowhere. With a flash of cold light, the 3 blades flew towards Li Dun's nose and eyes. Li Dun cried out in alarm. He did not dare to dodge in this situation, or the blades would be aimed at the crowd. He quickly channeled his Xianxia into his palm and grabbed the 3 blades that were enough to cut his head in half. At such a close distance, if Li Dun hadn't reached the early phase of the Khanate stage, he would have died. Li Dun broke out in a cold sweat and smiled sheepishly. I almost forgot that Miss Kai is the flower reign of the group of 8. TSK. Luckily I didn't use my full strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to take it head-on. But Miss Kai, you don't look like you have hidden weapons in your clothes. Where did you get the blades? Kaining looked at him coldly. You live up to your reputation as one of the 2 kings of Yanjin. If you're really curious, I still have some. Do you want to try pear blossom needles and peacock gall? Li Dun shook his head. Forget it. That's not something I can handle. Having said that, Li Dun glared at Yangqing. This is all your fault. Why did you ask the heroine to coquettish for no reason? Leaning on the couch, Yangqing yawned and smiled. I just feel that. Girls should be more lively. Otherwise, life will be boring. You have to have some hobbies. Kaining snorted, what about Ruashi? She should be much colder than me. Aren't you still married to her? Yangqing couldn't help but laugh, this shows that you still don't understand her. Our Ruashi is actually quite lively inside. She likes to watch mushy Korean dramas, Pink Hello Kitty, and even likes to eat glutinous rice balls. Come to think of it, it's kind of a popular attribute right now. Hiss. Right, it's tsundere. Kaining curled her lips and said sourly, our family is so intimate. Since the relationship between husband and wife is so deep, why did you come to provoke us sisters? Embarrassed, Yangqing grinned awkwardly. You can't say that. Everyone has their own strengths. Like Ning Er, it's actually quite good to be so calm. It's quite good. Li Dun looked at Yangqing with disdain. There's a saying, wild flowers are not as fragrant as the flowers at home. Get lost. Yangqing picked up the wine bottle and threw it at Li Dun. Li Dun caught the bottle with both hands, looking indignant. One more word of nonsense and I'll badmouth you in front of Tang Xian. Yangqing said threateningly. Li Dun became obedient this time. He smiled and said, actually, old Yang, you're the one who values relationships the most. I know you love everyone sincerely. You're a good man. Miss Tang Xian. Thank you, haha. Seeing Li Dun's sudden change in attitude, Kaining couldn't help but burst into laughter. Under the dim lights, she looked like a snow lotus blooming. Yangqing also smiled. Perhaps the biggest reason why he and Li Dun could get close so quickly was because they were both shameless. You miser, why did you come looking for me? Yangqing remembered that he hadn't asked Li Dun why he came looking for him. Li Dun said with a face full of grievance, you don't know, my old man is very stingy. He doesn't give me a lot of money to chase after women, so I had to save money. I saved money to chase after Tang Xian. Since it's food, I'll come to you if I can. Yangqing was speechless. It seemed that he was still not as shameless as Li Dun. Perhaps it was because Yangqing had thrown the wine bottle at Li Dun, but many of the men and women who wanted to approach Li Dun were a little worried. So after the 3 of them ate and drank for a while, no one came to talk to them. Just then, many of the people around the dance floor suddenly fell silent. Many of them were staring at the direction they came in. Yangqing didn't pay attention at first, but when he saw Kaining frowning and looking outside worriedly, he looked up curiously. He saw a man who looked like the manager, respectfully leading a few young men inside. At the front of the group was a handsome man in a black Armani suit and a blue shirt. One look and you could tell that he was the leader of the group. Although he didn't look arrogant, there was a faint air of superiority about him, as if he didn't care about anyone. The man's footsteps paused for a moment, but his eyes happened to catch a glimpse of where Xianxia and the others were. When he saw Xianxia and Li Dun together, a trace of surprise and confusion flashed across his face. But in the end, he still walked up to the three of them. "Long time no see, Brother Yang. Even the Li brothers are here." "How rare," the man said with a half-smile. "Oh, it's young Master Ning. Oh, I almost didn't recognize you. You're so low-key when you go out. What a role model." Li Dun looked at him with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. But to the others, it was as fake as it could be. The man was Ning Guodong, whom they hadn't seen after the incident with Sing Mao. Ning Guodong seemed to have recovered his usual vigor, but the gloomy look in his eyes revealed the subtle changes in this man's heart. Xianxia didn't expect to run into this guy when he was planning to return to Zhonghai. According to the situation, this guy was Lin Ruoxi's half-brother, and his brother-in-law. But this guy obviously didn't know about it, and he probably didn't give up on Lin Ruoxi. So, Xianxia didn't want to see this guy. What a coincidence, but it's not something to be happy about. Xianxia said calmly. If it weren't for the fact that he and Lin Ruoxi were related by blood, Xianxia would have snapped this guy's neck in Lin Ruoxi's office. So, Ning Guodong must have understood what he meant. Ning Guodong's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. He also knew that he wasn't Xianxia's opponent. When he returned to Beijing, he had investigated Xianxia's background. The more he investigated, the more shocked he was. This man's background was far more complicated than he had imagined. Although he couldn't get a lot of information, there was a big news that Xianxia was the long-lost eldest grandson of the Yang family. It really caused a huge wave in the circle of the four major families. Ning Guodong wasn't an idiot. Without full confidence, he didn't want to challenge Xianxia's bottom line, nor was he willing to let Ning Guanyao point a gun at him again. So, he casually smiled at Xianxia's cold response and said, "We didn't get along in the past, but Brother Yang is a magnanimous person and let bygones be bygones. Since you've come to Beijing, I can do my best as a host. Why don't we have a few drinks?" "Forget it. I'm just here to accompany my woman. I don't want to have much to do with men." Xianxia couldn't be bothered to look at them this time. At this time, the man in the white suit who had been standing behind Ning Guodong finally snorted and said, "Young Master Ning, what's there to talk with this vulgar ruffian? How is he worthy to drink with young Master Ning?" Xianxia glanced at the man and felt that he was a little familiar. After thinking carefully, he patted his forehead and smiled. "You're not Yan Buwen's younger brother. You're Yan Buxue, right? TSK, it seems that the after effect of the slap I gave you the other day has passed. Is your face smaller than the slap I gave you?" Yan Buxue originally came to accompany Ning Guodong. As the second son of the Yan family, he had never been valued because he had a talented elder brother like Yan Buwen. Therefore, cozying up to someone powerful became his most important task. As for the eldest son of the Ning family, of course, he had to fawn on him as much as possible. Therefore, he was also considered as the number one person among the sons of the Ning family who accompanied Ning Guodong. Yan Buxue's face suddenly burned when his scar was exposed in front of everyone. He pointed at Xianxia angrily and said, "Don't be too proud. So what if you know how to fight in the future? Who do you think you are in front of our young Master Ning?" That day in Zhonghai, Yan Buxue was continuously slapped by Xianxia until he was sent to the hospital. It was the first time in his life that he had been humiliated. If it wasn't for Yan Buwen's lesson, he would have sent assassins to kill Xianxia. However, it was obvious that although Yan Buwen did not treat his younger brother well, he had stopped Yan Buxue's revenge and saved his life. However, before Yan Buxue could finish, Li Dun, who had been gorging himself, suddenly exploded. "Get out of here." Li Dun stood up and pushed Yan Buxue onto the dance floor. Yan Buxue somersaulted a few times while the men and women on the dance floor screamed and cursed when they saw that someone was fighting. Yan Buxue was a little confused at first, but as he got up and pointed at Li Dun, he wanted to yell at him, but he knew how terrifying the Li family was. Hesitating, he stammered, You. Why did you hit me? Li Dun did not care that this was a place where the famous people of Yanjing gathered. He directly spat on the ground and said, Tui. You keep calling Yangqing a hooligan and say who does he think he is? Then, I, Li Dun, am the same as him. Come on. It seems that you are still not convinced. If you are not convinced, then come at me. I will fight you fair and square. Didn't old Yang slap you before? Today, I will slap you a few times. The surrounding people immediately looked at Yan Bushue with fear and pity in their eyes. Although the Yan family was also one of the four major families, Yan Bushue was not Yan Buan. Even if Li Dun really killed him, he would not be able to cause much of a stir. However, there were more people who were confused. Li Dun's actions were obviously on Yang Cheng's side. Does this mean that the Li family will not give face to the Ning family in public for this young man? Where did this young man come from? Many people had strong doubts in their minds, but no one knew who he was. Choi Yan originally wanted to run to the stage to sing, but when she saw that there was a fight, she immediately ran over. When she saw that it was Ning Guodong, she knew that this matter was not something that she, the second daughter of the Kai family, could intervene in, so she obediently hid behind Kai Ning. But her eyes were full of anticipation, as if the fight made her especially excited. Ning Guodong's eyes were exceptionally gloomy. He could already tell that Li Dun's actions indicated that the relationship between the Li family and the Yang family was extremely close. This did not seem to be good news for the Ning family, which was currently the most powerful family. After all, it was impossible for him to reconcile with Yangqing, and he did not have any common topics with Li Dun. And according to reliable sources, Yangqing had many connections with the Tang family. As a result, the Ning family had become isolated. This made Ning Guodong, who was waiting to become the head of the Ning family in the future, extremely uneasy. Yan Bushue's legs turned to jelly. Fight with Li Dun? Was he crazy or stupid? In the end, Yan Bushue could only hide behind Ning Guodong and beg, Young master, please help me, I can't take a slap from Li Dun. There was a look of disgust in Ning Guodong's eyes. If it was not for the Yan family's current momentum and the fact that Yan Buwen could keep Li Dun in check, he would not have brought Yan Bushue out to embarrass himself. But now, if he were to disappoint Yan Bushue, it would only be more disadvantageous for him. He could only bite the bullet and smile at Li Dun. Brotherly, I think we should let it go today. Bushue is a little muddle-headed, how can he be a match for you? Li Dun snorted a few times. Since young Master Ning has pleaded, I will let him go today. Just as Ning Guodong was about to say a few polite words, Yangqing, who had been sitting all this while, suddenly said, Wait, I didn't say we could let it go. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Ning Guodong's face instantly froze. A trace of resentment flashed across his face. This was like Yangqing slapping him in front of everyone. Yangqing said faintly, just now, the person that Yan Bushue was scolding was mainly me. Now that you're pleading for Li Dun on his behalf, you should also apologize to me. If you don't apologize to me here, I have no intention of letting this matter go. Many people gasped. This guy was too bold. How could he ask Ning Guodong to apologize in front of everyone? Even if Yan Bushue apologized now, it would be equivalent to Ning Guodong admitting defeat to Yangqing. How could Ning Guodong live in the future? Would the young master of the Ning family still have any face left? However, Yangqing had no intention of taking a step back. His temper had been much more restrained since he returned to the country, but it did not mean that he could let it go easily after being scolded. Most importantly, he did not like to meet these people. Brother Yang, do you have to be so ruthless? Don't you think you're going too far? Ning Guodong said in a low voice. I'm not an official like you and I don't have to care about my manners. Since you think I'm a hooligan, of course I'll take revenge, Yangqing said. This is not Zhonghai, this is Yanjing. The threat in Ning Guodong's words was obvious. In Yanjing, the power of the Ning family was not to be trifled with. Yangqing spread out his hands and sighed with a smile. When we look at certain things, our starting point is completely different. You're comparing Zhonghai to Yanjing, but in my eyes, as long as it's on this earth, I don't care. Many onlookers shook their heads and whispered. Most of them felt that Yangqing was too arrogant. Many of them were waiting for the show to begin. Li Dun winked at Yangqing and gave him a thumbs up. Cui Yan bit her lower lip and widened her eyes in anticipation. Only Kai Ning frowned slightly. She was a little confused and a little worried. The manager of the club was sweating profusely. He didn't dare to maintain order or say a word. These rich heirs were not people he could afford to offend. He could only pray that there would be no more violence. Ning Guodong's facial muscles tightened. Yangqing, do you really think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're a member of the Yang family? In Yanjing, I can do much more than you can imagine. I think you've misunderstood. This has nothing to do with the Yang family. Yangqing shook his finger. Besides, I hate being threatened the most. Of course, Ning Guodong wouldn't apologize. Being looked down upon in public, his arrogance was ignited. He snorted and said, "Dream on. For Brother Li's sake, I won't argue with you. Also, let me tell you, if I have the chance, I will go to Zhonghai to pursue Ruashi. I will never give up." What can you do? Ning Guodong was also irritated. He was too lazy to think too much about it, so he spoke out the part of his dissatisfaction with Yangqing. This man, who was incomparably vulgar to him, had so many beautiful women by his side. Moreover, he was also Lin Ruashi's husband. It was really intolerable. Yangqing's face turned cold, and he said with an evil smile, "This is what you really want to say." Ning Guodong's expression was a little ferocious. So what if I am? Sooner or later, I will snatch the woman I want. The people around them didn't understand, but Kai Ning and Cui Yan knew what Ning Guodong meant. The two girls also came to a sudden realization. No wonder Yangqing wouldn't let go of Ning Guodong. This guy was openly pursuing Lin Ruashi. After saying that, Ning Guodong waved his hand, planning to lead Yan Buxue and the others to their reserved seats. But he had barely taken 2 steps when Ning Guodong suddenly felt a horrifying pressure engulfing his entire body in an earth-shattering manner. Ning Guodong felt the bones in his body being squeezed down, especially his legs. It was as if they couldn't bear it anymore and became a heavy burden. Cough, cough. Ning Guodong gasped with difficulty, and his face was red. No matter how hard he tried to resist, he couldn't control his body. Slowly, he leaned forward and knelt down. In the end, Ning Guodong couldn't hold his breath anymore, and his knees buckled. He propped himself up with his hands and knelt on the ground. Everyone around them cried out in shock. They couldn't believe that Ning Guodong would kneel down for no reason. Yangqing got up from his seat and said indifferently, "Since you can't speak, then kneel down as an apology. Also, don't have any improper thoughts, or it won't be as simple as kneeling down." After that, Yangqing walked straight out of the club. The crowd automatically made way for him, and no one dared to make a sound. Only the moving music was still echoing on the dance floor. Of course, Li Dun and the Kai sisters weren't in the mood to stay and play, so they left with Yangqing. It wasn't until Yangqing walked out of the club that the heavy burden on Ning Guodong's body relaxed, and he could breathe normally again. After a long time, Ning Guodong stood up from the ground. The people around him almost didn't dare to look at his face, as if he was in a dark shadow, and it was chilling. After leaving the club, Yangqing wasn't in a good mood. He told Li Dun to go home, and brought Kai Ning and Cui Yan back to the Kai family. This time, Kai Ning sat in the passenger seat and looked at the silent Yangqing. She said softly, "You deliberately went against Ning Guodong. According to your character, you should have taught Yan Buxue a lesson first, but you obviously went against Ning Guodong." Yangqing took a deep breath and nodded. "It seems like you know me very well." "Why? Is it because he wants to pursue Ruashi?" Kai Ning asked. Yangqing smiled bitterly. "If there were other men who wanted to pursue you, I wouldn't have gone easy on them. I targeted Ning Guodong because I wanted to hear his true thoughts. Since he hasn't given up on that idea, it means that many things are not over yet. I don't understand. You don't have to be afraid of Ning Guodong at all. Even if he likes Ruashi, you won't be able to compete with him," Kai Ning said doubtfully. Yangqing shook his head and smiled. "You'll understand a lot of things in the future. He's not an ordinary rival in love. He shouldn't exist." Yangqing did deliberately make things difficult for Ning Guodong, and his purpose was obvious. He wanted to confirm if Ning Guodong knew the truth about Lin Ruoxi being his half-sister. From the looks of it, Ning Guangyao didn't say it out loud. Moreover, Yangqing needed to know whether Ning Guodong had given up or not. With such a rival in love around, he might do something dangerous in the future. Yangqing knew that although Lin Ruoxi looked cold on the outside, she could tolerate Lin Kuan's rotten father in name in every possible way. It could be seen that in Lin Ruoxi's heart, her family was extremely important. This was also the reason why Ning Guangyao didn't dare to admit their relationship back then, which made Lin Ruoxi so upset. Then it was very likely that even if Ning Guodong did something overboard in the future, Lin Ruoxi wouldn't be so heartless towards him and wouldn't easily let him get rid of this hidden danger for her. Yangqing could accept that there were countless people who hated him, but he couldn't accept that there was a gap between the person he loved and him. This time, he made a fool of Ning Guodong in public, which could be considered as pushing their relationship to the forefront. However, Yangqing felt that rather than letting Ning Guodong continue to lurk in the dark, it was better to make things difficult for him. If Ning Guodong wanted to take revenge, perhaps it would give him a chance to openly end him. When the car was about to reach the Kai family's house, Yangqing asked Kai Ning, "Ning what's the date today?" Without waiting for Kai Ning to answer, Choi Yun quickly said, "It's May 3rd. Everyone is having a Labor Day holiday, so Ning Guodong and the others have time to go there to play today. I can also easily take leave to come back." "But why are you asking about the date?" Yangqing nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself, "That's fast. I really have to go back early." Choi Yun sat in the back and didn't hear what Yangqing was muttering. She only thought that Yangqing was thinking of some trick. Suddenly, she thought of something and shouted excitedly, "Bad guy. You can't touch sister at night. Sister is on her period these days." Hearing this, Yangqing almost stepped on the gas pedal instead of the brake pedal. Kai Ning, on the other hand, blushed. She turned around and glared at her sister. "You. What nonsense are you thinking, Yen Yen?" Choi Yun suddenly realized that Yangqing probably didn't know about Kai Ning's period. Of course, that day wouldn't be that interesting. Who asked him to be so naughty? I thought he wanted to do something. Choi Yun lowered her head shyly and felt a little sorry for Kai Ning. Yangqing's dantian was lit up by Choi Yun's words. He licked his lips and smiled. "Yonyan, you reminded me. But it's okay. Ning is on her period. Don't you still have you?" When Kai Yen heard that, her heartbeat sped up. Even if she was generous and hot, she was a little shy to talk about this topic in front of Kai Ning. Kai Ning didn't dare to listen anymore. She closed her eyes and rested, but her ears were burning red. When the car stopped outside the Kai family's courtyard, the three of them got out. Choi Yun still lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yangqing. Yangqing obviously planned to stay in her house. If he really came to find her at night, would she agree to it? Choi Yun was nervous and expectant. On the other side, Kai Ning was even more complicated. She had just broken the window paper with Yangqing. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized that there were so many embarrassing things that might happen next. And her sister seemed to have a relationship with this shameless guy. How should she treat it? Yangqing saw the strangeness of the sisters and held back his laughter. He was already looking forward to going to Choi Yun's room to do what he wanted to do. But before he entered the room, his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a call from his subordinate, Zhuang Feng. Yangqing picked it up immediately since it was so late at night. It must be an emergency. Bad news, Director. Zhuang Feng didn't even greet him and said anxiously, "Miss Lin Hui is in trouble." Yangqing's heart skipped a beat. It had only been a day since he last saw Zhuang Feng. But he still reprimanded him, "Why are you panicking? Get to the point." Zhuang Feng realized that he had lost control of his emotions. He quickly adjusted himself and tried his best to calm down and explain what had happened. It turned out that Huilin was supposed to go to a media company in Beijing tonight to participate in the discussion meeting before the shooting of the MV of the new album's title song. Huilin wasn't very good at performing, so she didn't plan to appear in the MV. She was only going to participate in the discussion meeting as a singer. The meeting was mainly attended by a famous local director, Luo Xing. and a young female model named Lu Zishan. Lu Zishan just happened to meet the requirements of a fresh and pretty MV. She was also the champion of a model competition in the North China region. She needed a breakthrough to enter the entertainment industry, so she had her eye on Hui Lin's new song, which had been very popular for the past month. Everything was going smoothly. By the time the discussion on the MV's production process was completed, it was already night time. The staff were either rushing home or out for dinner. However, as it was the first time that Hui Lin had met these people, she was very nervous during the discussion. She wanted to go to the washroom, but she did not dare to do so. It was not until the meeting was over and almost everyone had left that Hui Lin went to the washroom of the company. However, just as she was about to go out and meet up with her colleagues, Hui Lin heard some discordant voices outside the meeting room. Listening carefully, Hui Lin realized that it was the director, Luo Xing, who wanted to rape the model, Lu Zishan. Although Hui Lin was embarrassed about such things, she felt that she should help Lu Zishan escape from the devil's clutches. So she immediately rushed into the room, ignoring the fact that Lu Zishan had already taken off her clothes. She directly kicked the director, Luo Xing, who was pouncing on her, away. How could Luo Xing be a match for Hui Lin? Before he could react, he was kicked twice by Hui Lin, knocking him against the wall twice. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He almost fainted. This change caused Lu Zishan, who was pressed on the conference table, to scream, which attracted many people back to the conference room. When many of the staff and security guards arrived at the conference room, they did not understand what had happened. Lu Zishan was already dressed, and director Luo Xing was lying on the ground. He looked like he was half dead and was in a very sorry state. When the staff helped Luo Xing up, he pointed at Hui Lin and started scolding her. He told everyone that it was Hui Lin who barged in and beat him up for no reason, and that he was discussing the script with Lu Zishan. In this situation, although many people knew the truth, no one would say it out loud. Of course, Hui Lin tried to defend herself. She claimed that it was director Luo Xing who had tried to rape Lu Zishan. But, when asked about Lu Zishan, the female model shook her head firmly, claiming that it was all a lie and that she had not been harassed at all. Hui Lin was dumbfounded. She did not understand why Lu Zishan would cover up the truth and help frame her, the person who had saved her. Then, no matter how much Shuang Feng and the other people from Yulei International begged, Luo Xing would not let it go. He called the police and brought Hui Lin to the police station. Shuang Feng said with a headache, "Director Yang, Miss Hui Lin has just started her career, so she doesn't understand the unspoken rules of the industry. It's no secret that models try to please the director to get a higher position. Miss Hui Lin might have heard that B*TCH Lu Zishan say some soft words to resist, so she mistakenly thought that Lu Zishan was really unwilling. Now, she's beaten up director Luo Xing and ruined his plan. Now, Lu Zishan's reputation has been tarnished, and her future as a star is going to be bleak. How can I not hate her so much?" Yangqing was already back in his car. He started the engine and gave some instructions to Kai Ning and Choi Yun. Then, he turned the car around and asked, "Where is Hui Lin now?" "She's at the Beijing police headquarters. Our staff members are not allowed to enter. We want to hire a lawyer, but those lawyers don't have the guts to take on this case." Shuang Feng said gloomily. "Why?" Yangqing had already found the location of the police station from the GPS and set off at top speed. Shuang Feng explained, "Lu Zishan is just a small character. She doesn't have much influence. But director Luo Xing, his sister, she's not someone we can afford to offend. I've told you, get to the point." Yangqing suppressed his anger and frowned. Yes. Shuang Feng swallowed and said, "Luo Xing's sister is the eldest daughter of the Luo family in Beijing, Luo Tsuishan. Luo Tsuishan is the wife of Premier Ning Guanyao. She's also one of the higher-ups in the organization department." Luo Tsuishan? Yangqing felt that life was hard to predict. He didn't expect that right after he taught Ning Guodong a lesson, his mother's brother would come looking for trouble with him. Director Yang, to put it bluntly, no one dares to offend the Ning family. Even the lawyers have to give way. You're the only one who can handle this. Shuang Feng had seen Yangqing's extraordinary background. Although it was still vague, they didn't even have the guts to go in and face Luo Xing. After Yangqing hung up the phone, he couldn't suppress his anger. Initially, Lin Ruoshi had set up the entertainment company for Hui Lin. Making Yangqing the director was also to take care of Hui Lin. But he didn't expect that not only the incident with Mei Feng, he would also be arrested and sent to the police station. If it was any ordinary trouble, Abbess Yin Miao would have already helped to resolve it secretly. But this time it was the Ning family and the Luo family. No wonder Abbess Yin Miao didn't do anything. At that moment, an unknown number called. Yangqing picked up the call and said, "Abbess Yin Miao, cut the crap. I won't let anything happen to Hui Lin." The caller was indeed Yin Miao. She had just received the news not too long ago. After knowing that the caller was Luo Xing, she felt helpless. Although she was extremely angry that her granddaughter had been arrested, she had to take care of the Lin clan, which was already in decline. She had no choice but to let Yangqing handle it. "I was forced to do this. The Lin family can't afford this anymore. With your capabilities, it shouldn't be a problem. Hui Er has been with me since she was young, so she doesn't know much about the dark side of the entertainment industry. This is also why I didn't want her to enter the industry. But since she's on her way, help me take care of her." Abbess Yin Miao sighed. "Even if you really don't have romantic feelings for Hui Er, you should at least treat her like a sister." Yangqing was speechless. He smiled bitterly. "Don't talk about romantic feelings at a time like this. Weren't you the one who added all of this?" "Humph, you know better than anyone else," Abbess Yin Miao snorted and hung up. Yangqing curled his lips in a dilemma. It was truly a thankless task. Fortunately, the people involved in this case were political, so it wouldn't be exposed easily. If Lin Ruoshi found out about it on the news, he would have a headache. Then, he remembered that he had already asked Ron to arrange a team to serve Hui Lin and send them to Huaxia. How could this happen? So, Yangqing called Ron again and said in Italian, "Ron, damn it, has the team I asked you to arrange arrived in Beijing? My sister is in the police station now. Is this the result of you arranging a team for her?" Ron was obviously in a daze. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, "Master, please calm down. The team didn't mean to be late. In fact, with the cooperation of Her Excellency Kristen and Queen Catherine, the team members had already been arranged. It's just that. Master, you know that the fog in London is too torturous. It delayed the plane for nearly a day. But according to the time, they should arrive in Beijing in an hour at most. Are they pigs? Can't they take off from Paris?" Yangqing said. Ron was stunned. He then sighed. "Master, you're so smart. Why didn't we think of that?" Yangqing almost threw his phone out of the window. He gritted his teeth and said, "They better be decent people. If I don't see them in an hour, I'll throw them all into the Atlantic Ocean to feed the sharks." "Master. The Atlantic Ocean is very far from Huaxia's territory. The Pacific Ocean is very close to you," Ron said seriously. "Damn it, that's not the point at all." Yangqing had a headache and hung up the phone. Fortunately, there was not much traffic on the way to the police station. Not long after, Yangqing arrived outside the police station. Outside the police station, Shuang Feng and the other staff were waiting for the news from inside. They all looked extremely anxious. When Yangqing appeared, Shuang Feng and the others immediately surrounded him. Shuang Feng said helplessly, "Director Yang, the police said that this case must be strictly confidential. They won't let us in. But we clearly saw Luo Xing's assistant go in. They are completely biased." Yang Qing did not reply. Instead, he walked straight to the door. Two policemen immediately blocked Yang Cheng's way. One of the policemen with a black face said solemnly, "Leave. This case is special. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Get lost if you don't want to die." Yang Qing had already lost his patience. As expected, the police station was biased towards Luo Xing. This made him very worried about whether Hui Lin had been wronged. The two policemen were about to get angry when they saw a black Audi A8 with a government license plate driving to the police station. A middle-aged woman with short hair, wearing a dark blue professional suit and carrying a small bag, quickly got out of the car. The woman had obviously taken good care of herself. Her skin was delicate, forming a strong contrast with her mature temperament. However, there was a sense of majesty between her brows. When the woman walked towards the entrance of the police station, the two policemen immediately stood at attention and lowered their heads to greet her. Director Luo. Luo Tsuishan smiled and nodded at the two police officers. Her gaze naturally fell on Yanqing, and a strange look flashed across her eyes. She said with a faint smile, I really didn't expect that our first official meeting would be under such circumstances. If I remember correctly, your name is Yanqing, right? Yanqing was not surprised that Luo Tsuishan saw through him. As the lady of the Ning family, it would be strange if Luo Tsuishan didn't know who he was. This isn't the time to chat. Yanqing couldn't tell what this woman was thinking, so he ignored her and walked straight into the police station. The two police officers immediately tried to stop Yanqing, but before they could get close, they felt an invisible force pushing them away. The two police officers were pushed back a few steps before they could regain their balance. They were so shocked that they didn't dare to rush forward. Luo Tsuishan frowned slightly and said to the two police officers, forget it. Don't stop him. You guys shouldn't be involved in today's matter. The two police officers immediately bowed and followed Luo Tsuishan with their eyes as she walked into the police station. Yanqing used his senses and found Hui Lin's location. After turning a few corners, he arrived at a large, brightly lit office. Many police officers and staff were gathered around a large table. The person in question, Luo Xing, and the model, Lu Zishan, were sitting together on one side. Behind them were a few staff members. Only Hui Lin sat alone on the other side. She seemed to be afraid as she lowered her head, like a little girl who had made a mistake and was being criticized. A square-faced police officer in uniform was questioning Hui Lin with a stern face. He looked impatient. Miss Hui Lin, I'll ask you one last time. Do you admit to beating up Director Luo Xing? If you keep quiet, our patience will be limited. The square-faced police officer scolded. Hui Lin raised her head, her eyes were watery, and she said in a low voice, I beat him because I wanted to save. She admitted it. Officer, did you hear that? She admitted to beating me up. Luo Xing, who had a large bruise on his face, looked like an angry fat wax gourd. He pointed at Hui Lin and shouted, Officer, you all heard her. Hurry up and detain this crazy woman. Seeing this, Yanqing, who had just arrived, was infuriated. Just as he had expected, a group of people were attacking Hui Lin. Arrest your grandma. Yanqing gritted through his teeth. He dashed to Luo Xing's side in a flash and slapped the side of Luo Xing's face. Before Luo Xing could figure out what was going on, he felt the world spinning and flew off the chair. Bang, bang, bang. A series of chairs and tables were overturned. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Luo Xing crashed into the mess on the floor like a human bullet. Only then did the police come to their senses. How did this strange man barge in? Brother Yang. Huilin was overjoyed. Without caring about anything else, she threw herself into Yang Chen's arms and hugged him tightly. Like a frightened rabbit, her delicate body was still trembling. Yang Qing hugged the girl gently with one arm. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Hui Lin raised her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and nodded vigorously. Luo Tsuishan, who had just entered the office, saw her brother being slapped by Yanqing. A trace of anger appeared on her dignified and beautiful face. She glanced at Yanqing coldly and hurried over to help the pained Luo Xing up. Ah Xing, how are you? Luo Tsuishan asked worriedly. Luo Xing saw his sister, and his nose was covered in tears. It was hard to tell if he was faking it or if he was really in pain. Sister. You're finally here. Your brother was beaten up twice today. You have to stand up for me. The square-faced police officer was scared out of his wits when he saw the Prime Minister's wife. She had beaten up the Prime Minister's brother-in-law in front of so many police officers. If the Prime Minister were to pursue the matter, would they be able to live? Luo Tsuishan didn't let her anger get to her head. Instead, she said coldly, Are you saying that violence is allowed in the police station now? My fellow officers, is this how you usually handle cases? Director Luo, please don't misunderstand. We'll arrest this kid right now. The square-faced police officer was sweating profusely as he hurriedly gave orders to the other police officers. What are you waiting for? Arrest him. The 8 police officers realized that the situation was not good, and they all rushed towards Yangqing. Yangqing was too lazy to even look at them, but in order not to be too shocking, he symbolically gestured with his hands. With a few simple one-handed grappling motions, these police officers, who had been trained in martial arts for a few days, were thrown into confusion. They were all sprawled on the ground, unable to move. This time, not only the square-faced police officer, but even Luo Xueishan looked slightly panicked. She did not expect Yangqing to hit them without any hesitation. After all, this was the Yanjing police headquarters. Did he want to publicly make an enemy of the entire country's police force? However, the police headquarters wasn't a secluded place after all. Yang Chen had just gotten rid of the few officers when at least 20 armed criminal police officers rushed in from the entrance. The square-faced police officer finally calmed down and remembered that he still had his gun. He quickly took it out and aimed it at Yangqing, but his hands were trembling slightly. He shouted, "I don't care who you are, raise your hands and surrender now, or we won't be polite anymore." At the same time, the other dozens of police officers also surrounded Yangqing tightly. They raised their guns, intending to see if Yangqing made the slightest dangerous move, they would shoot him into a hornet's nest. Yangqing's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. He lowered his head and smiled at Hui Lin, who was in his arms. "Hui Lin, it seems that we might have to kill someone again today." When Hui Lin heard this, she hurriedly shook her head. "Brother Yang, let's talk this out. Can't we just hire a lawyer to bail us out? You don't have to kill anyone. If you kill someone, it will cause a lot of trouble. I'm not interested in killing these people, but they won't even let me hire a lawyer." Yangqing sighed helplessly. At this time, Luo Xueishan, who had calmed down, had a myriad of changes in her expression. She tried her best to smile and said, "Yangqing, I didn't have the time to tell you just now. Actually, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. You probably don't know, but your mother, Gua Xuehua, and I were classmates in university. I heard that Xuehua had found her long-lost son, and I was happy for you and your mother. Actually, what happened today is not a big deal. If you and my brother become enemies because of such a small matter, it would be equivalent to destroying the harmony between the Ning family and the Yang family. Guang Yao and I have always respected old Yang. If it's possible, I suggest that we talk calmly. Although I know you might not be afraid of so many people pointing guns at you, there's no need to fight to the death. It's not worth it, isn't it?" Yangqing squinted his eyes and smiled. "Are you trying to be a good person so that I can express my gratitude to you? You're thinking too much, Yangqing. I've already said that your mother and I were classmates. As your elder, I don't want to see you make such a big mistake. Young people are still impatient sometimes. Let's sit down and talk. I promise I won't make things difficult for you and the Lin family's daughter," Luo Xueishan said amiably. Luo Sheng, who had been trembling, heard his sister's words and secretly asked, "Sis, who is this kid? Is he from the Yang family?" Luo Xueishan glared at him. "You've caused trouble. You better shut up now." Luo Sheng quickly shut his mouth and looked around. The other female models, Lu Zishan and the staff were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Yangqing sneered. "I'm not interested in your relationship with my mother. It doesn't matter to me which family you're from. But since you said what you just said, and I don't know you, it's obvious that you've investigated me behind my back. I don't think you investigated me out of the kindness of your heart. I'm sure you know that I have a grudge against your son. I'm not afraid to tell you that I made Ning Guodong kneel down and apologize to me in front of everyone at Sky Cloud Restaurant. Who knows, he might throw himself on your lap and cry tonight." Luo Xueishan's face turned green. Ning Guodong kneeled down? In an instant, the smile on the woman's face disappeared, and anger began to surface in the depths of her eyes. "Can't hold it anymore?" Yangqing didn't plan to stop. He continued, "I'm telling you all this because I want to make it clear to you. Actually, you know very well that maybe other people can't think of it, but I can imagine that your generation already had a lot of problems. When it comes to our generation, there's no such thing as a harmonious relationship. You have to pretend to be a good person. Although I don't know what other tricks you have up your sleeves, I'm not interested in it. Lin Hui is the sister that my wife and I cherish, and she's also our family. As long as I'm here, no one can do anything to her. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that we haven't reached that point yet, I wouldn't even hesitate to kill your idiot brother right in front of you. Luo Tsuishan tried her best to speak in a calm tone. You're indeed Guo Xuehua's son. Although you didn't raise him since he was young, you're still born with a sharp tongue. But Yangqing, you're still too young. Judging from the current situation, even if you forcefully take this girl away from here, we're on the side of the law. She beat up my brother, and we have both witnesses and material evidence. She'll be judged by the law. As far as I know, she should be busy holding a concert and releasing a new album. Don't you think it's a pity for such a superstar to fall in the middle of her career? Is that so? Yangqing grinned and smiled mysteriously. Perhaps you'll change that ridiculous idea of yours soon. Yangqing's words confused Luo Tsuishan, and the police looked at Luo Tsuishan hesitantly. Everyone at the scene was waiting for the Prime Minister's wife to give her orders. However, Luo Tsuishan had to consider a lot more than ordinary people. After all, she was not only the eldest daughter of the Luo family and the head of the Ning family, but she was also the Prime Minister's wife. There were many times when she had to consider the bigger picture. Just as Luo Tsuishan was thinking about how to deal with the situation at hand, the sound of high-heeled footsteps came from the entrance of the police station. Not long after, a tall, chestnut-haired Caucasian lady walked into the police office. The lady was wearing a black uniform and white stockings. Her curly hair was tied up, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She looked like a typical Caucasian, a middle-aged Western beauty. The police were confused, and Luo Tsuishan and the others were also confused. They didn't know why a foreign lady had suddenly walked in. After the lady scanned the situation in the office, her gaze immediately locked onto Yangqing. Seeing Yangqing, the lady's eyes clearly showed excitement that couldn't be concealed. However, her good mentality and upbringing allowed her to gracefully walk in front of Yangqing. She bowed slightly and greeted him in standard English with a London accent. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Your Excellency. I was personally appointed by Her Majesty Queen Catherine to be Miss Lin's personal lawyer. My name is Laura Matgrow from London's Linklaters law firm. I'm honored to be able to serve you and Miss Lin in my lifetime. The series of respectful English introductions made most of the people present feel dizzy. The only ones who could understand were Luo Tsuishan and the others. However, because she understood Laura's introduction, Luo Tsuishan's expression immediately turned ugly. Queen Catherine? Linklaters law firm? As the wife of Prime Minister Xianxia, Luo Tsuishan had more opportunities to interact with the leaders of the world's powerful countries than the other matriarchs of big families. She was very clear about Queen Catherine's role in Great Britain, and Linklaters law firm was one of the top 5 law firms in the world. Most of the lawyers in such firms deal with international financial cases and rarely deal with private legal matters. But why would a lawyer of this level come to Beijing so cautiously to be Lin Hui's private legal counsel? And with a face full of glory. But that was not the only thing that shocked Luo Tsuishan even more. Yangqing wasn't interested in Laura's series of introductions. Instead, he frowned in dissatisfaction. Everyone's here? Laura nodded. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm sorry. Because of the fog in London, we were delayed by a day. Do you know that if you were 10 minutes late, all of you would have been fed to the sharks? Yangqing said lightly. Laura's face turned pale. She lowered her proud head and didn't dare to make a sound. I don't want you to make such stupid mistakes in the future when you work for my sister. If I wasn't in Beijing today, things wouldn't have been so simple. You have to realize the seriousness of the situation. Yangqing said lightly. Laura nodded vigorously. Please rest assured, Your Excellency. We will do our best. This time everyone in our team came with the highest standards. Yangqing sighed. Don't say useless things. You should have figured out the details on the way here. Solve it quickly. Laura breathed a sigh of relief as if she had narrowly escaped death. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, straightened her chest, and revealed a confident smile. She turned to the square-faced police officer and asked, "Excuse me, is this officer in charge here?" This time, Laura spoke in Chinese. Although the pronunciation was a bit strange, he could still hear it clearly. The square-faced police officer nodded and stammered. "Yes, yes." Laura smiled. "My name is Laura. I'm a lawyer from London's Linklaters International Law Firm. I work for Miss Hui Lin. I'm now officially requesting that she be released on bail." As Laura spoke, she took out an internationally certified lawyer's license and other documents from her handbag and placed them on the table. The square-faced police officer couldn't understand what she was looking at, but it didn't seem like it was fake. He looked at Luo Tsuishan and waited for Luo Tsuishan's instructions. Luo Tsuishan shook her head slightly. Even if she was a world-class lawyer, she had no intention of letting Xianxia off easy. After all, there was no reason for Luo Tsuishan not to settle old and new grudges. The square-faced officer understood and cleared his throat. Miss Lawyer, we've just gone through an interrogation. Miss Lu Zishan here is her witness. She testified that Miss Hui Lin had barged into the meeting room and assaulted Director Luo Xing. The wounds on Director Luo Xing can also be proven to be caused by Miss Hui Lin. More importantly, Miss Hui Lin has admitted that she did hit him. Therefore, we can't allow you to release Miss Hui Lin on bail. Laura's eyes lit up. She turned to Lu Zishan and said, "You must be the model, Miss Lu Zishan. May I ask you a question?" Lu Zishan was scared out of her wits. However, she knew that she couldn't tell anyone the truth. Otherwise, her career as a star would be ruined. She nodded nervously. "Sure. May I know what Miss Lu Zishan was doing when Miss Hui Lin barged into the meeting room?" Laura asked. Lu Zishan immediately answered, "I was discussing the details of the MV with the director. Miss Hui Lin barged in and beat up the director for no reason." "That's not it. She was doing that thing with Director Luo." Hui Lin felt wronged. "I heard her shouting, 'Director, don't do it.' That's why I went in to save her." "Miss Lu, why didn't you tell the truth? Miss Hui Lin, please have some self-respect. Don't slander me." Lu Zishan turned her head and ignored Hui Lin. Hui Lin's face was pale. She didn't understand why Lu Zishan would treat her like this. Yangqing patted Hui Lin's shoulder. "Don't cry here. I didn't bring any tissues." Hui Lin pouted and nodded, feeling wronged. Laura shrugged. She then turned to Luo Xing, who was looking furious. "This must be Director Luo. Director Luo, is what Miss Lu Zishan said true?" "Of course. I was discussing the details of the costumes with Miss Lu Zishan when this crazy woman barged in and beat me up. I'm going to sue her," Luo Xing said righteously. Laura looked helpless. "It's a pity that neither of you were able to tell the truth. Lawyer Laura, if you have anything to say, you can say it now," Luo Tsuishan said in English. "Okay." Laura spread her hands and took out a tablet computer from her bag. She said to everyone, "It's a pity. On the way here, I'd asked the technicians to retrieve the surveillance video of the meeting room from the building where the incident happened. In this video, the actual situation at that time is recorded. In it, the scene of Director Luo and Miss Lu Zishan warming up is very clear." The police were stunned. Luo Tsuishan's face darkened. Lu Zishan's face turned pale. Luo Xing was in disbelief. "Next, I'll reveal the actual situation to everyone." Laura calmly turned on the computer. She entered the password and was about to play the video. "That's impossible." Luo Xing suddenly flew into a rage. "I've checked beforehand. There were no surveillance cameras in the meeting room. You can't have a recording. You're..." At this point, Luo Xing suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Lu Zishan staggered 2 steps back and almost fell. She was just an ordinary female model, how could she have thought so much? Originally, she thought there was a video, which was why she was shocked. Who would have thought that she had been set up? Laura smiled brightly. "Director Luo, why do we need to check if there are cameras when we're discussing the content of the MV?" That's because... Luo Xing's mind went blank. He didn't know what to say. Luo Zuishan's face darkened. She pushed her brother aside and said calmly, Lawyer Laura, although your plan is excellent, you don't have a recording. But you don't have a recording, so you don't have any evidence. Since that's the case, we still have a witness. We have a reason not to let Lin Hui go. Laura blinked. You must be Premier Ning's wife. I've seen you in the newspaper before, beautiful lady. You're right. However, my employer, Miss Lin Hui, has another identity. It's enough for her to leave this place. With that, Laura took out a red booklet from her bag, ignoring the doubts of the people around her. I'm not sure if everyone recognizes this, Laura explained with a smile. I'd like to announce that Miss Lin Hui has just obtained British citizenship. This is her passport. Although Xianxia doesn't allow dual citizenship, Britain does. Therefore, from the British point of view, Miss Hui Lin is one of our people. At the same time, Britain's embassy has been notified and has obtained diplomatic immunity for Miss Lin Hui. In other words, if we want to convict, interrogate, or detain Miss Lin Hui, we'll have to go through diplomatic channels. I don't think a mere police station would be able to negotiate on behalf of countries. Listening to Laura's unhurried words, the square-faced police officer had already slumped back into his chair. Negotiations between countries? How could they, mere police officers, handle that? Luo Zuishan knew that there were some loopholes in Laura's words, but they were negligible. The worst part was that Laura had escalated the matter into a diplomatic issue. Although she knew that Yangqing had a certain level of influence abroad, she didn't expect him to be able to use the entire United Kingdom as his shield so easily. Of course, Luo Zuishan couldn't help but sigh. Women from the world's top law firm were indeed difficult to deal with. Just like that, Lin Hui could no longer be touched. Moreover, she was under a lot of pressure. After all, she was the premier's wife. If anything went wrong with diplomacy, she would have to bear the blame. Yangqing didn't expect Catherine and Ron to be so well prepared. They even arranged a nationality for Hui Lin. Although to them, a nationality was just a consumer good that they could get immediately, it was still quite troublesome. This could indeed save them a lot of trouble in the future, and it could also lay a good foundation for Hui Lin's development abroad. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Yangqing held Hui Lin's hand and walked out of the police station. Seeing that, Luo Xing grabbed Luo Zuishan's hand unwillingly and said, Sister, think of a way. We can't just let this go. Luo Zuishan shook her brother off and snorted coldly, Why are you panicking? They won't do anything to you. They're useless fools. Seeing that his sister was angry, Luo Xing didn't dare to mutter any more. After all, nothing had happened to him. Although he was unwilling, he could only let it go. Luo Zuishan turned around and said to Yangqing's back, Yangqing, this matter ends here. However, I will definitely look into Guodong's matter. You have to be mentally prepared. If there's anything, talk to the lawyer. Yangqing didn't even bother to turn around. After saying that, he left the office with Hui Lin. Seeing that Yangqing had left, Laura packed her things and quickly followed behind. To her, it didn't matter how the case turned out. As long as Yangqing wasn't dissatisfied with her work, it would be her biggest success. In the police station, everyone was silent. No one stopped them. After leaving the police station, Shuang Feng and the others were relieved to see Yangqing and Hui Lin come out unscathed. They felt that Yangqing's background was extraordinary. He was actually able to take advantage of the premier's wife. After Yangqing dismissed everyone, he said to Laura, It's late now. I'll send Miss Hui Lin home. Go back and tell everyone that I'll meet everyone in Xianxia tomorrow morning and make some announcements. You can go now. Laura didn't dare to question him. She humbly bowed and said goodbye. Seeing that Laura left so quickly, Hui Lin said with some regret, Brother Yang, I haven't thanked this sister yet. Yangqing chuckled, You'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Not only her, but many elite teams that I've invited from overseas will also serve you. I guarantee that you'll become famous in the shortest time. You'll be able to meet them tomorrow. Famous, huh? Hui Lin seemed to be in a daze. She nodded her head blankly. Yangqing sighed and said, Your grandmother called me to make sure that you'll be fine. I think you should go home and sleep tonight. Let your grandmother see you, Anqing. Come, get in my car. I'll send you home. Of course, Hui Lin didn't have any objections. She obediently got in the car and told Yangqing the address of the Lin family's house. Under the night sky, the traffic on the Yanjing Ring Expressway was sparse. The bright street lights were like countless fireflies, illuminating the spacious road like glowing jade ribbons. It was unusually quiet in the car. After about 10 minutes, Yangqing drove in silence while Hui Lin stared out of the window in a daze. The light shone through the windshield and onto Hui Lin's exquisite face. Her long eyelashes fluttered, as though there was a layer of twilight covering her eyes. Yangqing knitted his brows and finally couldn't help asking, "Lass, what's wrong with you? If your sister sees your expression, she'll definitely think that I'm abusing you." Hui Lin forced a smile. "It's fine, brother Yang. There's just something that I can't figure out." "What is it that you can't figure out? Tell me, lest you develop a mental illness." "Of course, if it's about you girls' private affairs, then forget it. I'm thin-skinned and easily embarrassed," Yangqing boasted shamelessly. Hui Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. She wrinkled her nose and said, "Brother Yang, you're shameless. No wonder my sister doesn't give you a good look." Yangqing raised his brows and smiled. "Your sister doesn't give anyone a good look. I'm used to it. Hee, I feel much more relaxed now that you're laughing. Brother Yang. I really don't understand why Miss Lu Zishan would help Luoxing to harm me. She clearly didn't want to help me at that time. Shouldn't she be on my side since I saved her?" Huilin bit her lower lip, but her smile didn't last long before she asked, "Brother Yang. I really don't understand." Yangqing felt helpless. This lass was still troubled by this matter. Abbess Yin Miao was right. The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry had a huge impact on the innocent Hui Lin. Although I'm not in the entertainment industry, I can tell you a little about it. As for Lu Zishan, although she might not be willing to have a relationship with Luoxing, she was still struggling. After all, as long as she had a close relationship with Luoxing, it would be easier for her to climb up the ranks. The entertainment industry was cruel, especially for female stars like her. If she didn't climb higher and earn more money while she was young, she might be eliminated in the future. She's not like you, who can conquer everyone with your singing. She's just a model, a girl from an ordinary family. If she offended Luoxing for the sake of telling the truth, it would only ruin her career. Not only would she ruin her career, but her reputation would also be ruined. After all, if the public knew that she was violated by Luoxing, even if it didn't happen, they would still think of her as that kind of woman. So, it's hard for her to help you, even if you're doing it for her own good, Yangqing said. Hui Lin frowned and thought about it carefully for a while, but still shook her head. But, does she really not care about her innocence? Does she have to sell herself like a commodity just to become famous? She's a pretty girl. Even if she doesn't enter the entertainment industry, she can still do other jobs, right? I've always thought that working in the entertainment industry would be a happy thing. I can sing and dance and make everyone happy. But if the real entertainment industry is like this, I feel that it's cruel and I hate it. I don't have the confidence to go on. Yangqing let out a long sigh. He hesitated for a while and suddenly turned the steering wheel, driving towards a fork in the highway. Hui Lin was stunned. "Brother Yang, this isn't the way according to the GPS I know. I'll bring you somewhere," Yangqing said. Hui Lin looked around in confusion. After they got off the highway, they entered a residential area. It was late at night and there weren't many people on the road. Before Hui Lin could ask where they were going, Yangqing slowly stopped the car beside a street lamp. "Brother Yang, where are we?" Hui Lin looked around and found nothing special. There were only some buildings and some small shops. Yangqing rolled down his car window and pointed at a small shop across the road. It was still open late at night. "Do you see that shop?" Yangqing asked calmly. Hui Lin had a good internal energy cultivation. Even though she was far away, she could clearly see the details of the shop. The shop mainly sold cigarettes and some small fast consumer goods. The signboard was old and tattered. There was a slightly plump middle-aged woman sitting on a stool at the entrance with her arms crossed. She seemed to be sleepy but she didn't dare to close the shop too early. She was hoping that she could still make some business. Brother Yang, do you want to buy cigarettes? I'll buy some for you. Hui Lin thought that Yangqing was addicted to cigarettes and wanted to unbuckle her seatbelt to get off the car. Yangqing smiled bitterly. What are you thinking about? I wanted to tell you about the owner of this shop. Hui Lin paused and looked at Yangqing curiously. Yangqing said tactfully, the woman sitting at the entrance had sinus cancer last year. After the surgery, she needed to take Chinese medicine to recuperate for the next 3 years. She also had to go to the hospital for a checkup every month. However, because this shop was the only source of income for her family, the medical expenses became a huge burden. Even the Chinese medicine that the woman usually took was intermittent, and she could not take it normally. Her husband was a retired worker. However, after seeing his wife in this state, he couldn't stay at home and went to work at the construction site. However, 2 months ago, her leg was crushed by the fender. The doctor said that she might need to undergo surgery because the bone was damaged. Otherwise, it might worsen and she might need to amputate her leg even more cruelly. You can say that this family's situation has worsened. That's why the woman wanted to do business at this late hour. She wanted to make up for the huge gap in the family's finances. When Hui Lin heard this, tears welled up in her eyes. She said softly, they are so pitiful. Then, don't they have a son or daughter? Yangqing nodded and sighed. Yes, they do. They have a daughter. Fortunately, their daughter is very beautiful and has a model's body. Not long ago, their daughter won the first prize in a model competition. She has the opportunity to enter the entertainment industry and make a lot of money by filming commercials. However, their daughter's career has just started and it won't be a short time before she can make money. However, her parents, especially her father's surgery, are coming up soon. They need to get a lot of money as soon as possible. In the end, their daughter went to the bank to get a loan. However, the money she got from the loan was still not enough. Her relatives and friends avoided her and refused to borrow money. In the end, their daughter recently decided to sell her body to help her parents get the surgery fees and medical expenses. Hui Lin was slightly stunned. She thought for a while and asked hesitantly, Brother Yang, are you saying that they are Miss Lu Zishan's parents? Yangqing smiled and nodded. Lu Zishan was forced to have a relationship with Luoxing for the sake of her parents' health. Which do you think is more important? Her innocence or her parents' health? Hui Lin's face was filled with pain. Finally, she said softly, if that's the case. Miss Lu Zishan is really a good girl. I think what she did was right. I've wronged her. At this moment, a tall and muscular middle-aged man walked out from an alley not far away. He shouted at the woman at the entrance of the shop, Wife. Go home. Why are you looking after the shop? Do you need that little money? The woman also replied loudly, Got it. I'll go home now. Hui Lin's hearing was also excellent. She could hear such a loud sound clearly. For a moment, Hui Lin looked at Yangqing in astonishment. Brother Yang, that man is that aunt's husband. You mean? Yangqing shrugged and smiled. Of course I'm lying. It's my first time meeting Lu Zishan. How would I know anything about her family? Brother Yang, how can you be like this? Although Hui Lin had a good temper, she pouted in dissatisfaction. After all, she had been deceived to the point of tears. Yangqing stretched out his finger and scratched Hui Lin's pink lips. He said earnestly, Hui Lin, although what I said just now was a lie, none of us know anything about Lu Zishan's family. Let's not talk about Lu Zishan. What about the families of the staff who depend on Lu Zishan? In this world, people are inextricably linked with each other. If Lu Zishan is really in urgent need of money like I said, then does she deserve to be forgiven? But that's fake. Hui Lin said. What I made up is indeed fake. But there are thousands of families around us. It's hard to guarantee that one of them is the same as what I've described. Think about it. If Lu Zishan happens to be the daughter of that family, and you help her to keep her chastity, but cause her parents to have no money to treat their illness, are you doing the right thing or wrong thing to do? There's also the possibility that because of you, Lu Zishan can't enter the entertainment industry. Her manager and makeup artist will also lose their jobs. Will that also put their families in danger? Seeing that Hui Lin was speechless, Yangqing continued, we encounter all kinds of things every day, and we make all kinds of choices. Of course, we also see others make their choices. Maybe in our opinion, many people's choices are wrong and shouldn't be. But none of us can know what's hidden behind strangers. There's no right or wrong in everything. Since it has happened, there must be a reason for it. If we have to consider whether it's right or wrong every time we make a choice, then we can't be absolutely considerate. Because maybe you've helped someone in front of you, but it's very likely that you've hurt more people behind the scenes. Hui Lin was silent for a long time and then asked in a daze, then. Brother Yang, what should I do? Follow your heart, just like how you kicked Luo Xing away from Lu Zishan today. No matter what the result of your action is, you have a kind starting point, and that's the most important thing. Yangqing smiled and said, you can't control others, but you can control yourself. Maybe there are many people in the entertainment industry who do things that you can't stand and accept, but as long as you insist on being yourself, then it doesn't matter what others do. Hui Lin was in a daze for a while, and she muttered something to herself. Then, she finally smiled contentedly. I understand, Brother Yang. I'll work hard to continue singing. No matter what they do, I like this job, Hui Lin said confidently. Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief, luckily I persuaded you to come back. Otherwise, if you quit after spending hundreds of millions of yuan on your sister, you would have suffered a great loss. Hui Lin looked at Yangqing affectionately, and said shyly, thank you, Brother Yang. I've troubled you again. It's not that I'm troubled. I'm just worried that I won't be able to hear such a beautiful voice in the future, Yangqing blinked and said. Hui Lin was obviously very happy. She naturally pounced forward and hugged Yangqing's neck. But when she realized that her movements were a little too big, she quickly dodged like a rabbit and lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Yangqing's body stiffened. He felt a fragrant body lingering on his body for a while, and then immediately drifted away with a fragrant wind. He felt an itch in his heart, but he didn't think too much about it. Since you've thought it through, let's go back quickly. If we're late, your grandma will worry that I'll kidnap you again, said Yangqing. This time, Hui Lin only responded in a low voice, and she didn't even dare to raise her head. In a high-rise apartment in Yanjing, a young man drunkenly walked to the door of his room. He seemed to be drunk, and even his hands were trembling as he searched for the key. He only managed to open the door after a long time. After stumbling into the room, the man subconsciously turned on the lights in the apartment. The light illuminated the newly renovated room, and under the crystal chandelier, the man's figure was swaying. The man leaned against the wall, tables, and chairs as he moved to the bar counter in the room. He took a half-finished bottle of whiskey, unscrewed the cork, and poured it directly into his mouth. The amber-colored whiskey spilled out from the corner of the man's mouth, wetting his expensive Versace shirt, but it didn't stop him at all. After drinking a few mouthfuls, the man seemed to be choking. He coughed a few times, then slumped to the ground and stopped drinking. Guodong. Just then, a woman suddenly walked into the unlocked door. She exclaimed when she saw the young man lying on the ground, covered in filth, and almost unconscious. Luo Zuishan also rushed over. After she came out of the police station, she immediately called Ning Guodong's phone, but Ning Guodong's phone was turned off. In a hurry, Luo Zuishan ran to the apartment where her son was staying. She didn't expect to see Ning Guodong in such a miserable state as soon as she arrived. Luo Zuishan was distressed and angry at the same time. After she threw her bag away, she rolled up her sleeves and pulled Ning Guodong up from the ground. Looking at her son, who looked like a drunkard on the street, Luo Zuishan wished that she was dreaming, but the reality was right in front of her eyes. After spending a lot of effort, she helped Ning Guodong to the sofa. Then, Luo Zuishan took a towel from the bathroom and wiped Ning Guodong's face. She then took off his dirty shirt and took a breath. Ning Guodong was like a puppet, drinking and gurgling. He didn't say anything and let his mother do whatever she wanted with his body. Looking at her son like this, Luo Zuishan's eyes reddened. With tears in her eyes, she said, Guodong, how can you not take care of your body? I know you're very sad now, but a man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. How can you do this? Ning Wudong raised his head and looked at his mother in a daze. He sneered, "Mom. I just knelt down. I actually knelt down, in front of so many people, to a bastard." Ning Wudong had tears and snot running down his face when he said that. He looked like a little boy who had been wronged, instead of a rising star in the officialdom who was like a fish in water. Luo Tsuishan endured the pain in her heart and sat down. She grabbed her son's hand and said, "I know, but Guodong, the more it's like this, the more you can't give up on yourself. You're the young master of the Ning family. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Sooner or later, you'll make that bastard with the surname Yang pay back 100-fold. Weren't you very confident in the past? I believe you can do it. You can do it." Ning Wudong shook off his mother's hand and laughed bitterly. "Young master? What's the use of that? I can't even get what I want the most. What's the use of being the young master of the Ning family? Besides, it's still uncertain whether I'll be the one to take over the Ning family in the future." Humph. Luo Tsuishan quickly shook her head and said, "Guodong, don't think too much. Listen to me and come home with me. No matter what, you're your father's biological son, our only son. If we don't let you take over the Ning family, who else can? As long as you apologize to your father, he'll be on your side. Be good and come home with me, okay?" Ning Wudong shook his head woodenly. "Mom, I'm not going back. That man, for a cheap woman, wanted to shoot me. Huh. How could that kind of person be my father? Even if I die, I won't apologize to him." A trace of pain flashed through Luo Tsuishan's eyes. She closed her eyes and tears flowed down uncontrollably. "Mom. Can you tell me why? Why can that bastard with the surname Yang get a woman, but I can't? Why can he always make a fool of me? Why can he make a fool of me with that kind of thing? Why can he have so many women, but he can't even let go of the one I like?" Ning Wudong roared like a drunkard. He slammed the sofa and was on the verge of breaking down. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tsuishan trembled. She reached out and touched her son's cheek. She said, "Guodong, do you really want that woman that much?" Ning Wudong's drunken eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to torture her to death. I want her to know how low she is. I also want to torture her in front of that Yang. I want to suck that woman's blood dry." Perhaps it was because he was mentally exhausted, Ning Wudong fell asleep before he finished speaking. Luo Tsuishan stood there in a daze. She looked at her son who was like a hungry lion roaring in a low voice as he fell asleep. The woman's eyes were filled with an unfathomable black mist. After Lin Jigua died, the Lin family's mansion in the west of Yanjing City gradually left the sight of many people. Other than a few servants going in and out of the mansion, not many people came to visit. The Lin family's building was somewhat antique, but the interior design of the house was similar to that of a modern house. In a room in the backyard, Hui Lin, who had just finished bathing, was only wearing a white silk nightgown. Her fair shoulders were exposed as she sat on the edge of her soft bed. Her pair of fair legs were exposed to the air, swaying slightly. Although she rarely stayed in this house for so many years, the television, laptop, and a series of other things in the room were all prepared properly. Even if Lin Jigua was gone, the Lin family would only withdraw from the core of power. Their financial resources wouldn't decline too much, so their only granddaughter's life wouldn't change much. However, Hui Lin clearly wasn't in the mood to touch those things, nor did she have the intention to sleep. She just sat there, lost in her thoughts. Occasionally, she would smile and occasionally, she would frown with worry. The door to the room slowly opened from the outside. Abbess Yun Miao, who was wearing a moon-white nightgown, walked in. After all, she had been staying in the city for a long time, so she didn't intentionally wear her traditional Taoist robes anymore. Seeing that the light in her granddaughter's room was still on, Abbess Yun Miao walked in out of curiosity. When she entered the room, she saw that Hui Lin was also in a daze and didn't notice her. Hui what are you smiling about? Abbess Yun Miao smiled helplessly as she walked up to her. Hui Lin was shocked, and a trace of redness flashed across her face. She lowered her head and said softly, Grandma, I wasn't thinking about anything. I'm just a little tired, so I was in a daze. Humph, silly girl. You must be thinking about that kid, Yangqing. Abbess Yin Miao said straightforwardly as she sat beside Hui Lin. Hui Lin's chin was almost touching her chest. Her face was red, and she didn't say a word. Abbess Yin Miao sighed helplessly. Actually, you keep telling me not to make things difficult for that Yangqing, but deep down, you still like him, don't you? Hui Lin didn't say a word, but her heart was beating faster. What are you shy about? Abbess Yin Miao pinched Hui Lin's cheek affectionately before saying, back in Tibet, when Yangqing left the camp in a helicopter, I saw you sneakily hiding there, watching him leave. I watched you grow up, so how could I not know what you were thinking? That's why I wanted to matchmake you and Yangqing. Although I don't really like that kid's philandering, as long as you like him, I can tolerate it. Grandma, don't say any more. No. No. Hui Lin's face was red as she murmured. What's there to say? Look at you, just now when he sent you home, you watched him drive off. Even if I bid farewell to you, you would never watch me leave like this. Abbess Yin Miao rolled her eyes at Hui Lin and said, really, what's so good about that kid? Why are there so many girls around him? Hui Lin pouted and said slowly, Brother Yang. Although he's not a serious person usually, when he's needed, he always makes people feel safe and trusts him. I think that's what you like about him. Sister, sister. The more you call Lin Ruashi sister, the further away you are from Yangqing. Silly girl, if it weren't for the fact that you're still young and aren't in a hurry to get married and have kids, I wouldn't be able to wait that long, Abbess Yin Miao said angrily, you know the situation of our Lin family. Your parents were killed by that stupid grandfather of yours. Now it's your turn. You're the only one in your generation. If you keep hanging on to Yangchen without any results, won't our Lin clan have no descendants? When will I be able to hug my great-grandson? Hui Lin raised her head, her eyes glistening. She held Abbess Yin Miao's hand and smiled sweetly. Grandma, you look like you're only in your 30s or 40s. How can you become a great-grandmother so quickly? If we go out, people will think that we're mother and daughter. How would they know that we're grandma and granddaughter? Abbess Yin Miao was a woman after all. When she heard her granddaughter praising her for being young and pretty, she was overjoyed that she didn't want to admit it. Her resentment vanished and she pretended to be indifferent. Go be a singer. You didn't learn anything else, but you learned how to sing. Alright, don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Go to bed early. I'll get the servants to brew some ginseng chicken soup. I'll make chicken soup noodles for you tomorrow morning. Alright, Grandma, go to bed early too, Hui Lin said obediently. Abbess Yin Miao stood up and caressed her granddaughter's head lovingly, revealing a helpless yet satisfied smile. The next morning, in the backyard of the Kai residence, Yangqing yawned as he walked out of Choi Yun's room. After sending Hui Lin home last night, he wanted to look for Choi Yun and get intimate with her. After all, he hadn't seen her for a long time. He missed Choi Yun's supple body, but he didn't expect Choi Yun to sleep with Kai Ning. However, he was too embarrassed to share a room with the two sisters on his first visit to the Kai residence. Thus, he decided to spend the night alone. When he came to the living room, the servants had already prepared breakfast. Kai Yunqing and Jiang Shan were already eating. Seeing Yang Chen come out, Jiang Shan smiled and said, Yang Chen, come and eat. Why did you wake up so early? Why didn't you rest more? Yang Qing wasn't used to his mother-in-law's change of attitude. He smiled awkwardly and said, Auntie, I should spend more time with you, but I have some urgent matters to attend to in Zhonghai. I'll be back in 2 days. I'll have to leave after breakfast. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Shan said regretfully. That's right. A young man like you must have a lot of work to do. I understand. Kai Yinqing mumbled, work. Other than women, I don't have any other work. Jiang Shan hit her husband's shoulder and said, What are you talking about? How can you talk about your son-in-law like that? Kai Yinqing was furious, but he didn't lose his temper at all. Jiang Shan wasn't in the mood to continue eating. She pondered and said, Yang Qing, if you and your mother stay in Zhonghai, won't old Master Yang be lonely in Beijing? As far as I know, General Yang Pijuan and your brother Yang Lai don't go home often. Should I visit him more often in the future? Or maybe I can let Ning Er visit him often? Yonyan will also return to Zhonghai in a few days, but it's fine for Ning Er to stay in Beijing. That's enough. Why are you thinking about these things? Kai Yunqing felt embarrassed. Yangchen couldn't help but smile. He didn't want to explain anything to Jiang Shan. At this moment, Kai Ning and Choi Yun walked out together. Kai Ning was still fine, but Choi Yun's gaze towards Yangchen was filled with the cunning joy of revenge. Did you sleep well last night? Choi Yun hugged Yangcheng's neck from behind and asked with a bright smile. Yangcheng knew that Choi Yun purposely made him miss the opportunity, so he bitterly smiled. Is there a need for that? I left last night because I had something important to do. Besides, even if I can escape for a while, can I escape forever? Who asked you to leave so suddenly at night? Don't you know that someone will be worried? Bad guy, Choi Yun pinched Yangcheng's face from behind and pouted. Jiang Shan hurriedly stopped her. Yonyan, what are you doing? Why are you pinching Yangcheng's face so early in the morning? Mom, why are you helping him? Choi Yun said unhappily. Is there a girl like you? Be gentle and learn from your sister. Luckily Yangcheng wants you, otherwise, I don't know who he would marry, Jiang Shan lectured in distress. Gentle? Hearing Jiang Shan's words, Yangcheng couldn't help but look at Kai Ning who was sitting beside him. After Kai Ning sat down, she elegantly drank her porridge and didn't say anything. However, under the table, one of Kai Ning's shoes was stepping on the tip of Yangcheng's foot. The breakfast was full of bitterness and tears. This pair of sisters were like ice and fire. In short, neither side was easy to get along with. After bidding farewell to the Kai family, Yangcheng immediately rushed to the branch of Yulei Entertainment. He had made an appointment yesterday to meet with the team from Europe this morning. Although this group of people was specially recruited by Ron to serve Hui Lin and had no direct contact with him, it would be too unreasonable if he didn't meet them at all. However, when he arrived at the building where the entertainment company was located, Yangcheng realized that it wasn't an easy task to enter. He saw 3 layers of reporters and cameras surrounding the building. There were also many broadcasting vans from TV stations at the scene. It was obvious that they were going to broadcast some important headlines. Yangcheng's heart was pounding. Could it be that the news of him killing someone here was spread by someone? That's not right, the media shouldn't dare to go against the country. That news was suppressed by the Security Bureau, so there must be some other problem. At a loss, Yangcheng got out of the car, took out his phone and dialed Shuang Feng's number. As soon as the call connected, without waiting for Yangcheng to ask about the situation, Shuang Feng said impatiently, Director Yang. I was just about to call you, this is too crazy. You're panicking again. What are you panicking for? Speak in detail. Yangcheng said gloomily. Shuang Feng hurriedly suppressed his emotions and said, Director Yang, a bus just came from outside, and a group of foreign friends came to our company. They said that they were invited by you to come and wait for you, but I didn't expect that the moment they arrived, all the radio reporters came. Only then did I react. It turned out to be Daniela, Marcus, Rodriguez, these masters themselves. Director Yang, you're really amazing. How did you manage to invite all of them here? Master? What master? Yangchen thought about it for a while before he slapped his forehead and understood. It seemed that Ron's understanding of his orders was too advanced. He actually helped Huilin to invite a group of world-class workers. Suddenly, a reporter ran to a spot not far behind Yangcheng with a cameraman, faced the camera, and started broadcasting the live news. Dear viewers, last night, a seemingly ordinary international flight landed at Beijing International Airport. What was even more unbelievable was that within this group of foreigners that had just arrived in Yan capital, there were actually more than 10 grandmasters of the international flowering world. The German makeup master Daniela, the French fashion master Benjamin, the famous stage lighting master Sean Steve, and the popular music and television director Marcus Kevin in Europe and the United States in recent years, along with more than 10 masters, had actually arrived in Beijing in the same class. Just this morning, these irresistible masters entered the Beijing entertainment branch of our country's famous multinational corporation, Yulei International. According to the reporter's recent Investigation. It is highly likely that the arrival of these masters has something to do with Yulei Entertainment's upcoming super newcomer, Hui Lin. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether this sudden development was good or bad, but it was obvious that Hui Lin's fame was going to rise again. Although the building was surrounded by reporters, it was still easy for Yangqing to squeeze in. The security guard had already told him that it was Yangqing, so he didn't stop him. After Yangqing took the elevator into the company, Zhuang Feng and the others were already waiting at the elevator door. When they saw Yangqing, they immediately went forward and said excitedly, "Director, the masters are already waiting for you in the meeting room. Hurry up." The eyes of the management of the branch company were filled with stars, as if they could already see the bright future. They were extremely excited. To an artist, fame was an absolute advantage. Before Hui Lin even debuted, she had already accumulated a lot of popularity. First, she was popular when Kristen and Yu Yonhee were the judges. Now, she had the help of so many international masters. Coupled with Hui Lin's natural talent in singing, it would be hard for her not to be popular all over the world. Yangqing didn't think too much about it. He walked into the meeting room leisurely and saw a group of foreigners with different hair colors sitting and waiting. Laura, whom he met last night, was also among them. However, her status was relatively low in the group, so she seemed to be rather timid. When everyone saw Yangqing's figure, they stood up together and bowed to Yangqing excitedly. Some of them were already old and seemed to be around the age of Yangqing's grandfather. However, they were so excited that their eyes turned red, as if they had seen their idol. Hui Lin was also sitting at the meeting table. However, she didn't know any foreign languages, so it was her first time seeing so many foreigners. Before Yangqing arrived, she was a little unnaturally shy. Zhuang Feng and the others stood outside the meeting room, not daring to breathe loudly. A staff member asked in a low voice, "By CEO Zhuang, are we dreaming? I've only seen these masters in magazines. I've never been to Xianxia before. They're just like legendary figures. That Master Daniela is said to be a makeup artist for the royal princess, and that director Marcus is shooting a music video for the Queen of Heaven, Kristen. If any of them appeared, it would probably cost tens of millions of yuan. Don't talk. Listen up." Zhuang Feng stopped them, and everyone listened attentively. At this time, Yangqing had already gestured for everyone to sit down. He smiled and said in English, "Although I know that all of you are from different countries, for the sake of convenience, I'll speak in English. However, after today, I hope that all of you can learn more Mandarin when you have the time. After all, in the next few years, you might have to spend most of your time working in Xianxia." Seeing that no one had any objections, Yangqing said with an evil smile, "Ron and Catherine misunderstood my original intention. I only wanted to send an elite team to Xianxia to help my sister, Miss Hui Lin, become a qualified actress. However, I didn't expect that they would invite everyone here. But since all of you are here, you should be mentally prepared, right?" Everyone nodded and rushed to express their sincerity. "Sir, it's my honor to be able to serve you while I'm still alive," Daniela, the woman who seemed to be the leader, said with a smile. "Your image is far more amiable and warm than we imagined. Thank you for giving us this opportunity." Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. "Why? Do you guys think that I'm a cruel demon who would slap you every time we meet?" Daniela's face stiffened, and she quickly smiled apologetically. "No, sir, please don't misunderstand. Most of us here are only able to achieve what we have today because of your protection. Our families, our companies, they're all under your protection. We're willing to use the rest of our lives to thank you for your selfless help." Yangqing waved his hand. "There's no need to be so formal. To be honest, I don't know what I've done for you. I think you owe me a favor only because that old man Ron took my money to make some investments for you, or because Sauron took my soldiers to help you settle some troubles. I don't care about these things. Although you won't remember us in your broad heart, we will always remember your kindness," said Director Marcus, who had a long and thin face, humbly. Yangqing reached out and pulled Hui Lin up from the chair, who didn't dare to speak. He let the girl stand beside him and said to everyone, "I don't need your abilities, but my wife's sister and I are planning to enter the entertainment industry. She's about to release her album and hold a concert. Everyone here, there are musicians, producers, choreographers, music television directors, lawyers, managers, and so on. I hope that from today onwards, all of you will do your best to help this Miss Lin. Just treat this as your gratitude to me. Although Hui Lin didn't understand what Yangqing was saying, she still smiled shyly and waved to everyone. Everyone immediately greeted him in a friendly manner, expressing their enthusiasm for this job. Yangchen then said, I don't like to owe people anything. I know that many of you here are influential figures in the international arena. It's overkill to ask you to come to Xianxia and pave the way for a girl. So, I promise you today that as long as you work for Miss Lin, I'll provide protection for you, your family, and your businesses for the rest of your lives. When everyone heard this, they immediately thanked him again and again in excitement. They were like children who had eaten honey, completely unlike how successful people should be. Zhuang Feng and the rest who were outside the door were confused. They didn't understand what Yangqing was talking about. But Daniela and the rest were very clear that as long as this sir provided the word protection, it was equivalent to having a pass to both the legal and illegal forces in Europe and America. Anyone, not to mention the mafia, even the National Security Department would have to think twice before touching them. Yangqing waited for everyone to quieten down, then revealed a cold smile and said, everyone seems to be very happy. Although I don't want to disturb your good mood, I have to say this first. If I find out that any of you didn't fulfill your responsibilities and looked down on my sister because of your status, and acted arrogant and domineering at work, I believe you wouldn't want to know what the consequences would be. Everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their bones when they heard this. The happiness they felt earlier was gone, and they were all in fear and trepidation. Seeing the situation, Yangqing felt that it was about time, so he smiled gently and said, all right, let's not talk about other things. What I want to say is that I'll pay for everyone's necessities. Although I know that you don't lack money, we're a legal enterprise. We'll hire you, and we'll provide you with your salaries. Don't worry, sir. We'll do our best, Daniela and the rest agreed. Just when Yangqing was about to let Hui Lin get to know them better, his phone vibrated. Yangqing wondered if it was Tang Wan who hadn't seen him for more than a day and was looking for him. But when he picked up the call, he realized that it was an unfamiliar number. Almost every time an unfamiliar number called, nothing good would come out of it, but Yangqing had no choice but to pick up. Who are you looking for? Yangqing asked. The voice on the other side of the phone was a little familiar. It was a middle-aged man. Yangqing, do you still remember me? Yangqing thought for a while and vaguely remembered this voice. He hesitated and asked, Premier Ning? That's right, it's me. I heard that you're in Beijing. I want to find some time to meet you. I was going to get my secretary to call you, but I think it's better to look for you myself to show my sincerity. How about it, can we meet? Ning Guangyao smiled and asked abruptly. Yangqing fell silent. His expression suddenly became so calm that the people around him didn't dare to breathe too loudly. After thinking for a while, Yangqing said slowly, all right, time and place. Let's have lunch together at noon. I'll send you an address. I'll be waiting for you there at midnight, Ning Guangyao said. Yangqing agreed and hung up. He turned to the crowd and said, I've said what I wanted to say. As for your work from now on, do it according to the company's schedule for Lin Hui. The crowd nodded. They knew what they had to do when it came to work. Yangqing then called Zhuang Feng, who had been too afraid to enter the meeting room. He said, Deputy Director Zhuang, I want to make things clear today. I invited these foreign friends from afar to help our Lin Hui. They're not here to be employees of the company. The only thing they have to do is to serve Lin Hui. As for other artists and other businesses of the company, they can reject them all. I don't want to hear anyone use my name to make these friends do things they don't want to do. Zhuang Feng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and nodded with a fawning smile. He also understood that among these people, only Yang Chen could make them trust him. Although he didn't know the specific reason, even if someone lent him 3 guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Any one of these people was not someone a small company's deputy director like him could afford to offend. Daniela and the rest looked at Yangchen gratefully. They thought that they were selling themselves to Yulei International. They didn't expect that they would only need to serve one artist. This way, it wouldn't be a disgrace to their status as international masters. They would just treat it as training a newcomer. Moreover, she was the sister of this big shot. It was an honor. In the following time, they naturally had to think of a way to deal with the reporters outside. Just as the management team was thinking about how to explain, the famous Italian agent, Downey, stood up and said, "There's no need to explain too much. Since we're going to work for Miss Lin Hui in the future, let's take this opportunity to hold a press conference. Everyone, just attend. I'll explain the situation." The multilingual translator who came along with him told everyone what Donnie had said. Zhuangfang's eyes lit up. If they did that, it would indeed be a good publicity tool. With so many international masters gathered in Beijing, most of them had never been to Xianxia. They were all here for Lin Hui. In that case, Lin Hui's reputation would skyrocket once again. But, with so many respected masters suddenly appearing, the media will be very suspicious. A staff member said worriedly. Downey smiled and shook his head. We want the media to suspect that we're here for other reasons. To maintain Miss Lin Hui's exposure, we need not only her singing ability, but we also need a lot of hype. We can casually say some reasons, but the media will definitely investigate a lot of information. In the end, even if we make up a story, there will still be a lot of news. But one thing is for sure, given our influence, the media won't write negative news. They'll only make Miss Lin Hui's background sound mysterious and alluring. Zhuang Feng and the others suddenly understood. They hurriedly ordered the company's event manager to announce the press conference. Hui Lin was stunned. She pinched the corner of Yang Cheng's clothes and whispered worriedly, "Brother Yang, can I really do it? There are so many foreign seniors, I'm a little scared." "What's there to be afraid of? They're just ordinary people. They just look different from you. They're much simpler than the people you met before who killed people for no reason. If you don't like someone, you can take a sword and kill a few of them. Moreover, with me here, who would dare to look down on you?" Yang Qing raised his eyebrows and laughed. "I'm not going to cut people with a sword." Hui Lin pouted. But after thinking about it, she realized that she was not an ordinary singer and would not be bullied by anyone. Perhaps she would have to protect them if anything happened. Therefore, she was not afraid anymore. Soon, the press conference was held in the conference room downstairs. The cameras kept flashing, taking pictures of the international masters who were like a group of tourists. As a top-notch manager who had helped many international superstars and queens become famous, Downey quickly calmed down the atmosphere and answered the reporters' questions fluently. On one hand, he showed how much he valued Lin Hui, and on the other hand, he added to Lin Hui's mysteriousness. The reporter's original interest in the masters was shifted to Lin Hui. In the end, as the deputy director, Zhuang Feng did not forget to spread the news of Lin Hui's album and concert. It was free publicity. Yang Qing watched quietly, treating himself as an ordinary staff member. When he saw Hui Lin sitting nervously in front of the cameras, he could not help but sigh. The silly little nun who went down the mountain to pick him up had become a star in front of the cameras. It was really unexpected. When it was almost time to meet with Ning Guanyao, Yang Qing sent Hui Lin a text message and left the conference room quietly. The address given by Ning Guanyao was a secluded summer resort in the east of Beijing City. There were quite a few farmers' restaurants along the periphery of the resort, and there were also quite a few residential areas interspersed among them. Yang Qing did not expect Ning Guanyao to choose such a crowded place. Fortunately, the environment was quiet and there was not much traffic. It was as if he had temporarily left the hustle and bustle of a mature city. After driving into a farmhouse restaurant that Ning Guanyao had pointed out, Yang Qing immediately saw a closed sign hanging outside the restaurant. There were only 2 cars outside the restaurant, an A8 and an ordinary Passat. Yang Qing knew that Ning Guanyao had booked the restaurant. When he walked into the restaurant, a bodyguard in black obviously recognized Yang Qing. He made a pleased gesture and invited Yang Qing to the open-air dining area behind the restaurant. To Yang Qing's surprise, there was a large artificial lake behind the farmhouse. The whole farmhouse was built around the lake. Around the small lake were tables placed in a winding manner. At this moment, there were only 2 figures sitting at one table. The bodyguards were standing dozens of meters away. One of them was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. He looked like he had just finished a formal meeting. It was Ning Guangyao, whom he had met several times. As for the other young man in a light blue shirt, it turned out to be Ning Guodong, whom he had met in the club yesterday. When Yangqing saw Ning Guodong also saw Yangqing. Yangqing was fine, but Ning Guodong's eyes suddenly seemed to be on fire. "Dad, the mysterious guest you asked me to come here today is him?" Ning Guodong suddenly turned to look at his father. He was very excited. He was originally very excited today. But after he was scolded by Ning Guangyao because of Lin Ruoshi, he didn't have any contact with Ning Guangyao after he returned to Yanjing. He even moved out. But today, Ning Guangyao actually broke the ice for the first time. He asked him to come to this farmhouse that Ning Guangyao liked very much. He even said that he wanted to meet a mysterious guest for him. Ning Guodong thought that it was his boss. Ning Guangyao planned to meet him and support him. He was secretly excited. After all, it seemed that Ning Guangyao didn't give up on him. He still planned to train him to be his successor. But he didn't expect that it was Yangqing. Ning Guangyao glared at his son. He got up and smiled gently at Yangqing. "Yangqing, come and sit. I haven't seen you for a long time." Yangqing glanced at Ning Guodong and pretended that he didn't exist. He smiled and said, "We don't seem to be familiar with each other. You don't have to treat me like an official." Then he sat down in the seat opposite Ning Guangyao. "Humph, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it," Ning Guodong said coldly. Yangqing couldn't be bothered to look at him. He said leisurely, "Even if I don't have face, there are still people who kneel to me." "What did you say?" Ning Guodong stood up and roared as if he had been stabbed in the foot. "Guodong! Sit down!" Ning Guangyao yelled angrily. "Dad! He scolded me. Don't you know what he did to your son?" Ning Guodong patted his chest and shouted. Ning Guanyao's face was dark. "Shut up. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I asked you to come here because I wanted you to settle the matter. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Sit down. Is that something that can be solved?" Ning Guodong was out of breath. He shook his head and smiled painfully. "Did you ask me to come here today to embarrass me again? You're actually helping an outsider scold your own son. You're really a good father. If you have anything to say it today. We're all adults with heads and brains. As men, what's the point of mocking each other?" Ning Guangyao said solemnly. "If you want to get back your face, don't embarrass yourself here. Sit down." "You're saying that I'm embarrassing?" Ning Guodong's face turned pale. He clenched his fists and said, "Fine. Since you think I'm embarrassing you, then I'll leave. You can slowly eat and chat with him." After Ning Guodong said that, he picked up his coat and walked out without looking back. Ning Guangyao shouted twice, but it was useless. He dejectedly sat back on his chair. His face alternated between green and white. It was obvious that he was quite angry. Yangqing picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of green tea. He took a sip and said with a chuckle, "I thought that because I'm such a fool, my family would be so messy. But I didn't expect that Premier Ning doesn't have many women, but his family is even messier than mine. TSK. Ning Guangyao acted as if he didn't hear Yangqing's half-mocking and half-joking words. He took the teapot from Yangqing's hands and poured himself some tea. He drank it all in one gulp and his expression finally calmed down. After a long silence, Ning Guangyao smiled bitterly and said, "I've let you see a joke. I didn't expect that the hatred between you and Guodong has reached the point where you're not even allowed to sit down and talk. I miscalculated. I think you've misunderstood." Yangqing leaned back on the rattan chair and yawned lazily. He said, "It's your son who has a grudge against me. He's not qualified enough for me to hate him." Ning Guangyao didn't get angry. He smiled calmly and said, "The first time I met you, I thought you were very overbearing and arrogant. Now it seems that it's indeed so. It depends on who is sitting in front of me," Yangqing said. Ning Guangyao nodded and said, "I sincerely hope that you can ease your relationship with Guodong. Even if you can't become friends, I don't want you to become enemies." Premier Ning, if there's a man who thinks about your wife all day long, can you have a good relationship with him? Yangqing asked with a cold smile. Ning Guanyao's expression changed. He seemed to have recalled something in his heart. He poured 2 cups of tea and sighed. I haven't asked yet. How is your family? Who? Yangqing smiled weirdly and stared at Ning Guanyao. Ning Guanyao didn't dare to look Yangqing in the eye. He tried his best to be calm and said, naturally, your mother and your wife. My mother is quite happy in Zhonghai. Although there are some troubles occasionally, I know that she likes her current life. As for my wife, she's quite busy with work every day. Although she doesn't say it, I know that she's not doing well. Yangqing said. Ning Guanyao was stunned and blurted out, what's wrong with Ruashi? Or too tired? You seem to be very concerned about my wife. Yangqing asked with an evil smile, I thought Premier Ning only had a relationship with my mother. Ning Guanyao hurriedly forced a smile and said, haha, I've seen that child. It's not easy for her to shoulder such a burden at such a young age. I admire her very much, so I couldn't help but ask out of concern. Then I'll have to thank Premier Ning for his concern. If you want to say that our family's Ruashi isn't doing very well, it was your precious son who scared her that time. Ever since your son showed Ruashi Lin Kuan's medical records, it was hard for Ruashi to be happy anymore. Yangqing said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ning Guanyao's hand, which was holding the teacup, trembled slightly. He forced a smile and said, I'm very sorry about that. I've already called to explain. That medical record was fake. You don't have to worry too much about your family. Yang Cheng's gaze turned cold. Premier Ning, do you know who first discovered that medical record? Ning Guanyao raised his head and looked at Yangqing in confusion. It was me. Yangqing said. Ning Guanyao was stunned. A trace of uneasiness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yangqing said indifferently, that day, after Lin Kuan died, his attending doctor called his family to his office. That doctor surnamed Jiao took out that medical record in front of me. It was clearly recorded that Lin Kuan had a congenital absence of seminal vesicles. At that time, that doctor even threatened me to use that medical record to extort hundreds of millions. I didn't give him any money. I only warned him that if it was leaked out, I would take his life. But I didn't expect that there would be someone who, in order to deal with me, would investigate everything about my family, Ruashi. In the end, after some unknown twists and turns, that medical record fell into your son's hands. Ning Guanyao was speechless. He silently drank his tea. Premier Ning, I know better than you whether Lin Kuan has the ability to reproduce. Furthermore, I can tell you that the servant that we hired back then, Mother Wang, who is also in our house now, had witnessed Lin Kuan's marriage. When the old CEO was still alive, he had already revealed this matter to Mother Wang. Since you didn't call that day, we already knew that the medical record was real. Yangqing said. Ning Guanyao took a deep breath and smiled stiffly. Is that so? That's so sad. I've been careless. But this matter is also sad, so let's not talk about it anymore. Yangqing shook his head, I still haven't gotten to the main point. The reason why I agreed to come today was to make things clear. Young man, what do you want to say? Ning Guanyao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Yang Cheng's expression did not change in the slightest as he said seriously, that day, I accompanied Ruashi to visit her mother and grandmother's grave. When I was going up the mountain, I saw a familiar Audi A8 leaving from the foot of the mountain, and that car happened to be the one I saw outside the military compound. Premier Ning, your car. Ning Guanyao's body slightly stiffened as he forced a smile and said, is that so? I think you must have seen wrongly. I've never been to any cemetery. Is that so? The bouquet of red bud flowers in front of my late mother-in-law's grave was not given by the premier? Yangqing asked with a smile. Of course not, hee. Ning Guanyao's temples began to sweat. Yangqing sneered, Premier Ning, are you still going to pretend to be stupid? Not to mention my eyesight, it's impossible for me to recognize the license plate wrong. You clearly knew my mother and my late mother-in-law, Shui Zijing, in university. Is this a fact that can be covered up? What are you trying to say? Ning Guanyao asked solemnly. What I want to say is, no matter how much you quibble, no matter how much you try to cover it up, you can't change the fact that you are Lin Ruashi's biological father. In an instant, the air seemed to have been sucked out. Ning Guangyao's eyes widened, bloodshot, and his body trembled slightly. It was difficult for him to maintain the prestige of the premier. Yangqing looked as if he had sentenced someone to death as he indifferently looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, not batting an eyelid. Ha 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 ha. Ning Guangyao suddenly laughed out loud, pointed at Yangqing and said, Yangqing, oh Yangqing, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak nonsense. Don't mention this matter, I'll pretend you never said it. Why not? Yangqing smiled evilly and said, do you think that if I don't mention it, others won't know? Enough. Ning Guangyao let out a loud shout and said angrily, I don't want to continue this topic. If you don't want to say anything else, leave immediately. I'll come as I please, I'll leave as I please, but I have to finish what I have to say. Yangqing didn't budge an inch, and said coldly, I'll tell you the truth, if you don't want others to know, don't do it. Actually, the old CEO was very clear about your affair with my mother-in-law back then, but he never exposed it in secret. Furthermore, my mother has already proven that she saw you sneaking into Zhonghai back then, and that time coincides with the time when Ruashi was born. I don't even know what you're talking about. Ning Guangyao said angrily. It's useless for you to deny it. Even if you don't admit it, my mother, Mother Wang, and even other people who were aware of what happened back then, all know the truth. Yangqing sneered and said, do you think you can deny it even if you die? Among the photos of my mother-in-law when she was alive, any one of them with you would be able to explain a lot of things. Moreover, at the back of some of the photos, there are even poems like I miss you day by day, and we drink the Yangtze River together. If it's not a lover, could it be my mother-in-law's unrequited love? A trace of sorrow flashed through Ning Guanyao's eyes, and he stared blankly, speechless. Premier Ning, let me tell you the truth. Yangqing placed his hands on the table and said loudly, if it wasn't for the fact that I had already thought that you were Ruashi's father and Ning Guodong was Ruashi's half-brother, I would have killed Ning Guodong in Ruashi's office a long time ago. Just based on the fact that he used the medical records to threaten Ruashi, I wish I could dismantle all of his bones. Why the F***ck do you think your son can jump to the present? Do you think I'm taking care of your Ning family? Take care of you. Scram. I just don't want my woman to be sad, do you understand? Ning Guanyao's mouth was half open. He obviously didn't realize that the matter had already been understood by Yangqing at that time, and there were still so many complicated factors. After Yangqing finished speaking, he scratched his head and controlled his emotions. Seeing Ning Guangyao standing there in a daze, he earnestly said, Premier Ning, you go and see Ruashi. Ning Guangyao was stupefied, as if he didn't hear Yangqing's words. After a long time, under Yangqing's expectant gaze, he slightly shook his head. No, I won't go see her. Ning Guangyao said shakily, his eyes filled with sorrow. Why? Yangqing's face revealed a hint of disappointment. Don't tell me you still refuse to admit that she is your biological daughter? Ning Guanyao's eyes were also a little red, but his gaze was incomparably resolute. It is precisely because she is my daughter that I will not see her. Yangqing felt a headache coming on. A wave of vexation made him feel uncomfortable if he didn't spit it out. Premier Ning, do you know why I'm willing to say so much to you? Actually, with my personality, I don't want to say so much to you, but I've always felt that you're different from many people, and that I should tell you this. I think you should have known that Ruashi was your daughter a long time ago, so even though you didn't see her all these years, you should have secretly paved the way for her. That was what her grandmother wanted to see when she was alive, to borrow your strength to protect you Lei International. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lin Jigua to help Ruashi until now. Since you've always had her in your heart, and now that Ruashi knows that you're her biological father, don't you think it's too cruel for you to not see her, even if it's just for once? Ning Guangyao still shook his head and said, what can I do if I go and see her? It's better not to see her. Bullshit. Yangqing couldn't help but say, what kind of bullshit theory is this? It's just a meeting. Could it be that Ruashi is going to rely on you, the premier's father, to beg for anything? She only needs your approval, just a little comfort in her heart, to let her know that you haven't abandoned her. That's enough. I've never abandoned her. But I can't see her. Ning Guangyao raised his voice. You can't control the feelings between people. Maybe I can, but that child is still so young. Can she control it? If we met once, there might be a second or third time. If outsiders found out about our relationship, what would happen to my current job, career, and family? What would those who supported me think if they knew I had an illegitimate daughter? What would my wife think of me? What would Guodong think of him as his father? What would become of the Ning family? How can I set an example for my subordinates? Yangqing, you have to get this straight. I'm not like you who can do whatever you want. I'm the prime minister of this country. The premier of Huaxia. What I do every day may affect the lives of millions of civilians. This could lead to disputes between countries and even world wars. How could I make such a small mistake on my own? When Ning Guangyao spoke of his emotions, his body trembled, his face turned red, and he panted heavily with tears in his eyes. Yangqing clenched his teeth tightly, then sneered and said disdainfully, "Humph, what a dignified speech, a bunch of disgusting theories. You're still young, so you can't understand. My position is like walking on thin ice," Ning Guangyao said coldly. Yangqing snorted and said, "I only know that there is no excuse for parents to abandon their children. I didn't abandon her. I watched her grow up in secret. If it wasn't for me, do you think she would have grown up so smoothly? Do you think Yulei International would be where it is today?" Ning Guangyao almost growled in a low voice. At this moment, the confrontation between the two of them by the lake seemed to make the breeze on the lake seem difficult. The ripples were long and the water was calm. Yangqing was silent for a moment before he raised his head. His eyes were emotionless, but his voice was a little hoarse as he said, "Premier Ning, you should know that in the past, I didn't have any parents either." Ning Guangyao nodded with a gloomy expression. "At that time, I didn't have any illusions about my parents at all. So, when my mother and that man appeared in my life, besides being surprised, I also felt disgusted and repulsed. I hate them from the bottom of my heart. If it wasn't for what they did to me, I wouldn't have that hellish past. I have never been so happy for what I have now, because if anyone can survive what I have gone through, then all of this is just a pitiful compensation. I'm just a coincidence. Out of countless people, I'm the only one who can survive until now. Beneath my feet is a mountain of flesh and bones. So, I don't intend to acknowledge them. I tell myself that they are people who abandoned me before. I don't need them to give me a disgusting familial love now." Hearing this, Ning Guanyao's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess, and he faintly sighed. Yangqing paused for a moment before continuing, "That day, the old man came to my house and said that my mother was imprisoned. Because she wanted to see me and acknowledge me, she was imprisoned by that man. I originally thought that this had nothing to do with me. Who told her to abandon me back then? All of this should be retribution. However, Ruashi wanted me to save my mother. She said, 'In this world, husband and wife can divorce, friends can gather and break up, colleagues can change. Only parents and children, from the moment they are born, will not leave each other in life and death.'" Ning Guangyao closed his eyes, but tears seeped out from the corner of his eyes. He placed his hand on the table and tightly gripped the teacup, as if he was going to crush it. "I can ignore anyone who says those words to me, but I can't resist what this silly woman said to me." Yangqing laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "You don't know how silly she is. Since she was young, she recognized a man who couldn't have children as her father. Moreover, she was lied to by her beloved grandmother for more than 20 years, always believing that it was true. She worked hard, stayed up late, and worked overtime. In the business world, she turned herself into a poisonous scorpion that no one dared to approach. Unlike other girls, at this age, she spent a lot of time putting on makeup, looking for a partner, going to the nightclub, going to the bar. In her life, other than work, there was still work. However, she worked so hard to support such a large company, but there was still a man who wasn't even her biological father who was going to hold her back. That man hated her to the core, hated her for taking away the property that originally belonged to him. However, she endured it all the time and even gave that man money, gave that man a car, gave that man a mistress. In the end, she was kidnapped by that man and was even about to be killed. Ning Guangyao lowered his head and supported his forehead with his hand, as if he couldn't bear to continue listening. But Yangchen didn't have any intention of stopping. He solemnly said, "It was under this kind of so-called kinship, that woman, after finding out that Lin Kuan wasn't her biological father, actually told me that I shouldn't abandon my mother, told me that it's hard to cut off kinship. How could I not feel heartache? How could I not agree with her? How could I bear to not listen to her? That's why I barged in that day and brought my mother out. And now, it seems that I was right to listen to her. Don't say any more. Don't say any more." Ning Guangyao painfully rubbed his eyes and said in a low voice. "Why don't you say it? Are you feeling guilty?" Yangqing chuckled. "Do you remember that my mother was willing to use her body to block bullets for me? Or is it that my mother disregarded her reputation and lived with me for my sake? Yangqing, I've already said it before. I'm different from others. Xu Hua can do it, but I can't," Ning Guangyao said. Yangqing said, "We're both biological parents, why can't you? Besides, it's just letting you see Ruashi once." "That woman doesn't say it out loud, and she's cold, but in her heart, do you know how much she cherishes her family? She doesn't expect you to give her anything, and she doesn't need that." "What Ning family? What prime minister? She doesn't care at all. She just wants you to personally admit that you are her father. Premier Ning, do you know? That day, when you called home and told Ruashi that the medical record was fake, it was when we confirmed that you were her father." "What?" Ning Guangyao was stunned. "Just like that." Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, "Do you know how cruel you are to Ruashi? She just found out that you were her biological father who abandoned her mother and daughter many years ago, but you immediately told her that the medical record was fake. In such a short period of time in Ruashi's life, you abandoned her twice in a row. What kind of heartless father would abandon his own daughter twice in a row? Enough. Enough. Enough." Ning Guangyao couldn't listen to it anymore. He stopped Yangqing and panted. Don't bring this up again. I've already said what I wanted to say." Yangqing sneered. "What? You want me to leave? Don't worry, I'm not really going to eat with you." With that, he got up to leave. Ning Guangyao quickly stopped him. "Wait. I haven't said what I wanted to say." Yangqing tried his best to calm himself down. "If you have something to say, just say it. I feel terrible every second I spend with you." "You." Ning Guangyao had never met someone who didn't take him seriously. He suppressed his anger and said, "If that's the case, I'll make it short. As far as I know, you have a good relationship with Elder Tang of the Tang family. His granddaughter, Tang Wan, also has an unusual relationship with you. And Li Dun of the Li family seems to be very close to you. Is that so?" Yangqing sneered. "Since you've already investigated everything, why bother asking? The Ning family is the most powerful of the four major families. I never thought that you wouldn't know about me. As far as I know, Elder Yang likes you very much. Compared to your younger brother, Yang Lai, you may look like a slob, but based on your past experiences and your own strength, you are the most likely successor of the Yang family. And Elder Yang has already expressed his goodwill to you. I think it won't be long before you enter the Yang family and get the political and military power that Yang family has." "What are you trying to say?" Yangqing said coldly. Ning Guangyao forced a smile. "At present, only the Ning family is not on good terms with you because of Guodong. But I hope you can put aside your personal grudges and think about the big picture. If you really become the leader of the Yang family and still have obvious conflicts with the Ning family, it will be very disadvantageous for Huaxia. Maybe you don't really understand the Yang family, but I can reveal some things to you. In terms of Huaxia's military, although the Yang family's military power is mainly the Jiangnan military led by Yang Pejuan, in fact, about half of the military generals are loyal to the Yang family. The military is the hardest thing to change. Your great-grandfather, Yang Yi, injected the spirit of the army into Huaxia's army. Even now, that will never be erased. That is why Elder Yang's position is so important. It's too early to talk about this. Also, if you don't want any conflicts, just control your son." Yangqing curled his lips. Of course I will control Guodong, Ning Guangyao said seriously. I just hope that, for the sake of Ruashi and the fact that we are father and son-in-law, you won't treat the Ning family and the Yang family as enemies. Otherwise, you should understand the logic of when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. You are not in our position, so you don't understand. The Li family and the Tang family are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Yangqing suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he swayed back and forth, as if he was about to convulse. Ning Guangyao didn't understand why. He frowned and said, "Why are you laughing? Are my words very funny?" "Funny?" Yangqing held back his laughter and said, "Very funny." Ning Guangyao was stunned. What was going on? Previously, you kept saying that you didn't want to see my wife, and because of those ridiculous reasons, you didn't want to see your own daughter. Now, you're using the fact that Ruashi is my wife as a breakthrough point to convince me. Haha, Premier Ning, you really make the best use of everything. Your plan is brilliant. Since you can use the relationship between Ruashi and you to make me do this and that, I might as well use the fact that we are father and son-in-law, and I should help you with this. Let my subordinates kill all your political enemies, how about it? Oh no, you can kill whoever you want. I can even help you kill the President of the United States. How about it? My good, you, Zhang. Ning Guangyao said angrily, what are you saying? I am doing all this for the harmony of the two families, for the stability of Huaxia. I don't care about the F***king country. I am just an ordinary man, a woman's husband. I don't want my wife to be sad because of a heartless father. I want her to work and live happily. As for the rest, forgive me for not accompanying you. Ning Guangyao was furious. He sat on the chair and pointed at Yangqing, trembling and unable to say a word. Yangqing took a few steps out and suddenly stopped. He turned back and said, Premier Ning, I have never been a good man. I am very lecherous, do not work properly, and have no ambition. Also, I can't help but fool around. Ruashi always thinks that I am a playboy and hates me for not being able to love her wholeheartedly. I know all this, so I am filled with guilt towards her. I dare not lose my temper at her, and I try my best to please her. But it is because of this that I realize today that compared to a man like you, I am really too noble. Compared to my late mother-in-law, Ruashi's mother, Ruashi is really too blessed. At the very least, I have never thought of letting anyone I love leave me. No matter what the situation is, I will always be responsible for the woman I love and the woman who loves me. Also, I want to tell you that I am actually very glad that I did not bring Ruashi to see you, because you are not worthy of being the father of my woman. Scram. Scram. Ning Guangyao finally couldn't help but roar. Yangqing looked at Ning Guangyao with an incomparably pitiful gaze, sneered, shook his head, and turned to leave. After walking out of the farmhouse, Yangqing raised his head to look at the gray sky and the gloomy sunlight. He muttered to himself, Ruashi baby, if not for you, I really want to kill these bastards. After taking a deep breath of the relatively fresh air, Yangqing suppressed the anger in his chest and drove away. In the blink of an eye, it was already past lunchtime, but Yangqing did not plan to give up lunch, so he called Tang Wan. You heartless man, how do you still have time to call me when you have a young policewoman accompanying you? Tang Wan's tone was full of jealousy. Yangqing smiled bitterly, didn't I immediately come to find you for lunch? How about I pick you up? Tang Wan snorted and said, why don't you look at the time of lunch? I have already eaten with Tang Tang, and I am on the way to visit my uncle with Tang Tang, so I don't have time to accompany you for lunch. Also, I have to return to Zhonghai in 2 days, so I am quite busy. You should go find Choi Yun. Yangqing replied with an O and felt a little regretful because when he was in a bad mood, he would feel much better with a mature woman like Tang Wan accompanying him. Tang Wan seemed to have sensed that Yangqing was in a bad mood and said apologetically, I will accompany you next time, okay? I really can't leave now. How about I accompany you for dinner tonight? No need, I am not a child. Yangqing smiled and told the mother and daughter not to be too tired, then he hung up the phone. Thinking that there would not be many people eating lunch at this time, Yangqing still called Choi Yun. Even if he did not eat, it would be good to let that happy woman accompany him. As soon as the call went through, Choi Yun seemed to be very noisy on the other side, but she still asked with her natural high-pitched voice, "Bad guy, why are you calling me? Don't you know that I am very busy?" Yangqing was depressed. They were both women, but Tangwan was gentle when she was jealous. Why was this woman so impulsive? "You haven't had lunch yet, so I wanted to ask you to eat with your sister. Have you eaten?" Yangqing frowned. "Why is it so noisy on your side?" Choi Yun giggled. "Of course, I am playing with my sister at the flower and bird market. Why don't you come over now? We haven't had lunch yet, and we are really hungry. We have been shopping for half a day." "Flower and bird market?" Yangqing broke out in a cold sweat. This pair of sisters were really strange. They did not go shopping, but went to the flower and bird market. But no matter where it was, Yangqing did not care. He just wanted to find someone to relieve his boredom, so that he would not always think about the Ning family's mess. So, he followed the GPS to the largest flower and bird market in Yanjing. After stopping the car, Kai Ning and Choi Yun were already waiting at the door with a smile. The two sisters were wearing the same blue and red Levi's short-sleeved shirts and denim shorts. Obviously, they were sisters. One was elegant and refined, and the other was lively and beautiful. It was really eye-catching. Yang Cheng's mood immediately improved a lot. He walked up and opened his arms to hug the two women. The two women immediately moved to the side. Kai Ning blushed and said, "Don't do this, there are so many people watching." Yang Cheng was helpless. If it was on Xin, she would definitely jump on him, but he could not expect every woman to be so passionate. He saw that Choi Yun was already carrying a big bird cage in her hand, and it was covered with an old cloth. He asked, "What did you buy?" Choi Yun stuck out her tongue and said proudly, "Big sister helped me choose a mina." When Big Sister was studying in Sichuan, she often came into contact with all kinds of flowers, birds, and beasts. She's very good at judging birds. This bird will learn very quickly if you teach it to speak. That will also require you to be patient, Kai Ning added. Really, Big Sister, don't you have confidence in your own sister? Choi Yun said proudly. Kai Ning immediately nodded, yes. Choi Yun suddenly looked like she had eaten a bitter gourd. She pouted and looked depressed. Yangqing pinched Choi Yun's face and said, "Stop pouting and go eat. Is there anything delicious around here?" Yes, yes. Choi Yun nodded happily and said, "I know a good Hunan restaurant on the east side of the market. I'm just afraid that you can't eat spicy food. The air there is spicy. Why are you talking so much nonsense while eating? Let's go." Yangqing looked at the lively Choi Yun and his mood became lively. He let Choi Yun lead the way and they walked to the restaurant together. When they arrived at the Hunan restaurant that Choi Yun mentioned, there weren't many people left in the restaurant. They walked to the second floor and sat down by the street. They could see the scenery of the flower and bird market. Although there was a strange smell in the air, it had to be said that this was a special dining environment. Yangchen didn't want to eat because he was hungry. It was more out of his love for food, and it was also a habit. Furthermore, when he was feeling down, eating a lot of food could cheer him up. Thus, he flipped through the menu and ordered more than 10 dishes. "Why do you eat so much? Are you a pig?" Choi Yun asked with her watery eyes wide open. Yangqing rolled his eyes. "How can you talk about your man like that? Can't you be more tactful?" Choi Yun harumphed, "If you waste food, you're dead. Even if I have to stuff food, I'll stuff it into your stomach." Yangqing was speechless and could only smile bitterly. One moment she was so obedient, the next moment she was so violent. This woman changed too quickly. Kai Ning was silently drinking the flower tea that wasn't of much quality. She didn't say a word. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "Yonyan, when you were buying the birds just now, did you ask the boss if you bought the feed?" Choi Yun was stunned. She blinked her eyes and said, "Sister, you didn't tell me to buy feed." When Yangqing heard this, he was petrified on the spot. Kai Ning also had a strange expression on her face. After a long time, Kai Ning smiled warmly and said, "Since you're not far from the shop, you should go there. The boss might even give you some. If you want Mina to talk, you have to let it eat." Choi Yun quickly nodded. She got up and picked up the birdcage and said, I'll go there for a while. You have to wait for me to come back before you eat. You can go alone. Why are you running around with the birdcage? Xianxia said gloomily. It's none of your business. I want to develop a relationship with my bird. Chuiyan stuck out her tongue and ran downstairs. Xianxia touched his face and shook his head, sighing, Ning Er, has your sister been like this since young? Kaining understood what Xianxia meant. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle for a while. She said, did you know that when my grandfather was still alive, he once said something in front of our family? What did he say? Xianxia asked curiously. Grandfather said, throw Xiaoyan into the tiger's den. It won't take long for the tiger to become friends with her. Xianxia almost spat out the tea in his mouth. He couldn't help but laugh and said, but this is also her cute side. Sometimes she acts like a child, but she insists on being such a violent policewoman. Kaining saw that Xianxia was laughing happily and asked softly, you're in a much better mood now, right? Xianxia was stunned. How do you know that I'm in a bad mood? Kaining pursed her lips and smiled, because it's your mood, so I can feel it. Xianxia was touched. He reached out his right hand to hold Kaining's hand and said, Ning Er, can you answer a question for me? Yes, go ahead. I have a lot of problems, but why do I get so much love from all of you? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, sometimes I think it's because I can fight, I have money, and I have power. But when I think about it carefully, so what if I have these things? I can't give you a complete love, and with each of your conditions, it's not difficult to find a rich and powerful man who treats you wholeheartedly. So? Kaining interrupted and said, are you feeling guilty? Xianxia was speechless for a while, then sighed and said, I'm a little unsure. You know, when I saw you two waiting for me at the entrance of the market just now, the feeling of being looked forward to is really good, but I feel like I'm living a luxurious life. I mean emotionally. Kaining silently looked at Xianxia for a while, then reached out her other hand and wrapped it around Xianxia's palm. She said, you didn't used to be like this. What's wrong with you today? Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly and said, maybe it's because I saw a man who seemed to be living a glorious life, but actually stepped into a quagmire, so I felt a little emotional. The more I have, the more I can bear it all, or in the end, will it gradually leave me? As if caught in some complicated thoughts, Xianxia stared blankly at the scenery outside the building, and Kaining also became quiet. After a long time, Kaining suddenly smiled sweetly and said, do you know what your greatest strength is? Xianxia was stunned for a while, then shook his head and said, I really don't know, what do you see in me? Kaining took a breath and said with a smile, I don't know how others see you, but to me, your greatest strength is not your strength, your money and power, and it's not your background. Although I can't deny that these things let me know about you, to me, they are just your name card. In my opinion, your strength is that you don't know what your strength is. This is the reason why I care about you. Xianxia stared at the woman in front of him in a daze. Her simple words were like sweet spring water that seeped into his heart and spleen, clear and sweet. Xianxia chuckled and tilted his body to hug Kaining's slender waist. He moved closer to Kaining's face and said, Ning Er, give me a kiss. Kaining was startled by the sudden intimate action. She shrunk her head and didn't dare to raise her head, her cheeks were burning red. If you're not going to kiss, then I'll do it. Xianxia ignored Kaining's shyness and kissed the woman's cheeks and earlobes. A few times before letting go with a laugh. Kaining bit her lower lip and glared at Xianxia with shyness, joy, and resentment. If I knew earlier, I would have said that you don't have a single good point. Xianxia was in a good mood and wanted to tease her again, but he didn't expect to hear a woman shouting from downstairs, thief, don't run. Everyone stop him. Stop. Hearing the familiar voice, Xianxia and Kaining looked at each other and carefully looked towards the west side of the street. It was indeed Chuiyan. The flower and bird market was crowded with people and there were all kinds of stalls selling flowers, birds, and beasts, so it was difficult to walk. But in such a place, Chuiyan was actually pushing the passers-by and running quickly, shouting that she wanted to catch a thief. Xianxia's eyesight was extraordinary. He looked into the distance and saw a young man who looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. He was also running quickly and looked very embarrassed. He should be the thief that Choi Yun found. The passers-by along the way were shocked by Choi Yun's imposing manner. Seeing the young man running away, most of them chose to watch from the side. This was also the common attitude of the general public. Moreover, it was just a young man. Even if no one stopped him, he would be caught sooner or later. TSK. She really keeps the heart of a police officer who gets rid of the violent. Yangqing had a headache and smiled bitterly. He signaled Kai Ning with his eyes and they went downstairs together. Since things had already come to this, they couldn't let Choi Yun run around blindly chasing after the thief. They were worried that she would cause a commotion again. But in such a public place, it was impractical to use qinggong. So, Yangqing and Kai Ning could only use their flexible bodies to quickly pass through the crowd. Although they weren't very fast, they quickly caught up with Choi Yun. After all, Choi Yun had undergone special training, so her physical fitness was not what it used to be. The thief was just an ordinary person. Just his physical strength alone couldn't keep up. After running 2 streets, he tripped outside a bonsai shop in the flower and bird market and fell to the ground. Little bastard. I've caught you. Let's see where you can run to. Choi Yun panted, her face red. She stepped forward and grabbed the skinny young man. The young man panted and cried, I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. Humph. You still want to argue? Choi Yun gleefully snatched a snakeskin wallet from the young man's hand and said, Don't tell me this wallet is yours. Many people gathered around, pointing and whispering, as if feeling sorry for the young man. Kai Ning pulled her sister's hand and said, Yonyan, he's still a child. Don't be too violent. Talk nicely. Sis, you don't know, but I've been a police officer for so many years. I know very well that these little rascals who don't learn good things must be dealt with harshly. Only then will they leave a deep impression. Choi Yun proudly pointed at the young man and said, Kid, what's your name? Where do you live? How old are you? Tell me everything, or else I won't send you to your parents, but to the police station. When the young man heard that he was going to be sent to the police station, he cried even harder and repeatedly said, No. Yangqing couldn't stand it anymore and said, Yonyan, you've scared him to tears. This isn't Zhonghai. He'll think you're the police chief trying a case. Why don't you just let the security here handle it? Choi Yun lightly snorted, There's not even a shadow of the security guard, how? Without waiting for Choi Yun to finish, a gorgeous woman in her 30s suddenly came out of the crowd. She carried a large handbag and wore high heels. When she saw the crying young man in Choi Yun's hands, she screamed, Let go of my son. After screaming, the woman rushed forward and snatched the young man from Choi Yun's hands. She hugged him tightly and glared at Choi Yun and yelled, Why did you make my son cry? Are you crazy? Choi Yun was stunned. She pointed at the woman and stammered, You. Aren't you the one whose wallet was stolen by him? Stealing a purse. The woman was so angry that she laughed. Are you blind? I let my son take the wallet out of my bag. He wanted to buy a pearl turtle, so I told him to buy one himself. Do you think I'm blind? Or do you think everyone is blind? The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. The dramatic turn of events had turned Kai Yen into the biggest laughingstock of the crowd. Although Yangqing wanted to endure it, the flesh on his face began to twitch. Kai Ning touched her forehead in distress and turned her head away, as if she didn't want to admit that the person in front of her was her sister. Choi Yun frowned and looked at the wallet in her hands. She pouted and asked, How could that be? If that's the case, why did he run when I chased him? I already said I was chasing a thief. Wouldn't it be over if he told me? At this time, the young man who was being hugged by his mother finally had the courage to speak. He retorted angrily, Auntie, you were chasing me so fiercely. I thought you were going to hit me, so of course I ran. Auntie? Am I that old? Choi Yun heard this and immediately widened her eyes. Wha? The young man was so scared that he started crying again. The woman panicked and said angrily, You're still scaring my son? Are you a mental patient who escaped from some hospital? Even if you want to be a hero, I advise you to grow your brain. You rushed over so fast that I didn't even see what was going on. I turned the corner and didn't see anyone. How could I stop you? Do you think I can catch up with you in high heels? I'm going crazy. If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman and that you won't be able to get married in the future, I would have sent you to the police station. You're crazy. Give me back my wallet. The woman snatched the purse back and cursed in a low voice before leaving the scene with her son, who couldn't stop crying. The onlookers roared with laughter. Seeing a beautiful woman make a fool of herself was a delightful thing for the masses. Choi Yan looked around. What are you looking at? What are you laughing at? Go and do what you need to do. Is it that funny? The crowd was also a little afraid of this violent woman, so they immediately dispersed. Yangqing touched the back of his spine and smiled bitterly. Bureau Chief Kai, I think if I had high blood pressure, I might have been sent to heaven by you. Choi Yan pouted and glared at Yangqing. She ignored him and threw herself into her sister's arms. Sister, that child called me auntie. He actually called me auntie. Even the usually calm Kai Ning couldn't help but frown. She said helplessly, Yonyan, that's not the point. Of course it is. I'm still young. It's not nice to be called auntie. Am I that old? No way. I need to do my skincare today. Right, sister, let's go to the cosmetics store. I'll go buy a full set of face masks. Choi Yun said. She didn't care what Kai Ning thought and dragged her out of the market. Hey! We haven't eaten yet. Yangqing followed and reminded her. What's there to eat? You only know how to eat. If I become an auntie, you'll become an uncle, you know? Choi Yan turned around and glared at Yangqing. She continued to drag her sister out. Yangqing let out a long sigh. Didn't he already become an uncle in Tongtong's words? But there was nothing he could do about this clown. It seemed like he didn't have to eat lunch. Luckily, he didn't pay the bill first. He could only let the restaurant make him a meal for free. Because the sisters took the bus out for a stroll, they got into Yangqing's car. Because the road was quite congested, they drove for nearly an hour before they arrived at a mall that specialized in cosmetics. After getting out of the car, Choi Yan pulled her tight-fitting t-shirt and pouted. I'm so unlucky. I chased after him for so long and I got laughed at. I sweated all over for nothing. I went home to take a shower after buying the face masks. Why did the weather become so hot so quickly? That's why I told you not to be impulsive. You're always in such a rush. You don't have the delicacy of a girl at all, Yangqing pouted. Choi Yun puffed out her chest and said, that's not it. I'm actually very meticulous. If you don't believe me, you can ask sister. I buy my parents' birthday presents every year and they like them very much. I'm only impulsive when it comes to protecting social justice. Who asked me to be a police officer? People like you who only know how to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger wouldn't understand. Yangqing was speechless. You can even be an example? When a daughter buys a present for her parents, do they have to tell you that they don't like it? Without waiting for Choi Yan to refute, Kai Ning suddenly interrupted and asked, Yonyan, where's the mina that I bought for you? Choi Yan seemed to have been frozen in place. Her feet were glued to the ground. After a few seconds, she screamed in the middle of the street, ah! I threw the bird and its feet in the market. Sigh. You're really meticulous. Yangqing quickly turned around and pretended that he didn't know this woman. He walked towards the mall on his own. Kai Ning lowered her head silently and didn't say anything. If she went back to the market to get the bird, it would take an hour and she might not even be able to find it. Naturally, it was impossible for her to go back. Choi Yun was also aware of this. Hence, she could only admit that she had lost the bird. As for teaching Mina how to speak the human language, it could only be regarded as an illusion. When the three of them walked into the mall, Choi Yun's little mouth was still pouting. It was as if a basket could be hung on it. Seeing her like this, Yangqing couldn't bear to see her like this. He teased, Yonyan, are you pouting because you want me to kiss you here? When Choi Yun heard this, she quickly retracted her lips and looked at Yangqing worriedly. Although she had a heroic personality, she wouldn't want to kiss him in such an occasion. Choi Yun, who had been a policewoman for many years, obviously wasn't very familiar with cosmetics for women. Kai Ning was also a person who didn't put on makeup. Hence, the two sisters chose the more famous ones. They went to L'Oréal, Estée Lauder, and other European and American brands, but they didn't think they were suitable. It was only until they went to Shiseido that they patiently chose. The waitress led the two ladies to introduce the products. As a man, Yangqing could only stroll around the store. Just as Yangqing was thinking about how he should treat himself for dinner, a man and a woman walked into the Shiseido. The man was especially eye-catching because he wore an eye patch. He was tall and well-built. The woman, on the other hand, had a sweet appearance. However, at this moment, it seemed like she was dragged here by the man. She looked very reluctant. When the man saw Yangqing, he was quite surprised. "Old Yang, why are you here?" It was Li Dun and Tang Xian. "If you can come here, why can't I?" Yangqing gave a thumbs up to Kai Ning and Choi Yan. "You dragged a woman here, I was dragged here by a woman." Tang Xian was a little surprised to see Yangqing, but she still nodded and greeted him. Her attitude was much better than when she greeted Li Dun. Li Dun didn't mind at all and chuckled, "I brought Tang Xian here to buy makeup today and I didn't expect to see you here. It seems like fate has brought us together. I know you're a generous person, why don't we settle the bill together?" Yangqing was speechless. This miser wanted to take money from him the moment they met. Yangqing ignored him and asked Tang Xian with a smile, "Tang Xian, why did you come with him? I thought you wouldn't agree." Tang Xian said helplessly and indignantly, "He's such a shameless person. He didn't come to me but went to my dad first. If it wasn't for my dad, I wouldn't have come." Li Dun was not embarrassed at all. He said proudly, "This is what it means to understand people's emotions, to move them with reason, and to communicate with my future father-in-law. This? Miss Tang Xian, don't you think I'm full of wisdom?" Tang Xian looked like she was about to faint. She rolled her eyes and didn't want to reply. Suddenly, Choi Yan hopped to Yangqing's side with 2 white bottles of makeup. She asked, "Yangqing, why don't I buy you 2 bottles? I heard from this salesperson that it's good for whitening men." Yangqing raised an eyebrow, "Why would I use it? I don't rely on my face to make a living." "Humph, isn't it good for you to be a gigolo?" Choi Yan laughed. Yangqing patted her butt, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go pick. We'll leave after you're done." Kai Ning walked over and nodded at Li Dun as a greeting. When she saw Tang Xian, she smiled even though she didn't know her. Tang Xian smiled and whispered, "Child Yang is quite lucky with women. No wonder big sister went out with Tang Tang this morning and didn't see you. So there's someone else she wants to meet in Beijing." Before Yangqing could say anything, Li Dun patted his chest and said, "Miss Tang Xian, you've seen it for yourself. This kind of man is undesirable. Unlike me, I'm a single man. My eyes, my mind, and even my dreams are all about you." His voice was especially loud, attracting the attention of many customers and waiters around them. Even many girls were quite envious of such a public confession. Tang Xian's face was burning red. She glared at Li Dun, not knowing what to say to him. Li Dun felt that what he said was very effective and was very pleased with himself. After that, even though Tang Xian was reluctant, Li Dun still dragged her into the shop to pick out some skincare products. Li Dun happily spent money on the woman and even helped her carry the bags. Kai Yan, on the other hand, bought a whole bunch of them. It was unknown if she knew how to use them. Kai Ning, on the other hand, only chose a small bag. She probably accompanied her sister to buy them. Since they bumped into each other, the 5 of them decided to have dinner together. Before the sky darkened, they went out for a walk. Beijing in May was not very hot. Under the sun, a warm breeze blew on the streets, and the leaves of the Chinese parasol tree swayed in the wind. The dark pedestrian streets were not very lively, but there were still many tourists from other places. Even though Tang Xian was reluctant to talk to Li Dun, she still became familiar with the Kai sisters. After all, they were all girls around the same age. Even if they did different things, they still had a lot in common. Kai Yan was the most active of them all. She kept on spouting nonsense, causing Li Dun to roll his eyes at her even though he had always wanted to talk to her. However, he was too embarrassed to stop her. When they arrived at an outdoor cafe, the 5 of them sat down and ordered some cold drinks. They decided to take a break before looking for a restaurant. Yangqing thought of something and asked Tang Xian, how's the situation at home? Naturally, Yangqing was asking about finding the culprit. Yangqing did not plan to investigate it himself, nor did he intend to send someone to investigate. After all, this was Beijing. If he interfered in everything, it would be disrespectful to the Li family's security bureau. It would also be suspicious of him interfering with other people's domestic affairs. Therefore, Yangqing had a plan in mind. He would wait and see while ensuring the safety of Tang Wan and the others. Tang Xian said worriedly, not yet, but the security bureau is already investigating. They have also strengthened the surveillance at home. There shouldn't be any problems. Yangqing nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Tang Xian and said, you have to be careful too. Tang Xian felt that Yangqing's tone was a little strange. Her expression was a little unnatural, but she still smiled and nodded. Thank you. I will be careful. Li Dun finished his cappuccino in big gulps. What are you afraid of? I'm here. I'll kill whoever dares to touch Tang Xian. Choi Yun wrinkled her nose and said in disdain, You really think you're so powerful? You might not even be able to beat them. Hee hee. Li Dun winked. I can't do it, so I'll borrow your man. Miss Kai, don't be stingy. Choi Yun said shyly, he's not mine. You can take it if you want. Don't ask me. At this moment, two girls happened to pass by with colorful ice cream cones in their hands, laughing and chatting. Tang Xian's eyes lingered on the ice cream in their hands for a moment. Li Dun, on the other hand, had been paying attention to his sweetheart's facial expressions. He immediately stood up and said, Tang Xian, I'll go get you some ice cream. Tang Xian didn't expect this guy to notice her expression. Like many girls, she loved ice cream. It was just that she had been taking care of Elder Tang all these years and living in a big family. She didn't have many opportunities to eat ice cream, which was why she showed such an expression. It's fine. It's almost time for dinner. Tang Xian was a little embarrassed. This time, she didn't ignore Li Dun. After all, she was touched by his concern. Li Dun refused. Dinner is dinner, and ice cream is ice cream. If you're not hungry after eating ice cream, we'll eat later. Hey, who are you to decide when to eat? Choi Yun said unhappily. Li Dun grinned. Miss Kai, do you want one too? I'll buy it for you. Choi Yun heard this and giggled. Sure, let's eat later then. Oh right, get one for my sister too. I don't want one for Yangqing. I'm afraid he'll get diabetes. Yangqing broke out in a cold sweat. This woman changed her mind in the blink of an eye. Also, what did he have to do with diabetes? Li Dun agreed to all of them. After all, they were cheap goods. He was generous. The ice cream shop was only a few steps away. There were 3 or 4 kids who looked like primary school students waiting in line. Li Dun ran over enthusiastically. He didn't hold back his military aura at all. It was as if he wasn't going to buy ice cream, but to go through fire and water for Tang Xian. But because of this, coupled with Li Dun's burly figure and the eye patch that made him look like a one-eyed man, the kids in line ran away in fear. When the kids saw Li Dun, they immediately hid under a Chinese parasol tree. They looked at Li Dun in fear and didn't dare to buy any more ice cream. The waitress of the ice cream shop was also speechless. But seeing Li Dun's appearance, she didn't dare to say anything. She smiled and asked, Sir, what would you like to buy? Li Dun was wondering why the kids were avoiding him. When he heard the waitress's question, he said, I want everything. Every flavor. Wait. Unexpectedly, Tang Xian walked over and pushed Li Dun. She said angrily, Why are you like this? Why are you scaring the kids? The kids are scared by you. Apologize to them. And why did you cut the line? Li Dun was stunned. He looked at Tang Xian, then at the children behind him. He scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Well, I just wanted to buy it for you earlier. I didn't mean to scare them. Tang Xian nodded. But you shouldn't have cut the line. They're still kids. How can you be so inconsiderate? Tang Xian was very unhappy. She pushed Li Dun away and walked to the kids. She squatted down and smiled warmly. Kids, what ice cream do you want? I'll buy it for you. Tang Xian had been with Tang Zhichen for many years. She played the role of a caretaker, so she was used to being gentle. She had a sweet appearance and it was easy for the kids to like her. The kids' eyes lit up. A girl said in a cute voice, "Strawberry." Oh, strawberry. Do you want to add vanilla? I recommend it to you. It's delicious. Tang Xian smiled. The little girl nodded vigorously. Big sister, I want a mango one. Another boy yelled. All of a sudden, the kids recovered from their shock. They were no longer afraid of the ferocious-looking Li Dun. They surrounded Tang Xian and ran to the ice cream shop. Tang Xian bought the ice cream for the kids one by one and paid for it herself. Li Dun could only stand at the side in a daze. When the kids left, the little girl happily kissed Tang Xian on the cheek and left a circle of cream on her cheek. The kids ran far away, but they didn't forget to turn back and wave at Tang Xian. Tang Xian only turned around after the kids were out of sight. But the moment she turned around, she saw an extra-large ice cream cone in front of her. Li Dun was holding a large ice cream with 7 or 8 different flavors in his hand. He had a rare calm expression on his face as he said with a smile, "Don't forget about yourself after buying for the kids." Under the faint golden light of the setting sun, the man standing under the faint golden light was holding a large ice cream that was a little too colorful. This was a rather strange scene, but there was something else that was growing in the air. Tang Xian paused for a moment, then pursed her dry lips and took the ice cream. This was the first gift she had ever taken from this man. Tang Xian looked up at Li Dun and realized that he was also looking at her with his only exposed eye. Her heart raced and she quickly lowered her head. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel this way? Is it just because this man bought me an ice cream? But no one had ever bought him ice cream except for his mother who had passed away. After a long time, Tang Xian still didn't eat the ice cream. Instead, she said softly, "I'm sorry. I went a little overboard just now." Li Dun shook his head. "It's nothing. I don't spend much time with people, so I don't really care about the details. As long as Miss Tang believes that I didn't mean to bully a child. To be honest, I feel honored for my choice. After all, a woman who is so gentle to other people's children will definitely take good care of her own children. I believe that when we have a child, Miss Tang Xian will be a great mother." Child? Tang Xian almost dropped the ice cream in her hand. She frowned and said anxiously, "Young Master Li, what are you talking about? Please don't say such meaningless things. It's impossible between us." Li Dun's serious expression immediately turned evil. He chuckled and said, "Miss Tang Xian, it's impossible. It's not said with words, it's felt with my heart. Anyway, I'm confident in our future. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and eat your ice cream, or it'll melt." Tang Xian wanted to say something else, but he walked back to his seat. Since the beginning, Yang Chen and the other two had been sitting and watching everything that happened. Kaining said softly beside Yang Chen, "Actually, she's not a bad person." Yang Chen looked at Kaining in surprise. "You seem to know something." "It's just a guess, a woman's intuition." Kaining smiled. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Or maybe she's pretending." Kaining shook her head. "My intuition tells me that she's not pretending." Heh. Yang Chen shrugged. "I hope our heroine's intuition is accurate." Of course, Tang Xian didn't hear any of this. She stood there in a daze for a while before returning to her seat. It took her a long time to finish the ice cream. However, since Li Dun didn't buy any ice cream for Choi Yun, dinner went on. After the meal, Li Dun sent Tang Xian home. Yang Chen drove the two girls back to the Kai Manor. When they were almost home, in the car, Choi Yun was still feeling conflicted about today's blunder. Sitting in the back seat, she leaned over and hugged Yang Cheng's neck from behind. She pouted and said, "Yang Cheng, am I too stupid? Every time I think about what happened during the day, if it was seen by someone I know, I want to kill myself." Yang Cheng freed one of his hands and patted Choi Yun's head. I'm not talking about you. What are you thinking about? Do you really not think that I'm stupid? Choi Yun was a little suspicious. Look, that kind of thing never happens to me. Kai Ning sat in the passenger seat and shook her head helplessly. She didn't say a word. Yangqing stroked Choi Yun's cheek and pinched it. A woman who treats life with sincerity is beautiful no matter what. Compared to many women who use their brains to live, our Yonyan is not stupid. Choi Yun blinked and suddenly pinched Yangqing's neck. She smiled happily. Darling, I know you're the best. Ahem. Yangqing said gloomily, that's good, don't pinch my neck. I'm driving. Choi Yun giggled. Seeing that you're so sensible, I won't sleep with my sister tonight. I'll prepare a present for you. Yangqing heard this and his heart started to heat up. If Choi Yun hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about the lonely night before. He asked expectantly, what present? Tell me, tell me. Humph, you can come and see for yourself tonight, Choi Yun said slyly. Yangqing's eyes lit up. He looked at Kai Ning and smiled evilly. Ning why don't you, come along? Kai Ning seemed to have expected this. Without saying a word, she turned on the car stereo and turned the volume to high. Then, she said, I'll listen to music. Choi Yun giggled. Sister can be shy too. Darling, look, sister is blushing. In the dim light, Kai Ning felt even more embarrassed. Finally, she couldn't help but glare at Choi Yun. She pinched her sister's face and turned it back to her. Kai Yunqing and his wife were watching the news in the living room when they saw Yangqing bringing the two girls home. Before Kai Yunqing could say anything, Jiang Shan stood up excitedly and asked enthusiastically, Yangqing, you're back. Have you had dinner? Do you want a cup of tea? Yangqing wasn't in the mood to eat and drink. He was in a hurry to return to Choi Yun's room in the backyard. Hence, he rejected her. However, before Yangqing walked to the back, Jiang Shan called out again. Yangqing, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I want to ask you something. Yangqing thought to himself, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm in a hurry to get intimate with your daughter. However, he still put on a gentle face and said, Auntie, what do you want to ask? Jiang Shan smiled a little embarrassedly and said, isn't it because our Kai family has a relationship with the Yang family? I was planning to prepare a gift for old Master Yang. However, since Yonyan and Ning are going to spend time with Ruashi in the future, as your legal wife, I should send something to Ruashi. Although I've known Ruashi since she was young, I'm not sure what she likes. I just wanted to ask you. When Yangqing heard that, he smiled bitterly. Forget it. Ruashi doesn't lack anything. Even if she doesn't lack anything, you still have to give her something. Jiang Shan said with some difficulty. I just called Ruashi. She didn't seem very happy when she heard about your matter. I want to help Ning and Yonyan build a good relationship with her. That way, it won't be too awkward when we meet in the future. When he heard that, Yangqing's eyeballs almost popped out. What did you say? Yangqing asked hoarsely. His expression instantly stiffened. Jiang Shan asked curiously, what's wrong? I said that Ruashi doesn't seem very happy. Sigh, but she's a woman. I understand. In these rich and powerful families, which wife doesn't verbally agree but is secretly unhappy that her husband has other women? That's why I said that this military family is not bad. Men usually don't interact too much with women. Just like our old Kai. He doesn't have the luck even if he had the guts. Yangqing almost knelt on the ground. This Jiang Shan could be considered his nemesis. She really could do anything. Although he had never thought of hiding the matter about the Kai sisters from Lin Ruashi, he couldn't let Sister Lin, who was in Zhonghai, know about it all at once. What's worse was that through Jiang Shan's phone call, it would make it seem like he was deliberately hiding it from her, which would only make Lin Ruashi even more unhappy. Mom, why didn't you ask Yangqing first before making the decision? Choi Yun realized the seriousness of the situation and anxiously stomped her feet. Kai Ning also looked a little sad, but there was nothing she could do. Jiang Shan finally realized that something was wrong. After pondering for a while, she asked, could it be that Ruashi still doesn't know about your relationship? Choi Yun couldn't be bothered to answer. She rolled her eyes and let out a long sigh. Xianxia hurriedly covered her mouth and sat back on the sofa, a little embarrassed. Yangqing sorted out his thoughts and turned to Kai Yunqing. General, why didn't you stop her? Kai Yunqing smiled bitterly. I was about to tell you just now. I wanted to stop her too, but before I could see, your mom called me. I only found out about it afterwards. But since it's the truth, you have to say it sooner or later. You chose this path yourself, so go and fill the hole yourself. It's over, it's over. Ruashi is going to hate me. I wanted to find a chance to apologize to her in person. Choi Yun screamed a little hysterically. Yangqing touched his forehead, wondering if he should give Lin Ruashi a call. But thinking that the woman was in a fit of anger, he pretended that he didn't know anything for now. Fortunately, he was going to return to Zhonghai soon. He could only explain everything when he got there. Looking at Jiangshan, who was already pretending to seriously watch the news, Yangqing couldn't really do anything to his mother-in-law. He simply shook his head and sighed, then went back to the backyard to be alone. Kaining was also a little tired. Kaining looked rather tired as well. She pulled her depressed younger sister and left the living room with Yang Chen. After the three of them left, Kai Yunqing said to Jiangshan, "Sai, you're really something. I reckon that Yangqing and our two daughters will have a headache for a while." Jiangshan raised her head. Her guilty expression from before had completely disappeared. She snorted lightly and said with a rather complacent smile, "Do you really think your wife is a fool and has no brains? I can guess what happened to those young people. I knew that Yangqing wouldn't be so honest, so I made that call on purpose." Kai Yunqing was stunned. He opened his mouth and smiled. Bitterly, what should I say about you? Why do you have to do this? Why not? Jiangshan puffed out her chest and said, "As a mother, how can I not care about my daughter's lifelong happiness? Although Yangqing is the young master of the Yang family and can be considered a good match, our daughter is still his younger sister. If we don't help her, what if she gets pushed away by other women in the future? Just look at Yang Cheng's personality. He doesn't dare to stick out his chest in front of his wife. We have to make the first move. We must not act like a third party. We must be open and aboveboard, and take the initiative." Kai Yunqing patted the armrest of the sofa and said, "You make it sound like a war. Although Yangqing isn't a man who dares to be too domineering, he won't be so easily changed by you. That kid looks easy to talk to, but his heart is definitely set by himself. You can't cross his bottom line. No matter what we do, the position of the real daughter-in-law of the Yang family is already Ruashi's. Don't be too demanding. I believe that with old Yang's personality, he definitely won't mistreat his grandson's woman." Jiangshan smiled and said, "I know that, and I don't really intend to touch Ruashi's position. However, we have two daughters after all, and sisterly love is obvious. Even if her looks aren't as good as Ruashi's, she might not be inferior when we're together. As long as we help her a little, she will definitely get more attention. Speaking of which, we watched Ruashi grow up. But after all, it concerns the happiness of Yonyan and Ning as well as the closeness of the Kai family and the Yang family. We have to fight for it." Kai Yunqing crossed his legs and took a sip of tea. "Since it has come to this, do as you wish. I have really underestimated your thoughts." Jiangshan snorted and smiled in disdain. "Old Kai, stop pretending. We've been husband and wife for almost 30 years, and we've slept together. I can guess what you're thinking with just a blink of an eye. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you wanted to stop me from making that phone call, why couldn't you? You're clearly letting me make the call on purpose. That's also what you're thinking in your heart. You just want to borrow my hand. Don't argue with me, you're just like that." Kai Yunqing's face instantly turned awkward when his disguise was exposed. He rubbed his chin and smiled. "Madam, you're wise. I'm just thinking for the big picture and for my daughter." Haha. Yangqing naturally didn't hear the conversation between the two-faced couple in the living room. In fact, it had already happened, and he didn't care if the couple did it on purpose or not. After returning to the backyard, the silent Kai Ning went back to her room first, while Yangqing and Choi Yun went back to her room together. Sitting on the edge of Choi Yun's bed, Yangqing didn't say anything. Instead, he fell into deep thought, thinking about what to do next. Seeing that Yangqing was thinking, Choi Yun quietly tidied up the room and took a change of clothes into the bathroom to wash up. After a while, Yangqing still couldn't think of a way to calm Lin Ruoxi down. Instead, he thought about how Mo Qianni and Ma Guifeng were doing after leaving Zhonghai for a few days. Yangqing thought that perhaps Ma Guifeng should have calmed down, and Mo Qianni's mood should have improved a lot. Hence, he picked up his phone and dialed Mo Qianni's number. He wanted to discuss with her how to convince her mother after returning to Zhonghai. After the call connected, it was picked up after a few beeps. "Why did you call me?" Mo Qianni's voice sounded a little weak, but it was obvious that she was quite happy. Yangqing could imagine how hard it must have been for this woman. She wasn't like him, who was thick-skinned and big-hearted. He said tenderly, "Although I've been thinking about you and me, I didn't dare to call you casually. I wanted to call you when you're better. How are you? Are you feeling better?" "Yeah. I'm fine," Mo Qianni smiled. "There's been a lot of work at the company recently. I can forget a lot of things when I'm at work. I just got home and was about to have dinner, you." Before Mo Qianni could continue, Ma Guifeng's voice suddenly came from the other side of the phone. "It's Yangqing, right? Are you trying to piss me off to death? How many times have I told you? You're not allowed to contact him anymore." Ma Guifeng shouted loudly. She snatched the phone from Mo Qianni's hand and shouted at Yangqing, "Yangqing, I'm warning you again. I definitely won't allow the two of you to be together. Do you hear me? If you continue to be like this, I won't agree even if I bring the girl back to my hometown. Don't call me anymore." Before Yangqing could react, Ma Guifeng had already hung up the phone. Yangqing was disappointed. He didn't expect Ma Guifeng's emotions to be so strong. It seemed like he could only go back to Zhonghai and find her face to face. Calling her would only make things more difficult for Mo Qianni. Looking at the date displayed on the phone, Yangqing muttered to himself, "It's time to go back." At this moment, the bathroom door opened. Choi Yun had finished showering. She simply wrapped a white towel around her and walked out barefoot on the floor. "Don't sit there in a daze. Hurry up and take a shower." Choi Yun used a towel to wipe her wet shoulder-length black hair and said with a smile. Yangqing greedily searched the woman's towel and perky parts and said with a smile, "That's true. It's more important to collect the gift first." After saying that, like a gust of wind, he rushed to Choi Yun's side, kissed her on the cheek, and immediately ran into the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a cold shower, Yangqing put those irritating questions to the back of his mind. He was too lazy to wear any underwear, so he directly wiped his body and ran into the boudoir. As soon as he left the bathroom, the scene in front of him made Yangqing feel a little hot in his nose, and there was a tendency for his nose to bleed. He saw that Choi Yun, who was still wearing a bath towel a moment ago, had actually changed her clothes at some point. What was even more frightening was that this outfit was actually a police uniform. At this time, Choi Yun was wearing a pair of lemon-colored crystal high heels. Her rose-red lace stockings outlined her two slender thighs. The short skirt of the police uniform only reached above her knees, and further up, the chest of the dark green police uniform was actually unbuttoned. Yangqing could clearly see that Choi Yun was wearing the same rose-red lace lingerie. That deep ravine, because of the light refraction, was suffused with a halo of ivory. Choi Yun also had the intention to throw caution to the wind. She shyly lowered her head and didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yangqing. She mumbled, "Just now in the car. I said that I wanted to give you a gift. Do you like this gift?" Although Yangqing had always fantasized about making Choi Yun wear a police uniform to do it with him, he didn't expect that this woman would really take the initiative to do so. Moreover, she was only wearing lace inside. The rose-red color formed a strong visual impact with Choi Yun's delicate skin. The valiant and heroic bearing of a woman's charm suddenly bloomed in an instant. Yangqing felt that a certain part of him was about to explode. He wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf as he pounced on her. He used the simplest action to answer Choi Yun's question. Choi Yun felt like she was a small boat in the wind and waves. She didn't know how she was hugged by Yangqing, but she was pressed down on the soft bed. The police uniform at her chest was pulled open, and a pair of plump and bouncy breasts popped out. Although Choi Yun's figure wasn't as plump as Tang Wan's, because of work and training, it was especially tight and elastic. The touch was also different. "You, be gentler." Choi Yun twisted her body. She felt Yangqing kissing and nibbling on her sensitive parts. She was happy and shy at the same time. Her eyes were watery, and she said in a daze. Yangqing didn't care so much. He directly kissed Choi Yun's cherry lips. His saliva was dark, and he kissed Choi Yun so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. His two hands plundered the high ground in front of the woman's chest. After enjoying it for a while, he helped Choi Yun's lower body up. With her back facing him, he lifted the short skirt of the police uniform. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere of the police uniform and the rose-colored lace panties wrapped around her perky buttocks, as well as the slightly bulging area. The sharp contrast made Yangqing's blood boil again. It was as if a tendon in his brain was about to snap. She turned her head with difficulty. Seeing Yangqing staring at her, Choi Yun whimpered, "Don't look at me like that. Take it off first." Yangqing laughed and said, "What are you taking off? You're wearing it tonight. You're not allowed to take it off. You have to wear it even when you're asleep." Choi Yun wanted to crawl under the bed, but she was already wearing it, so she could only let this man play. However, she made up her mind to not use this kind of trick in the future. Just by looking at the wild flames in Yangqing's eyes, Choi Yun knew that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Before Choi Yun could think about it, a hot torrent poured into her body. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't think about anything. After a night of red cherry blossoms and green willows, Yangqing felt refreshed when he woke up the next morning. It was as if the serious family and relationship problems he faced were no big deal. When he walked to the living room, Kai Yunqing, his wife, and his sister, Kai Ning, were already eating. When they saw Yangqing come out alone, the three of them had strange expressions on their faces. Kai Ning blushed unnaturally, but she didn't say anything and continued to eat. Xianxia was the one with the biggest smile. "Yangqing, you must be tired. Eat more. Don't mistreat your body when you're young." Ahem. Kai Yunqing glared at his wife. How could she say that so openly? Fortunately, Yangqing was a thick-skinned person. He knew that they had heard Choi Yun scream last night, so he sat down and took a bite of a scallion bun. "Don't think that I don't have a lot of meat on my body. I'm actually very strong. Auntie, don't worry." Ahem. 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 Kai Yunqing didn't cough on purpose this time. He choked on Yangqing's words. Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. She didn't forget to put 2 poached eggs in Yangqing's bowl. Yangqing moved closer to Kai Ning and smiled strangely. "Ning there's actually a lot of free time at night. Do you want to play together next time?" Kai Ning forced herself to calm down. She picked up the vegetable bun in her hand and stuffed it into Yangqing's mouth. "Hurry up and eat." Yangqing ate the vegetable bun in 2 big bites and grinned. "TSK TSK. A vegetable bun eaten by a beauty tastes special." Kai Ning also stuffed the bun in her hand in a panic. Only then did she realize that she had eaten a few bites of the bun. She couldn't help but blush and want to hide under the table. Xianxia saw this and smiled even more happily. "Oh, I've never seen my baby girl blush like this. You're different now that you have a boyfriend." Kai Ning couldn't stay any longer. She put down the chopsticks in her hand, got up, and ran back to her room in a panic. "Hey, Ning you haven't finished eating yet." Xianxia shouted, but she couldn't stop her. She could only shake her head and follow her eldest daughter with a smile. Kai Yunqing sighed helplessly. A grown girl can't be kept at home. The old saying is true. Even after breakfast, Kai Yan didn't step out of her room. In the end, Xianxia had to take the initiative to send some food in, which made Kai Yunqing roll his eyes in displeasure. Yangqing also told Kai Yunqing that he would return to Zhonghai today. He had already dealt with the matters in Yanjin, and it wasn't the right time for him to deal with them. Kai Yunqing naturally understood what Yangqing meant. He also knew that it was up to Yangqing whether he wanted to stay or leave, so he didn't ask much. Choi Yun was still on vacation and she planned to spend a few more days with her family in Beijing. Kai Ning didn't have any important tasks, and she didn't need to monitor Yangqing anymore. She planned to spend more time with her family. Yangqing didn't forget to remind Kai Yunqing not to assign any dangerous tasks to Kai Ning. Kai Yunqing was satisfied and agreed. He thought that if there were any difficult problems, he could use the excuse that Kai Ning couldn't do it to help Yangqing. Yangqing also knew Kai Yunqing's plan. But since he had snatched Kai Yunqing's daughters away, it wasn't a bad idea to give him some benefits. On the other hand, Tang Wan and her daughter would return to Zhonghai in 2 days. After all, the national college entrance examination would start next month, so Yangqing didn't have to bid farewell. Tang Wan and Tang Tang were visiting around to pave the way for their daughter's future, so they didn't have much time to chat with Yangqing. Before leaving, Yangqing went to the entertainment company to take a look. He was worried about the cooperation between Hui Lin and the team. There were still many reporters and paparazzi waiting outside the company, unwilling to leave. They were waiting for the international music masters to come in and out, so they could take some photos and dig up some new information. Hui Lin and the rest of the team were busy preparing for the release of the first album tomorrow and the day after. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, even the poster was not officially released. It would be absolutely unreasonable to put this on other singers. After all, it was not conducive to publicity. But now, Hui Lin didn't have to worry about publicity. With a series of actions that shocked the entire entertainment industry, the public was waiting to see what kind of album Hui Lin would release. When he entered the company, Hui Lin was having a meeting with the company's staff and some of the team members. The content was about the promotional tour and the release of the derivative songs in multiple languages. The music producers who had heard Hui Lin's voice all agreed that there was no doubt that Hui Lin would become popular. Be it her ability or appearance, she was too outstanding. Therefore, they were considering changing some of the songs into foreign lyrics so that they could enter the global market as soon as possible. Yangqing didn't know much about the operation of the company. He entered the meeting room and briefly met with the staff. After giving them a few words of encouragement, he said goodbye and left. Although Hui Lin couldn't bear to leave, she felt that she was too busy with work. She had no choice but to ask Yangqing to send her greetings to her family. After leaving the company, Yangqing went straight to the airport. Because he didn't have much luggage, he was quite relaxed. He had booked the ticket last night when Choi Yun was resting. According to the time, he should be able to reach Zhonghai by dinner time. When he arrived at the airport, a member of the Green Dragon Society came to collect the Z4 BMW. Yangqing didn't expect that the member of the Green Dragon Society was a ground service staff at the airport. Lu Qingshan's minions were everywhere. As soon as he passed through the security check, Yangqing heard the announcement from the airport. A thunderstorm was coming. After all, it was May. Although it wasn't really summer, it was understandable that there would be a thunderstorm. However, it just had to come at this time. With such a disturbance, the departure of the plane would be delayed for a long time. This made Yangqing worried. Yangqing thought that he should use his cultivation to teleport back to Zhonghai. However, he didn't know why, but he felt a sense of uneasiness. He didn't dare to use his cultivation. When he teleported to the mountain with Yan Sanyang, he felt a sense of uneasiness. However, he didn't know what it was, so he didn't think too much about it. He didn't ask Yan Sanyang about it. Now, the feeling was even stronger. Yangqing realized that he was facing a situation that he didn't understand. Before he figured it out, it was better not to use too much of his cultivation. Since it was only noon, Yangqing found a Japanese ramen restaurant in the airport and ate his lunch. The thunderstorm continued, and lightning flashed. This time, it lasted for almost 3 hours. Yangqing thought that the matter was over. However, there were too many passengers in the airport, so arranging the departure time and boarding time became a problem again. After so many troubles, it was already 8 o'clock at night when Yangqing's plane took off. Yangqing, who had eaten a few bowls of ramen in the airport, almost sang all the flavors of the ramen restaurant. Yangqing was glad that he didn't tell his family that he was going back to Zhonghai. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for the continuous delay. 2 hours later, Yangqing arrived at Zhonghai Airport. He took his car and drove home in the dark of the night. Although he had only been away for a few days, when he breathed in the familiar air and thought of the people in this city, Yangqing felt especially warm. He returned to China because of the death of 17 and the child in her belly. He was disheartened and wanted to live a peaceful life. Now that he had a home and a family, it was indeed a blessing from God. Half an hour later, Yangqing parked the car by the roadside outside the bungalow, but he didn't enter the house directly. Yangqing looked at the time. Fortunately, it was only 11 o'clock at night. After getting out of the car, he noticed that there were no passers-by around. His figure flashed and appeared on the balcony of Chengwei's house next door. Because there wouldn't be a thief around Chengwei's house, Chengwei didn't have the habit of locking the glass door. Yangqing opened the French door and walked softly to Chengwei's big bed. In the dark, the woman was covered with a thin silk quilt. Her black hair was scattered on the white pillow, and her enchanting face looked peaceful and quiet. She was sleeping soundly. It seemed that she didn't sleep too deeply. Subconsciously sensing something, Chengwei slowly opened her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as she looked at the man standing in front of the bed. After seeing clearly and confirming that she wasn't dreaming, Chengwei propped herself up from the bed in surprise. "Hubby, aren't you in Beijing? Why are you back? When did you arrive?" Yangqing smiled gently and sat on the edge of the bed. He reached out to stroke Chengwei's messy hair. "I just arrived. There was a thunderstorm in Beijing, and I waited from noon to night. I finally made it back." Chengwei was slightly stunned. "Why did you wait for so long? Since there was a thunderstorm, couldn't you just change your flight ticket? Did you have something urgent to attend to?" Yangqing's expression became solemn. He nodded. "It's very serious. I have to come back before midnight." "What is it?" Chengwei was also worried. "I knew it. Why did you run to me as soon as you came back? Do you need my help?" Yangqing looked at Chengwei with a complicated expression. He sighed deeply and reached out to hold Chengwei's hand, pulling the woman's soft body into his embrace. The fragrance of her delicate body brought with it a dry warmth. Yangqing leaned against the back of Chengwei's neck and took a deep breath of the sweet air. Chengwei hugged Yangqing's waist. She became more and more nervous as her heart wavered. "Chengwei baby." Yangqing moved closer to Chengwei's ear and said softly, "Happy birthday." These short 4 words caused the slightly nervous Chengwei to instantly freeze. After a long time, she finally separated from Yangqing's embrace. In the darkness, she looked at the man in front of her lovingly. Chengwei felt her voice was a little dry as she softly asked, You said that you have to be back before 12 o'clock. Is it because of this? What do you mean by just for this? This is very important. I remembered it when I was driving 2 nights ago, so I came back at the right time. Originally, I had enough time to buy a gift, but now, it seems that I can only give myself to you as a gift tonight," Yangqing said with a brilliant smile. Chengwei's eyes were sparkling and a little moist. She didn't expect that Yangqing would specially wait at the airport for a long time and rush back under the stars and the moon just to say such a simple blessing to her. In fact, ever since Yangqing and Lin Ruashi got married, Chengwei didn't expect to get much of a man's time. However, although she didn't say it out loud, her heart was quite sour. But at this moment, Chengwei felt that all that waiting was sweet. "Thank you, I myself. I forgot," Chengwei murmured. Yangqing touched Chengwei's cheek and said, "I met you when I first returned to the country. Even now, although I have many people who love me and my loved ones by my side, I only remember your birthday. I don't want to miss this day every year. After all, you were the one who accompanied me through my most depressed days. Why are you saying such sad words? Don't think about those things anymore, okay?" Chengwei wrapped her arms around Yangqing's neck and said gently. Yangqing patted the woman's back. "This is no big deal, but why do I feel that you've lost weight in the few days I've been here? You can't be thinking what I'm thinking, right?" Stop being so narcissistic," Xianxia said. "The atmosphere at home has been weird these days. It's all your fault. You made things so difficult for Qianni. I'm in a bad mood. I can't eat or sleep well. Of course I'm thin." Yangqing was stunned and then sighed. "I'm also worried." I plan to find time to talk to my mother-in-law. I definitely won't give up. Xianxia nodded. She seemed to have thought of something as she curiously asked, Honey, you said that you only remember my birthday? What about Ruashi? Yangqing awkwardly touched his nose and smiled. This? I don't know about the others, but I think, at least, Ruashi definitely doesn't like to mention things like her birthday. Why? Xianxia was puzzled. Yangqing shrugged, It's a long story, darling, don't ask. Look at me running all the way back to congratulate you on your birthday. Don't you have anything to say? Xianxia naturally understood what the man meant and said shyly, It's better not. Right now, Auntie Ma is also living on this floor, and Qianni is also here. They still don't know that you're back. It wouldn't be good if they were to be woken up by the noise. Yangqing smiled evilly and said, Don't worry about that. I guarantee that no one outside the room will be able to hear what's going on inside. What a joke. Even if he was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, he could still use his Xiantian Jin Qi to control the sound waves within a certain range. With his current cultivation, doing such a small task was not even worth mentioning. It just depended on whether he was willing or not. Really? Xianxia asked hesitantly. Yangqing chuckled and said, What, it seems like Xianxia also wants it. Why do you look so expectant? I don't. The underworld queen looked like a little girl whose thoughts had been poked, and her dimples were blushing. Yangqing did not care so much. He directly pulled over the silk quilt and pressed Xianxia down on the bed, directly pressing on top of her. Then, the thin quilt flipped, and the sound of birds chirping could be heard. The night quietly slipped away in the thick sweetness of love. When the sky was bright in the morning, Yangqing kissed Xianxia, who was still half asleep, and flashed from the room to the parking lot. Yangqing did not want his family to know that he had gone to Xianxia's boudoir to sleep for a night before returning home during this critical period. He drove into the garage as if he had just returned home from the airport. When Yangqing entered his house, he happened to see the most familiar scene. Mother Wang was carrying porridge out of the kitchen, and at the dining table, Guoxiuehua and Xianxia were already eating breakfast. Seeing that Yangqing had suddenly returned home, the three of them were slightly stunned, and only then did they reveal a happy smile. Child, why did you suddenly appear out of nowhere? Did you take a plane back so early in the morning? Guoxiuehua asked hurriedly. Yangqing nodded his head shamelessly and said, Since I've settled everything, I wanted to come back early. Oh right, why don't I see Ruashi? Yangqing looked around and did not see Lin Ruashi's figure. At this time it should not be time for her to go to work. Xianxia pouted and said, Big brother Yang is really a good husband. The moment he came home, he did not even greet us, and only thought of sister Ruashi. Yangqing walked forward and pinched Xianxia's delicate face. You're so nosy. Where's your sister Ruashi? Xianxia broke free from Yangqing's clutches and pointed to the stairs. She snorted and said, Isn't she coming down now? Lin Ruashi was walking down the stairs from the second floor with light steps. Today, she did not wear the formal office suit that she usually wore. Instead, she wore a moon-white dress with a light yellow leather bow-tie belt under the round collar. On her upper body, she also wore a bright yellow knitted short-sleeved shirt, which set off the color of the skirt. Lin Ruashi seemed to have slightly cut her beautiful hair short. Her fine black hair had smooth waves behind her. The hair was not vertical, which added a hint of a mature woman's charm to her originally elegant temperament. Although they had been together for a year, Yangqing still lost his mind for a while. After not seeing each other for only a few days. It was not until Lin Ruashi walked down the stairs that Yangqing swallowed his saliva. He cursed in his heart that he was indeed an animal. No wonder so many people disliked him marrying Lin Ruashi. Sure enough, a good cabbage had been taken by a pig like him. Wife, I'm back. Yangqing went forward and said with a smile as flattering as possible. Lin Ruashi acted as if she did not see anything. With a fragrant wind, she passed by Yangqing. Yangqing's smile was directed at the air. His movements were frozen like a statue. Lin Ruashi quietly pulled out a chair and sat down. She smiled gently at Guoxiuehua and said, Good morning, Mom. Then, she smiled at Xianxia and started eating. Yangqing turned around. His brows were relaxed, and his face was filled with melancholy. Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang could only look at him helplessly. On the other hand, Xianxia covered her mouth and snickered, as if watching Yangqing being defeated was her special hobby. Ruwashi baby. Yangqing gathered his energy and pounced on the seat next to Lin Ruwashi again. He smiled and said, "Did you miss me these days? I missed you when I was in Beijing. You don't know, but something happened to me and I was quite frustrated. At that time, I thought that if you were by my side, you would be able to help me come up with some ideas. Guess what it was?" After Yangqing said a bunch of words, he looked at Lin Ruwashi expectantly. However, Lin Ruwashi turned a deaf ear to him. It was as if she had blocked out everything. She continued to eat her breakfast gracefully, as if Yangqing was air beside her. Yangqing sighed bitterly. Although he knew that Lin Ruwashi would not give him a good attitude, this was even worse than the Cold War. Because Lin Ruwashi could not even be bothered to fight. Everything had to be solved. There had to be a breakthrough. Yangqing felt that he had nowhere to use his strength. Previously, he had prepared a lot of explanations and fawning words. But now, it seemed that it was all in vain because he did not even have an opening. Yangqing scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Ruwashi, I know you must hate me in your heart. But we have to communicate if there's a problem. We can't just keep it in our hearts. You can hit me and scold me, but let's not talk and play like air, okay?" Lin Ruwashi suddenly raised her head, but she looked at Mother Wang and said, "Mother Wang, cook noodles tomorrow. I'm a little tired of eating porridge every day." Yangqing almost fell to the ground. Although he was in the wrong in the first place, this disregard was too thorough. Wang Ma looked at Yangqing with pity in her eyes, but still agreed with a smile, "All right miss, I'll cook your favorite pickled cabbage noodles for you to eat tomorrow." "Okay." Lin Ruwashi nodded and put down her chopsticks. She picked up her bag and said, "I don't have a good appetite, so I won't eat. I'm going to work." "You only ate so little. Do you want to bring some to the office?" Guo Shuihua said worriedly. Lin Ruwashi shook her head slightly, then turned around and walked out of the door. Yangqing thought about blocking the door. This way, this woman would have to interact with him. But the trace of guilt in his heart prevented Yangqing from doing anything that might make Lin Ruwashi feel even more repulsed. Staring at the beautiful figure walking out of the house, Yangqing touched his face in distress, raised his head and let out a long sigh. At this time, Guo Shuihua glared at Yangqing and said, "You bad boy. How could you cause so much trouble just by going to Beijing? Serves Ruwashi right for ignoring you. Anyone would be pissed to death, but Ruwashi is so calm, it's hard on this child. When will you be able to keep your heart in check?" Yangqing was surprised and asked, "Mom, you know what happened?" "Of course." Guo Shuihua rolled her eyes and said, "Your aunt called me and told me everything. You're so famous. You made such a big fuss the moment you came to Beijing. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to do well with your temper, but I didn't expect the Li and Tang families to be related to you. Your aunt also said that the Yang family has a successor and that I gave birth to a good son. What a good son, I can't stop worrying for a moment." "Aunt? What are you talking about?" Yangqing was stunned. "Yali. Guo Yali." Guo Shuihua sighed, "I knew about what you did in Beijing before Ruwashi did. I didn't expect that Jiang Shan from the Kai family would play such a dirty trick. She even called Ruwashi. But you deserve to be treated this way. This time, you have to think of a way to communicate with Ruwashi. Mom can't help you." Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So it was Yongya's mother. He had forgotten that he had met Li Xian and Guo Yali. And, it was hard for him to think of such a term in his life. Now that he had so many family members around him, as well as relatives that he had met and not met, it was a complete change. But there were also many things that gave him headaches. "Aunt Guo, what's the matter?" Xianxia asked in puzzlement. Guo Shuihua poked Xianxia's forehead, "You little girl, quickly finish your breakfast and go to school. Don't bother about adult matters. It's almost the National College entrance examination and you're still gossiping." Xianxia pouted and didn't ask any more questions. Mother Wang hesitated for a while and said gently, "Young master, Although I'm not sure what's going on, young miss seems to be angrier than before. In the past, when the two of you quarreled, she would treat you coldly. But this time, there's no change at all. The more it's like this, the more worried I am. Yang Cheng's scalp went numb because of this. This situation was more terrifying than the Cold War. But for a moment, Yang Cheng didn't know what to do to appease Lin Ruoxi without angering her. He could only say, I'll go to work first. I'll think of a solution. Guo Shuihua hurriedly said, Hey, son, aren't you going to eat breakfast too? Ruoxi said she has no appetite. If I still have an appetite, then wouldn't I be stupid? Yang Cheng said weakly and went out the door. Guo Shuihua watched Yang Cheng leave inside. You have always been stupid. In a daze, he drove to Yulei Entertainment. After being away for so many days, the employees in the company did not have much of a reaction when they saw Yang Cheng, the director. After all, it was common knowledge that Yang Cheng did not go to work often. At that moment, most of them were looking at their computer screens in high spirits. Yang Cheng did not know what they were so excited about. When he entered the office, he saw Anqin leaning on the desk and looking at something on the computer. She looked very serious. In the days that he was away, most of the official business was handed to her to handle. It seemed like she was very conscientious. Xianxia was wearing a light purple shirt on the inside and a white office skirt on the outside. She had light makeup on her face, and her face was gentle and delicate. It made Xianxia look less seductive and more intellectual. It had been a long time since he saw this little vixen. When he saw her again, Yang Cheng's gloomy mood instantly improved. Hubby! You're back. When Anqin saw Yang Cheng enter, her big eyes were filled with surprise. She put down the pen in her hand and jumped over. After hugging her tightly, Yang Cheng patted Anqin's perky butt and smiled. Baby Anqin, when I was in Beijing, I thought that only you would take the initiative to let me hug you. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me. Anqin raised her head and said sourly, in that case, you were with another woman in Beijing. Yang Cheng's smile froze. He did not expect to be exposed again. Fortunately, Anqin was not too calculative. She blinked and said, even if I'm with another woman, I still miss you in my heart, don't I? Anqin was clearly happy. She rolled her eyes at Yang Cheng with a blushing face. At least you know how to talk. But I'm embarrassed that you're so mushy all of a sudden. Yang Cheng pinched Demonis and nose dotingly and said, nothing happened in the company these few days, right? Anqin immediately thought of something. She clapped her hands and said, it's great that you're back. There will be a press conference later. As the director, it's very important for you to attend. Let's get ready and inform Zhao Teng and Wang Jie of your return. Press conference? Why? Yang Cheng was stunned. He just wanted to quietly think about how to reconcile with Lin Ruoxi. Why did he really have a job? Anqin punched Yang Cheng's chest and pouted. Hubby, you're too careless. Our company's top star, Miss Hui Lin, just released her new album this morning. Now the internet is exploding with information. The new song has become a super whirlwind on the charts. I was just paying attention to it. Yang Cheng was a little confused. He was pulled to the front of the computer by Anqin. Looking at the information on the screen, he more or less understood the situation. It was Hui Lin's first solo album. Because the name Hui Lin wasn't suitable for publicity, she used the English letter Miss Lin as the album's title. This was also to synchronize it with the global market. There were 10 original songs in the album. They were all from Xianxia and the world's top musicians. With Hui Lin's unique voice, the songs were interpreted in various styles. Originally, Hui Lin had risen to fame because of the star of Yulei, Kristen, Yu Yonhee, etc. Now that she had the support of an international master team, the whole world was paying attention to her. Many people from Xianxia had been looking forward to it for a long time. Therefore, the moment the album was released, the internet began to search for it crazily. Several web portals had bought the rights to release the digital version long ago. This was in itself a recognition of Hui Lin's voice. With the simultaneous release, the netizens were able to hear Hui Lin's voice at the first moment. In just a few hours, many netizens, who originally thought that Hui Lin was relying on hype to gain fame, had lost their temper. The good reviews on the internet were like a frenzy, drowning out the voices of resistance. On the major new song charts, at least 5 songs from Hui Lin's album had entered the top 10. It was only then that Yangqing understood why the employees in the company were looking at the computer screen so excitedly. Everyone knew that their hard work during this period of time had yielded great success. With such momentum, not only would Hui Lin's concert be held in Beijing, she would probably start a concert tour. This piece of good news temporarily lifted Yang Cheng's depressed mood. Following Anqing's instructions, he invited Zhao Teng and Wang Jia over to discuss about the press conference. He also got in touch with the team in Beijing to decide which cities to prepare the venues for the concert. These matters had to be settled as soon as possible. Fortunately, Yulei International had a lot of resources that could be used. With branches all over the world, it was much easier for them to settle the matters. They were busy from the morning until the afternoon. When it was almost time to knock off, they could finally rest. Sitting on the big leather chair, Yangqing looked at the computer screen that was filled with news about Hui Lin. He smiled in relief. However, when he thought about how he still had to face Lin Ruoxi and Mo Qianni, he felt a headache again. He wanted to call back and ask if Lin Ruoxi had returned home. Yangqing was worried that Lin Ruoxi would do the same thing as last time, avoiding him and not returning home. But after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea. The outcome would be the same regardless of whether he called her or not. When Anqing finished arranging some documents, she saw Yangqing sitting there absent-mindedly. Sighing, she slowly walked to the back of Yangqing and started massaging Yangqing's neck with her soft hands. Only then did Yangqing realize that Anqing had not returned home from work. He smiled, "Babe Anqing, you've been busy for the whole day. Go back and rest. You're not in a good mood. Did something happen at home?" Anqing asked. Yangqing stretched out his hand and patted the back of Anqing's hand. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Anqing climbed down and gently rubbed her cheek against Yangqing's face. She said softly, "Darling, do you know that when you're not in Zhonghai, I feel that the whole city is empty and I can't see anyone. So, no matter what happens, to me, as long as you're by my side, it's the greatest satisfaction." Her gentleness made Yangqing a little embarrassed. He felt bad for making his woman sad when he was feeling down. Yangqing turned around and smiled, "All right, go home. I promise that I'll pull myself together and solve the problem. If you don't go back, I'll drag you to play office games." "I'm relieved to see that your expression has changed." Anqing giggled and kissed Yangqing on the lips. She then waved and left the office. The office quietened down. Yangqing's hand naturally picked up the mouse and clicked on Hui Lin's new song on the computer screen. Although he had heard Hui Lin sing in the recording studio before, listening to the completed song again was a different kind of enjoyment. Accompanied by the ethereal singing and a light melody, Yangqing's eyes gradually shone with a glimmer of brilliance. Half an hour later, Yangqing returned home from work. Fortunately, Lin Ruoxi had already returned home on time. She was still helping Wu Shuihua in the kitchen with some simple tasks. She seemed to be in a good mood. Yangqing thought for a while and walked into the kitchen. He smiled and said, "Babe Ruoxi, you're so hardworking. It seems like you'll be the head chef in the family in the near future." Mother Wang and Wu Shuihua both glanced at Yangqing. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxi continued peeling the potatoes and ignored Yangqing. She didn't even pause her hands for a moment. Yangqing felt like he was choked and returned to the living room awkwardly. He initially thought that Lin Ruoxi was in a better mood, but it seemed like she was still ignoring his existence. Yangqing thought of Hui Lin again. He turned around and said, "By the way, Hui Lin's new album has been released and it's very popular. Ruoxi, give her a call and praise her. She's going to hold a concert and needs some encouragement." After he finished speaking, Lin Ruoxi's hands paused for a moment. A trace of complicated emotions flashed across her cold face, but it disappeared in a flash. Yangqing had a bitter taste of his own medicine. Lin Ruoxi obviously heard what he said, but she ignored him. Instead, she was emotional because of Hui Lin's matter. He had prepared some words, but now he didn't have the chance to say them. At this moment, the phone in Lin Ruoxi's pocket vibrated. Lin Ruoxi put down the potatoes and tools she was peeling, wiped her hands, and took out her phone. A faint smile appeared on her indifferent face, and she quickly picked up the phone. Yangqing furrowed his brows. Why was she suddenly so happy? Could it be that Hui Lin called? It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? He heard Lin Ruoxi asking gently, Chris, have you arrived in Zhonghai? Chris? Yangqing was stunned. It wasn't Hui Lin? A foreigner? And a man at that? What kind of man could make Lin Ruoxi, who rarely showed her face, so happy when she received a call? Oh, you still like good food. But since you're in Japan, you should arrive in Zhonghai tomorrow. I'll pick you up at the airport. When will you arrive? Lin Ruoxi asked expectantly. Yang Cheng's eyeballs almost fell out of his sockets. She couldn't be bothered with her husband, so why was she so concerned about a foreign man? So early? Lin Ruoxi continued. Alright, I'll pick you up. See you tomorrow morning. Lin Ruoxi hung up the phone after she finished speaking. She seemed to be reminiscing about the past. Then, she put her phone back and continued peeling potatoes. Ruoxi, who is this person? Why do you need to pick him up so early in the morning? Yangqing couldn't help but ask. Lin Ruoxi still didn't reply. She continued peeling. Yangqing felt very uncomfortable. It was as if there was a rock pressing down on him. He wanted to do it, but he couldn't do it. He was afraid that he would anger Lin Ruoxi. He then looked at Guo and Mother Wang. They obviously didn't know and didn't pay much attention to him. Walking back to the living room, Yangqing paced back and forth. He thought for a long time. His brows were almost knitted together. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Actually, he had thought about it a long time ago. With Lin Ruoxi's beauty and status, there would definitely be countless suitors. Su Jihong, Xing Xinlin, and now Ning Wodong were all examples. However, Lin Ruoxi didn't have any men around her that were really close to her. Although it could be understood that she didn't like those men, how could she be sure that she didn't have any intimate male friends? After all, Lin Ruoxi had gone to school and had gone through high school and university. She also had a few years of experience in society, so she definitely knew a lot of people. In addition, Lin Ruoxi was very dissatisfied with him now. It was hard to guarantee that she would think of coming into contact with other men. Whether she wanted to anger him or was really disappointed in him, this was a serious problem. Yangqing didn't think that this was the time to pretend to be magnanimous. This was related to the happiness of his family. No matter what, he had to strongly prevent any dangerous factors. Yangqing had a headache thinking about who that Chris was. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided that since Lin Ruoxi was going to the airport to pick that guy up the next morning, he might as well go and take a look himself. Xianxia, who had just returned home from school, saw Yangqing gritting his teeth the moment she entered the door. She asked a little worriedly, Big Brother Yang, are you okay? Yangqing only then realized that he was a little too emotional. He was really anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really in the wrong, he would have grabbed Lin Ruoxi's collar and asked her for an explanation. Now, he could only deal with it silently. Yangqing waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I was thinking too much. Oh, Xianxia said doubtfully. Suddenly, she thought of something and said happily, oh, by the way, some students in school played Sister Hui Lin's new song on their phones today. It's really nice. We all forgot about revising. When is Sister Hui Lin going back to Zhonghai for a concert? Yangqing patted the girl's head and said with a smile, she will. I've already asked someone to contact the venue. You can study on Qin. When the exams are over, I'll let you go on stage to present flowers to Hui Lin. I don't want to. Xianxia shook her head like a rattledrum. I just want a VIP seat, hee hee. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, his mood finally improved. Unfortunately, during dinner, Lin Ruoxi still showed no signs of thawing. Guo and Mother Wang did not ask too much about the couple's affairs and pretended that nothing had happened. After Lin Ruoxi finished eating, she helped Mother Wang wash the dishes. With the training over the past few days, Lin Ruoxi's housework skills had improved a lot. Not only did Mother Wang smile happily, but Guo was also very satisfied. After tidying up, Lin Ruoxi went upstairs to the study and did not say a word. Yangqing was so depressed that he could not say anything. Seeing that Gui Shuihua and Mother Wang were watching Korean dramas again, he did not disturb them. He went upstairs, took a cold shower, and went to bed early. Because his mind was thinking about Lin Ruoxi's phone call and the mysterious Chris, Yangqing could not sleep for the whole night. When the sky gradually brightened, the night had passed. Yangqing knew that Lin Ruoxi would go to the airport to pick her up, so his ears were alert to the movements upstairs. When it was time for breakfast, he heard the sound of Lin Ruoxi coming downstairs. Yangqing was in no hurry to go down. Instead, he waited until Lin Ruoxi drove out before Yangqing quietly jumped down from the balcony, ran to the garage, and drove his car to the airport. In terms of driving and tailing, Yangqing did not need to practice at all. He could completely follow Lin Ruoxi's Bentley and at the same time not let Lin Ruoxi see him in the rearview mirror. Yangqing's heart was uneasy. If it was really a man who was close to Lin Ruoxi, how should he deal with him? He could not just kill him. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. He rolled down the car window and let the cold morning air in. Yangqing took a deep breath to suppress the restless emotions in his heart. More than half an hour later, the car drove into the airport. Because it was still early, there were not many cars. Lin Ruoxi's car was parked on the side of the road at the international arrival exit. Getting out of the red Bentley, Lin Ruoxi, who was wearing a gray pleated collar dress and a blue suit jacket, looked particularly spirited. Her Korean-style attire, coupled with her beautiful face, attracted countless eyes from outside the airport. Lin Ruoxi was already used to this kind of attention. She looked at the watch on her wrist without batting an eyelid, patiently waiting for the person to come out from the exit to pick her up. Yangqing parked the car nearly 100 meters away and watched from afar. If Chris and Lin Ruoxi did not do anything intimate, he could leave quietly without letting Lin Ruoxi know. After a few minutes, the automatic exit door opened, and a group of passengers walked out. When a mature man in his 40s walked out, Lin Ruoxi smiled and took the initiative to walk up to him. He was pulling a black suitcase and wore a checkered shirt. He was tall and had curly hair. He looked like he was in his 40s, but his appearance was dignified. Yangqing, who was sitting in the car, suddenly tensed up. That was Chris? He did not look like a foreigner, but more like a Huaxia person. However, he seemed to be a little older. But the next scene made Yangqing suddenly unable to hold it in. Chris put down his suitcase and walked up to hug Lin Ruoxi with a smile. He even gently patted the woman's back. Yangqing felt a rush of blood in his brain. His teeth could make the sound of grinding gears. Without saying a word, he started the car and stepped hard on the accelerator. Vroom. The car's engine roared wildly, and the M3 accelerated instantly like a rocket. The passers-by and staff around were terrified. Some even thought that they had encountered a terrorist attack. What was going on? They saw a white car shooting in the direction of the exit like a stream of light. The distance of more than 100 meters was covered in just a few seconds. Yangqing even slammed on the brakes hard and almost drifted. Lin Ruoxi and Chris were also shocked. Chris let go of Lin Ruoxi and widened his eyes in panic. Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, recognized Yangqing. Her eyes were full of surprise and uncertainty. Yangqing got out of the car and slammed the door shut with a bang. With a livid expression, he strode up to the two of them. He glanced coldly at Lin Ruoxi, then stared at Chris. Chris swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. He asked in English, "Excuse me. Is there something you need from me, sir?" Yangqing sneered without any emotion. With the same American accent, he said, "You are Chris?" Chris nodded stiffly. The man in front of him was obviously very young, but the pressure he exuded made him so afraid that he did not dare to speak loudly. "Does it feel good to hug someone else's wife?" Yangqing asked with a smile. Chris was stunned. Wife. He turned to look at Lin Ruoxi and said in surprise, "Lin, you're married? Why didn't you tell me? Is this your husband?" Lin Ruoxi's pretty face was pale. Her eyes were glistening as she looked straight at Yangqing without saying a word. Yangqing looked at the woman coldly and said with a sneer, "Why, didn't you tell this man that you're married? Looks like you've been prepared for this." "Heh, Although I know that I've let you down in many ways, you've really impressed me. Lin Ruashi, if you're looking for an old man like this to make me jealous, I don't think there's any need for that. You don't have to be so sneaky either. It's better to be open and aboveboard, just like me. Many people around came closer, wanting to see what was going on. A traffic policeman in uniform pushed his way through the crowd and walked to Yang Cheng's side. He picked up a ticket and said solemnly, "Sir, your driving behavior just now is a serious violation of public security regulations. Driving in such a dangerous manner is not allowed in the airport. Be careful next time, you'll be fined 400. Looking at the traffic policeman copying the license plate and preparing to write a ticket, Yang Cheng sneered and said, "Officer, you don't seem to understand the current situation. I'm dealing with the problem of my wife and another man. If you have any conscience, you'd better not disturb me for now." The traffic policeman's expression was bitter. Sir, I know you're in a bad mood, but I'm an officer. A ticket is a must. Fine my ass. Yang Cheng was furious. He directly snatched the ticket and threw it aside. Lin Ruashi's body trembled, as if she had suffered a huge shock. She bit her lower lip and was on the verge of breaking down. Chris finally understood the situation and said quickly, Lin's husband, I think we have a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yang Cheng sneered and said, I don't think this woman would be hugging an ordinary friend. Right, Lin Ruashi. The tears in Lin Ruashi's eyes finally fell. Her hands were clenched into fists, as if she was going to dig her nails into her flesh. Yang Cheng felt like he was going crazy. He endured the pain in his heart and said, It's okay if you don't want to talk to me. I can understand that you're angry with me. Even if you want to hit me or scold me, I can accept it. But you didn't listen to any of my explanations and came to the airport to see that *T Chris. Lin Ruashi, I really didn't expect. Slap. Lin Ruashi suddenly raised her hand and slapped Yang Cheng across the face. The crisp and clear sound of the slap caused the surrounding people to gasp in shock. Yang Cheng did not dodge, nor did he want to dodge. He touched the place where he was slapped and snorted softly. What, you dare to do it, but don't dare to let others talk about it. Sir. You've really misunderstood. Chris shouted anxiously. I'm Lin's university tutor. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Thump. Yang Cheng felt as if something in the bottom of his heart had directly snapped. He was almost petrified for a while before Yang Cheng came back to his senses. He turned his head stiffly to look at Chris and asked hoarsely, What did you just say? Chris smiled bitterly and said, Sir, you've really misunderstood Lin. My name is Chris Andrew Auerbach. I was Lin's university tutor and also her graduate tutor. My main research is in the direction of human resources management. Although I'm half Xianxia, I'm an American and I'm already married. My wife, Jennifer, will be coming to Shanghai to meet me in a few days. 2 years ago, I returned to the United States to teach. Recently, I received an invitation from Lin to come to ULA International to take on some management duties. Because Lin is my favorite student, although she dropped out of school and did not graduate, we have a very good relationship and have always kept in touch. Moreover, I am also very optimistic about the future of ULA International, so I specially came over. I really didn't expect that my courtesy hug would cause Lin's husband, Sir, to misunderstand. Sigh, God bless me, I really didn't know that Lin was already married and that you, Sir, came with her. Sir, you've really misunderstood Lin. Yang Cheng already did not know how to describe his current feelings. Because, rather than saying it was a sudden joy, it was better to say that it was a sudden disaster. Everything suddenly became clear to him. Because it was her university tutor who came to Xianxia to help her manage her company, Lin Ruashi was so happy that he came. Because he was an American professor, she did not care about the details and could directly call him by his name, so she directly called him Chris. Because he was an American, teacher and student had not seen each other for many years, so he hugged according to Western etiquette. Yang Cheng did not dare to face Lin Ruashi at this moment, because in the woman's inconsolable eyes, his figure seemed so gray. The people around them were pointing and talking. Although many did not know what exactly happened, they could tell that Yang Cheng had misunderstood Lin Ruashi. Yangqing knew that not only did he embarrass himself, but he also made a fool of Lin Ruoxi in public. What did he do? He actually doubted Lin Ruoxi's loyalty. He actually drove a car and secretly followed his own wife, and even publicly ridiculed her. If he could, Yangqing wanted to twist his own head off. But it had already happened. Even though Yangqing's brain could advance by leaps and bounds in the realm of martial arts, and he could comprehend the concept that others might not be able to comprehend in a few lifetimes, he was still completely stunned by the deadlock in front of him. Ruoxi. Yangqing's brain was like glue, and he could not think of any words to comfort her. He frowned and was about to go crazy. Lin Ruoxi closed her eyes tightly and reached out to wipe away her tears. In her bright and beautiful body, the woman's soul seemed to be dim and lightless. After a long time, Lin Ruoxi said to Chris as calmly as possible, "Chris, I'm sorry that you encountered such a thing as soon as you arrived. Let's go, I'll take you to the company to meet some of the key executives." Chris nodded and looked hesitantly at Yangqing. He seemed to know that there was nothing more to say, so he could only sigh and follow Lin Ruoxi into the car. Only Yangqing was left standing there alone, like a rooster who had lost a fight, and his face was pale. The traffic policeman who had his ticket thrown away walked forward angrily, wrote a ticket, and stuffed it directly into Yangqing's hand. "Sir, your ticket. Pay attention to the traffic rules next time." "Humph." As if saying that was not enough, the traffic policeman pointed at Yangqing's nose and lectured, "You're a failure to be a man." "Humph." Yang Chung was like a wooden man, turning a deaf ear to the traffic policeman. He held the ticket in his hand and stared at the ground, as if he had lost his soul. Lin Ruoxi led her mentor, Chris, into the car. She quietly started the car and left the airport. Chris sat in the passenger seat and said in a self-reproachful tone, "I'm really sorry, Lin. I didn't expect to bring you such trouble. I'll find a time to apologize to your husband." "No need." Lin Ruoxi's eyes were still red, but she had already controlled her emotions. She said calmly, "You didn't do anything wrong." "But, Chris, I invited you here because I want you to enter the company as the HR director." "You don't have to worry about my family and marriage," Lin Ruoxi said. Chris sighed and nodded with a bitter smile. He said, "All right. To be honest, I'm very curious about that man. What made you two get together? No matter what, I hope you two can be happy. After all, I can see that he cares about you a lot." Lin Ruoxi snorted softly. "Chris, our relationship is very complicated. You don't have to say anything more. What's more, if following me secretly and doubting my character in public is considered caring about me, then I'd rather not be cared about." Sigh. "Lin, although I don't know much about the inside story, I'm sure that the conflict between you and your husband is not one-sided. You are also responsible. As your teacher, I have to say that you are an extremely intelligent student in terms of academics and career. Even I, as a teacher, am a little ashamed of my inferiority. But as a woman, you are actually not successful. I think you should learn more from my wife, Jennifer." Chris shook his head and sighed. Lin Ruoxi frowned and glanced at her mentor. "Why? Do you know, just half a year ago, I had a very intimate lover? During those days, I often lied to my wife, Jennifer, but in reality, I was just with my lover," Chris said, a little embarrassed. Unfortunately, I was caught by my wife in the mall one time. She understood everything on the spot." There was a look of surprise in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. She temporarily forgot about her pain and continued to listen to Chris quietly. Chris sighed and said, "I thought I was going to be humiliated. When I saw Jennifer approaching me, my hands were shaking, my legs were weak, and I almost fainted. I'm very worried that she will fall out with me in the mall. That would be terrible. The American reporters will definitely write that the famous human resources professor, Chris Orbach, was caught cheating. Then, it will be a court flyer, and even his reputation will be ruined." Lin Ruoxi was silent. She didn't expect her master to be such a man, but he was her master after all, so she couldn't say anything to him. Chris rubbed his chin and smiled shamefully. "However, things are not as I thought. At that time, my dear Jennifer gracefully walked up to me and that woman, just like a friend who had met by chance. She smiled and said to me, "The children always thought you were a great father, and I always believed that you were the best choice in my life. We'll wait for you to come home for dinner, and we'll make you your favorite chicken and cheese salad." Oh, God. Lynn, do you know, I was so ashamed at the time. I found it hard to express my love for Jennifer in words. She was such an irresistible wife. I broke up with that woman right then and there, and I haven't had any contact with her since. Until now, my relationship with Jennifer is still very good. This time, she did not hesitate to accompany me to live in Xianxia again. Lin Ruashi gripped the steering wheel tightly and smiled bitterly. Is that so? It's really good. Christ smiled and said, I'm telling you this because I hope you can also have a happy marriage. After all, you are my proudest student. Lin, in fact, what men need is far less than what women need. Women will think that men are not romantic enough, not considerate enough, not loyal enough, but in fact, men only need women to give them face. Face? Lin Ruashi murmured. Yes, no matter what the occasion, in front of people, even in front of family, men don't want to lose face. Don't think about making a man yield to you in front of the public. It's not realistic unless that man has no self-esteem at all. Just like what my wife, Jennifer, did. Even when she found out that I was having an affair, she still helped me maintain my face in front of the public. This made me feel the strongest gratitude towards her, and it inspired all the love I have for her. Believe me, Lin, your husband loves you very much. I'm a man, so I can see that. And a man who loves you and is tolerant of him is the most difficult thing for him to resist. As long as you treat him better in front of others, such as in front of colleagues or parents, you can make him feel that he has face and is respected. As for when it's just the two of you, no matter how you want to bully him, he won't be unhappy. Instead, you can really take the initiative behind the scenes. Christ raised his eyebrows and smiled. Just like me now, all my money has been taken away by Jennifer. I'm basically a pauper, but I'm still very happy. Hearing this, Lin Ruashi's heart was slightly moved. She bit her lower lip. It seemed like she had never given Yangqing any face. Even in front of Guoshuahua, she did not give her son much face. Christ sighed and said, Actually, I'm very embarrassed to tell you these things, but I hope it will help you. Lin Ruashi softly said, Although things are very complicated, I still have to thank you. Next, I hope that you will pay more attention to work. Christ spread his hands, looking rather helpless. At the same time, outside the airport, the traffic was bustling. After standing at the entrance of the airport for a long time, Yangqing touched his face and let out a long sigh. Then, he returned to his car and drove away. After driving aimlessly on the highway for almost an hour, Yangqing gradually calmed down. He laughed at himself and got off at an intersection, planning to go to the company. Although he could not think of any way to solve his current predicament, Yangqing did not intend to be so dispirited. However, he did not expect that after the car entered a street, he would actually come to a familiar place, the West Side Market. In this place where he had sold mutton skewers for more than half a year, Yangqing felt a little sad to revisit this old place. Previously, when he was in the public relations department of Yulei, he would come here to buy breakfast for his female colleagues. But now, he had not come here for several months. And most of the vendors here were no longer familiar. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Yangqing slowed down the car, made a turn, and arrived at the bar street. Because it was daytime, there were not many people on the street, and most of the bars were still closed. When he drove past the small bar where he first met Lin Ruashi, Yangqing braked, carefully looked around, and then shook his head with a bitter smile. This was the beginning of his magical life for more than a year. Now, he felt that this kind of life was coming to an end, and coincidentally, he came here again. Yangqing did not get off the car and continued to drive forward. He made a detour to the vicinity of the dangerous small building where he used to live, only to find that the building had been demolished, and a new apartment building was being built. Yangqing stopped at the side of the construction site for a while, and many thoughts appeared in his mind. Finally, as if he had made a decision, he gritted his teeth, turned the car around, and drove toward the direction of the city center. Because of the traffic jam, it was already lunchtime when he arrived at the Yulei International Building. Yangqing parked the car, and directly took the elevator to the floor of the CEO's office. He ran to the door of Lin Ruashi's office and knocked on the door, but there was no response. After a little sensing, he found that there was no one in the office. No wonder that airport lady Wu Yu did not run to stop him. Yangqing scratched his head, went down one floor, and randomly grabbed a female staff in the secretariat, and asked, "Where did General Lin go?" The female staff seemed to recognize Yangqing, and quickly replied respectfully, "General Lin is in a meeting in the big conference room, and the meeting should be over soon." Yangqing was stunned for a while. Meeting? She actually had the mood to go to a meeting. Although he knew that Lin Ruashi could always control her mood, he did not expect that this woman would be so open-minded that she could go back to the company to continue the meeting after something like this had happened. Yangqing could only sigh. This was no longer as simple as being a workaholic, it was simply a split personality in treating feelings and work. When he arrived at the corridor outside the big conference room, he happened to see a group of company executives walking out of the door. Walking at the front was impressively Lin Ruashi and Chris, and on the two sides were Imo Qianni, whom he had been thinking about, the two women, Lu Mingyu, Li Mingyi, and the others. Everyone saw Yangqing standing in the corridor like a door god, and they all stopped in their tracks. Imo Qianni had a complicated expression, while Lu Mingyu was a little surprised, and Wu Yu was frowning, as if she was very disgusted. Lin Ruashi was originally instructing Chris about something, but when she saw Yangqing suddenly appear, her eyes were a little evasive. In this situation, she could not pretend that she did not see him, but she did not know how to speak. Chris was not very clear about the situation, and even greeted him in a friendly manner, saying, "Hi, Mr. General Lin, we meet again so soon." "How are you, Mr. General Lin?" All the executives present heard it clearly. Immediately, Wu Yu, Li Mingyi, and the others, who did not know what was going on, revealed a look of shock. Lin Ruashi also panicked. The matter that had been hidden from the public all this time had actually been exposed so suddenly. As for the two women, Imo Qianni and Lu Mingyu, they obviously had a bitter look on their faces. Chris realized that everyone was strange and surprised, and smiled stiffly uncomfortably. He sensed that he seemed to have caused some trouble again. "General Lin is married? Her husband is Director Yang? I've never heard of it. Who knows, I really didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder he trusts Director Yang so much." The executives who were following behind whispered to each other, clearly very excited about this fact. This was much more important news than the new human resources director Chris. Wu Yu also revealed an expression of sudden realization. She finally understood why Yangqing always ran directly to Lin Ruashi for no reason, and why Lin Ruashi would inexplicably be willing to see him. Wu Yu secretly looked at her boss from behind with some bitterness. She did not understand why she, the closest assistant to Lin Ruashi, did not know that Lin Ruashi was already married. She had even been foolishly guarding against Yangqing all this time. So they were a family. She was basically playing the role of a clown. After Yangqing and Imo Qianni and Lu Mingyu looked at each other, he expressionlessly walked in front of everyone and stood directly in front of Lin Ruashi. In a calm tone, he said, "Come with me to a place." Lin Ruashi looked at the man coldly for a while and did not respond. Instead, she silently passed by Yangqing and continued to walk out of the corridor. Yangqing turned around and said, "I'll count to 3. If you don't come with me obediently, don't regret it." Lin Ruashi's footsteps paused for a moment, then she continued to walk out, ignoring him. 1. Lin Ruashi continued to walk. 2. Everyone looked at the two of them worriedly and curiously. They did not understand what had happened between this husband and wife who had always been secretive. Yangqing did not count to 3. Instead, he turned around and strode to catch up with Lin Ruashi. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, he actually bent down and carried the woman in his arms. Lin Ruashi only felt her legs hanging in the air in an instant, and her body was carried by the man's strong arms. If it wasn't for her strong self-control, Lin Ruashi would have screamed. She was picked up by this guy in front of everyone in the company. Lin Ruashi didn't know what she was feeling. She wished that everything was a dream, but she didn't have time to think about it. Yangqing had already strode toward the elevator outside the corridor. Imo Qianni and Lu Mingyu looked at each other and saw the worry and doubt in each other's eyes, but they both knew that this was not something they should be involved in. It wasn't until they entered the elevator that Lin Ruoxi suddenly woke up. She struggled to break free from Yanqing's hands. She twisted her body and stared at Yanqing with grief and indignation. But how could she break free from Yanqing's strength? Her legs were tightly hooked, and her arms were also firmly grabbed. No matter how hard Lin Ruoxi twisted, she couldn't get away from Yanqing's body. The elevator went down floor by floor, and stopped at 2 or 3 floors. When the people outside saw the scene inside, they all revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The beautiful iceberg-like CEO who hadn't melted for 10,000 years was actually being carried by the branch's director Yang in the elevator. This kind of scene made all the employees outside the elevator not have the courage to enter the elevator. Lin Ruoxi was so ashamed that she wanted to die. She wanted to directly bite off a piece of meat from the man's chest. She even thought that Yanqing had a mental problem. Yanqing lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. Lin Ruoxi, you better not move around. If you make me angry, I won't just carry you. When the elevator reaches the lobby on the first floor, there will be more people. I may not be able to bear it, and carry you out, and kiss you in public. Lin Ruoxi's whole body instantly felt as if it had been electrocuted. She didn't dare to casually move, but the grievance in her heart turned into tears in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "You devil." "Yo." Yanqing beamed with joy and laughed, "You are finally willing to open your mouth to talk to me. My dear, how do you know that one of my nicknames is Devil? TSK, it feels so good to hear you talk to me." Lin Ruoxi closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. She knew that she couldn't escape from the clutches of Yanqing. However, Yanqing wasn't too vicious. He didn't really stop at the lobby on the first floor. Instead, after the elevator entered the parking lot, he directly stuffed Lin Ruoxi into his car, and then drove away from the building. Lin Ruoxi had already stopped crying. Her lips were pale, and she looked out of the window with a gloomy face. She didn't want to look at Yanqing at all. Yanqing was too lazy to say anything more. He drove the car and sped all the way. After about half an hour, he arrived at the side of the West District's Central Plaza. After parking the car, Yanqing got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Ruoxi, saying, "Come down." Lin Ruoxi sat there without moving, as if she had made up her mind to ignore Yanqing. Yanqing narrowed his eyes, "You're so uncooperative. Do you want me to carry you there?" Lin Ruoxi glared at the man angrily and could only get out of the car. She tidied up her messy appearance and asked, "Where are we going?" "Just follow me." Yanqing smiled mysteriously, turned around and led the way. Lin Ruoxi had no choice but to follow Yanqing step by step. A scene that caused people to raise their eyebrows appeared in the square. A man with an average appearance and a lazy look was yawning as he walked in front, while a woman wearing a gray skirt and blue shirt, who was outrageously beautiful, followed unwillingly from behind. It was like a pair of problem lovers in the afternoon in the movies, making people curious about what was going on. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at a coffee shop by a fountain. Lin Ruoxi revealed a look of suspicion. She naturally recognized this place. This was the first time she had brought Yanqing here. "You won't forget, right?" Yanqing turned around and said with a smile, "Back then, our marriage agreement was signed here." Lin Ruoxi's expression was a little absent-minded, as if she had recalled something, and she nodded blankly. Yanqing chuckled and led the way in. After all, they hadn't been here for a year. Many of the decorations and waiters in the shop had changed. After the new young waiter brought the two upstairs, Yanqing requested to sit in the same private room as before. The same place, the same person, but the situation was different. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" the waiter asked politely. Yanqing said, "This lady needs Blue Mountain, with milk and no sugar." "I want Naples, American flavor." The waiter agreed and was about to leave when Yanqing called out to him again. "Give me some A4 paper and a pen." "Do you have it here?" Yanqing said. The waiter was stunned for a moment, but he immediately nodded, "Yes, please wait a moment." Lin Ruoxi sat there and looked at Yanqing with a complicated expression. She remembered that when they first met here, the coffee they ordered was Blue Mountain. Moreover, Xianxia also remembered that she wanted milk and no sugar. When the waiter brought the coffee, A4 paper, and pen, Xianxia asked him to leave, and the private room immediately quietened down. Xianxia quietly picked up the pen, took a piece of paper, and began to write on it. "What did you bring me here for?" Lin Ruoshi didn't like this kind of situation where she wasn't in control. She was more and more confused about what Xianxia meant. Xianxia wrote a few big words on the paper, picked up the paper, and put it in front of Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi's gaze instantly changed from confusion and impatience to astonishment and bewilderment, with a hint of panic. It was as if a piece of ice had fallen into her heart. Lin Ruoshi felt an eerie chill that made her feel uncomfortable all over. The title on the paper was, "Divorce Agreement." He wants a divorce. Lin Ruoshi never thought that Xianxia would suddenly do this because he wanted to make such a decision. Xianxia sneered and said, "Ruoshi baby, you seem to be very slow. Why do you think I suddenly exposed our relationship in public? Why do you think I hugged you without caring about others? Why do you think you were angry at me, and even stared at me as if you wanted to kill me?" "That's right, I'm already prepared for a divorce. Because I plan to get a divorce, I can't be bothered to leave any way out in front of you." Lin Ruoshi's hands that were on her thighs gripped the hem of her skirt tightly. Her knuckles turned white, and she bit her cherry lips. She felt that her breathing was a little stagnant, as if she was suffocating. "Now that things have come to this, I don't want to care any more about who is right and who is wrong. Perhaps everything is arranged by fate. Writing the divorce agreement right here where we signed the marriage agreement would be a good ending, wouldn't it?" Xianxia said with a faint smile. Lin Ruoshi's moist eyes stared intently at Xianxia's eyes, trying to see if Xianxia was serious about what he said. In the end, Lin Ruoshi couldn't see that Xianxia was joking at all. He really wanted to divorce her. A deep sorrow flashed across Lin Ruoshi's face, but it turned into a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She smiled gently and said, "It seems that you've made a perfect choice." Xianxia's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "On the way to the office, I've already made a call to check. The divorce procedures require our household register, identity card, marriage certificate, and so on. But those are small matters. The most important thing is a reasonable divorce agreement. Ordinary couples might have issues regarding property and child support to negotiate, but we don't have children, so it doesn't matter in terms of property. You don't lack money, and I don't lack anything, so I'll write it according to the current situation. You don't have any objections, right?" "I don't have any objections," Lin Ruoshi said coldly, and lowered her head to pick up the coffee. The hand that was holding the coffee cup trembled slightly, but Lin Ruoshi quickly controlled her wrist and didn't spill the coffee. After taking a sip, Lin Ruoshi let out a sigh of relief. "Write it. As you said, there's nothing for us to fight over." Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony. He quickly wrote down lines of words on the paper. His speed wasn't slow, and his handwriting was very clear. Lin Ruoshi quietly looked at the man in front of her. He wrote down the words that separated the two of them. It was as if he was building a wall in front of them. They were so close to each other, and they saw each other every day. But after this piece of paper came into effect, they would never be the same again. About 10 minutes later, Lin Ruoshi felt like a century had passed. When Xianxia picked up the completed agreement and put it in front of Lin Ruoshi hurriedly wiped the tears on her face. She didn't know when she started crying. The day hadn't passed yet, but she had already shed countless tears. Xianxia's expression didn't change, as if he didn't see anything. He said solemnly, "You can look at the terms carefully. I think there should be no problem. I've already signed it. You just need to sign it, and this document will come into effect." Lin Ruoshi looked at the densely packed terms. She calmed herself down, pulled herself together, and read it carefully. This agreement was very fair. There were no conflicts of interest, and there were no loopholes. It could be said to be the most peaceful breakup. Looking at the signature at the end, Xianxia had already written his name. The empty line was for her. Lin Ruoshi was in a daze for a while. Then she raised her head and said indifferently, "Give me the pen." Xianxia suddenly grinned and said, "Before I give you the pen to sign, I need to make some things clear. This way, this divorce can make me feel at ease." Lin Ruashi was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Go ahead." At the same time, she put the agreement in her hand back in the middle. Yangqing crossed his legs, took a sip of coffee, and said, "There are only two main reasons why we came to this point. First, you're not the only woman by my side. Some of them are even your good sisters that you know. Second, I misunderstood you today, or should I say, I suspected you. But the second reason, I think it's more of a fuse. After all, I'm not a robot, I'm not a computer. I also have my own emotions, so I don't think it's a big problem. Of course, I apologize for my stupidity and recklessness." Lin Ruashi sneered, "There's no need. Since we're going to divorce, there's no need to apologize." Yangqing shrugged and said with a smile, "All right then, I'll get to the point. I believe that your biggest dissatisfaction with me after I came back from Beijing was that you heard from Auntie Jiangshan that I had a relationship with Ning and Yonian. Although I don't know how she told you about it, I don't think that you'll feel that it's a good thing no matter what. You must think that I'm just a playboy who likes beauties, and that I don't treat you seriously. That's why I had a relationship with your good sisters. But I want to tell you that although I like beauties, I'm not a pig that would fall in love with everyone I see without considering your feelings. Just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush." Lin Ruashi coldly snorted. "I only know that a certain man said that he was going to Beijing to help a woman solve some problems, but in less than 2 days, there was suddenly news that he had sex with 2 other women, and even his parents knew about it. Nothing could be changed. I can't see any honesty, any sincerity, or any so-called consideration that you mentioned. Back then, I tolerated it when I had Qianni, because I was the one who set up the situation in Hong Kong, and I felt guilty for putting you guys in danger. You knew Miss Changwei before we knew each other, and I don't have the power to make you erase your past. Moreover, she saved our family. But whether it's Mingyu or Anshin, I don't believe that you can't reject them. Even if they're pitiful, fine. Because I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a wife, I'll accept those budding seeds. I think you should have other women by your side, like Catherine, who you met in Paris. But, that's your past, and I can't change it. But how do you want me to understand that Yonian, who grew up with me, is also involved? What's more, Sister Kai Ning, who is like a sister to me, is also involved. The closer someone is, the more painful it is. Because it's not a fight, but a betrayal." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ruashi seemed to have exhausted a lot of energy. She panted and stared at Yangqing with sparkling eyes. Yangqing took a deep breath and said seriously, "Fine, I'll tell you why Ning and Yonian betrayed you." Lin Ruashi didn't say anything and looked at Yangqing coldly. "Do you still remember the first time you pulled me out of the West Side police station? From then on, Yonian and I interacted. She thought that I was a bank robber, and in short, I wasn't a good person. She went against me and always found trouble with me. She even angered me a few times, and I was completely disgusted with her. Later, I met Xianxia, and Xianxia told me that Yonian, the police chief, had helped her get on the right path and start a small business. At that time, I changed my opinion of her because she wasn't a bad person, but I didn't like her. I'm not sure why Yonian liked me. Maybe it's because I saved her from a shooting case, or maybe it's something else. In short, I didn't take the initiative to provoke her. Do you? Still remember that time when she came to our house, she left her white bag on the sofa. She did it on purpose, so that she could have an excuse to ask me out. To be honest, her trick was very cliché, but it matched her personality. It was a little naive and cute. It was that time, when we had lunch together, she suddenly told me that she liked me. Also, she found out from you that we were in a contract marriage. I was a little dumbfounded at that time. Lin Ruashi, how could you tell her about that kind of thing? If she didn't know about that, maybe she wouldn't have confessed that time. Yangqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. When Lin Ruashi heard this, her expression became slightly awkward. She had forgotten that she had actually told Choi Yun about the contract marriage. If that was really the case, then she was indeed suspected of pushing it forward. Yangqing continued, however, although Choi Yun's words made me feel very ashamed and touched, I still rejected her that day. At that time, I felt that she was your good sister, and I couldn't ignore your feelings. It was the truth. But I didn't expect that Choi Yun's personality would be so unyielding. She actually foolishly thought that I felt that she wasn't strong enough, so I despised her. Do you still remember that night, her sister Ning Er came home and said that I was cruel to Choi Yun? She said that if anything happened to Choi Yun, she would definitely not let me off. Lin Ruoshi nodded silently. She also didn't understand what happened that night. Yangqing said, in order to become stronger, Yonyan participated in a special forces selection with her identity as a policewoman. That's a special training where you might accidentally die during the training. This time, Lin Ruoshi could no longer remain calm. She opened her mouth emotionally. Really? Really? Yangqing smiled bitterly. Otherwise, why do you think Yonyan suddenly resigned from the police station and disappeared without a trace in those few months? Lin Ruoshi recalled that period of time. Indeed, she couldn't contact Choi Yun. Just thinking about that kind of thing happened made her break out in cold sweat for Choi Yun. Yangqing let out a long sigh. Do you know, when I saw Choi Yun, who had survived the training, standing with a group of men, her face tanned, standing under the sun, trying her best to maintain a serious expression, pretending not to know me. I couldn't lie to myself. How could I ignore all the efforts she had made? A woman who, in order to make me like her, even relied on her own imagination, even when she couldn't see any hope, to make a decision that almost cost her life. What have I done for her? What have I done for her? If I continue to ignore her existence, am I still human? After all, I've interacted with her quite a bit in the past. I'd be lying to myself if I said I didn't have any feelings for her. It's just that, through that incident, I admitted everything. Lin Ruoshi bit her lips, her eyes blurred as she asked, alright, even if it's about Yonyan, I can understand, but what about Sister Kai Ning? Yangqing said helplessly, actually, you were involved in Ning Er's matter too. Lin Ruoshi frowned, why me again? Although I know Sister Kai Ning, I'm not familiar with her at all. Xing Xinlin, didn't you plan the Xing family's matter? Yangqing smiled bitterly, if it wasn't for your big move that directly destroyed Xing Xinlin's Chonglin Media, Xing Xinlin and Su Jihong wouldn't have joined forces to take revenge. If they weren't deranged and hysterically trying to kill you, I wouldn't have had to kill Xing Xinlin. If it wasn't for Xing Xinlin's death, the head of the Xing family in Beijing, Xing Mao, wouldn't have come to Zhonghai to take revenge for his grandson. If it wasn't for Xing Mao's desperation to destroy Yulei International, to hurt you, and to kill me, I wouldn't have had to take the risk to kill Xing Mao. Lin Ruoshi listened to the series of causes and consequences, and said confusedly, even if I'm responsible for all of this, I'm only doing what a businessman should do. I couldn't have predicted all of this. Moreover, what does this have to do with Sister Kai Ning? Yangqing rolled his eyes at the woman. Do you think that after the head of the Xing family, Xing Mao, died, it's so easy to deal with it? Do you know that I wasn't the one who killed him in the end? It was Ning Er who killed Xing Mao so that I wouldn't have to bear the brunt of the Xing family's vengeance. Ning Er didn't want me to bear the brunt of the Xing family's vengeance. She killed Xing Mao and took all the responsibility. What? Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened. She clearly didn't expect things to turn out like this. Yangqing sighed, actually, you should also find a chance to thank Ning Er. If it wasn't for her taking the risk of going to the military court to protect me, perhaps nothing would have happened to me. However, you and Yulei International might not have been able to avoid outside interference. Perhaps, we might still be living in Huaxia. Lin Ruoshi closed her eyes tightly and held her forehead to calm herself down before asking, then. Sister Kai Ning, has everything been resolved? Yangqing nodded and lamented, fortunately, I managed to build a good relationship with the Li clan during my trip to Beijing, so the problem has been resolved. If I hadn't gone there this time, Kai Ning would have listened to her mother's words and married a good-for-nothing. A woman who had nothing to do with me was willing to be tried by the military court for my sake. Not only did she lose her reputation, but she also almost married a man she didn't like at all. How stupid was she? She didn't get anything out of it, and instead, she lost her entire life. If I was stupid enough to not know her heart, if I really let her marry an idiot who wanted to take advantage of her, then I would be worse than that idiot. Lin Ruoshi didn't say anything. She listened to him in a daze, holding the coffee cup in her hand. The feeling in her heart was unbearable. Even if she gave up everything, even if she was willing to give up her life, she still didn't ask for anything in return. In comparison, the things she had done for Yangqing were really pitiful. Yangqing laughed self-deprecatingly. Sometimes, I really feel like I can always pick up meat pies from the sky. All the good things happen to me. Of course, I didn't say that Ruashi isn't good. I just want to make it very clear, I will not let go of the hand of anyone who loves me deeply. Because they deserve it. Lin Ruashi raised her head and met Yangqing's eyes. Lin Ruashi, I am very grateful for your company this year. Although it didn't seem to be very good in the end, these memories are really warm. Yangqing said with a faint smile. Lin Ruashi's eyes were a little red. Her thoughts were flying. Pieces of memories kept appearing in her mind like black and white. Miss Lin, don't tell me you want me to repay you for bailing me out. I don't have money, I only have my life. Marry me. Miss Lin, please speak clearly. Why do I feel like I'm hallucinating? You're not hallucinating. I said, I want you to marry me. Immediately. Will all marriages without love end up like them? No, at least we won't. If Ruashi baby wants to go to a nightclub or bar, just call me. I'm very open. If you want to play, let's play together. Get lost. I'll give you 3 choices. Watch a movie, go shopping, or the aquarium. Where do you want to go? Let's go to the aquarium. I like those tropical fish. They're very beautiful. The aquarium will close very quickly at night. Choose another one. Then, go shopping is fine. Shopping? Won't that tire me to death? Then where? To the movies. Then why do you still want me to choose? Can't you just say to go to the movies? Democracy, democracy, hee hee. Darling, how long do we have left on our contract? 1.5 years. How about shortening it? Let us 2 scorpions. After half a year, even if we're the same kind, we'll still be different. After all, we'll be tired of it. I accept. Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me that it doesn't matter who raised me, that I'm a child that no one wants? You're wrong. It doesn't matter where you came from. It doesn't matter whose daughter you were in the past. What's important is, where are you now? You're my wife now. The heart-wrenching scenes made Lin Ruashi cry uncontrollably. After trying her best to maintain her composure, Lin Ruashi wiped her cheeks. Yangqing saw this and smiled calmly. Give it to me. Lin Ruashi reached out her hand. Yangqing was stunned. What? Pen. Lin Ruashi said quietly, don't you want an autograph? The divorce agreement. Yangqing was stunned for a moment and asked in a low voice, Ruashi, didn't you cry just now? Why do you want an autograph? Lin Ruashi said in a daze, what do you mean? I've said so much, aren't you moved? Yangqing asked with an embarrassed smile. Lin Ruashi's eyes gradually became clear and she said, does it matter? Didn't you say you wanted a divorce? Yangqing swallowed his saliva, coughed twice, and said with a serious face, actually. It hasn't been easy for us to come this far. Look at you, you're moved to tears from the memories. If we give up, it would be a pity. At this point, Lin Ruashi finally sorted out her thoughts. The tears in her eyes were covered up, revealing a trace of understanding. With a chuckle, Lin Ruashi said, is that so? I don't think it's a pity. Give me the pen. The woman reached out again. Yangqing quickly put the pen behind his back and shook his head, think about it carefully, this is not a joke. Yangqing, you were the one who asked for a divorce. You wrote the divorce agreement. Are you going back on your word now? Lin Ruashi said with her eyes wide open. Yangqing's face was as bitter as a gourd. In the end, he could only slowly take out the pen and hand it to Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi snatched the pen and coldly glanced at Yangqing. She found the signature column and prepared to write. But before Lin Ruashi could write, the agreement was quickly snatched away by Yangqing. What the F***ck? Lin Ruashi. Aren't you too cold-hearted? I asked you to sign, and you really signed. I said divorce, and you really divorced. Do you even have a conscience? After hearing such a touching story, Don't you feel that your man is very responsible, and don't you feel that the woman is very pitiful? Don't you know how to say, my dear husband, I understand everything, I support you, or something like that? How are you going to let Yonyan and Ninger live? It's already like this, and you still won't give them a way out. Why did you sign the divorce agreement? Yangqing cried out, wanting to cry but no tears came out. Lin Ruoshi sneered, as if she already knew this would happen. She stroked her hair and said, I don't have that kind of thought. Since you want a divorce, of course I will cooperate with you. You have already messed around with me in front of so many people in the company, what am I still hesitating for? Come on, give me the agreement. Yang Cheng's eyes turned, and without any regard for the consequences, he tore the paper into pieces in front of Lin Ruoshi, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it to the side. You. Why did you tear it? Lin Ruoshi asked angrily. Yang Cheng had a blank look on his face, and asked in a silly manner, what did I tear it? I didn't do anything. Aren't we here to drink coffee, cough cough? Lin Ruoshi let out a breath, frowned, and had a speechless expression on her face, I'm really going to die. Why did I meet such a thick-skinned man like you? Even after a year, you're still so bad, you're simply a scoundrel. Yang Cheng held his coffee, turned his head to the side, and looked at the fountain outside the window. He clicked his tongue, and pretended to say, hee, madam. The fountain today is really beautiful, it seems like there's more water than usual, hee. Lin Ruoshi stared at the shameless Yang Cheng, gritted her teeth, and wanted to laugh and scold at the same time. In the end, she simply stood up and shouted, waiter. I want to pay the bill. Hey! Pay what bill? I haven't finished drinking yet. Yang Cheng hurriedly turned around and shouted. Drink until you die. Lin Ruoshi didn't even bother to wait for the waiter, and directly took out a few red $100 bills and left angrily. How could Yang Cheng sit still? He finished his coffee, and wanted to leave, but he saw that Lin Ruoshi's Blue Mountain was not finished, so he drank it again, and then chased after Lin Ruoshi. Yang Cheng chased Lin Ruoshi until they were outside the cafe. He smiled and asked, my dear Ruoshi, be good, don't be angry. I have no choice. I will follow you wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. Lin Ruoshi's anger had mostly dissipated. She didn't feel wronged about the matter with Choi Yun, but she was more dissatisfied with Yang Cheng's tricks. She raised her head and pouted, forget it, I don't dare to believe a scoundrel like you. Don't. Besides, everyone in the company knows about our relationship now. We just announced that we're husband and wife, and we're going to divorce immediately? How embarrassing. It's not a big deal for me to lose face, but it's a big deal for you, Mr. CEO. Yang Cheng said righteously. You still have the face to say this. Lin Ruoshi thought about the crazy rumors about her relationship with Yang Cheng and was about to go crazy. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. If that's the case. Yang Cheng revealed a serious expression. He suddenly grabbed Lin Ruoshi's hand and said, wife, accompany me to another place. This time, I won't play any tricks. About 20 minutes later, in a small noodle house on the outskirts of the Western District Market. Due to the poor ventilation and the use of lard, the walls and old tables and chairs in the noodle house were stained with grease. Newspapers and posters of various colors were scattered on the walls, making the whole noodle house look messy. The air was filled with the smell of exhaust gas from the road outside and the smell of oil from the noodle house, as if the air was white. Since it was past lunchtime, there were only a few people in the noodle house. At the entrance of the noodle house, on both sides of a small square table, Yang Cheng and Lin Ruoshi were sitting opposite each other. In front of Yang Cheng, there was a big bowl of noodles that had been emptied, and the second bowl of noodles with shredded pork and pickled cabbage was already in his mouth. He couldn't stop his chopsticks at all. Lin Ruoshi stared at the man in front of her, who was wolfing down the food. She bit her lower lip, frowned, and her eyes were full of anger and grievance. She held the chopsticks in her hand, but didn't move at all. She also didn't eat the pickled cabbage noodles in front of her. Halfway through his meal, Yang Cheng drank a mouthful of greasy noodle soup and asked curiously, honey, why aren't you eating? This noodle house's skills are really good. I used to come here to eat when I was selling mutton skewers. It's a pity that it's not morning, so there's no fresh pig liver. Otherwise, the pig liver noodles would be even better. Lin Ruoshi suppressed the anger in her heart and asked while gritting her teeth, "You said that there's no tricks, so you brought me here to eat noodles?" Yangqing laughed and said, "Didn't you tell Mother Wan that you wanted to eat pickled cabbage noodles?" I remembered it, so I thought of this noodle house. The noodles here are enough and very fragrant. The price is also affordable, 5 yuan a bowl. In those restaurants outside, it can be more than 10 or 20 yuan. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi's expression was getting weirder, Yangqing touched the back of his head with his greasy hand and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did you suddenly find that your husband is very considerate?" Sigh. It's nothing. I haven't had breakfast or lunch. Since I'm hungry, I thought of lunch. Lin Ruoshi kept telling herself that she could not take this man seriously. Otherwise, she would die of anger in the end. She had to calm down. Originally, she thought that this guy would bring her to some romantic place, say some words of comfort, or give her a little surprise. In the end, he actually brought him to this small noodle restaurant to eat noodles. Lin Ruoshi looked around at the dirty walls and saw the napkins and disposable chopsticks scattered on the floor. She wished she could pick up her bag and throw it at the man's head. Yangqing pondered for a moment, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "I've forgotten. Our General Lin has been living a luxurious life since he was young. He's different from a wild child like me who eats both rat and human flesh. Forget it. Since you think this place is dirty, give me the noodles. I can still eat another bowl." As Yangqing spoke, he reached out his hand to move the big bowl in front of Lin Ruoshi to his side. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly stopped Yangqing with both hands and said angrily, "Are you mocking me for not being able to endure hardship and being spoiled? No, everyone has their own way of living. This is nothing." Yangqing smiled easily. "Do you think I can't tell that a man is always beating around the bush? He's narrow-minded." Lin Ruoshi glared at him. She held on to the big bowl, picked up the noodles with her chopsticks, and sent them into her mouth to chew. After eating a mouthful, she said, "If you can eat, I can eat too. Don't look down on me." Yangqing could not help but laugh, and said, "Look at how angry you are, your face is almost puffed up like a bun." "I'm just joking, I know you can endure hardships. After all, how can the bitterness in your mouth compare to the bitterness in your heart?" The chopsticks in Lin Ruoshi's hand stopped moving. She pursed her lips and said in a faint voice, "Can you promise me one thing?" N. Yangqing raised his eyebrows. "Promise me, in the future. No matter what the reason is, don't casually mention those unhappy things from the past." Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing affectionately and said, "I think that will be very sad." Yangqing shook his head and smiled, "You mean eating dead human flesh or something like that? I've long since seen through it. It's like I'm living in another world, and it's like something from my previous life. I'm fine." Lin Ruoshi also shook her head and said softly, "No. I will be sad. I don't want you to use your current smile to bring up that kind of experience from the past." Yangqing was silent. His gaze met the woman's, and a faint emotion filled his heart. In the end, Yangqing laughed heartily and said, "All right, I promise you. Seeing that you're frowning, I won't mention it." Only then did Lin Ruoshi lower her head and continue eating her noodles. Yangqing curled his lips and asked, "Wife, today is our wedding anniversary. Last year, today was the day we received our marriage certificate. Are you disappointed that I didn't give you any special gifts?" Lin Ruoshi didn't even raise her head as she said, "Don't you have a gift? That agreement that you tore apart?" Yangqing grinned and said, "You're still angry at me." Lin Ruoshi sighed faintly, "I'm not as bored as you are. These things don't matter to me, as long as you don't follow me to the airport next time." Yangqing looked embarrassed. He laughed dryly and immediately buried his head in his noodles. Halfway through her meal, Lin Ruoshi suddenly asked, "Qianni's matter. What are you going to do?" Yangqing was stunned and asked awkwardly, "Why did you suddenly mention this?" "Qianni is often absent-minded at work. Although I have no reason to support you and her from my standpoint, I don't want my right hand to be affected by personal feelings." Lin Ruoshi said lightly, "I don't want to know what kind of story you have with her, and I won't make any compromises. But I hope that you can resolve this matter as soon as possible. Yang Cheng's expression was slightly bitter as he said, I don't know how to split myself, so I can only take care of one side and the other. However, I will definitely settle this matter. But, Ruashi darling, you really can't relax the policy a little? Lin Ruashi coldly glanced at him, I've already told you that there are still a few months left in a year's time. I won't take the initiative to reject you. Of course, I also know that I have a lot of shortcomings, so I've been working hard. What about after a year? Yang Qing asked tentatively. Lin Ruashi's expression changed for a while before she said, Don't ask me. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Qing was secretly delighted. He didn't know if it was because he had affected Lin Ruashi after talking about the Kai sisters, but Lin Ruashi's attitude was clearly much softer than before. We'll talk about it when the time comes? Then everything was unknown. The human heart was made of flesh. No matter how much Lin Ruashi rejected it, it would be difficult for her to ignore the efforts of other women. After the delayed lunch, Yang Qing drove Lin Ruashi back to the company. When they arrived at the company's parking lot, Lin Ruashi got out of the car with a nervous expression. She didn't dare to enter the elevator and go upstairs. Yang Qing suddenly grabbed Lin Ruashi's hand and said with a smile, You're so worried. Isn't it to let everyone know that we're husband and wife? If you don't dare to go in alone, I'll pull you up. Lin Ruashi hurriedly struggled free and said, Forget it, it's embarrassing to be taken away by you like that. You should go to work. I don't think those people would dare to laugh at me. Yang Qing had a look of certainty on his face, that's true, with General Lin's aura, ordinary people wouldn't dare to take a second look. Let's go if you're done mocking me. Lin Ruashi rolled her eyes at the man and turned to enter the elevator. Before the elevator door closed, Yang Qing put his hands in his pockets and smiled mysteriously, I'll give you a special gift for our wedding anniversary. Be mentally prepared later. Lin Ruashi was stunned and immediately realized that something special might happen. But before she could ask, the elevator went upstairs. Yang Qing immediately turned around and took out his mobile phone. He looked through the address book and found Hui Lin's mobile phone number and called it. Because of Yang Cheng's special instructions, Hui Lin must carry her mobile phone with her, so the girl immediately picked up the phone and asked happily, Brother Yang, why did you call me at this time? Have you arrived home? Well, I arrived early. Yang Qing asked with a smile, Are you busy with work? There are quite a lot of things to do, but the uncles and aunties you introduced are all very professional. They're really amazing, and all the work is progressing very fast and very outstanding. Deputy Director Zhuang Feng was dumbfounded. Haha. By the way, what's the matter, Brother Yang? Yang Qing clicked his tongue and said, Hui Lin, today is a special day, and it's about me and your sister. Although I know you're busy preparing for the concert, I want you to take a few hours to help me with something. Is it about Brother Yang and my sister? Hui Lin was a little puzzled, but she immediately said, I'll definitely be happy to, but, because my schedule is very full, I don't know if my agent, Uncle Donnie, will be willing to. Yang Qing said with a smile, Don't worry, no one dares to refuse my words. At the same time, Lin Ruashi, who was taking the elevator slowly up to her office floor, had a rather strange expression on her face. Because she stopped at a few floors on the way, all the employees and executives who saw her were stunned for a while before they greeted her. Lin Ruashi could feel that the whole company was talking about her and Yang Qing. This made her, who had always been indifferent, unable to calm down. But to her surprise, she felt a little relieved. Perhaps these things should have been known to the public long ago. Lin Ruashi muttered in her heart. Yanjing, Yulei Entertainment. Deputy Director Zhuang Feng, who had received the report from his assistant, rushed to the recording studio. In the recording studio, several music producers and Hui Lin's manager, Donnie, were present. Zhuang Feng looked at Hui Lin singing in the recording studio and asked anxiously, Mr. Downey, why is Miss Hui Lin still singing here? According to the schedule, shouldn't she be rehearsing with the dance team? Why did I hear that the rehearsal was cancelled? Downey shrugged and said, Deputy Director Zhuang, this is all Mr. Yang's request. He needs Miss Hui Lin to cooperate with him on something, so she is preparing for it. Mr. Yang? Zhuang Feng was stunned. Is it Director Yang? But how can personal matters be mixed with work? Isn't that a big loss for a small gain? Downey said seriously, I'm sorry, Deputy Director Zhuang. To us, Ms. Huilin's future and career are important, but our primary service target is Mr. Yang. As long as it is Mr. Yang's request, we will fulfill it unconditionally. We don't have the courage to reject Mr. Yang's request. Zhuang Feng was stunned. He felt that his world had been turned upside down. Although he knew that Yanqing had a powerful background, he could only sigh when he saw these international masters working for him like servants. No courage? Would he kill them if they didn't fulfill a request? What Zhuang Feng didn't know was that Downey and the others had subconsciously thought so. Zhonghai, the city center. As a leading multinational fashion company, the east side of Yulei International had a large empty area. It was especially prominent in the city center, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The area was surrounded by busy traffic, but in the middle was a few acres of empty garden-like plaza. In the middle of the plaza was a magnificent man-made fountain. Be it in the morning or in the evening, there would be a large number of people exercising, taking a walk, or resting here. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a construction team suddenly arrived at the plaza in a variety of moving vehicles. Under the puzzled gazes of the passing cars and the employees in the office building, the construction team used the various materials they brought to build a frame structure in the plaza. Such an abrupt action naturally attracted the attention of many people. After all, Yulei International was the most iconic enterprise in Zhonghai. This kind of illegal building in front of their door was unacceptable to many of Yulei International's employees. When Yulei International's security team went up to question the construction workers, the originally fierce and imposing manner was withdrawn. This made many people even more flabbergasted. Just what kind of inside story was this? In the CEO's office, Lin Ruoshi had already recovered from the previous embarrassment. After all, there were a lot of things to deal with at hand. She didn't want to think too much about other things and carefully flipped through some documents. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Ruoshi agreed, and Wu Yu, who was in uniform, walked in with a strange expression. What is it? Lin Ruoshi asked lightly. Wu Yu was still having a hard time accepting the fact that Lin Ruoshi and Yanqing were getting married. When she saw Lin Ruoshi, she was in a daze for a while before she said softly, General Lin, the plaza outside our company is under construction. What? Lin Ruoshi suspected that she had heard wrongly. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down from the highest point, she saw a group of people working intensely. She didn't know what they were building. Lin Ruoshi turned around with a sullen expression and said, Where's the security team? Do you think I hired them to be a freeloader? Wu Yu looked troubled and said, The security team has already been there, but they don't dare to interfere. Why? Lin Ruoshi frowned. Is it some kind of activity by the government? It's not the government. Wu Yu said with difficulty, they said. Director Yang asked them to come. Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened and froze for a while before she touched her forehead. Facing Wu Yu, she was a little unnatural. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, What is he thinking? General Lin, now the entire company knows that Director Yang is your husband. If it's him, of course the security guards wouldn't dare to stop him, Wu Yu said softly. When Lin Ruoshi heard this, she felt a headache coming on. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi was deep in thought, Wu Yu couldn't help but feel wronged and said, General Lin, why did you hide the fact that you and Director Yang are husband and wife from everyone? Even if you don't tell everyone, you can't hide it from me. I used to think that he wasn't a good person. So I'm the one who's been making a fool of myself. He's not a good person to begin with. Lin Ruoshi snorted angrily and said, I know what happened, I will contact him. Go down and tell everyone to do what they need to do, don't let me hear any gossip. Whoever delays their work because of some nonsense, just leave. Wu Yu let out a sigh and nodded before retreating. When Wu Yu left, Lin Ruoshi immediately picked up the phone and dialed Yang Cheng's number. However, the response that came was that his phone was turned off. It was very obvious that Yang Cheng had expected Lin Ruoshi to question him, so he turned off his phone in advance. Lin Ruoshi almost dropped the phone on the ground. She was so angry that she stomped her feet on the carpet a few times and said through gritted teeth, "Damn Yanqing, stinky Yanqing, you can do whatever you want. Just anger me to death." But when she thought of the special wedding anniversary gift that Yanqing mentioned, Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but look forward to it. That guy, what exactly was he going to do? In anticipation and frustration, Lin Ruoxi dejectedly sat back in her seat. Time passed minute by minute. The plaza was originally a densely packed area. After more and more people noticed the strange scene here, the public opinion also increased. In the evening, the sky was cloudy again, and the light gradually dimmed. The construction in the plaza finally took shape. It was actually a stage of about 100 square meters. This day, for the employees of Yulei International, was filled with all kinds of miracles. First, they suddenly found out that CEO Lin Ruoxi was secretly married to the director, Yanqing. Then, the CEO's husband, Yanqing, actually inexplicably built a stage in the plaza below the building. In the Yulei International building, the employees were already preparing to get off work. Many of them were curious about what the stage was for. But at this moment, on every floor, some employees exclaimed loudly. The employees in the building asked each other and found out that many of them had received an email from Yanqing when it was almost time to get off work. The content of the email was very clear: all employees of Yulei are welcome to enjoy Yanqing and Lin Ruoxi's special wedding anniversary gift after work. Wedding anniversary. All the employees were excited. This was another exciting piece of news. After all, Lin Ruoxi, the CEO, had always been high and mighty. She was too mysterious. Everyone was curious about any news. Unexpectedly, not only did they find out that she was married today, but it was also their wedding anniversary. None of the employees had the intention to get off work and go home. They even called their friends and relatives to come to the plaza, rushing to see this wedding anniversary gift. In the CEO's office, Lin Ruoxi was about to collapse. Looking at the email that she also received, Lin Ruoxi's face was red, and her face was full of helplessness. This scoundrel, what is he trying to do? Lin Ruoxi speechlessly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the already built stage in the plaza below, she was in a daze. Following that, as the employees received the news one after another, a large number of Yulei employees ran out to the plaza and surrounded the stage, waiting for the appearance of the gift. When they got closer to the stage, the employees realized that there were not only lights on the stage, but also a set of audio and video equipment. In particular, there was a large projection screen, as if a movie was going to be played. As more and more onlookers appeared, many pedestrians and even cars stopped by the side, and many passers-by ran out, curious about what was going to happen. The white-collar workers in the nearby office buildings were also curious about what the people from Yulei International were watching. As a result, Yulei Square, which wasn't that big, was completely filled with people. When the employees of Yulei International told the onlookers that this was a special event organized by the CEO Lin Ruoxi and her husband for the first anniversary of their wedding, the flames of gossip were ignited. Many people screamed for the performance to start quickly, and some people shouted for Lin Ruoxi to come down. At this moment, not only was Wu Yu in Lin Ruoxi's office, but also Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu came in. However, none of the four women said a word. They all stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the intense crowd below. Finally, half an hour after the end of work, a figure easily squeezed through the crowd and climbed onto the high stage, amidst everyone's anticipation. This person was, of course, Yanqing, who had been preparing for the whole afternoon. Yanqing seemed to not care about the noisy onlookers around him. After fiddling with the various equipment on the stage for a while, he turned on the speakers and took a microphone. After adjusting the volume to be able to suppress the crowd, he coughed twice and said proudly, "I think many people have helped me explain what happened here. Actually, I'm a very shy person, but I'm afraid that my wife will say that I'm not sincere and romantic for our first anniversary, so I reluctantly stood on the stage. But, if anyone intends to leave the ticket money after watching the show, I won't blame him." The crowd burst into laughter, and some people laughed out loud. The employees of Yulei International were the most excited. Even in the crowd, the women from Yulei's public relations department, as well as Zhao Teng, Wang Jia, and other subordinates of Yanqing, were laughing uncontrollably. Yanqing looked up at the rooftop of Yulei and said, but it seems that my wife is even more shy than me. She doesn't dare to come down to see this gift up close." As soon as he said that, everyone immediately shouted, "Go downstairs! Go downstairs! Go downstairs!" Although they were separated by dozens of floors and listening through an open window, even if they could only hear faintly, they would know what was happening down there. Lin Ruashi's face was as red as jade, and her heart was beating rapidly. At this moment, she was not in the mood to blame Yanqing for messing around. She only felt that her body was soft, and it was difficult for her to breathe. Beside her, Mo Qianni pulled Lin Ruashi's hand sourly and said, "Go down. If you don't go down after this, it will hurt his heart too much. Of course, if you want to give me and Mingyu an opportunity, we will be happy to." Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes at Mo Qianni and said, "Why did you drag me into this? I didn't think that way." Lin Ruashi looked at them and pursed her lips. "I'm not as sensitive as you think. I just don't want to embarrass that person too much." After saying that, Lin Ruashi seemed to have mustered up her courage and walked out with her head lowered. Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. It would be a lie to say that they were not jealous, but they also knew that all this was done for Lin Ruashi. A few minutes later, Lin Ruashi's figure appeared at the entrance of the building. The employees of Yulei International voluntarily made way for her and applauded loudly. Especially when they saw that even Lin Ruashi was blushing, many of them whistled. Standing at this distance, although it was not very close, they could already see Yanqing on the stage and hear the sound of the speakers clearly. Lin Ruashi tried hard not to pay attention to the crowd around her. She looked at Yanqing from afar and complained about Yanqing's shortcomings in her heart. She muttered to herself about how to deal with him when she got back, but she could not hide the anticipation in her heart. Yanqing looked around the stage. Seeing that Lin Ruashi had no intention of going any closer, he did not force her. He ran to the side and turned on the projector on the stage. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, a clear image appeared on the screen on the stage. What surprised many people was that it was a remote video. The person in the video was none other than the super newcomer, Lin Hui, who had become popular recently, especially in the past 2 days. In the video, Lin Hui's expression was rather nervous. She was in Beijing, so she was rather nervous to meet everyone through video. Many of the audience below the stage were Lin Hui's fans. As soon as she appeared, the cheers were deafening. Only then did Yanqing face the crowd and said loudly, "Next, I will be singing a duet with Miss Lin Hui, whom everyone is familiar with. Although this song is not my original composition, I feel that it suits the time we have spent together over the past year. Everyone, please be quiet." The audience below the stage was very cooperative. After all, it was the couple's wedding anniversary, and Lin Hui was the CEO of Yulei International. They had to show some respect, so they immediately quietened down. Lin Ruashi was already pleasantly surprised to see Hui Lin. When she heard that she was going to sing a duet with Yanqing for her, she was especially touched. She knew that Hui Lin must have taken time out of her busy schedule to do this. As for Yanqing's choice to sing, Lin Ruashi was not too surprised. When she went to the KTV with Yuan Yi and Tang Tang, she had witnessed Yanqing's extraordinary singing skills. It was also then that she revealed her tone-deaf nature. Standing behind Lin Ruashi, Lu Mingyu asked Mo Qianni in confusion, "Qianni, why not let General Lin sing a duet with him? Wouldn't that be more in line with the theme?" With a weird smile, Mo Qianni moved closer to Lu Mingyu and whispered into her ear, "Ruashi has been famous for her tone-deaf ever since she was in school." Fortunately, Lin Ruashi's attention was focused on the stage. Otherwise, she would have run away if she had heard the conversation between the two girls. At this moment, Yanqing and Hui Lin, who was singing through the remote communication device, finally started singing after the accompaniment sounded. "The path we have walked is a magic trick. Take everything, the good, the bad, and make it mine. The bitterness in my heart, even if I don't remember, turn into this gaze and sing a song. And you, like the noisy sound of water flowing into the poem, knocking on the door of my heart, embracing all the hate, nourishing the dryness, believing that I can be yours. As if I could still see the sad face from yesterday. Happiness is like a slap in the face. Sometimes you are the one who reminded me not to be afraid to fantasize about the longing in my heart that I'm used to avoiding." As if I could see the corridor with two sets of footprints tomorrow. Sadness is sometimes seasoned like sugar by you. You are the one who holds me tight and looks forward, looking at the flowers blooming in my heart. The bright and melodious melody was hovering over the square. When Xianxia's loud voice combined with Hui Lin's ethereal and delicate tone, everyone was immersed in the memories of the ups and downs of a relationship. No one shouted, no one laughed loudly, and no one felt that this was a comedy. The men and women present seemed to have seen a couple quarreling with each other. There was sweetness and sadness, happiness and pain, but because of each other, they supported each other, encouraged each other, and walked all the way to this stage. Standing on the spot, Lin Ruoshi covered half of her face with one hand. Tears kept flowing down her cheeks, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. Perhaps, after tonight, the two of them would still have a cold war, and there would still be arguments and countless problems. However, just like the song said, no matter what, because of love, they would write each other into the lyrics in their hearts. As the singing gradually faded, the crowd in the plaza of Yulei once again let out all kinds of screams and shouts, as if they had just listened to a superstar's concert. At the same time that Hui Lin's singing was once again recognized, many people were also moved by this scene, and wanted to continue enjoying this atmosphere. However, someone suddenly shouted the words "kiss," and the entire audience had a new slogan to shout. Kiss! Kiss! In this empty space in the city center, the shouts that seemed to shake the surrounding steel forest erupted. Yangqing stood on the stage with a smile, and his heart was filled with joy. Who said that people in the modern city were cold? These brothers and sisters were very loyal, and were looking for opportunities to be intimate with him. Lin Ruoshi, who was standing outside the entrance of Yulei International, was different. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of embarrassing herself, she would have turned around and run away immediately. Kiss? In front of hundreds and thousands of people. Even if it was two people together, they would still be shy. How could they stand such an occasion? Besides, there were a large number of Yulei employees in the plaza. If they stared at her and kissed her, how could she face them in the future? Just when Lin Ruoshi's face was red, and she didn't know what to do, the situation suddenly changed. A few ear-piercing sirens cut through the noise here. Only to hear the woo, woo, sound of police cars coming from two intersections far away near the plaza. Regardless of the traffic lights, they directly rushed to the side of the plaza and stopped. Immediately after that, from the 7 or 8 police cars, dozens of fierce-looking police officers in police uniforms came out, holding batons in their hands, and even pistols at their waists, aggressively rushing over. What's going on? Is this an illegal gathering? Everyone disperse. Disperse. Who built this stage? Who started it? When the crowd saw the fierce-looking police officers rushing over, they immediately lost their backbone. When they heard that it was an illegal gathering, it was against the law. They immediately scattered in all directions. For a moment, the plaza was in a mess. All kinds of curses were heard, and no one wanted to continue listening to the song or jeering. Wu Yu, who was standing behind Lin Ruoshi, said anxiously, "General Lin, this is bad. It must be because of Director Yang's scene just now, which caused the surrounding traffic to be congested. Also, there are so many people shouting in the city center all of a sudden. Some citizens must be unhappy and reported it." Lin Ruoshi didn't look shy anymore. She was originally feeling a little sweet for Yangcheng's wedding anniversary, but who knew that it would become an illegal gathering not long after? Someone even reported him. Sure enough. That man would never let people not worry about him. Ruoshi, if this goes on, they'll find out that Yulei is the cause. If we don't handle it well, it will greatly damage our corporate image and cause social dissatisfaction. We have to think of a way to calm it down. Mo Qianni said worriedly. Lin Ruoshi nodded, "I know. Wait for Yangqing to come over and let him explain himself. We just need to communicate with the media, and I believe the police won't make things too difficult for us." "I don't think he'll come to explain," Lu Mingyu said with a bitter smile. He already ran away," Lu Mingyu pointed to the stage. Lin Ruoshi looked over and almost fainted from anger. Indeed, Yangqing, who was there just a moment ago, had already disappeared, leaving the empty stage standing in the middle. How could he run away by himself? Lin Ruoshi didn't think too much about how Yangqing escaped. With Yang Cheng's ability, running away from the crowd was definitely very easy. The key was, didn't this mean that she had to deal with the mess? At this moment, Lin Ruoshi felt her phone vibrate. She picked it up and saw that it was indeed a message from Yang Cheng. Reading the message, Lin Ruoshi wanted to smash her phone. Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu went forward to take a look. They both had a strange expression on their faces. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Wife, I performed so handsomely on stage today. If I end up being forced off the stage by the police, it would be too embarrassing. In order to ensure that the performance is perfect, I will retreat behind the scenes first. You can hold the line. I believe you can do it. Happy first anniversary. Yang Cheng. Yang Chen. Lin Ruoshi clenched her teeth and said it again. She had a headache and rubbed her forehead. She didn't know what to say anymore. At this time, the police had indeed found out that the source was Yulei International. A police officer brought 2 police officers and came in front of Lin Ruoshi and the others. The leading police officer said with a serious expression, "Excuse me, this must be Yulei's General Lin, right?" Lin Ruoshi couldn't avoid it, so she could only nod in response. The police officer was obviously a little nervous in front of Lin Ruoshi, but he still said in a businesslike manner, "We just received a report from many citizens saying that there was an illegal gathering here and the noise was too loud. And because it happened to be rush hour, and this is the city center, it seriously affected the normal traffic and life of the citizens. So we will thoroughly investigate the real mastermind of this matter. According to the situation at the scene, the mastermind is a senior member of your Yulei International. Whether this is true or not, please explain, General Lin." Lin Ruoshi cursed a certain someone 1,000 times in her heart, but at this moment, she could only say to the police officer, "This matter was indeed started by a senior member of our company, but it was just a private event without any malicious intent, it wasn't an illegal gathering. Everyone present can testify to this. General Lin, you are a famous person in Zhonghai's business world, I have a lot of respect for you, but I hope that you can cooperate with our police work. This matter must be investigated clearly, otherwise it won't be fair to the citizens. I hope that you can tell us exactly who the mastermind is, what his position is, and what's the reason. We will arrest that person, interrogate him, and then deal with him," the police officer said seriously. Upon hearing that they were going to arrest him, Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu revealed nervous expressions. Lin Ruoshi bit her lips and cursed in her heart. Damn Yangqing, stinky Yangqing, what a mess. He ran away after he was done playing. What should I do? Not only did I become a suspect, but I'm also a suspect on the run. Just when Lin Ruoshi was at her wit's end, the police officer received a phone call. After saying a few words to the person on the other side of the phone, the police officer suddenly smiled and said, "General Lin, our chief just called. The matter has been resolved, thank you for your cooperation, goodbye." After saying that, the police officer turned around and left with his men, running around the square to disperse the crowd and vehicles. This change made Lin Ruoshi and the others stunned again. This change was too fast. Lin Ruoshi's phone vibrated again. This time, the call gave Lin Ruoshi a clue. Picking up the phone, Yang Jieyu's voice came from the other side. She laughed and said, "Ruoshi, you must be shocked. Yang Qing suddenly told me that there's some trouble. I've already contacted the police. As for the media, with your ability, it's not difficult to control it, so I won't interfere." Lin Ruoshi was a little surprised that Yang Qing would actually look for Yang Jieyu to resolve this problem. After all, Yang Qing didn't take the initiative to build a relationship with the Yang family. With the Yuan family's connections in Zhonghai, of course, these problems could be easily resolved. But Lin Ruoshi still thanked her gently, "Sorry to trouble you." Yang Jieyu's smile became wider. "Child, why are you so polite? No matter what, I'm your aunt, it's not a big deal." "Oh, right, I didn't even know that today is your and Yang Cheng's wedding anniversary, so I didn't prepare any gifts. Please don't be angry." No. I won't." Lin Ruoshi was a little confused, she didn't know why she always felt a little nervous when facing the Yang family. After chatting for a while more, they hung up. Lin Ruoshi let out a long sigh of relief, as if she had experienced a heart-pounding journey. Mo Qianni smiled, "Did Yang Qing do something again?" There's no problem now? Yeah. At least he has a conscience. I thought he really didn't care, Lu Mingyu giggled. Wu Yu asked curiously, General Lin, it's settled just like that? Lin Ruashi nodded, thought for a while, then calmed down and said, Wu Yu, contact all the mainstream media and tell them not to write nonsense. Tell them directly, if anyone dares to write nonsense or expose anything without my permission, I don't mind buying their company. You know what to do. Okay, Wu Yu hurriedly expressed that she understood, then ran back to the company to carry out her orders. Up until this point, the matter was settled smoothly and didn't cause too much trouble. About an hour later, Lin Ruashi, who had arranged everything, finally returned home in Xianxia. When she entered the living room, the sumptuous dinner on the table was still untouched. Guo Shuihua, Mother Wang, and Jinxiu were all sitting on the sofa watching the new season's Korean drama. As for Yangqing, he was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Lin Ruashi enter the door, Guo Shuihua smiled happily and stood up, saying, Ruashi, you're finally back. Yangqing said you might be a little late, we're all waiting. When Lin Ruashi heard that, she realized that the scoundrel had indeed arrived home. The hidden bitterness that she had just suppressed rose again. She asked, Mom, where is he? Seeing that Lin Ruashi didn't look happy, Guo Shuihua asked curiously, Child, what's wrong with you? You don't look happy. Yangqing said that today is your wedding anniversary, why do you look unhappy? Lin Ruashi forced a smile, it's not that. I'm a little tired. She thought to herself, I was quite happy at first, but your precious son made me happy and then made a fool out of me. Jinxiu ran behind Lin Ruashi, hugged Lin Ruashi's slender waist, and said with a smile, Sister Ruashi, you're so stingy, you didn't even tell us about your wedding anniversary. If it wasn't for Brother Yang rushing back from Beijing, we would have missed it. You're so troublesome, Lin Ruashi patted Jinxiu's head dotingly, pursing her lips into a smile. Wedding anniversary? Who would have thought that the two of them almost divorced in the afternoon? At this moment, Yangqing, who looked like he had just taken a cold shower, walked down from the second floor, his hair still a little wet. Seeing that Lin Ruashi was home, he chuckled, Wife, I'm quite loyal, right? I even waited for you to come home before eating. Loyal? Lin Ruashi couldn't wait to throw her bag at him and smash his face. How could this person be so thick-skinned? She rolled her eyes at Yangqing, implying that he should know better in his heart. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, she sat down with Guo Shuihua and the others. Since Yangqing had specially instructed Mother Wang to eat first, the dinner was especially sumptuous, but eating aside, the topic of conversation was more about Yangqing and Lin Ruashi's marriage. Guo Shuihua asked with concern, You two have been married for a year, but you still haven't held a wedding ceremony. Since it's been announced to the public, why don't you find a date to hold it? Whether it's in Zhonghai or Beijing, I think it's a good idea. That's right, miss, it's not a good idea to drag it on like this. Mother Wang agreed. When Lin Ruashi heard the word wedding, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. To be honest, although Yangqing had made her gnash her teeth in hatred at the end of the day, deep down in her heart, she was still surprised and touched by this gift. Moreover, their relationship had been made public. From tomorrow onwards, more and more people would know about their relationship and holding a wedding. It seemed like it wasn't a bad idea. It's not the time yet, Yangqing suddenly said. This sentence pulled Lin Ruashi back from her thoughts, and she looked at the man beside her in surprise. Yangqing nibbled on a chicken leg and said with a smile, Don't think too much. I want to hold a wedding, but there are still some preparations that I haven't finished. There are still a lot of things that I need to deal with. It won't be too late to hold it when the time is right. Anyway, it's been a year, so it doesn't matter if I delay it a little longer. Lin Ruashi's face didn't change, but she felt a little disappointed in her heart. This made her feel a little disappointing. Do I really care that much? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. However, Yangqing seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, Darling Ruashi, you seem to be very disappointed. Could it be that you can't help it? TSK, if that's the case, then just say it. At most, I'll change the plan and we'll do it immediately. Who's disappointed? Lin Ruashi's ears were burning red. She widened her moist eyes and said angrily, Don't talk nonsense. I don't care whether you do it or not. I've got a lot of work scheduled for the next 2 years. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. Listening to the couple's conversation, Guo and Mother Wang looked at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. Yangqing didn't argue with them. He finished the chicken leg in his hand and took another one. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said to Guo, Mom, I plan to make a trip to Beijing in a few days. Hearing this, everyone at the table stopped what they were doing and looked at Yangqing with a puzzled expression. Lin Ruoshi was quick-witted. She immediately thought of something and lowered her head in silence. Guo asked, Son, do you have something to deal with again? I've only been back for 2 days. Yangqing shook his head. I'm not going immediately. I still have a lot of things to do in Zhonghai. I plan to bring Ruoshi home when I'm free. Hearing this, Guo's eyes lit up. Her hand holding the chopsticks was trembling. She asked excitedly, Really? You're willing to go back to the Yang family? Yes. Yangqing nodded and said with a smile, This time I'm going to Beijing. That old man conveyed some meaning to me. I've also encountered some problems and figured some things out. Although I haven't made up my mind yet, I think I should go back to that family and make a decision. Guo's eyes reddened. She nodded repeatedly and smiled with a gratified expression. When she decided to leave Yangpujuan and live with Yangqing, she had made up her mind. Even so, she still felt guilty towards the Yang family, especially towards her father-in-law, Yang Gongming. If Yangqing could really go back to the Yang family, then she wouldn't have to accompany Yangqing anymore. Not only could she fulfill her responsibility as a mother, but she could also take care of her father-in-law. For Guo, reuniting with her family was what she wanted the most. I'm going too? When Lin Ruoshi heard that Yangqing would bring her along, her heart skipped a beat. She was happy and excited, but there was also a sense of awe and worry. She didn't know what to do. Yangqing said matter-of-factly, Of course you have to go. We have a stamp and a certificate. If you don't go, who else will? Besides, when that old man saw you last time, didn't he like you very much? You should be very happy. Lin Ruoshi pursed her lips and stole a glance at Guo. Seeing Guo looking at her encouragingly, she nodded. After dinner, Guo and Mother Wang continued to watch Korean dramas downstairs, which made Yangqing feel rather helpless. Ever since Lin Ruoshi brought these two elders into that realm, it was as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to climb out. Not to mention anything else, recently, even the meals began to add all kinds of kimchi, which made Yangqing feel conflicted. On the other hand, Xianxia liked it very much. She was half Korean, and although she didn't like her relatives in Korea, she was still able to accept the food. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yangqing could only slowly walk upstairs, intending to return to his room and sleep early. Just as he reached the door, Yangqing turned around and was surprised to see Lin Ruoshi following behind him with a complicated expression. Seeing Yangqing turn around, Lin Ruoshi stopped in her tracks. Her eyes flickered, as if she had something on her mind but didn't dare to say it out loud. Yangqing sized up the woman for a while and said with an evil smile, Darling Ruoshi, you're following me like this. Are you touched by me and want to sleep with me tonight? No way. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly denied. Then what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Yangqing smiled helplessly. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and asked in a clear voice, Are you planning to go back? Go back? Yangqing thought for a moment and said with a smile, Go back to the Yang family? That's right, didn't I say it when we were eating? It's not that. Lin Ruoshi sighed, I mean, you've already planned to return to the Yang family, right? The smile on Yangqing's face disappeared. He silently stared at the woman for a while and asked, Why do you say that? Lin Ruoshi turned her head and said in a faint voice, You used to try your best to avoid getting involved with the Yang family. But today, since you took the initiative to contact that person, then you're taking the initiative to open the gap. I can't think of any other reason why you would do that. You don't seem to like this possibility. Isn't it good to let you become the mistress of a big family? Yangqing said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I've never thought about that, nor do I have any thoughts of benefiting from the Yang family, Lin Ruoshi said lightly. Don't be so serious. Things haven't been settled yet. I'm just making a preliminary plan. Yangqing comforted. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. I know. Once you make up your mind, you won't change your mind. I'm just worried that, if you go back, then, that Yang Lai and that Commander Yang will do something extreme. Even if Mr. Yang supports you, it will still cause a big fuss. After all, you're related by blood. When the time comes, I'll be stuck in the middle. It'll be very confusing and sad. Yangqing smiled warmly and said, how do you know I won't change? I'm very accommodating to your thoughts. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him and pouted slightly, don't think that I don't know. You really don't listen to anyone when you're determined to do something. Just like signing the agreement today, if you really want to divorce me, you don't need to write any agreement. You can just leave. I just know how to play some tricks to coax people, but I don't care what they think. Yangqing rubbed the bridge of his nose and laughed awkwardly, so you already knew, hee hee. I only understood later on that it was your trap from the beginning. Lin Ruoshi said bitterly. It's so unpleasant to hear. Didn't I do all this so that you can listen to me clearly? Yangqing chuckled and strolled in front of Lin Ruoshi. He suddenly opened his arms and slowly embraced the woman. The warm and soft body emitted a fragrance that seeped into the nose, causing Yangqing to close his eyes and exhale in relief. Lin Ruoshi didn't choose to retreat like before. Although it was a little strange, she didn't reject this kind of action. Leaning against Yangqing's chest, Lin Ruoshi could feel the scorching breath in her ears. Yangqing's sigh made Lin Ruoshi feel a little sad. If it was in the past, Yangqing would definitely not be honest and make a move. But at this moment, he just hugged her and didn't do anything. I know what you're worried about, and I also know that things might be more complicated than you think. Yangqing said in a leisurely voice, however, there are some things that even if I don't do them, they will still come knocking on my door. I won't act rashly. After all, I'm not alone like I was before. I'm the same as you, I like the feeling of being together as a family. Lin Ruoshi hesitated for a moment, but she still grabbed Yangqing's back from the bottom up and tightened her grip. After a long time, Yangqing let go of his arms and smiled, don't worry about those things, those are the problems that the men in the family should deal with. If you have time, you should think more about us. Ruoshi, look at how beautiful the moon is tonight. Come into my room and sleep. It was originally just a joke, but who knew that after Lin Ruoshi heard it, she actually looked at him with an incomparably complicated expression. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she bit her lips and said, You. Do you really want it? Sometimes, when something that you've been looking forward to for a long time suddenly appeared in front of you, you would be caught unprepared. Yangqing suspected that he had heard wrongly, and asked stiffly, You. What did you say? Lin Ruoshi blushed and her eyes were like water as she said, If you really want it tonight. I can give it a try. After saying that, Lin Ruoshi seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and her body was so soft that it almost melted to the ground. Without a doubt, for someone as conservative as her, this was already the limit of her expression. Perhaps it was because they had indeed been together for a long time, or perhaps it was because of today's great ups and downs, or perhaps it was because of the accumulation of feelings over the years, but in short, her heart didn't seem to reject that kind of relationship. Yangqing stared at the woman for a long time in a daze, and then smiled, I was just saying it casually, how could I be so casual? Besides, looking at you like this, I can tell that you're not ready. Didn't I say that when we're ready, we'll hold the wedding ceremony? It won't be too late then. Otherwise, no matter how I look at it, it feels like I've forcefully snatched a bandit's wife, what's the point of signing a certificate? Hearing this, a trace of emotion flashed across Lin Ruoshi's face. She raised her head and took the initiative to lean forward and kiss Yangqing on the cheek. After the kiss, she seemed to be extremely shy and immediately turned around to run back to her room. Yangqing stood on the spot and smiled bitterly as he touched the part of his face that was kissed. It was still moist and had a lingering fragrance. Yangqing, oh Yangqing, you're a pig. Why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous at a time like this? Why are you pretending to be a good man? Yangqing stood there and shook his head as he muttered to himself, and then returned to his room. Originally, he had planned to lie on the bed and watch the news for a while before going to sleep. However, when Lin Ruoshi mentioned those things, it was inevitable that some distracting thoughts appeared in his mind. Yangqing stood still for a moment, then walked to the balcony outside the room. The warm wind in the air blew across his face. In the quiet night sky, there was a delicate crescent moon that was as white as snow. Yangqing stood still for a while. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of white drifting in the air. He looked to his left and saw that not far away, on the second-floor balcony of Qiangwei's house next door, there was a beautiful figure standing gracefully on the balcony railing. It was Emo Chenni. The lonely woman was wearing a white cotton nightgown that reached her knees. Her fine black hair was loosely draped over her shoulders and fluttered in the wind. The woman's delicate side profile was facing the moonlight in the sky. She looked a little pale and absent-minded. As if sensing that someone was looking at her, the woman turned her head and happened to meet Yangqing's gaze. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time. Only the sound of the wind blowing through the gap in the house could be heard. In the end, it was Emo Chenni who calmly smiled as if she was amused by the silence. Yangqing couldn't help but feel a piercing pain in his heart. The two of them were only separated by about 10 meters, but it was as if there was a bottomless abyss between them that was impossible to cross. Just a few weeks ago, the two of them were even lovers who were stuck together like glue. Yangqing wanted to say something to Emo Chenni, but before Yangqing could open his mouth, Emo Chenni made a shush gesture. Emo Chenni smiled and shook her head. It was unknown whether she was afraid that Ma Guifeng would know that the two of them met, or whether she felt that there was no need to say anything. Then, she pointed at the bright moon in the sky, then turned around and continued to look at the sky, as if she was in a daze. Yangqing stared at her for a long time in disappointment. He laughed at himself. He didn't think that the two of them would even have such difficulty talking. Only then did he turn around and raise his head to enjoy the moonlight with the woman. Beijing, in the backyard of the Yang family. Although it was only the middle of May, the temperature during the day was very mild. After the early morning dusk dispersed, the lush green plants burst out with vitality, making the entire courtyard look pleasing to the eye. At the same time, the air was also filled with a faint fragrance. As usual, Yang Gongming was wearing a relatively thin shirt and trousers. After leisurely watering a few newly obtained wisteria, he walked to the stone table in his cloth shoes. He picked up a cup of red ginseng tea that had already been brewed and took a sip. Looking at the beautiful plants in the courtyard, the old man happily laughed to himself. At this moment, a tall and straight young man wearing a short-sleeved military uniform walked into the courtyard. Between his dignified brows, there were traces of arrogance and unruliness. The young man walked behind Yang Gongming and looked at the flowers and plants. A trace of disdain flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Then, he smiled and said, "Grandfather, you called for me." The person who came was Yang Lai. Yang Gongming turned around and chuckled, "Oh, you're here. Come, sit down." After Yang Gongming invited Yang Lai to sit down, he pushed a plate of exquisite pastries in front of Yang Lai and said, "Try this. You probably haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? It tastes pretty good." Yang Lai nodded, picked up a piece of mung bean cake, opened his mouth and swallowed it all. He didn't eat a second piece and directly asked, "Grandfather, why did you suddenly call me back today? Is there something important?" "Actually, I should have told you about this a few days ago, but you weren't in the army, so I wasn't in a hurry to tell you. Your mother called a few days ago and said that she would be back in Beijing after a while," Yang Gongming said with a smile. Yang Lai frowned. "Mom is coming back? Is she alone?" Yang Gongming shook his head. No, your brother and sister-in-law will also come." "What?" Yang Lai suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Grandpa, are you joking with me? Why can that guy enter this house? If that's the case, I'd rather Mom not come back." Yang Gongming frowned and gestured for Yang Lai to sit down. "Why are you so agitated? I didn't call you here to ask for your permission. In this family, my words count. Whether you agree or not, they will come back." "Grandpa, you..." Yang Lai gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he couldn't say anything. Indeed, in this family, no one could refute Yang Gongming's decision. Yang Gongming sighed and said, your temperament is just like your name, too unyielding. Young man, it's good to have a bit of a temper, but if you go on like this, sooner or later you'll be too hard and easily broken. Humph, Yang Lai snorted coldly, obviously not agreeing. Grandpa, did you call me here today just to tell me this boring news? Yang Gongming wasn't angry and said, I just wanted to tell you, and also call you here to see you. Your father is in the Jiangnan military district all year round and doesn't come back. You're also in the military now and live outside. You're all people with your own thoughts. I'm just an old man, so I can't really force you to do anything. Everything depends on your own life choices. However, I hope that when I'm alive, all of you, my descendants, can live as well as possible. Yang Lai's expression changed for a while and said, Grandpa, if it wasn't for that guy, my life would be perfect. Yang Gongming looked up and glanced at him, then shook his head with a smile. Whether you admit it or not, Yangqing is your biological brother. You've grown up in the Yang family's background, and you've also been accepted as a direct disciple by Kunlun's Taoist Jujizi. Compared to Yangqing, your life is really good and smooth. Yangqing is different from you. It's already a blessing from the heavens that he can reappear in front of us alive. Although I don't believe in gods or Buddha, I believe that there's fate between people, and it's the will of the heavens. Grandpa, if this is all you want to say to me, I'll take my leave first. Yang Lai couldn't bear to listen anymore and said unhappily. Yang Gongming opened his mouth, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes, and he sighed, forget it, you won't listen no matter what I say. It's your own path to choose. If you want to go, then go. Yang Lai bowed slightly, turned around and was about to leave, but after a few steps, he stopped and said, Grandpa, I know what you're thinking. I admit, that fellow's strength is indeed stronger than mine, and you want to use him to revitalize the Yang family. But let me tell you very clearly, I won't hand over what's rightfully mine. One day, you'll know that your choice was completely wrong. In the end, it's still uncertain who will emerge victorious, so I'll take my leave first. Even if Mother returns, I won't meet them. With that, Yang Lai strode out of the courtyard. Yang Gongming narrowed his eyes, and his gaze flickered, full of inscrutability. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Sanyang's hunched figure once again appeared behind Yang Gongming, and comforted him. Master, young Master Lai's personality has always been like this. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to change. Master, you don't have to worry too much, they're blood brothers after all, there'll always be a way to resolve the enmity. Yang Gongming chuckled, Sanyang, you're overthinking, I'm not sad because of these things. No matter what happens to the younger ones in the future, it's their own choice. If a family wants to continue, it doesn't rely on the elders to restrain them, but on their own temperament. No matter what the outcome is, I'll just watch from the side and say a few words at most. Yan Sanyang smiled and nodded, then said, Master, young Master Lai's body, is a little different. Yang Gongming said, is it related to Yan Buwen? Yan Sanyang said, this old one guesses that it should be so. Although I'm not sure how exactly it was done, young Master Lai's cultivation was crippled by young Master Chen a few days ago. Now, instead of retreating, his cultivation is a level higher than before, and he's about to break through to the innate stage. What's even more amazing is that young Master Lai's body seems to have been reborn. If I'm not wrong, the strength of his body is comparable to young Master Chen's. It's really unimaginable. Recently, young Master Lai and Yan Buwen have been rather close. If there's a problem, it should be with the Yan family. It's said that other than the underground research base provided by the military, Yan Buwen has other private research bases, but even the Li family couldn't find out the truth. According to my guess, Yan Buwen should have the help of someone with terrifying strength. Otherwise, Yan Buwen wouldn't have risked universal condemnation. Yang Gongming's lips curled into a smile. I've said it before, that kid from the Yan family is a king when he wins, and a thief when he loses. It's not surprising. Actually, the four big families are more or less aware of Yan Buwen's movements these days. However, the Yan family has considerable strength, and Yan Buwen is indeed a rare talent. He has done so many things, but left very little evidence and traces. Moreover, he hasn't really harmed the country, and instead, he's constantly providing the military with advanced weapons. The military officials are very supportive of him. Therefore, no one has made any rash contact with him, for fear of alerting him. However, from what I can see, that Yan Buwen has a lot of secrets hidden on him. I wonder if young Master Lai will become his chess piece if this continues. Yang Gongming knocked on the stone table a few times, then said, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Sanyang, these matters, just watch, there's no need to participate. If that kid, Yang Qing, really wants to take over the Yang family from my hands, then if he can't even deal with Yan Buwen, he'll fail sooner or later. But young Master Lai. Sanyang was a little worried. Whether it's a cat or a tiger, looks don't decide, Yang Gongming said with a smile, we'll see the results after we fight. As for the outcome, it'll only happen after I die. It's better to see it while I'm still alive. This is already a performance for the young, let's just watch quietly. Yan Sanyang smiled and nodded, Master, you're right. Maybe I'm worrying too much. I don't know why, but young Master Chen has clearly stepped into this realm, so protecting the Yang family shouldn't be a problem at all. However, I'm still worried that something might happen. Yang Gongming sighed, Sanyang, compared to worrying about the two little ones, I'm more worried about you. Yan Sanyang's wrinkled face revealed a trace of emotion. She lowered her head and said, Master, it's all right. It's only a matter of time before Hongming comes looking for me. In the past, I was still a little afraid that I wouldn't be able to repay Master and would have to leave. Now that young Master Chen has stepped into this realm and is about to return to the Yang family, I can retire now that I've accomplished my mission. Sigh, you, just like before. Yang Gongming raised his head and looked at the clear sky, as if reminiscing about the distant past. Yang Chen, who was far away in Zhonghai, didn't know that there were already people waiting to watch him fight before he even returned to Beijing. However, it was obvious that Yang Chen didn't care about who he was fighting against at the moment. It had been more than a week since he returned to Zhonghai. During this week, the hottest news in Zhonghai, similar to that of Huaxia, was Lin Hui, who had become popular all over the country and even the world. No matter which shopping mall or which restaurant he went to, as long as there was music playing, Lin Hui's songs would most likely be there. After the release of the new album, the market was in short supply 3 days later. In this era where the recording market was in a slump, digital music was prevalent online, and piracy was rampant, many music critics and experienced artists were shocked that a new singer's album could cause a nationwide craze. For a time, Lin Hui's limelight was unparalleled. Many newspaper headlines were filled with pictures of the girl smiling shyly. However, many fans were puzzled by the fact that there were no paparazzi stalking or digging out any information about such a popular figure. Lin Hui's family background and living conditions had become a topic of speculation for many people during their leisure time. As the director of the entertainment company, Yang Qing was not idle. Even if he wanted to slack off, he still wanted to pay more attention to Hui Lin's matters. Lin Hui's first concert in Beijing was a complete success with a full house. Fans all over the country were eager to attend the concert. About a week later, Yulei Entertainment announced that Lin Hui was going on a national tour. The cities that were announced were according to the requirements of the netizens. There were more than 30 cities. At the same time, in order to satisfy the fans, Lin Hui also recorded some covers of classic songs within a short period of time. What surprised many people was that many of these songs were in Spanish, French, and even other languages. Not to mention the English songs that were extremely popular around the world. Those who paid attention could feel that Lin Hui was taking the first step to enter the world. These plans naturally came from the team hired by Yang Qing. To these people who had been immersed in the entertainment industry for a long time, it was not difficult. For a talented singer with huge financial support to enter the world stage. Due to Lin Hui's internal energy cultivation, although she was a young girl, she did not have any problems with stamina and energy. She could still feel refreshed even if she worked day and night. Moreover, she had a superb memory, which allowed her to learn any language quickly. Moreover, the girl loved to sing, so she was never bored with work. She could always maintain a sense of excitement. Such talent was beyond the imagination of the staff, so they were especially passionate about their work. In the morning, in the office located in Zhonghai, Yang Chen sat on the chair and stretched his body before yawning. These days, he came to work early in the morning. It was rare that he was never late. He was here to discuss some details of Hui Lin's concert and commercial tour with Zhao Teng, Wang Jia, and other management personnel. More than 30 cities, plus some activities after that, couldn't be arranged in a short period of time. Yangqing looked at the computer screen. The accountant had submitted this week's financial report, and he smiled proudly. According to the statistics, based on the current trend, by the end of the year, Huilin's income alone could break through the 1 billion mark. Although Yangqing did not really care about this 1 billion, when he thought that this money was earned by his company, he felt that this report was very cute. He felt a great sense of achievement. Yangqing even thought that Lin Ruoxi liked to work and read all kinds of documents. Did she feel that this kind of work could give her a sense of accomplishment? How can I get addicted? Right at this moment, a slim figure wearing a blue and green loose knee-length dress with a black ribbon tied around her waist came to Yang Chen's side, and placed a cup of freshly brewed tender green tea on Yang Chen's table. Yangqing raised his head and smiled at Anqin. "You've been working hard these days." "I've been busy with work and didn't have much time to talk to you." Anqin pursed her lips and shook her head. "It's rare for me to see the man I love working hard. It's refreshing." Glancing at the woman, Yangqing grinned and carried her to his thighs. He slapped her supple buttocks and pretended to be angry. "My darling Anqin, are you saying that I'm not doing my job properly?" "Humph, do you think it's funny that I'm sitting here?" An Xian giggled as she snuggled into Yang Chen's neck. Using her fair and tender face to rub against Yang Chen, she breathed out and said, "Of course not. I know. Although you don't usually care about work, you know a lot of things, don't you? But, seeing you sitting here looking at the report, I really feel that it's very special." Haha. Yang Chen had a helpless look on his face. He caressed an Xian's slender back with one hand and said with an evil smile, "I haven't spent enough time with you recently. Why don't we have a round before lunch?" Anqin was slightly stunned and asked softly, "You're not going to look for Vice President Mo today?" The smile on Yang Cheng's face disappeared in an instant, and he was stunned and speechless. The reason why Anqin asked this was that Yangqing would go to Mo Qianni's office almost every day at noon and after work. For some reason, Yangqing always felt that Mo Qianni was deliberately avoiding him. After watching the moonlight together for a long time that night, Yangqing called Mo Qianni the next day to talk about how to persuade Ma Guifeng. However, Mo Qianni said that she was busy with work and would talk about it later. Yangqing was worried, so he went to Mo Qianni's office and wanted to have lunch with her and talk at the same time. Unexpectedly, when he entered the office, Mo Qianni was about to go to a meeting. Yangqing had no choice. He couldn't stop her, so he had to go to the meeting the next day. As a result, after a few days, Mo Qianni was either busy with work, or she was not there, or she was just about to go out for a business meeting. They couldn't find time to have a good talk. Even if she wanted to say something, she would immediately change the topic and leave. Yangqing was very puzzled. Why did Mo Qianni's attitude suddenly change so much? Of course, he could feel that she was deliberately avoiding him. She didn't even want to say more than a few words on the phone, which was the best proof. However, Yangqing also thought that perhaps he hadn't handled the matter well. And hurt the woman's heart, where Mo Qianni was originally in a low mood. It was not impossible. Therefore, Yangqing insisted on looking for Mo Qianni for more than a week. Unfortunately, he couldn't solve the matter. "Hubby, you'd better go." Anqin pouted and said, "I'm fine. Anyway, we are together every day in the company. I think Vice President Mo is very bitter in her heart if she doesn't want to see you. As long as you let her see your persistence, I think she will be touched." Yangqing sighed. "I always feel that there are a lot of things in her heart that she is hiding from me, but I can't bear to force her to say anything. But she has been unwilling to be honest with me, which makes me feel annoyed. I'm anxious, but I can't do anything." Anqin kissed the man's face hard and wrinkled her nose. She said, "Humph, if you can't even solve such a small matter, I think you should go back and live with your General Lin. Who asked you to be so good at provoking women? There will be a lot of such things in the future. Do you think that we women are all single-celled organisms who listen to you and really won't be dissatisfied with you?" Yangqing smiled bitterly at Xianxia. "I know. You don't have to say it so seriously. I'm scared just listening to it." Yangqing stood up and hugged Anqing. He took a deep breath and drank the green tea in one gulp. Then I'll go. You can go eat with your colleagues in the company. If there's anything urgent, call me. I have to talk to Channy today. It should take a lot of time. Anqing said worriedly, don't be too agitated. I think if Vice President Mo is forced by you, she will be especially sad. She should be very weak right now. You're the most seductive. Yangqing pinched the woman's nose and left the office with a smile. After Yangqing left, the smile on Anqing's face slowly dissipated. She sat down on the chair tiredly. Feeling the warmth from Yangqing, the corner of her mouth raised into a bitter smile. Anqing frowned slightly. Her phone rang. She took it out and took a look. She seemed to have guessed who it was and reluctantly picked it up. Dad, I told you, I won't do that. That's your problem. I beg you, don't make it difficult for me, okay? You. No matter what you say, there's no way. Solve your own problems, don't think of dragging Yangqing down with you. Humph. Son-in-law? If you really treat him as a son-in-law, would you make such a request to me? I'm hanging up. Anqing hung up the phone. Her beautiful face revealed a hint of pain. Her eyes were slightly red, but her gaze was incomparably firm. Yangqing, who ran to the Yulei International Building, was not in a relaxed mood. Although he said that he would try his best not to show it in front of Anqing, whenever Yangqing thought about how Mo Qianni didn't want to see him, he would be especially angry. However, after all, she was the woman he loved. Even if she was suddenly angry with him for no reason, Yangqing could only endure it and not treat her too roughly. Since his relationship with Lin Ruoshi had already been made public, all the employees that Yangqing met would secretly look at him as he walked up the stairs. These days, Yangqing often came to find Mo Qianni, and the news had spread throughout the company. However, most people didn't dare to imagine that a man would touch another woman after marrying their General Lin, not to mention that there was such a touching scene that day. Therefore, no one believed some of the rumors. Yangqing didn't care what others thought. The more brazen he was, the less guilty he seemed. Arriving at the door of Mo Qianni's office, Yangqing knocked on the door 3 times. Come in, Mo Qianni said in a formal manner. Yangqing was happy in his heart. At least she was there. He opened the door and entered, but the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He only saw that in Mo Qianni's office, there were already 4 or 5 of the company's higher-ups sitting together, discussing something. Oh, it's Director Yang, please sit, a man in a suit hurriedly invited Yangqing to sit down. The others also knew who Yangqing was. Although they were curious why Yangqing, who was from the branch company, would come here, they all greeted him with a smile. Yangqing's gaze was fixed on Mo Qianni, but Mo Qianni's head was lowered, looking at the documents on the table, as if she didn't feel anything. Is this intentional? Why did you choose to arrange a discussion at lunchtime? Yangqing asked. Mo Qianni said calmly, what's the matter, Director Yang? Yangqing was furious. He didn't expect that the woman would choose to call for a meeting at lunchtime in order to avoid being alone with him. He grinned and said, of course I have something to discuss with CEO Mo. With that, Yangqing said to the others, everyone, please excuse us for a moment. I have some private matters to discuss with CEO Mo. Meeting Yangqing's cold gaze, the others felt a chill down their spines. They hurriedly nodded and bowed as they left. They didn't dare to offend Lin Ruoshi's husband. Moreover, logically speaking, the person who could make Lin Ruoshi marry someone with a lower status must have an extraordinary background. Mo Qianni raised her head, her almond-shaped eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Why did you interrupt our meeting? Because I'm very angry right now. Yangqing locked the office door with a backhand motion, leaving the 2 of them alone in the office. Mo Qianni averted her gaze, unwilling to meet Yangqing's eyes. She said coldly, hurry up and say what you want to say. I have work in the afternoon, so I don't have much time. Seeing Mo Qianni's cold demeanor, Yangqing felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Why? Why are you avoiding me? Yangqing walked up to Mo Qianni and questioned her with his head lowered. Mo Qianni chuckled. You're really annoying. If a woman doesn't want to see a man, other than having no feelings for him, what else can it be? No feelings? Yangqing was so angry that he laughed. Do you mean that you don't love me anymore, or do you have a new lover? Whatever you think. Mo Qianni gritted her teeth and said, anyway, we'll stop here. I don't want to be entangled with you anymore. Yangqing clenched his fists and said in a low voice, I don't believe that a woman who wakes up before dawn to put on makeup and wants a man to see her most beautiful side, a woman who is willing to use her body to block bullets for a man without hesitation, will say that she has no feelings for this man. Mo Qianni, don't treat me as an idiot, and don't underestimate my determination towards you. I'm a casual person, but I'll never compromise with what I cherish in my heart. Mo Qianni's eyes reddened and her delicate body trembled. She said with difficulty, leave. We're already over. Whatever you say is useless. If you say it's over, then won't I lose a lot of face? Yangqing's face darkened. He suddenly leaned forward and placed his hands on both sides of Mo Qianni, fixing the woman under him. Face to face, close to each other, they could feel each other's breath. Yangqing said with bright eyes, Mo Qianni, use your eyes to look at me. If you really have no feelings for me, then don't be afraid to look at me. Mo Qianni bit her lips and tried to turn her head, but it was like her neck was stuck with a gear, unable to move. Finally, Mo Qianni shook her head slightly and said in a low voice, Yangqing. I'm begging you, leave quickly. I'm not worthy of you doing this. I'm just an ordinary woman from a mountain village, with no status, no background. To me, it's already a very precious blessing to repay the old CEO who helped me so much and to help Ruashi manage the company well. Those things between you and me, just take it as a mental disorder, we're not people who should have too much interaction. The more I'm with you, the more I'll feel guilty and blame myself. I'm sorry to those who have helped and cared for me, and I can't face Ruashi calmly. The gap between us is too big, you're too extraordinary, and I'm too ordinary. Cherish the people around you, let me go, we can't be together. Yangqing sneered and said, Mo Qianni, I didn't know that your love was so cheap. Ordinary, extraordinary? If you like an employee who sells mutton skewers, it's also because of this man's background, then I have nothing to say. You're obviously looking for an excuse that's not an excuse. Mo Qianni suddenly turned her head, broke free from Yangqing's hands, stood up, looked up at Yangqing, and said with tears in her eyes, love? What is love? For some people, love is of course important, because other than love, they don't need to take care of anything else. But for some people, because of love, they lose their family, lose their career, lose their dignity. Although they know it's not suitable, they still insist on holding on to love. Do you think this is right? You're even more naive than I thought. If you think that a cruel idiot in love is more attractive than a woman of flesh and blood, then I'll still reject you. The air seemed to be filled with a breathtaking chill, causing Yangqing to feel a chill in his bones. The woman's words were like several sharp knives that pierced into his bones. Yangqing painfully looked at the face in front of him. From the woman's eyes, he could see traces of red. These days, she must not have had a good rest. Yangqing smiled miserably. I've never thought about keeping you by my side at all costs. But why don't you even give me a chance to solve the problem? Opportunity? Mo Qianni laughed self-deprecatingly. How could I give you a chance? Do you know, that day, I just watched the moon with you on the balcony for a while. When I returned to the house, my mom took a bottle of sleeping pills and told me that if I didn't cut off my relationship with you, she would die in front of me. Yangqing's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that Mo Qianni actually suffered such a scene that night. I was raised by my mother since I was young. For me, she stayed in that small mountain village for most of her life. She was alone, and she was bullied by Zhang Fugue in the past. I only have her as my family. How could I abandon my mother for the so-called love that you speak of? Mo Qianni's tears were like a broken bead curtain, powerlessly covering her face. Yangqing was dumbstruck. His expression was unpredictable. After a long time, he dryly said, you can say that I'm cold-blooded, cruel, or whatever you say. I will definitely convince your mother. I only beg you, don't give up first, okay? To me, there are only two kinds of women in this world, those who play casually, and those who give their heart. If everything you've said and done is to test whether or not I'll have a change of heart for you because of this, then you'd better give up. I have too much. I won't really feel like I've lost anything just because a woman who I play casually leaves me. I'm still standing here, do you still need to doubt it? Mo Qianni stopped crying and looked at Yangqing with tears in her eyes, not saying a word. Yangqing grabbed Mo Qianni's shoulders and resolutely said, I can accept you being unreasonable, accept you being indifferent to me, and accept you losing your temper. However, if you're a woman who doesn't even dare to try to recover her love, and doesn't even dare to look me in the eye, then why should I come to your cold but 2 or 3 times a day for a week? Why did you make me feel uneasy and worried about you for so many days? So, don't say give up first. Believe me, okay? In the quiet office, only the sound of breathing could be heard. The man's burning gaze made Mo Qianni feel a wave of powerlessness. After a long time, Mo Qianni turned her head away and laughed softly, you haven't changed at all. Whether it was the first time you entered my office and confronted me, or now. You've never been willing to give in to me, even if I want to retreat. Yang Cheng's eyes revealed a trace of joy, and said with a smile, I will never restrict you from advancing or retreating, but even if you want to retreat, I will let you fall into my arms. Mo Qianni smiled through her tears, you only know how to make people happy, you better think of a way to get my mother to agree, otherwise, you still won't be able to think about anything. Yang Chen reached out and gently wiped away the tear stains on her cheeks. Cupping her soft face, he said, let's not talk about other things for now. It's almost midnight. Let's go out for lunch. Look at you. You've lost so much weight that it's uncomfortable to touch. Mo Qianni pouted and pinched Yang Cheng's stomach, you didn't say anything serious and you're already like this. How can my mother agree to you like this? Yang Cheng laughed out loud, grabbed the woman's hand and walked out. After temporarily solving the knot in Mo Qianni's heart, Yang Cheng felt a lot more relaxed. As for how to convince Ma Guifeng, Yang Cheng could only do as he saw fit. He took the elevator to the underground parking lot and drove Mo Qianni's car all the way to the business district in the city center. In order to make the woman happy, Yang Cheng also spent a lot of effort to choose a Sichuan restaurant. After all, Mo Qianni usually didn't eat any spicy food at the company. He specially asked for a large table and ordered a series of dishes that Mo Qianni liked, such as spicy boiled fish, duck with camphor tea, and beef slices. The two of them placed nearly 10 hot and cold plates in front of him. Mo Qianni looked at the red and fragrant dishes on the table and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not a pig, how can I eat so much? It's good that I know your intentions. This is such a waste. Yang Cheng chuckled and said, don't you have me? You can choose whatever you like to eat. I'll eat all the leftovers you eat. I won't waste them. Mo Qianni picked up a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork with her chopsticks and brought it to Yang Cheng's mouth. Open it. Yang Cheng hurriedly ate it all in one bite and bit the chopsticks at the same time. Mo Qianni was shocked, why are you biting the chopsticks? Let go. Yang Cheng bared his teeth and let go of the chopsticks. He chewed and said, little Xianxia's chopsticks are very delicious. Pfft. Mo Qianni couldn't help but laugh. There were even some tears in her laughter. How could she not know that this was Yang Cheng trying to please her in order to make her happy? After the two of them finished their sweet lunch, Yang Cheng paid and walked out of the restaurant. Since the two of them had nothing to do in the afternoon, they simply strolled along the business street. After unraveling the knot in her heart, Mo Qianni's mood became a little more lively. She held Yang Cheng's hand and walked slowly on the pedestrian street, enjoying the rare time with the two of them. Yang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks when he arrived outside a gaming store. He looked inside. Mo Qianni looked inside curiously. There were all kinds of large game consoles, motorcycles, planes, shooting games, but there was nothing special. She didn't understand why Yang Cheng stopped. Could it be that he wanted to play a game? Yang Cheng turned his head and said, little Xianxia, go in and play. I saw something interesting. Although Mo Qianni wasn't very interested in the game console, she still smiled and nodded in agreement. After all, the two of them had to think for each other's sake when they were together. After Yang Cheng bought a few copper coins, he didn't play anything else. He dragged Mo Qianni to the innermost corner where no one was playing and chose a whack-a-mole game. This kind of old-fashioned game didn't require any skills. Just hold a hammer and smash the mole's head. Many people played it purely to vent their emotions. Mo Qianni asked doubtfully, "Hubby, you want to play this?" "It's not me." Yangqing picked up the hammer and stuffed it into Mo Qianni's hand. He smiled and said, "It's you who's playing." "Me?" Mo Qianni looked at the hammer, then looked at the mole that had already appeared. She blushed and said, "Why do you want me to hit this?" Yangqing thought that Mo Qianni didn't know how to do it, so he went behind the woman and grabbed Mo Qianni's arm from behind. He started smashing the mole and said, "Just hit it like this. It's very simple." Mo Qianni turned her head and laughed, "Hubby, I'm asking you, why are you asking me to hit a mole for no reason? It's not like I'm a child." Yangqing hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "I feel that you've suffered a lot these days. It's my fault, I didn't take good care of you in time. So I want you to find a chance to vent. If you want, I hope you can slap me a few times. But I know you'll definitely say that you're fine. So, just treat these mole as me. Hit them hard with the hammer until you're happy." After hearing this, Mo Qianni looked at the man in front of her. She was stunned for a moment, as if something was stuck in her throat. She wanted to say a lot, but she couldn't. Seeing that Mo Qianni didn't make a move, Yangqing scratched his head, took the hammer from the woman's hand, and said, "Alright, since you can't do it like this, then I'll hit. I'll help you smash this bad guy to death." After saying that, Yangqing took the hammer and quickly smashed it down on the mole. To Yangqing, this kind of game was naturally accurate. It was just that he had to control his strength so that he wouldn't break the game console. Mo Qianni stood at the side. From the side, she saw Yangqing seriously smashing the gophers. She took a deep breath and choked. Suddenly, Yangqing, who was seriously beating the mole, felt a pair of arms hugging his waist. It was Mo Qianni suddenly hugging him from behind. "What's wrong?" Yangqing turned around and saw Mo Qianni looking at him with a pitiful gaze. Xianxia smiled and said, "I don't think it's appropriate for me to hit them, why don't you do it yourself?" Mo Qianni shook her head and pleaded, "Please don't hit them anymore, I forgive that bad guy. Really, I'm very happy now. If you keep hitting the man that I love more than myself, my heart will ache." Yangqing revealed a naughty smile, "Really? Then kiss me." As he said that, he pointed to his mouth. "Here?" Mo Qianni secretly looked behind her. There were quite a lot of people in the arcade. "Seems like you're still angry at me," Yangqing said regretfully. Mo Qianni rolled her eyes at him, smiled charmingly, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him deeply. The noise of the outside world seemed pale and dim in this corner, only this couple hugged and kissed passionately, as if there was no one else around. End of chapter 689. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.